Su Ming, through a twist of fate, found himself transported to a world dominated by beast tamers. After enduring 18 long years, he finally awaited the awakening of his beast taming talent, which granted him an extraordinary ability to enhance his attributes. The ability to convert resources into enhancement points allowed him to amplify both his own capabilities and those of his beasts. A bystander remarked, "Teacher, why is Su Ming's beast the same level as mine when its size dwarfs mine multiple times?" Su Ming replied, "Well, it's simply that he's rather greedy and has grown quite plump." Another bystander exclaimed, "Teacher, trouble is brewing. The school has collapsed, and it was pushed down by Su Ming's Iron Eater." Su Ming defended, "But I swear, I barely touched it." The teacher stood before the ruins, astonished at the sight of the colossal Iron Eater, which was casually using the school's lightning rod to pick its teeth. "Su Ming, is your beast of elite caliber?" Chapter 1. The 9-Star Talent. In the year 3900 of the old calendar, and 300 in the new, in the city of Linjiang, a convoy of buses made its way to the Awakening Center, with each class teacher passionately recounting the history of the new era. 300 years ago, the Antarctic glaciers suddenly fractured, giving rise to the first otherworldly realm in the South Pole. With this emergence, an abundance of spiritual energy flooded our planet, causing countless ferocious beasts and plants to mutate into the monsters we now refer to as feral beasts. With the advent of these feral beasts, humanity discovered that conventional firearms were utterly ineffective against them, leading to a continual contraction of our living space. It was at this critical juncture that the first beast tamer emerged, embarking on a campaign against these beasts. By the year 50 of the new era, the number of beast tamers had surged, and humanity began its counteroffensive against the feral beasts. One after another, base cities arose, and humanity gradually reclaimed dominion over the earth, restoring the social order. Now, as seniors, you have all reached the age of 18 and are eligible for Beast Awakening. You should know that each individual will manifest various extraordinary abilities during their awakening to assist in enhancing their beasts, although the 9-Star talent has yet to be discovered to this day. I must convey to you that there is no such thing as a poor talent, only a poor master. As the fervent speech of Su Ming's homeroom teacher, Huang Heping, resonated, the bus fleet entered the Awakening Center. Come, disembark and line up neatly." Under the guidance of their teachers, the seniors from Linjiang No. 1 High School soon formed a long queue in anticipation of their awakening, with Su Ming standing at the very front. When it came to Su Ming, every student at Linjiang No. 1 cast envious and jealous glances his way. Su Ming possessed a visage that could elicit screams from girls, a fortunate inheritance from his parents' genes. His family belonged to a prestigious lineage of beast tamers in Linjiang City, with his grandfather having held a leadership position and his father currently serving as the city's defense commander. As the saying goes, dragons beget dragons, phoenixes beget phoenixes, and it is statistically evident that offspring of powerful parents often inherit formidable talents. However, this is not an absolute rule. There are instances where parents of modest talents produce unexpectedly strong children, a phenomenon that is often the subject of admiration. Born with a proverbial golden key, Su Ming certainly lived up to his lineage, consistently achieving top academic performance in Linjiang City. Coupled with his already handsome features, many girls have been casting furtive glances at him since middle school. Su Ming, don't be nervous. Just place your hand on the Awakening Stone. It will inform you of the star level of your talent, and its applications will manifest in your mind. Just relax, his homeroom teacher reassured him. Positioning Su Ming first was also a morale-boosting tactic to ease the anxiety of his classmates. "I understand, teacher." Su Ming nodded, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the Awakening Stone. 18 long years had passed since his arrival in this world, with the concept of awakening a beast ever present in his ears since birth. "After so many years of traversing, I finally have something substantial," Su Ming mused with a faint smile as he gently placed his hand upon the Awakening Stone. Indeed, Su Ming was a time traveler, having been transported here for 18 years. Initially, he believed he was still on Earth, only to later realize that this was a parallel universe akin to Earth, albeit significantly larger. Despite the tumult of emotions within him, the mature Su Ming managed to maintain his composure, for the awakening of his beast taming talent required tranquility. The moment his hand made contact with the Awakening Stone, a peculiar energy coursed through his palm, flowing throughout his body and ultimately converging at the top of his crown chakra. The crown chakra would serve as the gateway to his beast space, with its capacity determined by the star level of his talent. The higher the star level, the larger the beast space, allowing for the accommodation of more beasts. Of course, this functionality was not immediately apparent, as the beast space would gradually expand with the Beast Tamer's progression. Initially, the constraints on the beast space were not overly stringent. Beep. Detecting host awakening beast talent, activating the super ability beast talent system. Beep. Welcome, host, to utilize the beast talent system. Would you like to draw your talent? Yes. In his mind, an inexplicable voice resonated, and Ming understood that this was the golden finger exclusive to time traveler's boon he had awaited for 18 years. Ever since he realized this world was one governed by beast taming, he had been pondering when this golden finger would manifest. Beep. Drawing complete. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a 9-star talent. Super ability enhancement. For further details, please refer to the talent section in the system menu. A 9-star talent. Ming recalled that throughout his extensive studies of history, a 9-star talent had never been documented. The strongest recorded was merely an 8-star talent. Many believe the notion of a 9-star talent was a figment of human imagination. Beep. Detecting 2 beast talents within the host. 4-star talent. Detection technique, 5-star talent. Enhancement. Beep. As this is the host's first use of the system, a complimentary upgrade service is granted, elevating talents to 6-star talent. Super ability detection technique. 7-star talent. Super ability enhancement. Beep. The super ability beast talent system service has concluded. We look forward to your next utilization. Farewell. As the voice faded from his mind, Ming slowly opened his eyes. Ming, what talents did you awaken? Upon witnessing Ming complete his awakening, his homeroom teacher hurried over, eager to inquire. At that moment, Ming was still reeling from the shock of his newfound golden finger and replied in a daze, Teacher, I awakened the talents of detection technique and enhancement. He recognized that these additional talents stemmed from his lineage. His father possessed the enhancement talent, while his grandmother had the detection technique, and he had inherited their gifts. 2 talents. My goodness, it is exceedingly rare in history for one to possess 2 beast talents. Ming, your talents are derived from your father and grandmother. Be sure to discuss this with them when you return home. The teacher's face beamed with delight, unable to contain his joy. Though one of Ming's talents was 4-star and the other 5-star, the fact remained that he possessed 2 talents. Moreover, the majority of individuals awaken talents below 3 stars, and a 5-star talent could easily nurture a beast to the Lord level with relative ease. It is essential to acknowledge that one's innate talent is intrinsically linked to the growth of their summoned beasts. The higher the talent, the more expansive the summoned beast space becomes, consequently accelerating the growth rate of the beast within. For instance, a practitioner with a 1-star talent will experience a growth enhancement of 0.5 times for their summoned beasts due to the awakened talent of that star level. Conversely, a 2-star talent would yield a full 1.0 times enhancement, and similarly, a 3-star talent would result in a 2.0 times increase. Consider Ming, who possesses 1 6-star, 1 7-star, and 1 9-star talent. The cumulative enhancement from these 3 talents amounts to a staggering 176 times. Thus, a summoned beast that would typically require 500 years to reach its pinnacle can attain that same level in merely around 2 years under the auspices of Ming's expansive summoned beast space. The tiers of summoned beasts are categorized into 7 ranks: ordinary, elite, commander, lord, extraordinary, sovereign, and mythical. Similarly, the ranks of summoned beast practitioners are also delineated into 7 categories: ordinary, elite, commander, lord, extraordinary, sovereign, and mythical. Chapter 2. The 3 Great Talents. Ming smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The system's enhancements had thoroughly amplified his 2 innate talents. Stepping aside, Ming declined the chatter of those around him, not out of arrogance, but because he had exited too hastily to fully comprehend the specifics of the 3 talents. Immersing himself in thought, Ming opened the talent menu as indicated by the system. At that moment, the 3 talents shimmered like stars in the night sky on the talent page. Ming clicked on the system-granted 9-star talent, Super Ability Enhancement. Super Ability Enhancement. This allows the host to convert all items into corresponding enhancement points, which can be used to bolster the host's own attributes or to strengthen their beasts. My goodness, does this not imply that with sufficient resources, I could instantly elevate an ordinary beast to mythical status? Before he could indulge in his excitement, Ming turned his attention to the 2 talents that had already been enhanced. Super Strengthening. Original attribute. Capable of enhancing the basic attributes of beasts such as strength and speed, with a maximum enhancement multiplier of 10 times, currently at 3 times. Attribute augmentation. Enhances all attributes of the beast, with a maximum enhancement multiplier of 30 times, enhanceable, currently at 10 times, enhanceable. Super insight technique. Original attribute. Allows the user to see through various mediums to view the basic information of objects, fierce beasts, and their own beasts. The greater the level disparity, the less information is visible. Attribute augmentation. Ignores all levels and allows the user to view complete information about all items. After a moment, Ming exited his talent page, recognizing the utility of the 3 talents, which seemed to be intricately tailored to complement one another. Ming has departed. Just then, a voice interrupted his musings, compelling him to abandon the idea of examining the dimensions of his newly opened beast space. Lang, what's the matter? Ming asked, gazing curiously at the young man before him. Let us go, now that we've all awakened. What are we lingering here for? Lang, Ming's close friend since childhood, whose father also worked in the city's defense forces under Ming's father, responded. So, Lang, what talent did you awaken? Ming inquired, rising to dust off his clothes. Nothing as impressive as yours. I merely awakened a level 4 talent that enhances strength, Lang replied. Though inwardly he was quite content with his newfound ability. That is sufficient. A 4-star talent means you can achieve a 4-fold growth rate. That should serve you well. Ming chuckled. Uffed, you really are oblivious to the struggles of others. Saying it's enough. I consider myself fortunate if I could cultivate a Lord-level beast in my lifetime. Lang waved dismissively, aware of the typical fate of 4-star talents. Speaking of which, what are your plans for your beast? The school said they would take us to the Beast Park to select our first beast. But what could possibly be of quality there? Lang expressed skepticism. Given that both he and Ming came from relatively well-off families and held little interest in the offerings of the Beast Park. Let us check it out. It's not mandatory. Who knows? We might stumble upon a gem. It won't cost us anything. It's a benefit from the Federation. A high-quality beast can fetch over $1 million. The Beast Park is so vast, we might just get lucky, Ming jested. Though he acknowledged that the odds were quite slim, encountering even a moderately decent beast would be a stroke of luck. Enough. $1 million is something my father can manage. But the first beast is crucial. It will accompany me for a long time. My beast space can currently only accommodate 1 beast. And I'd rather invest more money in acquiring a good one, Lang countered, rejecting the notion of relying on the Federation's Beast Park offerings. The quality of the beast is indeed pivotal to its growth rate. Typically, a low-quality beast can only realize half the potential of the beast space. And only those of medium quality can enjoy a balanced growth rate. Thus, most families, unless absolutely destitute, would go to great lengths to procure a medium-quality beast as their first contracted companion. Ming, having heard this, chose not to comment further. For his family had already prepared an extraordinary beast for him, one painstakingly procured by his father through his position, exhausting nearly all their savings. Had his family not been somewhat affluent, they would have faced dire financial straits. Congratulations, Teacher Huang, with a standout student like Ming in your class. This year's year-end bonus is surely yours. A chorus of teachers offered their congratulations on the journey back, acknowledging Ming's remarkable achievement. While it is true that Ming may not have been the most exceptional in terms of single talents, this year, several 6-star talents had emerged in Linjiang City. With many 5-star talents as well, his 2 talents were nonetheless sufficient to astonish the entire city, as dual talents were virtually unheard of. Ming, you must discuss your talents with your father once you return. Understanding your abilities is crucial, his homeroom teacher called out to him from behind. Ming promptly turned and replied affirmatively, feeling a surge of curiosity about his teacher's background. He utilized his super insight technique to glean more information. Name, Huang Hemming. Gender, male. Level, elite level 7. Beast, snow leopard details. Observing his teacher, Ming noted that despite being at elite level, he possessed only a single beast, which piqued his curiosity. With a thought, he clicked on the details of the snow leopard. Beast, snow leopard. Attributes, ice. Quality, upper grade. Level, elite level 7. Evolution stage, growth stage. Skills, snowstorm, speed, ice spike, extreme cold domain. A lengthy list of information unfolded before him, detailing even the snow leopard's preferences. Ming opted to exit, feeling it unnecessary to delve further into his teacher's particulars. However, he was intrigued to discover that he could assist in enhancing the quality of others' beasts using enhancement points. In society, there exists a class of trainers dedicated to nurturing the quality of beasts. The quality of a beast is categorized into 5 tiers: low, medium, upper, extraordinary, and supreme. The quality not only correlates with growth speed, but is also intricately linked to combat prowess. The higher the quality, the greater the increase in battle capacity. What surprised Su Ming was that his teacher Snow Leopard was still in the growth stage of evolution. Everyone knows that beasts progress through 3 stages: juvenile, growth, and maturity, before undergoing an evolution, with the number of possible evolutions varying. Some beasts may only reach maturity without the ability to evolve further, while most possess at least one potential evolution. Once a beast evolves, its power experiences a qualitative shift, and most have been documented in the Beast Compendium over the past few centuries, which details the number of evolutions each beast can undergo. Thus, when selecting a beast, most individuals consult the compendium to ascertain the evolution potential of their chosen beast, as many prefer those with multiple evolution opportunities. Su Ming was unaware of how many evolutions the beast selected for him by his family might have, but he trusted that his parents would not choose a beast with only a single evolution capability. Once classmates return, be sure to familiarize yourselves with your beast talents. This will be your lifelong companion. Only by understanding your beast talents can you select a beast that truly suits you. Tomorrow, the school will organize an excursion to the Federal Beast Garden for everyone to select their own beast companions. Of course, those whose families have already prepared beasts for them may opt out. Those choosing not to attend should privately notify me later in the evening. As soon as the homeroom teacher's words fell, fervent discussions erupted on the bus. Su Ming, are you going tomorrow? Su Lang inquired, seated beside Su Ming. Of course, I'll go to take a look. It's not like I have anything else to do, Su Ming replied, shrugging his shoulders. It'll be a good opportunity to practice my reconnaissance skills. Didn't your parents prepare you a superior beast? Su Lang said, a hint of envy lacing his voice. I must say, I'm quite envious. My dad can only afford to get me an average one. Su Ming chose not to respond, aware that discussing such matters would only deepen Su Lang's sense of inequity. The significance of familial support in cultivation was indeed undeniable. After dropping off all the students at school, the bus fulfilled its duty for the day, and the homeroom teacher, Huang Heping, offered a few more reminders before everyone dispersed to their respective homes. Su Ming, when do you think we can be like those people? Su Lang pointed, prompting Su Ming to gaze upon an individual majestically riding a lion-headed beast, towering at 2 meters and stretching 3 meters in length. Should be soon, Su Ming replied, casting Su Lang a sidelong glance. You've already awakened your beast affinity. Before long, you'll be flaunting it on the streets too. Su Lang laughed. If I were strong enough, I'd ride something like that. But if my beast isn't up to par, wouldn't that be embarrassing? Su Ming nodded in agreement. While the city did not strictly prohibit beastmasters from riding their beasts, most opted not to. The larger beasts occupied too much space on the sidewalks, and it was utterly impractical on the roads. Moreover, flaunting one's prowess could attract disapproval, though those with genuine strength would face no opposition. Upon parting ways, Su Ming hastened home. Despite his mature mental age, he could not resist the habit of sharing good news with his family. Upon entering, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Mom, what are you cooking? It smells amazing. Your favorite, braised wild boar trotters, his mother called from the kitchen. Upon hearing this, Su Ming tossed his backpack onto the sofa and swiftly approached the dining table, gazing at the hefty 5-kilogram boar trotter. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, domesticated pigs had mutated into wild boars. Although formidable, they had suffered under human dominion for years. In the early days of the spiritual energy revival, before beastmasters existed, wild boars provided a significant food source for humans, playing an integral role in their current achievements. In truth, consuming ferocious beasts greatly benefited beastmasters' rank, as these creatures contained traces of spiritual energy that aided in the enhancement of their powers. Mom, where's Dad? Without hesitation, Su Ming picked up his chopsticks and began to eat. Your father went to fetch your beast, his mother replied from the kitchen. Just as she finished speaking, the sound of a door opening echoed through the house. Su Ming knew instinctively that his father had returned, as his family did not live with his grandparents or any older relatives. Dad, you're back. Su Ming turned to greet him, and indeed, it was his father, Su Yu. Su Yu was a robust man whose eyes often exuded a fierce intensity, a trait cultivated from years serving in the city's defense forces, where he frequently confronted and eliminated beasts that threatened the vicinity. Though humans had claimed substantial territory and established base cities, formidable beasts continued to harass and assault them. Are you here to welcome me? Su Yu smirked, his demeanor softening only in the presence of family. Hey, Dad, I just wanted to greet you. I know nothing about any beasts, Su Ming grinned. Su Yu chose not to respond. This little rascal had always been mature beyond his years. He had never called him anything other than old man. Welcome back. Su Ming's mother emerged from the kitchen. Su Yu nodded, removing a ring from his finger, a storage ring capable of holding both living and non-living items, a rare artifact from another world. Su Ming, your beast is inside. Focus your spiritual energy on the ring and silently wish for the item you seek. It will manifest, Su Yu instructed, tossing the storage ring to Su Ming before taking a seat. Wait, you're giving this storage ring to me? Su Ming's eyes widened. Such rings were scarce in Linjiang City, and he was surprised his father would gift him one. Take it, you'll need it. This ring has a capacity of 10 cubic meters, plenty for your needs. Thank you, Dad. Su Ming, unable to focus on eating any longer, immediately followed his father's instructions, channeling his spiritual energy into the storage ring while silently wishing for his beast. In an instant, a metal cage materialized in the living room. This is the beast I selected for you. What do you think? Do you like it? Su Yu asked, a hint of pride evident in his expression. How did you manage to acquire such a remarkable beast? Su Ming's mother, whose own abilities were considerable, immediately recognized the beast's exceptional quality. Hee. I happened to run into Bai Jingming while selecting. He wanted the same beast. We had a little scuffle, and since I won, it's mine now, Su Yu chuckled. Bai Jingming is the vice president of the Beastmaster Guild. You actually managed to take something he coveted? Su Ming's mother expressed her concerns, fearing Bai Jingming might cause trouble for Su Yu at work. The Beastmaster Guild essentially supervised Su Yu's city defense unit. There's no need for worry, for Su Ming. This is a minor issue. After all, this is a top-tier beast. As Su Ming examined the beast before him, he effortlessly discerned its attributes. Beast, iron-eating beast attribute. Earth, quality, superior, level, ordinary first tier, elite, 10 years, evolution stage, juvenile number of evolutions, 2 skills, brutal strength, giant. Fury, bloodline of Julie, blood rage domain. Staring at the statistics of the iron-eating beast, Su Ming was overwhelmed with astonishment. He had truly struck gold. While others might find the iron-eating beast a burden, for him, it was a perfect fit. Elevating the beast from ordinary to elite would typically require a decade. And the slower the growth rate, the greater the beast's potential. However, for someone like Su Lang, with a 4-star affinity, it would take more than 2 years. Even with its superior quality, it would still require over a year to cultivate. Such a pace was exceedingly slow. Yet, for Su Ming, the superior quality coupled with the exponential growth rate within his beast space would mean he could elevate the iron-eating beast to elite status in just about 10 days. Well, son, do you like it? Su Yu asked, observing Su Ming's reaction. Yes, I love it, Su Ming replied with a broad smile. The iron-eating beast was indeed exceptional in terms of strength and speed, and being classified as superior was likely due to its slightly deficient stamina. A quintessential scenario of charging for 3 hours and exercising for a mere 5 minutes. By the way, my son, what talents have you awakened? In my elation, I completely neglected to inquire about Su Ming's awakening of his beast mastery ability. Your father has enhancements, and your grandmother possesses the probing technique. Su Ming said as he picked up his clumsy companion and settled onto the sofa, currently devoid of any combat prowess. 2. Su Ming's parents were momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. Haha, 2 talents indeed. Xiaomei, hurry and inform your parents. Xiaomei is the affectionate name Su Yu uses for Su Ming's mother, whose name is Su Mei. All right. Su Mei, her face beaming with joy, immediately picked up the phone and made the call. Before long, Su Ming's grandparents arrived at his home. Good grandson, here, take this, Su Ming's grandfather, a peak elite beast master, extended a card towards him. This contains 200,000. Beast mastery requires substantial resources. Hold on to this for now. And if you find yourself in need, come to your grandfather for more. Su Ming quickly accepted the card, aware that his talent would necessitate abundant resources, and knowing that his grandfather was more than capable of providing the 200,000. Just as his grandfather handed him the sum, his maternal grandparents did the same, presenting another 200,000 to Su Ming. Several hours later, amidst laughter and merriment, Su Ming escorted his grandparents back home and retreated to his room. He placed his clumsy companion on the bed and noticed 3 bank cards laid before him, representing the contributions from his grandfather, maternal grandfather, and father, totaling 500,000. Suddenly, a sharp sensation coursed through his finger, prompting Su Ming to glance at his companion. In an instant, a peculiar feeling engulfed him. This was the blood contract of autonomous binding. His companion, surprisingly intelligent, had chosen to establish a blood contract. Su Ming smiled faintly, realizing that his companion had sensed the 3 formidable beast mastery talents he possessed, leading to its choice of an autonomous blood contract. You certainly know how to be the first to act, he remarked, squeezing his companion affectionately. The autonomous contract, initiated by the beast, is the swiftest and devoid of negative repercussions, unlike the blood contract, which can result in the beast devouring its master upon death. The autonomous contract poses no such risk. In contrast, the equal contract, which is initiated by humans, carries greater constraints for the beast. potentially leading to a backlash against the master. Su Ming enveloped his companion within his beast mastery space, discovering that it occupied only 1/3 of the entire area. For a newly awakened beast master, managing to fit even a single beast is already commendable, and given that his companion belonged to the bear family, its significant size was quite impressive. This indicated that Su Ming's beast mastery space could comfortably accommodate 2 to 3 additional beasts. Moreover, thanks to his 3 beast mastery talents, these creatures would experience a remarkable enhancement in their training and leveling speed within his space. At that moment, a familiar system notification chimed in Su Ming's mind. Ding! Detected that the host has 50 enhancement points available for conversion. Would you like to convert? You may select the amount to convert. 50 points? 500,000 translates to merely 50 points, a ratio of 1 to 10,000. I choose to convert 30 points. Ding! Conversion successful. Enhancement points, 30. With 30 points gained, Su Ming immediately shifted his focus to himself and his companion. Beast Mastery, Iron Eater. Attributes, Earth. Quality, Ultra Grade. Evolution level, Juvenile stage. Skills, Brute Force, Giant Elephant, Fury, Bloodline of Jiuli, Blood Rage Domain. Brute Force, LV1. Temporarily doubles the Iron Eater's strength. 0-10. Giant Elephant LV1. Temporarily triples one's defense while having speed. 0-10. Fury LV1. Temporarily doubles all attributes, but the Iron Eater will be weakened for 1 hour post-skill use. 0-10. Bloodline of Jiuli. Passive skill. The denser the bloodline, the greater the explosive power from Fury and the lesser the negative effects. 5100. Blood Rage Domain LV1. Domain skill. Within this domain, the Iron Eater's combat power is doubled while reducing the enemy's attributes by half, with no negative repercussions. 0-10. Su Ming gasped in astonishment. Is this truly the adorable Iron Eater from my memory? Its skills are astonishingly formidable, particularly the bloodline of Jiuli, which is fabled to be linked to the war god Chiyu. Enhance, all of it, he resolved, directly increasing the purity of the bloodline of Jiuli. However, with merely 30 enhancement points, he could only elevate it by 3%, a fact that left him somewhat disheartened. Thus, after enhancing it by 1%, he decisively allocated the remaining 20 points to the other 4 skills, raising all but the bloodline of Jiuli to LV2. Having completed this task, Su Ming exhaled deeply and reclined on his bed. Currently, he found himself in dire need of funds, having finished the foundational courses at school. It was now time for his own training. Within the context of Linjiang City, students typically had 2 paths, academia or society. Those who contract beasts would often be sought after by various powers in schools or societal factions. The benefits offered by schools were comparatively less than those provided by major societal forces, yet the demands were also lighter. Conversely, the large societal factions, divided into familial powers and various beast organizations, would supply the resources necessary for the growth of beast masters, but entering such factions essentially meant signing away one's autonomy. Su Ming had already contracted a beast, but he could still contract another in the morning. The afternoon would mark the time to choose his future developmental trajectory. Regardless of the path he selected, each bore its advantages, yet the ultimate goal remained the same: to enhance his strength and gain admission to university. The university represents the grand stage for beast masters. Those emerging from esteemed institutions would be fervently courted by various factions to lend their names, yielding substantial annual incomes. In this world, the college entrance examination stands as the sole avenue to success. Regardless of one's background, only by entering university can one's abilities be significantly accelerated. As for the developmental path prior to the examination, Su Ming had not yet solidified his plans. However, the likelihood of choosing academia was high, as the constraints imposed by external forces posed significant hindrances to his growth. Chapter 5. Nightmares. The following morning marked the best night of sleep Su Ming had ever experienced, having just contracted a beast. This was largely attributed to the spiritual energy feedback from the autonomous cultivation of the beast within Su Ming's mastery space. According to the knowledge he had previously acquired, the feedback from a 9-star talent is nearly 100%. The nourishing spiritual energy revitalizes Su Ming's body, and as he continues to contract beasts, his physical attributes will strengthen. However, even so, beast masters do not engage in close combat with beasts. One wonders, within the enhanced mastery space augmented by 3 talents, how much improvement could his companion achieve overnight? Su Ming introspected within his mastery space and found his companion peacefully sleeping, its small mouth eagerly drawing in the spiritual energy absorbed by the space. Goodness, what an astonishing sight! In the span of a single night, the rather clumsy creature, Henin, transformed from a mere 50 centimeters prior to their contract into an impressive stature nearing 2 meters. This remarkable growth signaled the imminent departure from its juvenile phase and the approach of its maturation period, bringing the prospect of its first evolution tantalizingly close. The mere thought of this ignited a fervor within Su Ming's heart. Once Henin evolved, its combat prowess would surge exponentially. Moreover, Henin had diligently advanced from a common first tier to a common second tier during the Knight S training. Indeed, due to its Ninely bloodline, Henin required a more extended period for growth, yet correspondingly, its combat capabilities were undeniably superior among its peers. Awakening to such promising news left Su Ming in high spirits. Upon arriving at school, Su Ming lifted his gaze to see his close friend, Su Lang, waving enthusiastically at him. Su Ming, major news, Su Lang exclaimed, racing over, exuberantly gesticulating with excitement. What is going on? Su Ming raised an eyebrow, puzzled by Su Lang's exuberance so early in the day. Reliable information. The beast garden is teeming with numerous mid to high-quality beasts, and even some extraordinary ones. There are whispers of top-tier beasts, though I can't confirm their authenticity. If they're real, I must secure one. Su Lang looked at Su Ming, barely able to contain his ecstatic joy. How do you know this? Su Ming inquired. The entire school is buzzing about it. Linjiang City has struggled academically in recent years, prompting the city lord to invest heavily in replenishing the beasts in the garden. Didn't you notice everyone from our class is here? Su Ming nodded. Indeed, the number of students from Linjiang City entering prestigious schools had dwindled to an alarming low, a situation that reflected poorly on the city lord. However, even if there were extraordinary or top-tier beasts available, if one lacked the requisite talent, the beasts would hardly be inclined to bond with them, let alone form a contract. An hour later, Su Ming followed the throng to the beast garden. Within the garden, as long as one possessed the ability to form contracts, the government would not intervene. Yet, if irreversible damage resulted from a forced contract, the government would not be responsible. Su Ming, I have to dash, Su Lang exclaimed, sprinting into the garden, eagerly scanning for his beast. For Su Ming, however, he harbored no desire to form a contract with any beast below the extraordinary tier. At that moment, his investigation technique would come into play, revealing all beast information without a hint of concealment. Beast, Earthhorned Lizard quality, mid-tier level, common first tier, elite, 1 year. Beast, Flame Sparrow quality, high-tier level, common first tier, elite, 3 years. Beast, Ice Level Rabbit quality, high-tier level, common first tier, elite, 4 years. As Su Ming traversed the garden, he observed numerous mid and high-quality beasts, confirming Su Lang's claims about the increased quantity. Due to his 9-star talent, these beasts displayed a keen interest in him. However, Su Ming would only divert his gaze from those below the extraordinary tier once they reached their elite promotion time. The longer the promotion period, the greater the potential and combat strength. With 3 major talents at his disposal, Su Ming's beasts experienced a meteoric growth rate, alleviating any concerns about prolonged promotion timelines hindering him. Such was the advantage of possessing high talent. After several hours, while most had successfully formed contracts and left, Su Ming remained without finding a suitable beast. He encountered several extraordinary candidates, yet none met his expectations, be it subpar skills or insufficient growth timelines. Never mind. I already have a beast. Better to wait for the right one than to settle, Su Ming sighed, shaking his head as he prepared to depart. At that moment, he felt something tugging at the hem of his pants. Turning around, he discovered a small creature, approximately 30 centimeters in length, with a striking white and blue coloration and 2 soft, fleshy antennae atop its head, resembling a tiny lizard. Its large, sparkling eyes met Su Ming's gaze without a hint of fear. It was noteworthy that, due to Henin's promotion to common second tier, Su Ming's aura had also intensified. Cautiously kneeling, he extended a hand, and the little beast leaped onto his palm, affectionately rubbing its antenna against his arm. It appeared this charming creature had been following him for some time, without his notice, piquing Su Ming's curiosity. After all, a beast so imbued with spirit and such aesthetic appeal was truly delightful. Beast, Nightmare, attribute, psychic quality, top tier level, common first tier, elite, 30 years, growth stage, juvenile number of evolutions, 3 skills, illusion, mind shield, sleep spell, psychic blast, nightmare domain. Here was yet another top-tier beast endowed with a domain, seemingly even stronger than Henin, and possessing a psychic attribute. Both humans and beasts are most vulnerable in the psychic realm, and the presence of a top-tier psychic beast before him was remarkable. Such a creature, if offered to the public, would be worth millions. Su Ming quickly pondered, had the city lord truly invested so heavily as to allow students access to such beasts? Regardless, he wasted no time in drawing the contract formation array to bond with the nightmare. Initially, the nightmare had been drawn to Su Ming due to his extraordinary talents. trailing behind him. Now, with the contract being formed, it was more than willing to comply. With minimal resistance, Ming successfully integrated the nightmare into his beast space. Unbeknownst to him, the entire process of his contracting the nightmare was witnessed by others, but Ming remained oblivious to this fact. Having completed the contract, he hurriedly exited the beast garden, needing to attend a signing ceremony for intention agreements at school that afternoon. Chapter 6. Staying at school. At this moment, within Linjiangno, one high school, various family factions and beast organizations were recruiting new beast masters on the playground. The Zhou family was seeking exceptional beast masters with 3-star talents, offering financial support and beast materials. The Linjiang Beast Master Association welcomed those with 4-star talents. Tianlin Corporation sought outstanding beast masters to join, promising ample funding and benefits. It resembled a university career fair from Ming's past, with external companies vying to recruit exceptional beast masters. After all, beast masters represented wealth. Even a common third-tier ferocious beast could fetch tens of thousands, and hunting such beasts necessitated being a beast master. Ming, have you formed a contract? Su Lang called out upon seeing him. Yes, Su Lang, where are you headed? Ming asked, observing the multitude of factions on the playground recruiting beast masters. Feeling somewhat reluctant. I'm heading to the Beast Master Association. It's a bit better than school, with superior benefits and more freedom. Su Lang, with his 4-star talent, would likely have no trouble entering the association. Ming found himself in a quandary. His current talents demanded substantial resources. While joining the Beast Master Association would afford him greater freedom, it would also provide ample funding and resources. Just as Ming wrestled with his thoughts, a voice interrupted from behind. Ming, come with me. His homeroom teacher, Huang Heming, appeared behind him. Su Lang shot Ming a knowing glance. Clearly, the school was eager to recruit him, especially since he was a dual-talent individual. Moreover, the school serves as a genuine representation of the governmental institution in Linjiang City. Those beast tamers who engage with external organizations, even if they gain admission to prestigious universities, share a tenuous connection to Linjiang City, primarily reflecting the influence of the powers that stand behind them. Su Lang's gaze was quite discerning. He merely sought to persuade Ming to secure additional benefits for himself. Ming's talent ranks among the finest in Linjiang City's recent cohort of awakened individuals. While he may not possess a 6 or 7-star aptitude, a 4-star or 5-star talent is still formidable. Huang Heming led Ming directly to the principal's office, and upon entering the room, Ming felt somewhat daunted. The principal of Linjiang No. 1 High School is, after all, the lord of Linjiang City. However, his role here is largely nominal. In other cities, mayors typically hold the title of principal across all governmental schools, while the actual duties are largely performed by the vice principals. As Huang Heming pushed open the door, he gestured for Ming to enter first. With a heart full of trepidation, Ming stepped inside, where 2 gentlemen awaited him, one older and one considerably younger. Oh, Ming has arrived. Please, take a seat, said the older gentleman, seated behind the principal's desk. He was indeed the principal and also the lord of Linjiang City, while the other man was one of the vice principals. Good day, principal. Good day, vice principal. Ming greeted politely before settling onto the sofa in front of them. Ming, I believe you are aware of the purpose of our meeting today, the principal said with a slight smile. However, Ming dared not return the smile. The man before him was a figure of considerable authority. Indeed, the principal wishes for me to remain at the school. Let me be forthright with you. You have already received one benefit for remaining in school, the principal stated. What? Ming queried, confusion evident in his expression. When had he received any benefit? The quality of the beast you just contracted. Surely you understand its significance now, do you not? The Lord smiled faintly. Having observed the entire process when Ming formed the contract with the nightmarish beast. Goodness, Ming exclaimed, realizing that the Lord had essentially used the nightmarish beast as bait. By contracting it, he felt he had unwittingly incurred a significant favor from the Lord. Acquiring such an exceptional beast was no easy feat, while the Lord would not revoke his beast if he chose not to stay. It seemed he had inadvertently diminished his chances of refusal. Thank you, Principal, for granting me such an exceptional beast. Ah, Ming, your talent warrants such a reward, otherwise the nightmarish beast would not have chosen to follow you. Should you remain at the school, you will enjoy complete freedom. And the school will also organize outdoor hunts for fierce beasts, ensuring you do not miss out on practical experience. Furthermore, if you decide to stay, the school will provide you with a reward of 10 million in funding. Should you gain admission to any of the top 10 universities in Huaxia, the school will additionally grant you a scholarship of 30 million. Ming gasped at the mention of 10 million. That equated to 1,000 reinforcement points, enough to completely enhance his naive Jili bloodline. With 2 beasts now under his care, the financial demands were immense. and it was clear that the principal's offer surpassed anything available outside. Principal, will I need to contribute anything in return? Is my talent truly worth such a sum? Su Ming expressed disbelief at the notion that the school would simply bestow 10 million upon him. He had a realistic understanding of his own abilities, believing that his talents did not merit such a considerable reward. The principal and the two other gentlemen exchanged glances, taken aback that a high school senior could remain composed in the face of such a substantial sum. Your innate talent may not justify such a valuation, but the nightmarish beast does. It is a top-tier mental attribute beast, and once it matures, its combat prowess will be formidable. As for what you need to do for the school, there isn't much required of you at this moment. However, you must participate in the training programs organized by the school. Should you wish to pursue independent training, the school will not hinder you. It has been many years since Linjiang City produced a top-tier beast tamer, and if you gain admission to one of the top 10 universities, you will need to hold a title within Linjiang City. The principal regarded Su Ming, who understood the subtext. It was a gamble. Indeed, the world was under considerable strain, with an increase in fierce beasts and the constant threat posed by alien races from other dimensions. For a small city like Linjiang, the absence of a powerful beast tamer over the years placed immense pressure on its lord. Very well, I accept your proposal. Su Ming stood, confident that his talent would secure his place in a top university, and he felt an undeniable allure towards the 30 million scholarship. Such a scheme of gaining benefits with minimal effort was something Su Ming was keen to embrace. Should you have any needs regarding your training, feel free to voice them. We will do our utmost to accommodate you, the principal said with a gentle smile. Yet, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The school had several students with 6-star talents, yet none had captured the favor of the nightmarish beast. Fortunately, Su Ming possessed dual talents. Otherwise, the million-dollar nightmarish beast would have slipped through their fingers. Yes, I do have a request, Su Ming stated, looking intently at the principal. What is it? Speak now, and I shall see it fulfilled. Could the funds be transferred promptly? Su Ming inquired earnestly, as he was genuinely anxious to access the money. The principal and his companions were momentarily taken aback, wondering if Su Ming truly intended to exploit the situation. However, since he had already contracted the nightmarish beast, they knew it was imperative to provide him with support. Rest assured, the 10 million will be transferred to your account shortly. Su Ming, focus on your training and do not let the efforts of your teachers go to waste, the principal advised, feeling a pang of concern for his cherished nightmarish beast. Chapter 7. Leaving the city. Not long after exiting the principal's office, Su Ming received a notification that 10 million had been deposited into his account. With this amount, he could fully refine his naive Julie bloodline to perfection. How did it go? Su Lang approached, his excitement palpable as he regarded Su Ming. The homeroom teacher's personal attention to Su Ming indicated the school was keen to recruit him. Easily done. Have you been accepted by the Beast Tamer Association? Su Ming glanced at Su Lang, realizing that they would soon be embarking on separate paths, each striving for their own futures. I received 500,000 as startup capital, with an additional 100,000 each month. Su Lang beamed, an impressive benefit for someone with a 4-star aptitude. That's great. You're on your way. Su Ming felt a surge of joy at Su Lang's good fortune. Just be careful when hunting fierce beasts, Su Ming advised. Although Linjiang City was inland and lacked particularly powerful beasts nearby, venturing outside the city was akin to stepping into a realm of life and death. The risks were considerable. Don't worry, I value my life. I want to venture into areas with high-level fierce beasts. I'll stick to the outskirts. Moreover, until my beast reaches the ordinary 3rd tier, I want to be able to leave the city, so it will be a while before I can head out. Su Lang waved dismissively. Enhancing his beast's training speed would require significant resources, and he estimated it would take at least half a month to reach that level. Indeed, caution is still paramount. Su Ming nodded, bidding Su Lang farewell as he prepared to return home. He was eager to elevate the capabilities of both his naive and nightmarish beasts with the newly acquired funds. Once home, Su Ming promptly locked the door. System. Convert the 10 million into reinforcement points. Conversion complete. Remaining reinforcement points, 1,000. The system chimed in, confirming that utilizing his 9-star talent had granted him 1,000 points. Julie bloodline. Passive skill. The denser the Julie bloodline, the greater the explosive potential from fury, and the lesser the negative effects. 6,100. Su Ming glanced at his reinforcement points, took a deep breath, and feverishly allocated all points to fully enhance his Julie bloodline. Bloodline of Jiuli. Passive skill. Enhances rage effect by 5-fold. Removes negative effects. 100,100. Observing the effects of the complete bloodline of Jiuli, Su Ming smiled with satisfaction. As his level increased, the benefits conferred by the bloodline of Jiuli would become increasingly pronounced. However, he found himself with only 60 enhancement points remaining. Since each skill required 50 points to advance from level 2 to level 3, Su Ming felt somewhat constrained in his ability to enhance them. At this moment, his gaze shifted to the nightmarish beast. Skills: Illusion, Mental Shield, Sleep Spell, Mind Blast, Nightmare Domain. Illusion LV1. Bewilders the opponent, rendering them unaware of your presence. 010. Mental Shield LV1. A magical shield formed through mental prowess, currently capable of negating one skill that is 5 minor levels stronger than oneself. 010. Sleep Spell LV1. Puts the enemy to sleep, duration dependent on the enemy's level. 010. Mind Blast LV1. A powerful mental strike against the opponent's consciousness. 010. Nightmare Domain LV1. A domain-based skill. Within this realm, the enemy's mental defenses are reduced by 100%, and nightmare skills are enhanced twofold. 010. Su Ming regarded the skills of the nightmarish beast, lamenting the terrifying nature of mental-type beast tamers. Although these skills had yet to display their formidable power, it was important to recognize that the combat capabilities of mental-type creatures grew exponentially with level increases. Cultivating a mental-type beast was undeniably a wise investment. Without hesitation, Su Ming upgraded all 5 skills to level 2, each requiring an additional 50 enhancement points. In less than an hour, he had expended 1 million with the ease of drinking water, a notion inconceivable to outsiders. However, the expenditure was indeed worthwhile. His pure bloodline of Jiuli, though currently an ordinary second-tier beast, could, when all skills were activated and combined with his enhancement talents, amplify its power beyond 100-fold, a truly terrifying prospect. Presently, his ordinary second-tier beast possessed a strength ranging from 300 to 500 gene. With the enhancement of skills and his innate talents, this creature could unleash a force of tens of thousands of gene in a brief burst, while elite-level beasts typically maxed out at a mere 10,000 gene. Su Ming observed his innocent and carefree beast munching on the bamboo he had brought back. And who could have anticipated that this seemingly harmless creature would transform into a true nightmare when roused? Moreover, with its pure bloodline of Jiuli, the beast's eyes had shifted from black to red, its teeth elongating slightly. Although still adorable, it now exuded an additional aura of dominance. Feeling content, Su Ming playfully pinched his beast's ears. Then, after toying with the nightmarish beast, he returned both creatures to the beast space where they could thrive and grow. Yet, contemplating his empty wallet, Su Ming felt a wave of desolation wash over him. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a way. For now, he did not urgently need to enhance further. Focusing on earning money would suffice. The night passed without incident. Upon waking the next morning, he found his beast had reached the 3rd tier, essentially maintaining a rhythm of leveling up by 1 small tier each day. In contrast, the nightmarish beast, due to its unusually lengthy growth period, had yet to attain even the ordinary 2nd tier. At school, only about 2/3 of the students attended today, as the remaining third had been recruited by outside forces. Students like Su Lang were reporting to their respective factions today, where they would receive guidance in their training. However, there was little to instruct, as placing beasts into the beast space was the only effective means of accelerating their growth unless additional resources were available. Su Ming sought out his homeroom teacher, Huang Hemming. Su Ming, is there something you need? Huang Hemming inquired, puzzled, given that typically, newly contracted beast tamers were preoccupied with nurturing their creatures, leaving little time for classes. Teacher, I need to leave the city, Su Ming replied earnestly. Leave the city? Your summoned beast has reached the 3rd tier. Huang Hemming, unaware that Su Ming possessed 2 beasts, mistakenly assumed it was the nightmarish beast that had achieved this milestone. Although the nightmarish beast was formidable, its growth would require considerable time, and the million spent was merely a drop in the bucket. Teacher, I have 2 beasts. Not just that exceptional nightmarish beast, Su Ming clarified, realizing Huang Hemming's misunderstanding. Oh, you have dual talents and contracted 2 beasts. That is indeed impressive. But can you manage their training? Huang Hemming nodded slowly, taking a seat. He genuinely believed the nightmarish beast had reached the 3rd tier. If that were the case, Su Ming would undoubtedly become the foremost tamer of the new generation in Linjiang City. Chapter 8. The terrifying power of Huan Huan. Feeling a bit short on funds, I plan to venture outside the city to hunt fierce beasts. Rest assured, teacher, I will only hunt near the outskirts. Su Ming looked at Huang Hemming, knowing that as a student, he required school-issued permission to exit the city gates. Please wait a moment. I will consult with the principal, Huang Hemming said, pausing briefly before dialing the principal. In truth, the principal was more concerned about the nightmarish beast than Su Ming. A moment later, Huang Hemming returned. Here is the permission slip. Be sure to protect yourself. The world outside the city can be daunting for children like you. Thank you, teacher. I value my life. Su Ming replied with a grin. With the permission slip in hand, he was ready to leave the city. The vicinity of Linjiang City, compared to coastal cities, had significantly lower pressure. In recent years, human beast tamers had grown increasingly powerful, leading to a substantial reduction in the threat posed by fierce beasts in the inland regions. At least in the areas surrounding base cities, formidable beasts had become a rarity. Having successfully exited the city, Ming made his way toward the forest. Due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the geography of modern-day China had undergone dramatic transformations, with trees several meters thick now commonplace. The area beyond the city had truly become a paradise for fierce beasts, but it was equally so for powerful beast tamers. Each fierce beast held considerable value. With advancements in technology over the years, humanity had developed a form of spatial storage technology akin to storage rings, facilitating logistical support for beast tamers while hunting and allowing for the bulk transport of captured fierce beasts. Ming's father owned one, which now belonged to him. Though its capacity was modest, around 20 cubic meters, it could still hold numerous fierce beasts below the third tier. The nightmarish beast perched on Ming's shoulder, while Huan, now nearly 3 meters tall, stood beside him, resembling a small giant. With its crimson eyes and sharpened teeth, Huan was fully awakened by the blood-scented air of the wilderness, its bloodline of Jiuli thoroughly ignited. Suddenly, a rustling emerged from the grass before Ming. As a newcomer to the outside world, he remained vigilant, while Huan positioned itself protectively in front of him. Ming kept a watchful eye on the bushes, and the nightmarish beast also assumed a combat stance, showcasing their formidable combat talents even in the early stages of their first battle. A fierce beast resembling a wild boar slowly emerged, its size surpassing Huan's, measuring nearly 4 meters in length, with tusks protruding nearly 50 centimeters from its mouth. Fierce beast, Zhu Ganglai. Level, ordinary 4th tier. Quality, medium grade. Skills, charge, tusk attack. In the realm of the 4th tier beast, Zhu Ganglai, Ming had encountered it during the Beast Catalog class. Humanity's current compendium of ferocious beasts comprises tens of thousands of mutated species, with Zhu Ganglia's origins tracing back to the wild boar of yore. Its abilities may be limited, yet its strength is formidable. Notably, the Beast Catalog explicitly states that Zhu Ganglai possesses succulent flesh, and its consumption can augment one's spiritual energy. The meat of ferocious beasts is imbued with spiritual essence, which accounts for their considerable value. Each beast is typically colossal. For instance, the one before him weighs around 1 to 2 tons. Han, go forth, Ming declared, confident that Han could easily handle Zhu Ganglai. With a thunderous roar, the two titans charged at one another. Just as they were about to collide, Ming shouted, Han, unleash your brute strength, giant elephant. Upon hearing Ming's command, Han's form suddenly expanded mid-gallop. Its previously relaxed muscles swelled dramatically, a manifestation of the giant elephant skill that bolstered its defenses. Han, enter a state of fury. Ming continued to direct. In an instant, Han's eyes blazed a deeper crimson, and with a thunderous roar, it stood erect, raising its front paw high before crashing down upon Zhu Ganglai. Renowned for its courage, Zhu Ganglai met the challenge head-on, thrusting its formidable tusks forward. The impact resonated like thunder, sending tremors through the ground, even reaching Ming, who stood 10 meters away. Han's mighty paw struck true, shattering Zhu Ganglia's tusks and landing a fatal blow directly upon its crown, causing the earth beneath to buckle under the force of Han's immense power. Ming estimated that this explosive display of strength surpassed 10,000 pounds, perhaps even more. Surveying the lamentable remains of Zhu Ganglai, Ming swiftly processed the carcass before stowing it in his storage ring. Well done, he murmured, gently stroking Han, who had reverted to its normal state. The 9-Li bloodline allowed Han to unleash its fury without any lingering concerns, a truly remarkable trait. In the days that followed, Ming opted to hunt ferocious beasts along the forest's periphery. A standard 4th-tier Zhu Ganglai could fetch upwards of 50,000 due to its delectable flesh. Within the dense thicket, roars echoed incessantly, causing the surrounding flora to tremble violently. The ground bore the marks of Han's rampage, with massive depressions attesting to its ferocity. Amidst the cacophony of roars, Han's bloodthirsty bellows mingled with the feeble protests of smaller beasts quaking in their last vestiges of dignity. Good job, Han. You too, splendidly, Ming remarked as he finished processing the latest beast and sought refuge beneath a grand tree. The synergy between Han and the Nightmare was nothing short of extraordinary. The Nightmare employed psychic attacks to incapacitate or daze the ferocious beasts, granting Han opportunities to strike. After a day filled with battle, the two beastmasters had established a nascent cooperation. As twilight descended, Ming decided it was time to return. Glancing at the fiery hues of the evening sky, he anticipated another fine day ahead. Today's endeavors had proven fruitful. He estimated his earnings to be around 4 to 500,000. Yet he knew he could not venture out tomorrow. Han Han was already exhausted from the day's exertions, and though the 9-Li bloodline prevented mental fatigue, physical weariness still prevailed. Han Han had only recently come into existence, and Su Ming was reluctant to push it further. Upon safely returning to Linjiang City, the streetlights had flickered to life. Gradually, the night enveloped the city, illuminated by the glow of lamplights. Utilizing the light, Su Ming hailed a taxi to the Beastmaster Association. He needed to sell the beasts he had hunted that day, and although it was late, he had heard from Su Lang that the association typically remained open until midnight. Originally, Su Ming had hoped Su Lang would accompany him, but as they were engaged in a dinner gathering, he was left to navigate alone. Chapter 9. A Resounding Crash. Sister Warner, why have we been left here? At the beast material collection point, two fair-skinned, beautiful young women stood at the counter, their long legs accentuated by alluring black stockings adorned with letters. It's because we signed up for the Beastmaster Association. According to the rules, we must be on duty, replied the girl called Warner, her cherubic face possessing a hint of baby fat, yet her features radiated the essence of first love, particularly accentuated by her curvaceous figure. Sister Warner, I genuinely signed up for the association, while you only did so because your father is affiliated with it. We are hardly on equal footing, retorted the shorter girl beside her, whose appearance was comparable to Warner's. Both were students from Linjiang City, like Su Ming, who had awakened their Beastmaster talents and formed contracts with beasts. However, they had chosen to develop their careers within the association, while Su Ming opted for academia. Even at night, the association was bustling with activity, with a steady stream of individuals entering and exiting. Many relied on trading ferocious beasts and beast resources to support their families. Upon arriving, Su Ming recalled that even before becoming a Beastmaster, the association was already a household name, a prestigious entity second only to the national machinery, backed by governmental support. It governed nearly every aspect related to beasts across the country. Consequently, a significant portion of the students from Su Ming's school, over a third, had joined the Beastmaster Association, while the remaining students pursuing higher education or entering society would also likely engage with the association. Good day, I am here to sell ferocious beast materials. Su Ming's voice interrupted the conversation between the two young women. Chi Warner turned with a smile, surprised to see a boy of similar stature before her, whose appealing appearance was marred by the unmistakable scent of blood, evidence of his day's exploits. Chi Warner and Lan Bao promptly shifted into professional mode, despite their astonishment at the boy's presence. Hello, sir. Please place your ferocious beast materials in this designated area. We have specialized appraisers to assess their value. Chi Warner kindly directed Su Ming to an expansive area, which appeared to be adjustable for sorting the materials once evaluated. Su Ming extended his hand and emptied the contents of his storage ring, pouring out the carcasses of the beasts he had hunted. Chi Warner and Lan Bao's expressions shifted from smiles to perplexity. Su Ming had slain approximately 15 beasts that day, their levels ranging from ordinary second tier to fourth tier. As the remains of the beasts settled upon the ground, Chi Warner regained her composure and beckoned Su Ming over. Hello, sir. Your total for the ferocious beasts amounts to 630,000. Would you prefer cash or a bank transfer? Chi Warner inquired, glancing at the displayed figures on her computer. A transfer, please. Here is my bank card, Su Ming replied, handing over his card. May I kindly ask for your name? Su Ming, he responded. After a brief flurry of activity on the computer, Chi Warner returned the card to him. The transfer may experience a slight delay, but it should arrive before midnight. Here is your receipt. Please keep it safe. Thank you, Su Ming replied, accepting the documents and turning to leave. As he exited the association, his phone pinged with the transfer notification, a testament to the efficiency of the process. Chi Warner watched his retreating figure, softly murmuring his name. Su Ming. Wanna look? Su Ming is the same age as us, a student from first high school, and he has awakened dual talents. Beside her, Lan Bao swiftly uncovered Su Ming's information merely by his name, indicating the substantial power behind her. How had he managed to slay so many ferocious beasts? The scent of blood clinging to him must surely be from his own endeavors. Chi Warner took Lan Bao's phone and, upon perusing Su Ming's details, felt an even deeper sense of confusion. Having amassed an income of 600,000, Su Ming was overwhelmed with joy. He returned to the Beast Taming food store to purchase the favorite delicacies of Huan Huan and Nightmare before heading home. Upon his arrival, he was greeted with the warmth of freshly prepared meals. His parents, knowing he had ventured outside the city, had worried but did not overly impede him. It was nearly 8 o'clock, and his prior message to his parents had them waiting to dine until his return. They did not inquire about the day's harvest or how many beasts he had slain. Their foremost concern was simply that their child had returned safely home. After dinner, Su Ming retreated to his room, releasing Huan Huan and Nightmare. Although they had not spent the day training in the beast space, both had stabilized their cultivation through combat. A rare and invaluable experience. Particularly for Huan Huan, Ming speculated that he would soon enter his growth phase, with the completion phase now well within reach. As for Nightmare, Ming found it challenging to gauge, as this beast was somewhat rare, with scant information available online, further highlighting the significant investment made by the city lord. In the days that followed, Ming refrained from venturing outside the city again, primarily alternating between school and home, with occasional visits to the Beast Tamer Association to spend time with Su Lang. New students joining the association were required to undertake work internships to familiarize themselves with its operations. This process was not without compensation, as the association offered substantial wages, which they were all eager to accept. During this time, Ming encountered the two girls who had assisted him during his previous beast sale. From Su Lang, he learned that the taller girl, Qi Waner, was the daughter of Qi Ming, the vice president of the association, while the shorter, Lan Bao, hailed from a wealthy family that owned a beast food processing company. Both possessed commendable beast taming talents, with one rated at 7 stars and the other at 6, making them contenders for the top 10 prestigious schools in Linjiang City. Over the next 10 days, Ming ventured outside the city for hunting only once, spending 2 nights beyond its confines. It was during this excursion that he collected approximately 4 million worth of beast materials. And it was also the moment Huan Huan devoured a segment of the Qinjia bamboo, officially entering his growth phase, with the bamboo facilitating Huan Huan's approach to the completion phase. Huan Huan's level had ascended to Elite Tier 1, while Nightmare reached Ordinary Tier 7. Huan Huan had grown to approximately 7 meters in length, towering as tall as a 2-story building, a true behemoth. However, these developments remained known only to Ming, who kept them to himself. One fateful night, a tremendous explosion erupted outside Linjiang City, prompting all elite beast tamers within the city to mobilize, including Ming's father. The next day, upon awakening, Ming discovered that the city had erupted in chaos. "Mom, what on earth happened?" he inquired, turning on the television, which was inundated with news of the prior night's explosion. "I don't know. We'll find out when your dad returns," his mother replied. Just as she finished speaking, Ming's father entered from outside. "Dad, what is going on?" Ming asked with curiosity. "Ancient ruins," his father replied tersely before heading straight to the bathroom to shower. Ancient ruins had appeared in Linjiang City. This was a momentous occasion, as Ming recalled from his high school history lessons that eons ago, Earth had hosted a civilization of beings akin to humans, known as the First Summoners. During that era, Earth flourished with a vibrant beast-taming culture, wielding immense power. Yet for reasons unknown, those beings became extinct. Researchers could affirm that the beast tamers of that era were significantly stronger than those of the present. From that time onward, spiritual energy began to wane, leading to the emergence of dinosaurs, and by the time of humanity, spiritual energy had entirely vanished. Now, with the resurgence of spiritual energy and the invasion of alien races, the ancient ruins, long buried beneath the earth, resurfaced before humanity. The magnificent civilization of beast tamers provided humanity with a glimmer of hope. And it was these ancient ruins that would enable beast tamers on Earth to rapidly enhance their strength and resist the encroaching alien forces. Scholars referred to that bygone era as the Age of Revelation, signifying the dawn of a new epoch. Numerous ancient ruins had recently emerged on Earth, containing remnants of the beast tamer civilization and treasures from that time, many of which could significantly enhance a beast's abilities. Thus, the discovery of ancient ruins would present an unparalleled opportunity for beast tamers to bolster their powers. As Ming pondered these revelations, his father emerged from the bathroom, and a multitude of questions welled up within him, yet he hesitated to voice them. "Ming, come sit," his father beckoned, indicating that he had something to discuss. "What is the matter, Dad? Is there something going on?" Ming asked, puzzled. "This matter regarding the ancient ruins, is it truly authentic? I hope there are no blunders." Ming's mother interjected, having overheard, her curiosity piqued. "Ming, what is your current strength?" his father inquired. "Ordinary Tier 7. Why do you ask?" Historians have deciphered that only beast tamers who have just awakened at 18 years old can enter the ruins. To explore the ancient ruins, our Linjiang City must collaborate with the nearby Tianbing City and Jiangming City, allowing 18-year-old beast tamers from all 3 cities to enter. 18 years old. We must remember that beast tamers awaken their talents at that age. At 18, no one will exceed the elite level. So, does this mean Ming will go? Ming's mother expressed concern, aware that the ancient ruins were fraught with both opportunity and peril, with no one knowing what lay within. "Yes, it's pretty much decided. Ming's strength has met the criteria. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, especially as the alien forces grow increasingly audacious. Not just here but across the nation and the world, where many ancient ruins have recently emerged, Su Yu said, gently stroking Su Ming's head. In this day and age, despite their reluctance, parents must allow their child to contribute even a modicum of strength for the survival of humanity. Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I promise I will return alive, Su Ming reassured them. All right, I believe in you, Su Yu replied with a faint smile. Just then, Su Ming's phone buzzed with a message from his homeroom teacher. Go ahead, Su Yu said, aware that the city lord was overseeing this matter, and Su Ming would need to gather at school. Okay, he hurried to the school, where all students had already assembled, including those who had been away with other factions for training. Teacher, I'm here, Su Ming greeted Huang Heming as he reported in. Yes, you should be aware of what is happening, Huang Heming noted, knowing Su Ming's father was the city's defense commander. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. All right, proceed to your designated spot in class. Su Ming approached, finding Su Lang already present, having saved a spot for him. Whispers filled the air. The emergence of the ancient relic had become common knowledge. Su Ming, what should we do? I'm so anxious. I heard we are to explore the relic this time. What did your father say? Is it true we are going? Su Lang gestured animatedly, his excitement palpable at the thought of the ancient relic, a place shrouded in mystery and allure. Indeed, Su Ming nodded thoughtfully. With over 400 enhancement points at his disposal, he could elevate the levels of 2 of his beasts to level 2 in one go, thus ensuring a greater level of safety. However, he hesitated, wishing to reserve some enhancement points for emergencies, caught in a dilemma. At that moment, the vice principal, whom Su Ming had encountered in the office previously, ascended the stage. He surveyed the crowd before addressing them directly through the microphone. Students who have reached the ordinary 6th tier, please remain. Others may leave. Those at 6th tier must stay. Ordinary 6th tier? It's barely been a month since awakening. Only a handful can qualify, someone murmured. Indeed, that's an exceedingly high threshold. Just be content. Without being at ordinary 6th tier, venturing into the ancient relic is tantamount to courting death. The vice principal's words caused the throng of nearly 1,000 students to dwindle to mere dozens. Su Lang, have you reached the 6th tier? Su Ming queried, puzzled by Su Lang's rapid advancement, recalling that his beast had not seemed to grow for long. I spent 1 million to acquire 3 spirit fruits, Su Lang admitted, a sheepish smile spreading across his face. The spirit fruit, valued at 400,000 each, significantly hastened the leveling of beasts, showcasing Su Lang's willingness to invest heavily. Well, take care then, don't perish inside, Su Ming sighed. Who else do I have but you? You must protect me, Su Ming, Su Lang implored, clinging to Su Ming. Subsequently, the vice principal briefed the remaining 50 students on the relic. In truth, little was known about it. Only by entering could they uncover its mysteries. Thus, those entering the relic would be akin to crossing a river by feeling the stones, a perilous endeavor. As students of the ordinary 6th tier, you may choose not to go. Su Lang, are you going? Of course. Even if I die, my demise will be monumental, Su Lang proclaimed, thumping his chest. Chapter 11, The Undead Beasts. Outside the city. Before the ancient relic, nearly 218-year-old beast masters from Linjiang City gathered, with around 400 from the other 2 base cities converging at the ancient relic's entrance. Su Ming, allow me to introduce you to Qi Wan'er and Lan Bao. They are my leaders in the Beastmaster Association. Su Lang formally introduced Su Ming to the 2 women, and thus, Su Ming became acquainted with them. Su Ming, do look after us inside the relic, Qi Wan'er said with a gentle smile, her instincts suggesting that Su Ming's combat prowess was formidable. Yes, indeed. Su Ming, we have witnessed your strength. We must support one another. Lan Bao, a vivacious spirit, chimed in. Certainly, Su Ming replied, a hint of awkwardness in his smile. A group of 600 was neither excessively large nor small. The enormity of the ancient relic was unknown, and thus, even 600 might be inadequate. At the forefront stood the city lords from the 3 cities, each accompanied by a lord-level beast, exuding an aura of terror. Old Qin, old son, shall we commence? Okay. With a powerful effort, the 3 lord-level beast masters unleashed their might, causing a crack to form in the relic's entrance. Quickly, enter, with the lord's commanding shout. The nearly 600-strong contingent entered the relic in an orderly fashion. Moments later, beads of sweat began to form on the foreheads of the 3 lords, clearly indicating that breaking through the energy barrier surrounding the relic was no simple feat. Once everyone had entered, they withdrew their powers, their hearts filled with trepidation. This represented the new generation of reserves for the 3 cities, and a total annihilation would spell disaster. Su Ming blinked, momentarily disoriented as he crossed the threshold into the relic. A teleportation-like phenomenon caused everyone to vanish from their original location upon entry. Surveying his surroundings, Su Ming found himself completely alone, contemplating the vastness of the relic that somehow housed 600 individuals without a single encounter. He activated his portable illumination device, distributed by the school, as the relic was devoid of light. Without such equipment, navigating would be nearly impossible. Summoning his beasts, Huan Huan and Nightmare, he sought the comfort of companionship, knowing their instincts for danger far surpassed his own. The illumination device was specially designed to last an entire day without depletion, and each student had brought batteries as a precaution. On the walls, depictions of the Apocalypse era's history were etched, prompting Su Ming to quickly capture photographs with his phone. As this documentation was crucial for research on that era, he observed that the murals illustrated a multitude of beast masters engaged in fierce combat. And at the center of the battle, a beautifully adorned egg appeared to be the catalyst for the conflict. As he became engrossed in the scene, Huan Huan, perched on his shoulder, let out a low growl directed towards the foreboding darkness ahead. Having faced numerous battles together, Su Ming understood that danger lurked nearby. Otherwise, Huan Huan would not sound the alarm. Pointing the illumination device forward, a massive skeletal beast materialized before him. Beast, Bone Tiger. Level, Ordinary 5th tier. Attribute, Undead. Skills, none. The beasts within the relic were predominantly of the undead variety. They were once companions of beast masters who perished inside, transformed by some enigmatic force into undead beasts. A phenomenon humanity has yet to fully comprehend. Huan Huan, deal with it. Roar. Huan Huan, at Elite 1st tier, did not even need to activate a skill to dispatch the Bone Tiger with a single strike, leaving its bones scattered. Confronted with the seemingly endless tunnel ahead, Su Ming steeled himself and pressed onward. Meanwhile, others explored the dark passageway as well. Su Lang, with his ordinary 6th tier abilities, began to show signs of fatigue and chose to retreat, standing still. According to research, once someone traversed the relic, they would be teleported out. Remaining at the starting point posed little danger. Sigh, how embarrassing, Su Lang lamented, leaning against his rock-horned bull, waiting to be transported out. Lower-tier beast masters opted to return to the starting point, halting their advance. The undead beasts Su Ming encountered along the way appeared feeble against Huan Huan. As long as they were not of a higher tier than Huan Huan, he rarely needed to employ any skills. Many of the undead beasts lacked skills entirely, making them easy to handle. When will this end? Su Ming wondered, gazing into the inky darkness of the tunnel, uncertain of how long the journey would take. Thank you for your hard work, he patted Huan Huan, realizing that he now seemed dwarfed by his companion, feeling almost as if he were but a fraction of Huan Huan's robust form. However, Henin still emitted a sound, and upon receiving praise from Su Ming, he joyfully nestled closer to him. All right, be good and continue forward. Su Ming provided illumination beside Henin, continuing to fend off the ferocious beasts that emerged within the tunnel ahead. Outside, numerous powerful individuals arrived near the ancient ruins, including Situ Nan, the lord of the largest base city of this generation, an extraordinary beast master. Old Qin, what is the situation now? Situ Nan inquired of Qin Qing, the lord of Lingjiang City. They have been inside for half a day, and no one has emerged. This ruin is extensive. How long it takes to conclude depends on the prowess of your base city's beast masters. Situ Nan gazed at the ancient ruins, which merely revealed the tip of the iceberg, feeling a tinge of concern. The ancient ruins could potentially lead to an alternate space, crafted by powerful beast masters of the Apocalypse era utilizing their spatial attributes. Thus, even if one were to dig thousands of meters deep, they might not find the end of these ancient ruins. At that moment, Su Ming discovered he had reached the tunnel's terminus, where a blue luminescence emanated from the ground, resembling a magical array. Holding his illumination device, Su Ming surveyed the surrounding walls but found no murals akin to those on the initial wall. With a sense of perplexity, Su Ming, accompanied by his 2 beast companions, stepped into the blue magical array, where a colossal beam of light surged skyward. Outside, the onlookers regarded the sudden ascent of the blue light with confusion. Lord Situ, what is happening? Situ Nan, observing the blue beam, was equally bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 12. The Rewards of the Ancient Ruins. Su Ming stood in place, his gaze clouded with confusion. Suddenly, in an instant, both he and his beasts vanished from sight. The next moment, as Su Ming slowly opened his eyes, a vast expanse of greenery greeted him, a gentle breeze caressing his cheeks. How beautiful! Having spent his entire life within the confines of the base city, surrounded by towering concrete walls, he had never had the opportunity to appreciate such scenery. Even in the beast-ridden outskirts, roaring with delight, Henin frolicked across the grassy expanse, with Nightmare playfully accompanying him. Su Ming could distinctly sense the abundant spiritual energy permeating this area. Where on earth am I? Aimlessly wandering across the meadow, he caught a glimpse of a vast forest in the distance. Where there are forests, there must be large creatures. indicating that this ancient ruin connects to a secluded little world. It is said that during the Apocalypse era, mighty beings utilized their great powers to seal off a small world and establish a teleportation array, where the palace merely served as the entrance. And this was the true location of the ancient ruins. Ming leapt onto Henin's back, urging him to charge forward with all his might. Henin swiftly traversed the terrain, arriving at the forest in no time. In contrast to the forests outside, this world's forest appeared more primordial due to the absence of human destruction. After all, thousands of years had passed since the Apocalypse era. Surely, there can't be any exceptionally powerful beasts lurking here, otherwise, I would be in real trouble. As Ming wandered through the forest, he believed such a scenario to be unlikely. The preservation of the ruins was a measure taken by the great beings of the Apocalypse era to safeguard their descendants, and the restrictions were established with reason. However, for reasons unknown, the beast masters of that age had all perished, leaving these ruins intact until now. After spending half a day exploring the forest, Ming was confident that no living creatures were present. Could it be? Has everything in this ruin already been taken? He felt a pang of frustration as the ruins appeared untouched by prior visitors. Exiting the forest, he found himself before a vast lake, at the center of which lay an island, seemingly home to a small structure. Henin charged. The treasure must be up there. The island was a short distance from the forest's edge, although Henin could swim. He struggled to carry Ming swiftly across the water. Meanwhile, those who had not pressed forward were soon teleported out after the blue beam ascended. With only a few individuals unaccounted for, their fates uncertain. What transpired inside? Situnen asked, grabbing hold of a person. There were many powerful beasts with necromantic attributes. The strongest among them may be elite level. What? The onlookers displayed astonishment. Elite level beasts were no match for this group of newly awakened youngsters. Then how did you survive? As long as we did not advance, those beasts did not pursue us. Thankfully, that should prevent any casualties. We just worry about some reckless kids. Conduct a head count immediately. Situnen commanded, ordering a search for any missing individuals. Su Lang stood in place, unable to locate Ming amidst the chaos. Just then, Ming emerged slowly from the ancient ruins, catching the attention of all who beheld the final figure to exit. What is your name? Which base city are you from? And which school do you attend? Situnen inquired, scrutinizing Ming. Ming, from Lingjiang No. 1 High School. Ming noted the slightly graying man before him. His detection spell revealed that this individual was indeed an extraordinary summoner. Ming, what was the situation within the ruins? Why were you the last to emerge? Qinqing approached, eager to know, as Ming was likely the one with the most knowledge of the ruins' mysteries. Ming glanced around, and Situnen and Qinqing instantly understood, leading him away from the crowd. Moments later, within Lingjiang City, Ming faced the 4 individuals before him, all lords of base cities, with the weakest among them being a lord-level figure. Ming, there are no outsiders here. What did you discover within the ruins? Situnan's words thrust Ming back to an hour earlier. Upon entering the small island at the lake's center, he indeed found a diminutive structure, within which lay a beast egg. The patterns on this egg mirrored those depicted in the murals at the tunnel's entrance. Ming was uncertain whether he had acquired the only treasure within the ruins, or if it was merely a reward accessible through that tunnel. Lord City Master, you should have received the murals recorded by others, correct? Ming countered. The 4 nodded, presenting each mural submitted by the students for Ming's inspection. Upon viewing the murals from others, Ming realized how to articulate his thoughts. Esteemed lords, I surmise that this ruin resembles a challenge and reward system. Upon defeating the guardian of your respective tunnels, one can claim the rewards depicted in the murals. And what did you obtain, Ming? At that moment, Sun Chengzhu of Jiangming City inquired. Ming hesitated for a moment, but after some contemplation, he retrieved the beast egg from his spatial ring. As he unveiled the egg, everyone gathered around, studying it intently, ultimately concluding that it was indeed a supreme beast egg. Ming, how formidable was the strongest beast within the tunnel? This was the crux of the matter. If the beasts within the tunnel were not sufficiently powerful, the ruins could become an inexhaustible source of supreme beast eggs, akin to a boon for human beast masters. It might not be as strong as my beasts, perhaps elite level, but due to having 2 beasts, I could barely hold my ground, Ming replied, summoning his nightmare. The emergence of the nightmare drew the attention of the other 3 city lords towards Qinqing, who had surprisingly brought forth such a creature to cultivate a new generation of beast masters. With an awkward smile, Qinqing observed the ordinary 7th-tier nightmare, and they soon understood why Su Ming had managed to breach the tunnel. With 2 summoned beasts, especially one being a nightmare, defeating the opponent's undead creatures was nearly effortless, as the mental affinity exhibited the strongest restraint over the undead. Well then, thank you for your assistance, Su Ming, Situnen said with a slight smile. as the other students remained at the ruins, still needing to be brought back. You're welcome, it was the least I could do. Chapter 13. The Summoning Egg That Deceived the City Lords. As Su Ming journeyed back, it was evident that the 4 city lords lacked detection techniques. Thus they were oblivious to the true value of the summoning egg. After reassuring his parents of his safety, Su Ming arrived home. He harbored no desire to conceal anything from his parents, presenting everything candidly. Haha, my son is indeed the strongest. My dear, did you see? Our son has outshone everyone. Su Yi was immensely pleased that Su Ming had acquired a summoning egg from the ruins, as it affirmed that Su Ming was among the most exceptional talents among the 3 cities. Upon returning to his room, Su Ming received a message from Su Lang, indicating that after his departure, a few more individuals had emerged from the ruins, and others had also obtained summoning eggs. While Su Ming was unaware of the nature of their prizes, he was thoroughly satisfied with his own acquisition. As he took out the summoning egg, its details manifested before his eyes. Summoned Beast, Phoenix. Quality, superb. Attribute, fire. Just the name Phoenix alone signified the extraordinary nature of this summoning egg. He stored it in his spatial ring, knowing that once the egg hatched, he would learn more about it. In truth, the 4 city lords had misjudged the situation. The nightmare had not intervened at all. It was the clumsy creature that had acted. In a moment of impatience, Su Ming had elevated the skill levels of both of his summoned beasts to level 2, with the next upgrade requiring 100 reinforcement points each. A rather daunting task for Su Ming at present. The following day, a proclamation was issued by Linjiang City, announcing that any 18-year-old beast master wishing to enter the newly discovered ancient ruins could do so, with the rewards likely to be either superb or exceptional summoning eggs. Consequently, a multitude of 18-year-olds, newly awakened to their beast mastery talents, flocked to the ancient ruins. However, many perished within due to their lack of experience. Linjiang City instantly became a bustling hub of activity, yet as many returned disheartened, the successful few were scarce, with life-threatening dangers prompting many to abandon their pursuits. This fervor persisted for over a month, only to wane as the college entrance exams approached, leading to a gradual decline in visitors. A month after the appearance of the ancient ruins, deep within the dense forests outside Linjiang City, the majority of the ferocious beasts roaming were of elite to commander level. An elite 9th-tier bone-eroding wolf growled lowly as it observed a young man before it, dressed in black. The youth was accompanied by a small blue and white beast measuring no more than 50 centimeters, alongside a flaming turkey. Before them loomed a massive black and white bear exceeding 10 meters in size. The black-clad youth was indeed Su Ming, who had been residing in the forest outside the city for a week. The turkey was the phoenix he had acquired from the ancient ruins, though it bore little resemblance to the legendary king of birds. Yet, the undeniable phoenix bloodline compelled Su Ming to accept that this turkey-like creature was, in fact, a phoenix. Han Han, dispatch it swiftly. Han Han had reached its full form, growing larger with each level gained, rendering Su Ming comparable to a mere ant before it. The 7-meter-long bone-eroding wolf appeared as a child in Han Han's presence. After numerous battles, Han Han was now capable of engaging independently. With its fur bristling, Han Han unleashed a formidable aura, seemingly affecting everything around it. This was Han Han's blood rage domain, and when combined with the chi of the 9 Li and its fury, the activation of all 3 skills would render Han Han insatiably bloodthirsty. Only Su Ming could calm it. Once Han Han vanquished its adversaries, it would return to normalcy. The combat prowess Han Han could unleash was beyond measure. A single strike could disrupt even the swiftest bone-eroding wolf. The ground cracked rapidly. A deep fissure approximately 3 meters wide and 10 meters long spreading like a spider's web. With a swift maneuver, Han Han seized the bone-eroding wolf and struck down upon its skull, causing the elite 9th-tier beast to collapse, lifeless. Well done. Su Ming approached Han Han, extending a hand to touch the wolf's still warm body, which rapidly disintegrated into thin air. In Su Ming's mind, the number of reinforcement points had reached 1,300. This discovery had occurred 5 days prior, when Su Ming realized that his father's spatial ring was too small to accommodate the spoils. In a moment of uncertainty, he discovered that his ability allowed him to convert the corpses of ferocious beasts into reinforcement points. Not just beast corpses, but anything he touched with his hands could be transformed. Su Ming retrieved a stalk of 1,000-segment bamboo for Han Han, having previously stumbled upon an extensive grove, and now had ample reserves of food for Han Han. Finding a large tree, he sat down, and his 3 summoned beasts obediently gathered before him. Han Han sat directly in front of Su Ming, who felt as though the skies had darkened. Han Han, switch places with Xiaohua. Xiaohua was the name of the phoenix, newly hatched and currently at a mere ordinary 3rd tier, the weakest in combat among Su Ming's summoned beasts. Summoned beast, phoenix. Attribute, fire. Quality, superb. Level, ordinary 3rd tier, elite, 100 years. Evolution stage, juvenile. Evolution count, 3. Skills, Hellfire, Rebirth, Flame Absorption, Phoenix Strike, Scorching Domain. Hellfire, LV1. Flames from the depths of hell, possessing greater power than ordinary infernos. 0-10. Rebirth. Passive, cannot be upgraded, usable only once in a lifetime. Upon rebirth, combat power is permanently enhanced. Flame Absorption, LV1. Offers 80% resistance to fire attribute attacks, can absorb 50% of the power to wield as 1s on. 0-10. Phoenix Strike. The Phoenix ascends high, engulfed in flames to strike at foes. 0-10. Scorching Domain, LV1. A domain skill. Within this domain, all enemies except those with fire attributes suffer 200% burning damage. 0-10. Su Ming gazed at the Phoenix's skills, marveling at its divine nature. The damage of its abilities bore no limits. Without further ado, he decided to elevate all of them to level 2. Chapter 14. The eve of the college entrance exam. It was time to return. Su Ming surveyed his surroundings, aware that the Gaokao, or college entrance examination, was merely a month away, prompting him to return and prepare for the academic assessments. His prowess as a beast master should suffice for entrance into one of the top 10 prestigious institutions. However, selecting a school that aligns with his aspirations was of utmost importance. The city of Linjiang, where Su Ming resided, was a base city under the jurisdiction of the Sujiang district, one of the 10 planned regions of the new era. Each of these regions encompassed 20 to 40 base cities, with Sujiang being among the few with the least number of base cities. Each of the top 10 universities boasted its own distinctive characteristics. Yet, in Su Ming's assessment, Sujiang University was characterized by its lack of distinction. Although it was situated within his own district, Su Ming yearned for the esteemed institutions in the Hudu or Jingjin regions, where he could engage more directly in battles against other races. Indeed, within the top 10 universities, there existed an unspoken hierarchy, with Subei University often regarded as the least prestigious. Regardless of its ranking, Subei represented a veritable paradise for beast masters, a realm that many could only dream of accessing, with those who gained entry seen as leaders among the new generation of beast masters, carrying the weight of national defense upon their shoulders. Upon returning to Linjiang, Su Ming made his way directly to the Beast Master Association, fortuitously encountering Qi Wan'er and Lan Bao. Having spent considerable time with these two young women, he greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. Su Ming, have you been outside the city again? Lan Bao inquired, noting his disheveled appearance, suggesting he hadn't washed his hair in days. Well, one must spend money to cultivate their beasts. Those resources can be quite costly, Su Ming replied, shrugging nonchalantly. This, of course, was merely an excuse. While others expended vast sums on rare fruits and herbs from other worlds that accelerated their beast's growth, his 9-star talent rendered such purchases unnecessary. Nevertheless, Su Ming preferred to keep this talent hidden, making his excuse the most viable cover. Su Ming, treat us to a meal, Lan Bao declared, unabashedly requesting a treat. Qi Wan'er and Lan Bao, one dignified and the other quirky, were an intriguing pair, and Su Ming marveled at how their contrasting personalities harmonized so well. All right, but I must first sell these fierce beasts before I can treat you, he replied. Great, we'll accompany you, Lan Bao exclaimed, eager to follow him. With a wry smile, Su Ming remarked, are you afraid I might flee? Not at all. I simply want to see your achievements, Lan Bao responded, while Qi Wan'er added with a gentle smile. I too am curious. With that, the trio proceeded to the fierce beast carcass retrieval area, where Su Ming skillfully unloaded the remains. Wow, all elite-level beasts. And their levels hover around the 5th tier. Have you become this powerful, Su Ming? Lan Bao exclaimed, astonished by the quality of the beasts he had brought, most of which were quite common. As top performers in their academic subjects, both girls could easily discern the levels of these fierce beasts. It's nothing extraordinary. Without such strength, how could one aspire to enter a prestigious university? Su Ming replied with a modest smile as he collected his earnings at the counter. 1,200,000. These fierce beasts are indeed valuable, with higher tiers commanding greater worth. Come on, treat us already. Don't be stingy with your wallet. It would be unacceptable not to splurge a little with two beautiful companions, Lan Bao teased, having already gauged the value of the beasts. Fine, fine. You can choose the place. I'll also invite Su Lang, Su Ming conceded. After settling on a location, the three hailed a taxi to the finest restaurant in Linjiang City. Su Lang, upon hearing of the gathering, promptly joined them. Su Ming, what prompted this sudden generosity? Su Lang asked, eyes wide with surprise, especially as he noted the presence of the two lovely girls. Just happened to run into them, and since I made some money selling fierce beasts, I thought I'd de-treat you all, Su Ming explained as he walked alongside Su Lang, flanked by the two young women. What were you up to? How did you arrive before us? Su Lang queried. Reviewing, the Gaokao is just a month away, and my academic performance is dismal, Su Lang lamented, waving his hand dismissively. Clearly frustrated with the academic requirements. Same here. I returned early to review for the cultural subjects, Su Ming admitted. While his academic standing was not poor, it was certainly not stellar, necessitating further improvement to gain admission to a prestigious university. The cultural subjects, you say? If you treat us to dinner each week, we might consider helping you with your studies, Lan Bao suggested playfully, her face alight with mischief. Sister Bao, can you really assist us in improving our academic results? Su Lang inquired eagerly, moving closer to Lan Bao. Of course. Sister Wanner is among the top-ranked in the entire base city for cultural subjects. Tutoring you would be a breeze, Lan Bao declared, her pride evident. Everyone knows Sister Wanna. You don't need to point that out. Su Lang retorted with a roll of his eyes. Actually, that could work. We all need to review, so why not do it together? Chi Wanner, who had been silent until now, chimed in. Is that true, Sister Wanna? Su Lang asked, astonished at the prospect of studying alongside the two girls. Even if no progress was made, it would surely be a delightful experience. Yes, Chi Wanner affirmed. All right, I'll commit to treating you to dinner once a week, Su Lang announced, playfully sacrificing Su Ming in the process. The meal cost nearly 100,000 of Su Ming's earnings, but thankfully, he had some funds at his disposal. On the return journey, the four engaged in light-hearted conversation. Su Ming, which prestigious university do you plan to attend? Chi Wanner inquired with curiosity. I'm aiming for one of those in who do. I hope to join the front lines against the other races, Su Ming responded, gazing contemplatively at the sky. Chi Wanner paused for a moment, but comprehended his perspective, eventually saying, I think I might attend Su Bei University. Why is that? Su Lang turned to her, incredulous. Given Chi Wanner's talent could easily secure her a spot in a more esteemed institution. My brother is there. He advised me to apply to Su Bei. Though his reasons elude me, she replied. Sigh, I envy you. You can still choose a prestigious university. For me, it's highly unlikely. I'd be fortunate to enroll in a decent one, Su Lang sighed, acknowledging the challenges posed by his talent level. Don't lose heart, Su Lang. You still have opportunities, Lan Bao consoled him from the side. Chapter 15. A different kind of Beast Master assessment in the days that followed. Su Ming oscillated between the library and home, as the academic demands were exceedingly high. Simply being a Beast Master was no longer sufficient. Of course, innate talent and strength were paramount. A month can seem both long and short, and as time slipped away like grains of sand. Su Ming's academic abilities flourished remarkably alongside the two young women. In truth, the cultural subjects predominantly revolved around memorization, historical facts, beast classifications, and the talents of beast masters. Among other things. The Gaokao is finally upon us. Let us get started already. I can hardly stand it. Su Lang groaned, his head resting on the library table. The four of them had nearly established a routine in this very spot over the past month, with the cultivation of their beasts relegated to the evenings. Naturally, Su Ming's beasts thrived in the beast space, their levels rising more effectively than any elixir could achieve. Same here. My mind is filled with the names and appearances of fierce beasts. It's just too difficult. Lan Bao placed the book atop her head. Her little face puffed in resignation as she surrendered to her studies. With the cultural examination looming the day after tomorrow, she felt she had memorized enough. Perhaps tomorrow would be a day of rest. Su Ming glanced at the trio, all fervently nodding in agreement, resolute in their refusal to study any further. Let us go home, Su Ming declared, standing up first, prompting the others to hastily gather their belongings and exit. Su Lang and Lan Bao frolicked ahead as usual, while Su Ming cast a lingering look at Chi Wanner, hesitating to speak. Have you truly decided to attend Su Bei University? After a moment of contemplation, he managed to voice his question. Yes, Chi Wanner replied softly, their month of companionship having sparked subtle exchanges of thoughts and feelings between the two young souls. Yet, neither dared to shatter the delicate veil of their unspoken affection, and the four parted ways to return home. The following day, everyone opted to rest at home in preparation for the impending examination. The city was enveloped in a profound silence, as all activities paused to pave the way for the college entrance examination. In the past, these exams were primarily for the future of the students. Now, they bore significance beyond the individual, impacting the very fate of Huaxia and humanity itself. These students were the pillars of the future, and perhaps among them lay a master beast tamer of unparalleled caliber. Today's examination differed greatly from the traditional subjects, as it comprised a single cultural test, 4 hours filled with a myriad of questions, a true test of endurance. The assessment of a beast tamer's prowess would only be revealed after the cultural exam concluded. Seated in the examination hall, Su Ming looked at the 16 sheets of paper before him, feeling no hesitation as the moment to validate his month of diligent effort had arrived. Dingling. As the bell signaled the end of the exam, Su Ming finished writing his name just in time. Su Ming, how did it go? Are you done? Su Lang stood at the door, waiting for him. Just wrapped it up. What's the matter? Damn, you must have secretly studied. You completed all those questions. While I still have about 10 left to tackle, I'm doomed. Su Ming smiled softly, noting that many around him had left 2 or 3 dozen questions unanswered. Su Lang's 10 incomplete responses were commendable by comparison. Let us hurry. We need to find out what the Beast Tamer examination entails. Su Ming pulled Su Lang towards the school auditorium, where the results of the cultural exam would soon be announced alongside the details of the Beast Tamer performance assessment. The auditorium buzzed with activity, students chattering excitedly about the cultural exam, with nearly everyone acknowledging they hadn't completed it. This realization filled Su Ming with a quiet sense of triumph. Having finished gave him an edge. Just then, the vice principal approached, holding a sealed envelope. Students, here are the subjects for your Beast Tamer assessment, which has not yet been opened. I shall now unveil it. In an instant, the 1,000-strong audience held their breath in anticipation. While the cultural exam had concluded, the Beast Tamer evaluation was the true focal point. As the envelope slowly unfurled, the vice principal's pupils widened, and he looked up at the students, slowly reading the assessment criteria aloud. The 300-year college entrance examination for Beast Tamer strength assessment. The task involves entering a lower-level alien world to slay extraterrestrial beings, with rankings based on points collected. Scope: nationwide. As the vice principal's words echoed, the crowd erupted in excitement. Slaying extraterrestrial beings, even those from a lower-level world, implied encountering entities of elite caliber. This was no trivial undertaking. Silence, please. The vice principal quickly urged, calming the throng of students and faculty. The details of the examination will be sent to you shortly. For now, return and prepare. The vice principal waved his hand, astonished that this examination would entail venturing into an alien world. Across the globe, portals to alien realms were becoming increasingly common. The lower-level alien worlds, while inhabited by beings of elite strength, were teeming with numbers. Their combat capabilities often surpassed those of ferocious beasts of similar rank, rendering them true monsters. Some among the students were so overwhelmed they were brought to tears. This was akin to a death-defying challenge, not merely an examination. 3 minutes after the examination details were revealed, the government issued an announcement. The assessment criteria for beast tamers were formulated in response to real-world demands, as the frequency of alien worlds emerging on Earth had escalated, particularly with the increase of high-level alien worlds to 10 in recent years, intensifying the pressure. The lengthy announcement conveyed the dangers of this world, and many parents who initially prepared to oppose the examination were silenced. Indeed, the survival of the nation rested upon the shoulders of its citizens, and this matter transcended national boundaries, involving the very existence of a race. Individual lives seemed insignificant in such a grand scheme. Su Ming glanced at the notification on his phone. His parents seated beside him. Go forth, slay more extraterrestrial beings, and showcase the power of our human beast tamers, his father, Su Yu, encouraged, patting Su Ming on the shoulder, while his mother was overcome with emotion. Although the examination would be monitored by extraordinary-level beast tamers, and the lower-level alien world was entirely under Huaxia's control, the dangers were nonetheless substantial. Don't worry, Dad. I have ample combat experience, Su Ming reassured him, his parents aware of his recent hunting excursions beyond the city. All right, we'll await your good news at home, Su Yu said with a knowing smile, recognizing his role as the family's pillar of support. Yes, Su Ming nodded and retreated to his room to prepare. This assessment would last 7 days, with rankings based on the points earned from slaying extraterrestrial beings, necessitating suitable clothing. The government had even provided each student with a spatial ring to store food and clothing. Chapter 16, Su Bei City. As students were required to enter the alien world through Su Bei City, all students from Linjiang City had to gather there, as it was the only access point within the Su Bei district. Su Ming calculated his resources, 2,000 reinforcement points and a savings of approximately 5 million. Currently, his bumbling companion was at elite level 6, and he anticipated achieving level 7 before the examination commenced. Nightmare had also reached elite level 1 and was expected to level up again before the test. The Phoenix, having the longest growth period, had only reached ordinary level 6 but was projected to advance before the examination as well. Among the 3 beast companions, Su Ming stood out among the national candidates, as most had only 2, and some had merely 1, albeit at a significantly higher level due to resource allocation. He felt confident. College entrance exams typically adhered to an average standard, and the alien world should have been largely cleared by Huaxia, minimizing the presence of formidable adversaries. This evaluation was primarily intended to familiarize students with extraterrestrial encounters. After packing his belongings, Su Ming bid farewell to his parents. heading to school for the assembly to board a plane to Subei City. Su Ming, over here. Su Lang arrived ahead of Su Ming at school, where anxiety filled the air. Everyone understood the examination posed risks, but it wouldn't be excessively dangerous. The government would not allow students to face certain death. Nonetheless, students with lesser abilities felt apprehensive, and many parents were gifting items to students with stronger skills in hopes of receiving protection for their children. Su Ming, I'm so nervous. What should I do? Su Lang said, his legs shaking incessantly. What is your current strength? Su Ming glanced at Su Lang, who was secretly cultivating at home. Without the use of probing techniques, Su Ming had no idea of Su Lang's current strength. One of his beasts was an elite tier 2, and the other was merely a standard tier 4. Enough is enough. Did you really pour all your earnings into that horn cow of yours? Su Ming looked at Su Lang and inquired. Yes, this strength is sufficient, undoubtedly exceeding the average. When you encounter formidable opponents, you can certainly avoid them without any issues. Su Lang replied, though his skepticism was evident as he gazed at Su Ming. Indeed, Su Ming reassured him. At that moment, their homeroom teacher approached, teasingly asking, so, Su Ming and Su Lang, how are you two feeling? Nervous? Not really, teacher. My strength should surpass the average level. As long as I don't run into anything too powerful, I should manage just fine. Su Ming grinned, and Huang Hemming, witnessing this, chose not to comment further. Su Ming possessed 2 beasts and had also received 10 million from the school, which significantly bolstered the level of at least one of his beasts. I believe my strength is decent as well, so I should be okay. Su Lang chuckled, though his confidence appeared lacking. Relax, this assessment won't be overly challenging. We can't have you future pillars of society meeting your demise, Huang Hemming said, adopting a more casual demeanor, considering that once the exams were over, Su Ming and his peers would be entering university, and their interactions would be more akin to friendship. Before long, all the students gathered at the school were aboard buses heading to the airport. Sister Wanner, I'm so nervous, Lan Bao said, seated beside Chi Wanner. The two hailed from different schools than Su Ming. What is there to be nervous about? Your strength is certainly up to par. Sister Wanner, look. There's Su Ming. The bus from the first high school passed alongside them, and Su Ming caught sight of them. The two exchanged smiles before parting ways. Upon arriving at the airport, a strategic transport aircraft awaited, capable of accommodating nearly 10,000 students, perfectly suited to transport all the college entrance exam candidates from Linjiang City. Surrounding the airport were countless military personnel, and the city lord had also arrived. Due to the dangers of flying in the sky, a large escort was necessary. Students from each school lined up orderly to board the transport aircraft, with Su Ming's first high school directly opposite Chi Wanner's third high school, keeping their distance minimal. Chi Wanner was renowned for her beauty in Linjiang City, with many considering her a first love. Although Su Ming and Chi Wanner tried to remain discreet, many noticed an apparent connection between them. However, Su Ming was not particularly famous. His recognition was limited to his own school, and few from other institutions knew of him. Outside the transport aircraft, for Lord-level guardians and 10 fighter jets escorted the student-laden vessel. Should any mishap occur, the city lord would find himself in grave trouble. Su Lang pondered the nature of Subei City, recalling only what he had seen on television. Due to the abundance of ferocious beasts outside the city, many would never leave the base city in their lifetime. Subei City, as the central base city of the Subei region, was likely several times larger than Linjiang City. Moreover, the city was guarded by master-level beast tamers, making it one of the safest base cities in China. Su Ming, look. It's Subei City. After nearly 3 hours of flight, the entire city came into view, surrounded by towering walls approximately 80 meters high, resembling a colossal beast lying on the ground. It's massive. It must be at least 5 times the size of Linjiang City, Su Ming remarked, taking in the sight of Subei City for the first time. If Subei City was this vast, one could only imagine the size of the major towns ahead, such as Hudu and Jingbei. Su Lang noted that Subei was a strategic reserve city, providing resources and beast tamers to the towns ahead. As the plane descended, they drew closer to Subei City. Chapter 17. Chihang. Upon disembarking, the distinctions between schools vanished. They were all now part of Linjiang City. Other base city students also arrived at the airport simultaneously. The Subei region, along with Subei City, boasted 25 base cities, with approximately 500,000 candidates in total. Such a significant influx of students posed a considerable test for the city's capacity. The city lord of Linjiang stood before all the students, producing a megaphone to declare, "Students, we have arrived at Subei City. Linjiang City has prepared accommodations for you. There are 5 days until the assessment begins. Once you return to your lodgings, you may act freely, but please prioritize your safety. Any issues arising will not be the responsibility of Linjiang City." The city lord nodded at the accompanying teachers from various schools and calmly led everyone onto buses heading to their accommodations. Su Ming. Where do you plan to go for fun? The accommodation hotel housed 2 students per room, and Su Ming was paired with Su Lang. I don't know. Subei City is quite large, and I'm unsure where to go, Su Ming replied, shaking his head. He was unfamiliar with the area and had no idea where to venture. At that moment, Chi Waner called Su Ming. Hello, is this Su Ming? Want to go out? Lan Bao's voice came through, but Su Lang promptly snatched the phone from Su Ming. Hello, Lan Bao, this is Su Lang. Where are we going to have fun? Su Ming shook his head as the two engaged in a lively conversation while he stood by the hotel window, gazing at the distant buildings. In the hazy distance, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Subei University. Let us go, Su Ming. Lan Bao said that Chi Waner's brother is taking us out. Are you in? Sure. Let's go. Moments later, the 4 had gathered downstairs. Sister Waner, can your brother take us into Subei University? We've never seen what a prestigious university looks like. Lan Bao asked Chi Waner. I'm not sure. My brother said he would take us out for a meal first. Chi Waner hailed a taxi, and the 4 of them climbed in together. They arrived at a lavish restaurant in the city center, where a handsome young man, resembling Chi Waner, stood at the entrance. Brother, Chi Waner exclaimed excitedly, rushing toward him, having not seen her brother in a long time. Su Ming and the others exchanged glances and followed suit. Brother, this is Lan Bao, and these are Su Ming and Su Lang from the first high school. Su Ming, Su Lang, this is my brother, Chi Hang. Chi Waner joyfully introduced her brother to Su Ming and Su Lang, who greeted him with a handshake. Hello, I'm Chi Hang, Chi Waner's brother. I also graduated from the first high school, he smiled. Greetings, senior, Su Ming and Su Lang replied, shaking hands with Chi Hang. Don't ignore me, brother. Lan Bao playfully pouted at Chi Hang. Haha, Bauer, how could I not take care of you? Let us go. I've already reserved a table, Chi Hang said, leading the way while Su Ming and Su Lang trailed behind. The food arrived swiftly, and it was undeniable that the culinary offerings in the central main city far surpassed those of Lingjiang City. These dishes are made from the blood and flesh of exotic beasts. Consuming them can enhance the growth rate of your beasts, Chi Hang enthusiastically explained. As the meal progressed, it was time for casual conversation. Su Ming, my sister mentioned that your strength is quite impressive, and you should have no trouble getting into a prestigious school. Would you be interested in coming to Subei? Chi Hang inquired with a slight smile. Suddenly called out, Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. It was clear that Chi Hang had noticed the subtle dynamics between him and Chi Waner, as the boy that his sister seemed to have an interest in. It was only natural for him to probe further. Su Lang, on the other hand, was engrossed in his meal. For his prowess did not belong to the ranks of prestigious institutions. Interjecting in such topics would only lead to his own embarrassment. I wish to confront the alien races on the front lines, but I wonder if Subei is up to the task. Su Ming did not explicitly state his reluctance to go to Subei, instead opting for a more subtle approach. Upon hearing this, Chi Hang smiled slightly, quickly grasping Su Ming's intent, and replied, Su Ming, you have yet to enter university, and your understanding of the alien races is still quite limited. In truth, every renowned university serves as a front line against the alien races. There is not much distinction among them. There are many types of alien races. The ones you will encounter in this examination resemble ferocious beasts. Essentially, they are no different from them. However, as they originate from another world, we collectively refer to them as alien races. Oh, does that mean once Brother Chi Hang enters university, he will frequently engage in battles with alien races? Su Ming asked curiously, gazing at Chi Hang. Indeed, that is quite likely, as there are virtually no formal classes. Each university has a system akin to a point system. Slaying alien races earns you points, which can be exchanged for necessary resources. Within the university, points are the true currency. As for your inquiry about frequent battles, that is undoubtedly the case, for formal classes are almost non-existent. Upon entering university, you will be assigned a mentor, and the quality of your mentor is pivotal to your future development. You will understand all this once you enter. It cannot be fully explained now. In any case, within the university, especially among the top 10 prestigious institutions, there exists a teleportation array to virtually every known alien world, allowing you access as you please. The 4 of them listened attentively to Chi Hang. So, how about a visit to Subei University? Chi Hang stood up and inquired. Sure, I'm in. Lan Bao was the first to leap up, filled with excitement. What about you two? Chi Hang primarily directed his question towards Su Ming and Su Lang. I'll go. Before long, under Chi Hang's guidance, the 4 of them successfully arrived at Subei University. The vast campus spanned nearly half the size of Linjiang City, illustrating the enormity of this institution. Within the school, one must rely on their summoned beasts or transportation tools to navigate. Traversing solely on foot would be quite a feat. Brother Chi Hang, why do those people look at you with such admiration? Along the way, the men gazed at Chi Hang with awe, while the women regarded him with infatuation. It's because I'm impressive, There's a ranking system in Su Bei that tracks the number of alien races slain. You'll learn about it once you get to university. Almost every university has such a system, Chi Hang replied with a hint of pride. Wan-er, what rank is your brother? Su Ming whispered to Chi Wan-er, who sat beside him. Seems to be in the top 10. He should be quite formidable. Chi Wan-er answered, shaking her head, unsure about her brother's exact standing. Brother Chi Hang, what is that building for? Lan Bao pointed towards a nearby circular structure. Oh, that. Let us go inside and have some fun. Chi Hang turned to Su Ming with a smile. Chapter 18. Chi Hang's Test. The four followed Chi Hang into the massive circular fortress, and the sight before them left them in awe. Inside, numerous large summoned beasts were engaged in battle. The arena was impressively vast, with a depth of nearly 100 meters, providing ample space for students to engage in combat. Su Ming, are you interested in trying it out? Chi Hang asked with a gentle smile. Su Ming looked puzzled, pointing at himself, evidently taken aback. Yes, among the four of you. You are the strongest, and I can't battle against girls, Chi Hang replied, smiling subtly, while secretly thinking this young man wanted to impress his sister, and that he should first experience a lesson from him. Su Lang patted his chest, realizing that sometimes being a novice could help avoid trouble. Brother, you're already at the Lord level. Why would you still battle with Su Ming? Chi Wan-er interjected, recognizing her brother's subtle intentions to give Su Ming a lesson due to their mutual concern. Wan-er, I also have an elite level summoned beast. It's my newly contracted one. Su Ming, do you want to join in? Chi Hang said, casting a slightly provocative glance at Su Ming. While Lan Bao was practically ready with a bucket of popcorn to enjoy the spectacle. Since brother Chi Hang invited, I must accept. But do go easy on me. Su Ming replied, acknowledging the challenge. Of course, of course. Chi Hang waved his hand dismissively. Su Ming, my brother possesses a 7-star talent called Mighty Strength, which can amplify the power of summoned beasts by 30 times. You must be cautious, Chi Wan-er warned. Her eyes filled with concern as she looked at Su Ming. Hey, sister, you're quick to spill my secrets. Chi Hang exclaimed, surprised by his sister's sudden revelation. Humph, you're using your strength to bully the weak. I can't even share your talent with Su Ming? Chi Wan-er retorted, leading Lan Bao to a nearby viewing platform to await the duel. Chi Hang exchanged some points to activate a combat arena, and he and Su Ming stepped into the center. Su Ming, my summoned beast is currently at elite level 9. You may use 2 summoned beasts, or else it would be unfair, Chi Hang stated. All right, Su Ming nodded, not holding back. Come on, Su Ming. Let me witness what kind of genius my sister speaks of. She rarely praises anyone, Chi Hang urged. In the stands, Lan Bao had somehow acquired a bucket of popcorn, while Su Lang sat beside her, thoroughly entertained. Sister Wan-er, what does brother Chi Hang want to test about Su Ming's strength? Lan Bao inquired. Chi Wan-er was well aware of Chi Hang's intentions, yet she remained confident in her brother, knowing he would not harm Su Ming, especially since they were all preparing for the upcoming exams. Come forth, Huan Huan nightmarish. Arise, King Kong giant ape. The 2 summoned beasts materialized in the arena, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Su Ming, what level is your summoned beast? Chi Hang asked, taken aback upon seeing Huan Huan, realizing he might have underestimated the situation, as this creature dwarfed even his King Kong giant ape. Elite level 6, and it will soon reach level 7, Su Ming replied honestly. Although indeed Huan Huan's stature stood at over 10 meters tall, elite level beasts typically did not possess such size. Chi Hang swallowed hard, sensing he might have truly underestimated his opponent, as his King Kong giant ape appeared juvenile in comparison to this iron-eating beast. Chi Hang, are you bringing a junior into play, bullying the weak? A male student passing by remarked with a chuckle upon seeing Chi Hang. My sister's classmate. They're about to take their final exams, so I thought I'd let them have some fun, Chi Hang replied awkwardly, wishing to move on quickly. Now I'm even more interested. A contest between the mighty of Su Bei University and a prospective examinee. The boy, with an arm around a beautiful girl, settled into the stands behind Chi Hang. Zhou Yiming, are you that bored? Chi Hang called out to the boy behind him. Actually, I'm a bit bored, Zhou Yiming admitted, his gaze shifting to Su Ming and the massive Huan Huan. Wow, what on earth is that? You call this a prospective examinee? Is it at the commander level? Elite, Chi Hang thought to himself, swallowing his disappointment. Now it was too late to back down. Bringing his focus back to Su Ming, Chi Hang finally managed to say, Su Ming, let us begin. Okay. Su Ming was not one to hold back against a Lord-level summoner. Doing so would only lead to his own embarrassment. Huan Huan, use might of the giant elephant. With a mighty roar, Huan Huan's size increased yet again under the influence of the giant elephant skill, causing Zhou Yiming in the stands to swallow hard and silently raise his phone to capture the moment. King Kong giant ape, unleash frenzied strength. Chi Hang steadied his resolve, knowing that strength-type summoned beasts generally shared similar skills that could instantly enhance their power. Two mythical beasts clashed with a thunderous roar, a fist meeting a palm with tremendous force. Henin, in a fit of fury. Suddenly, Qihang noticed that Henin's eyes had grown even more crimson, its fur bristling with intensity. Giant King Kong ape, evade swiftly, employ divine speed. Henin, unleash the blood rage domain. What on earth is this? Qihang was bewildered. Beastmaster skill, Titan strength. With no retreat left, Qihang had no choice but to utilize his own Beastmaster talent. In an instant, the muscles of the giant King Kong ape swelled dramatically, bolstered by its skills, its strength surging to an astounding 100,000 gene. Henin, unleash everything. With a thunderous roar, Henin rose to its full stature, effortlessly deflecting the full-force strike of the giant King Kong ape with one hand, while the other sent the ape flying. Silence enveloped the scene, an eerie stillness broken only by the sound of several individuals swallowing nervously. Su Ming, witnessing the giant King Kong ape being hurled away, momentarily forgot he was in battle with Qihang, overwhelmed by the display of might. After a brief moment of shock, Qihang recalled the giant King Kong ape into his Beastmaster space. Its strength lay primarily in its defense, despite Henin's formidable power. The blow had not inflicted significant damage. However, the outcome was unmistakable. In this contest of brute strength between two beastly titans, Su Ming had decisively triumphed. Clap, clap, clap. Applause erupted as a man, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful woman, approached Su Ming. What is your name, Junior? Su Ming. I am Zhou Yiming. I hope you can come to Subei, he chuckled. Haha. Qihang, I've already posted the video of your battle online. Zhou Yiming, you rascal. Qihang quickly pulled out his phone, only to discover that the video Zhou Yiming had shared had already been reshared thousands of times. The title read, The Might of Su Bei's Strength King Overwhelmed by an Anonymous Junior. Sighing deeply, Qihang shifted his mood and approached Su Ming. You are impressive. It seems my sister's praise of you is understated. Qihang chuckled bitterly, realizing he had stumbled into a predicament. Chapter 19, Beast Essence. Su Ming, you are amazing for defeating Brother Qihang. Lan Bao and the others rushed over to celebrate with him. Brother, now you have nothing to say, right? Qi Wanner said. Hands on her hips, a smug expression on her face, as if to imply that her choice of partner was indeed commendable. Sister, you all return home by yourselves. I have some matters to attend to, Qihang said, glancing at the barrage of messages exploding on his phone, feeling overwhelmed. All right. After saying this, Qihang dashed out, only to abruptly stop and turn around, saying, Su Ming, do come by my home sometime. Let Wanner take you to meet my parents. Qi Wanner blushed furiously at Qihang's words, while the other two looked at Su Ming and Qi Wanner with amused expressions, their faces alight with knowing smiles. Su Ming awkwardly raised his head, unsure of what to say, while the two main parties occasionally stole glances at each other. On the way back, the atmosphere remained charged with unspoken tension, yet neither dared to break the silence. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, the video of his battle with Qihang was being fervently circulated across the campus network of Su Bei University, even catching the attention of the school's administration. Who is this kid? Qihang. Is it possible that his beast would lose to his? A middle-aged man suddenly appeared before Qihang, pointing at Su Ming in the video. Ah, Teacher Wu. This person is a classmate of my sister's, a prospective college entrance examinee. Qihang's heart sank. His heroic image had been utterly dismantled by this video. Yet, when he looked up again, the middle-aged man had vanished from sight. Su Ming, I hope you fare well. Remembering the man who had just appeared, Qihang felt a pang of sympathy for Su Ming. This was not his fault. Rather, he should blame Zhou Yiming for hastily uploading the video online. 5 days swiftly passed, and all students preparing for the college entrance examination stood before the teleportation array, ready to embark on their journey. Each wore a wristband that would tally points for every beast they defeated, equipped with an emergency distress signal for dire situations. Su Ming, good luck. You too. Take care of yourself. They encouraged each other, knowing the teleportation was random, and no one could predict where they would end up. Sai Su Lang. Let us just die in there, one said. Indeed, let us accept our fate, Su Lang replied, observing their affections yet noting their reluctance to define their relationship. It wasn't that Su Ming was unwilling. Given the current circumstances, even with his advantages, he could meet an untimely end at any moment. In a world still fraught with instability, how can one dare to promise a fair maiden? Everyone entered in an orderly fashion, prioritizing their safety. The organizers methodically directed the students into the teleportation array. Wave after wave, Su Ming and his companions were swept into the realm of the exotic beasts. Bang! Su Ming landed heavily on the ground, feeling as if he might be crushed. This teleportation is far from comfortable. He grumbled as he stood up and brushed off his backside, lamenting how a higher drop could have been fatal. Regaining his composure, Su Ming summoned his mythical beast to his side. The world of exotic beasts was surprisingly reminiscent of Earth, with towering mountains and forests, albeit inhabited by creatures unlike humans. In just about 2 hours, this low-level realm of exotic beasts welcomed nearly 8 million beast masters. Meanwhile, within a vast control room, the entire exotic world was under surveillance. A testament to the nation's investment in this examination. To assess the new generation's combat capabilities against exotic creatures, a significant amount of resources had been allocated. Each student's wristband also served a tracking function, allowing for clear visibility of their status from the control room. Commence. Ming silently steeled himself. At that moment, a low growl resonated behind him, and before he could turn around, he sensed a sudden wave of danger approaching. Bang! A burst of fire erupted as little fire soared high, its brilliant flames consuming the creature that had attempted to ambush Ming. Beast, Dark Demon Beast. Level, Ordinary 6th tier. Attribute, Darkness. Quality, Superior. It appeared that in this realm of exotic beasts, one could not afford to let their guard down for even a moment. Ming surveyed the charred remains of the Dark Demon Beast, silently grateful that he had summoned his creature at the outset. Climbing onto Henin's back, Ming felt his physical prowess amplified by his beast's influence, effortlessly leaping several meters high to mount Henin. Henin, seek out the exotic beasts. With 3 mythical beasts by his side, Ming felt no apprehension about encountering formidable opponents. Outside, the middle-aged man who had obstructed Qi Heng now stood in the monitoring room of Bei University. Each university had access to real-time monitoring resources, a nationwide initiative to better understand students' combat capabilities. Please assist me in locating this individual's real-time surveillance. The middle-aged man presented Ming's details, and the staff quickly retrieved his monitoring video by matching his student ID with the wristband number. All right, Teacher Wu, it has been transferred to that computer. The staff pointed to a nearby computer and remarked, good. Ming was oblivious to the gaze upon him. The extermination of alien races had been ingrained in him since childhood. In the days when humanity lacked the power of beast masters, they were subjugated by these very alien creatures. Now, as these beings were pushed back into their own realm by humankind, it was time for humanity to retaliate. Roar. The fierce roar of Huan Huan reverberated through the forest, accompanied by the anguished cries of more alien beasts, filled with fear and terror. Ming's 3 summoned beasts complemented each other perfectly, although Nightmarish S attack power was temporarily lacking. Its ability to control the battlefield synergized beautifully with Huan Huan and the Phoenix in combat. The Phoenix showcased its prowess as a legendary beast, holding its ground against ordinary 9th-tier alien beasts despite being only a common 6th-tier creature. This lad, Wu Daoji, observed Ming on the screen, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Just after eliminating an elite 5th-tier beast, Ming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, yet upon glancing back, he detected no anomaly. What was that? Was it merely my imagination? Ming shook his head and continued to process the carcasses of the alien beasts. Within the bodies of these creatures lay the potential to birth a crystalline substance, referred to as beast essence by human researchers, which held considerable value and was immensely beneficial for beast masters. It could not only accelerate the growth of their beasts, but also provide opportunities for their evolution. However, not all alien beasts would yield beast essence. While Earth's beasts might do so, the probability was significantly lower. Chapter 20. The Entrance of Qian Duo. Cackling. Ming emitted an eerie laugh, realizing that such items required a certain drop rate to acquire. After slaying nearly 20 alien beasts, he finally obtained a piece of beast essence. Observing his bloodied hands, he hurried to the nearby river to cleanse them. Before long, a black beast essence, measuring 3 centimeters in diameter, materialized in Ming's palm. The black hue signified a connection to dark attributes, promising greater efficacy for dark attribute beasts. Although Ming did not possess any such beasts at present, the rarity of this essence, valued at 1 million, was undeniable, and it could even be converted into 100 enhancement points. Brother, how about you let me have that beast essence? Suddenly, a voice called from across the river. Ming looked up to see a man on a tall steed approaching him. What is your offer? Ming glanced at the man briefly before returning to the task of cleaning the essence and his hands. That beast essence may be small, but it's of the dark attribute. How about 150,000? The man assessed Ming, knowing that 150,000 was a fair price considering the rarity of dark attributes, albeit the size of the essence was indeed diminutive. How do we transfer? Ming toyed with the essence in his hand, aware that the system valued it at 1 million, making the man's offer quite generous. We can do it right now. The man produced a device from his spatial ring, which Ming recognized as a transfer machine. It was surprising to see someone carrying such a device during the college entrance examination. Hand me your card. Ming leaped over to the man. Unperturbed by any potential for deceit, His curiosity regarding the machine outweighed his concerns. After a series of operations, he confirmed receipt of the transfer record on his phone before handing the beast essence over to the man. Pleasure doing business. I'm Qian Duo. Let us exchange contact information. Su Ming. The two shook hands, and Su Ming took the opportunity to glance at Qian Duo's information. To his astonishment, he discovered that this individual had contracted 4 beasts, each boasting an 8-star talent, an impressive feat that put Su Ming's own 9-star talent to shame. It was no wonder he had managed to contract a relatively ordinary yet swift dark shadow Pegasus, an alien creature known for its speed and utility in escape. Brother Qian, did you contract that dark shadow Pegasus specifically for fleeing? Su Ming teased, patting the creature as he spoke to Qian Duo, who was perched atop. Given such a name, Su Ming could easily deduce that this fellow was not lacking in wealth. Qian Duo gazed wide-eyed at Su Ming's hand resting on his dark shadow Pegasus, not out of stinginess, but rather because his beast was notoriously proud and disliked being touched by anyone but him. He was taken aback that Su Ming could not only touch it, but seemed to enjoy doing so. Haha, no secrets here, Su Ming, that is precisely the case. As the saying goes, one must survive to deal damage. And what about that dark attribute beast essence? Su Ming began to inquire, but before he could finish, Qian Duo tossed the essence into the mouth of the dark shadow Pegasus. Indeed, it's for him. Su Ming swallowed hard, internally lamenting the wealth Qian Duo possessed. Su Ming, until we meet again, I must go hunt more alien beasts. With that, Qian Duo urged his beast and swiftly vanished from Su Ming's sight. Indeed, the competition among beast masters across the nation was fierce, and Su Ming was uncertain of the caliber of opponents he might face. Clearly, Qian Duo was a formidable rival. With 4 contracted beasts, alongside impressive talent and levels, it was evident that substantial financial backing supported his rapid ascension. Having rested long enough, it was time to resume accumulating points. Su Ming swiftly mounted Huan and galloped into the distance. He had nearly exterminated the beasts in this small forest and needed to seek out larger hunting grounds. Meanwhile, on a massive scoreboard, names danced up and down, points fluctuating wildly every second. Yet the top position remained unaltered, held firmly by one known as Jun Wuhui. The gap between him and the others was substantial, dwarfing even the combined scores of the top 10. However, Su Ming and his peers could not see their rankings. Simply breaking into the top 100,000 was the benchmark for prestigious schools, which typically admitted around 10,000 students each year. Su Ming's ranking fluctuated around the 1,000 mark, prompting some dissatisfaction in a middle-aged man monitoring his progress. This performance was decidedly subpar. In truth, Su Ming's slow score accumulation was not entirely his fault. The primary issue lay in his choice of teleportation locations, as he had spent the majority of his time tracking down alien beasts, leading to his current predicament. At that moment, within the alien realm connected to the Chinese college entrance examination, a 10-meter-long black and white iron-eating beast was striding across the vast grassland, chasing a pack of over 20 magic-horned wolves. The wolves, filled with terror, emitted cries of despair as they fled. Haha, this lad suits my taste. I'm determined to recruit you. At a computer, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard watched Su Ming and Huan pursue a group of elite magic-horned wolves, who displayed no signs of resistance. Their original pack had numbered over 50, but after Su Ming's onslaught, only 20 remained. The wolves scattered in panic, yet inexplicably ended up regrouping. Nightmare, sleep spell. The nightmarish beast, nestled atop Su Ming's head, had been dozing all day. It remained asleep unless called upon. Upon receiving the command, Nightmare lazily rose, leaping gently to Huan's head, and directed its delicate, pink antennae toward the magic-horned wolf pack to cast the sleep spell. A day prior, Su Ming had accumulated sufficient enhancement points to elevate the skills of his 3 summoned beasts to level 3. The range and power of Nightmare's sleep spell had reached a terrifying magnitude, and the prowess of his psychic attribute beast gradually manifested. However, Su Ming seldom deployed Nightmare in battle. It was primarily the gentle giant, Han, who engaged in combat, as Han possessed the highest level and potential for growth. Moreover, endowed with the bloodline of the 9 Li, Han could incite his bloodline to surge in battle, enabling a swifter evolution. Should Han achieve evolution, Su Ming's strength would consequently experience a remarkable surge. Following his slaughter of the elite demon-horned wolf pack, Su Ming's ranking soared to approximately 100, emerging as a dark horse in the competition, capturing the attention of evaluators from various prestigious academies. Chapter 21, Earth Dragon. Extracting a beast essence from the skull of a demon-horned wolf, Su Ming now possessed a total of 5 essences from this pack, all larger than those he had previously acquired. Regrettably, they were all of the dark attribute. Although somewhat useful to his psychic beasts, the differing attributes rendered them somewhat wasted. In this world, without specific communication devices, it was utterly impossible to establish contact. Su Ming hoped to sell his surplus to Qian Duo, but that would have to wait until after the examinations or until they chanced upon each other again. Today marked the 5th day of the assessment. With only 2 days remaining until its conclusion, Su Ming prepared to rest momentarily before launching a final assault on the rankings. As the first rays of morning sunlight kissed Su Ming's face, he approached a stream to wash his face briefly before continuing on his journey. This area no longer harbored any formidable beasts worthy of his time. Lower-level creatures yielded scant points. Su Ming paid little attention to beasts beneath the elite level, unless they were akin to the previous demon horned wolf pack, while everyone else surged toward their final rankings. The university instructors outside began to document the promising candidates they sought. Talents were rare, and in this era, exceptional beast masters were even scarcer. Although Su Ming's rank had risen, he had yet to break into the ranks of the most coveted institutions. Only the top 50 schools would vigorously compete for talent. Su Ming was uncertain of his precise point ranking, but based on his hunting speed, he surmised it was not high, as his intervals between hunts were extensive. Although his kill rate was swift, the quantity was insufficient to propel him to the forefront. Su Ming's current goal was to locate a high-level beast, preferably one in the initial stages of leadership. This way, he could achieve a significant leap in his ranking. Though he was unsure whether such leader-level beasts still existed in this world, as they might have already been eradicated. Presently, Su Ming found himself in a primordial forest, with Han Han maintaining a vigilant awareness of his surroundings. Their position lay deep within the ancient woods, where higher-level beasts often resided in more concealed habitats to avoid disturbances. Suddenly, a conspicuous fissure appeared in the ground along Su Ming's path, gradually forming a widening crack. Han Han, do you hear any sounds? Su Ming halted, acutely sensing the looming danger nearby, though he could not ascertain its source. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet began to fracture rapidly, prompting Su Ming to leap on Han Han's back. Quickly, Han Han. Su Ming had not anticipated that a beast would emerge from beneath the earth. This creature had buried itself deeply. A furious roar reverberated throughout the primordial forest, sending the lower-level beasts fleeing in terror. Han Han swiftly carried Su Ming away from the crumbling ground as the roars grew louder, accompanied by the sounds of earth being displaced. A bizarre creature, towering at a staggering 10 meters, emerged behind Su Ming. Beast, Earth Dragon. Attribute, Earth Dragon. Quality, Superlative. Level, Second Stage Leader, Lord, 3,000 years. Evolution Level, Growth Stage. Evolution Count, once. Skills, Dragon Claw, Earth Spike, Strength of the Earth, Dragon's Might. Su Ming gazed at the beast adorned with a prominent horn, realizing it was the subdragon species Earth Dragon depicted in his compendium. The Earth Dragon was not a pure dragon, merely containing a trace of draconic blood, in essence. It could not be classified as a dragon. Nonetheless, whether as a beast or a summoned creature, any entity associated with dragons was formidable, as dragons epitomized the pinnacle of strength. A distinct sound of swallowing echoed. The Earth Dragon likely evaded detection by human beast masters by hiding underground, revealing itself only due to Su Ming's relatively low strength. It must be said that this beast possessed quite a high level of intelligence. Han Han, prepare for battle. Despite lacking dragon blood, Han Han, with his 9-Li bloodline, was equally formidable. Han Han stood tall, even surpassing the Earth Dragon in height, which was to be expected, as the Earth Dragon was still in its growth phase while Han Han had reached full maturity. Han Han, unleash all your skills. Nightmare, incapacitate it. Little Fire, provide support from the side. Han Han's muscles swelled, transforming from a seemingly harmless creature into a fierce iron-eating beast reminiscent of a demon. The Earth Dragon was momentarily taken aback by Han Han's imposing aura, but its draconic bloodline provided no reason for retreat, and it opened its mouth, roaring defiantly at Han Han. In an instant, the two colossal beasts charged at one another. In such a contest of strength, it often came down to a clash of raw power, each delivering blows directly to one another. Nightmare, Mind Shatter. The level 3 Mind Shatter was devastating for a creature like the Earth Dragon, which possessed a large head but a smaller brain. Standing firm, Nightmare waved its antennae in the air. Unbeknownst to the Earth Dragon, Nightmare's psychic energy materialized into a colossal hammer before its consciousness. Bang, bang, bang. With each strike, the hammer pounded against the Earth Dragon's mind, causing it to see stars. Han Han wasted no time, delivering a powerful slap that sent the Earth Dragon flying several dozen meters. Su Ming activated his Beast Mastery talent, Supercharged Enhancement, to bolster Han Han's power once more. Han Han leaped onto the downed Earth Dragon, launching a flurry of strikes augmented by every skill at his disposal, the overwhelming force crashing down upon the Earth Dragon. However, Nightmare quickly grew weary, as it was one level lower than the Earth Dragon. Even without Han Han's intervention, Nightmare, with its level 3 Mind Shatter, could easily render the Earth Dragon incapacitated. Nevertheless, Nightmare's efforts were more than sufficient. The Earth Dragon succumbed beneath Han Han's immense strength. As Han Han continued to rain down blows upon the creature, the Earth Dragon's struggling limbs gradually succumbed to weakness, drooping down. Wu Daoji watched the scene unfold on his computer, momentarily at a loss for words. Had he truly witnessed an elite-level beast master defeating a creature renowned for its strength? In truth, Wu Daoji had noticed from the outset that Su Ming had encountered the Earth Dragon. However, he intended to test Su Ming's potential, to see how long he could endure. What he did not anticipate was that the Earth Dragon would prove utterly defenseless. A single psychic assault from Nightmare disoriented it, followed by the overwhelming might of the colossal bear, rendering the Earth Dragon incapable of any resistance. Wu Daoji realized that if this student were not secured by Su Bei, he would undoubtedly represent a significant loss for Su Bei University in this year's recruitment efforts. Wu Daoji pondered for a moment before promptly picking up the phone to make a call. Chapter 22. The assessment concludes. The news of Su Ming's victory over the Earth Dragon remained largely uncirculated. After all, with such vastness and multitude of people, only those like Wu Daoji, who had been keenly observing Su Ming, could discern his circumstances. Su Ming gazed upon the shattered head of the Earth Dragon, its crimson and white fluids saturating the ground, a testament to the terrifying wrath of Han Hai. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed before Su Ming's eyes. It was a beast core. No, it should be classified as a subdragon core. Su Ming quickly instructed Han Hai to retrieve the beast core from the Earth Dragon. It was as large as Su Ming's own head, its worth immeasurable. Such a beast core could easily fetch $1 billion. In an instant, an audacious thought emerged in Su Ming's mind. He glanced at Han Hai, who had reverted to a harmless demeanor, and his conviction solidified. Han Hai, come and consume this. Su Ming beckoned Han Hai to approach him. Han Hai's gaze fixated on the Earth Dragon's beast core, the dual elemental attributes of Earth and Dragon presenting an irresistible allure. As Su Ming urged him to retrieve it, Han Hai was practically salivating. However, Su Ming's teachings had instilled in him a strong sense of discipline. Without Su Ming's command, Han Hai would not act. Han Hai's large eyes sparkled as he looked at Su Ming, as if seeking confirmation that he was indeed permitted to eat it. Su Ming smiled faintly, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction at Han Hai's understanding, reaffirming that his decision had been wise. Han Hai swallowed the beast core in one gulp, and an immense surge of energy erupted within him. The inherently tumultuous energy of the dragon attribute, combined with the earth attribute that resonated with Han Hai, made this beast core seemingly tailor-made for him. The colossal energy within him required time to be assimilated. Watching Han Hai gradually succumb to slumber, Su Ming found himself unable to retrieve him into his beast space, so he chose to remain by his side. As the assessment approached its conclusion, Su Ming's ranking surged to the top 20 following his defeat of the Earth Dragon. However, due to the lack of combat on the final day, since Han Hai was undergoing the crucial moment of evolution, his position remained static. Han Hai's first evolution was catalyzed by the formidable energy of the Earth Dragon's beast core, effectively resetting Han Hai's evolutionary sequence. Only once the energy stabilized could Su Ming return Han Hai to his beast space to complete the evolution. 10 minutes remain until the examination concludes. All candidates, please remain stationary and recall your beasts, echoed the repeated announcement from Su Ming's wristband. Faced with Han Hai's ongoing evolution, Su Ming could no longer delay and knew he must return him to his beast space. With all 3 of his beasts safely recalled, Su Ming felt a twinge of concern. Had his innate talent for beast mastery not been substantial, Dream Nightmare and Little Fire would have had no space to occupy. As the countdown reached 3 seconds, this unprecedented examination was about to draw to a close. What followed was the anticipation of the cumulative scores and rankings, leading to the application for universities. Su Ming slowly opened his eyes. He now stood in the teleportation square of Su Bei City, surrounded by throngs of students who had just completed their assessments. Su Ming, over here. Su Lang waved enthusiastically from a distance. Seeing Su Lang, Su Ming couldn't help but smile wryly. Ever since childhood, Su Lang had possessed an uncanny ability to spot him in a crowd, even amidst the multitude of tens of thousands. Su Lang, how did your assessment go? Su Ming inquired, relieved to see that Su Lang appeared unscathed. I'm not sure. I feel like I did my best. Look at these dark circles under my eyes. I Haven T slept in the last 2 days, continuously searching for ferocious beasts. Su Lang pointed at his darkened eyes, which seemed to lament his plight. I've just finished. Where are you? Su Ming took out his phone and sent a message to Chi Wanner. Ding dong. A picture arrived. 2 girls posing adorably beneath a massive stone tablet. Su Lang, where's this? Su Ming handed the photo to Su Lang. knowing his sense of direction was superior to his own. Oh my goodness, they're still striking poses. Su Lang rolled his eyes at the photo. Soon, more pictures showcasing various poses arrived, and Su Lang pointed to a distant large stone tablet where the two girls were playfully posing. Su Ming, let us sneak up on them, Su Lang suggested, leading Su Ming stealthily behind the tablet, where Lan Bao was holding Chi Wanner's phone, continuously changing poses. Su Lang suddenly coughed loudly, causing both girls to turn sharply. Ah, Su Ming, Su Lang, Lan Bao exclaimed first, while Su Lang shot her an exasperated glance. Attracting the attention of those nearby, Su Ming approached Chi Wanner, noting the dark circles beneath her eyes after the week-long assessment. You've worked hard, he managed to say after a long pause, which nearly caused Su Lang to faint. He couldn't fathom why Su Ming was so oblivious in such moments. At that moment, the crowd began to swell as individuals from various base cities gathered to depart. The people from Linjiang City congregated together, and if one observed closely, Su Ming and Chi Wanner's hands would occasionally brush against one another. The simplicity of youthful affection required no excessive words. On the way back, the city lord could hardly contain his joy. Among the top 100 in the national practical assessment, Linjiang City boasted 3 representatives, Chi Wanner at 39th, Su Ming at 50th, and Ming Xinqing at 78th. Beyond these 3, for others from Linjiang City had also made it into the top 50,000. This suggested that Linjiang City could potentially have 7 individuals enter prestigious institutions, though this remained uncertain as it depended on their academic scores. As they returned, Su Ming and Chi Wanner resembled an ordinary couple in love. Though they exchanged little affection, they were reluctant to part even for a moment. Much to the discomfort of Lan Bao and Su Lang, who were forced to play the role of third wheels. On the plane, Su Ming kept his eyes tightly closed. Han Hai was in the crucial phase of evolution. Anxiety coursed through him as he pondered the changes Han Hai would undergo post-evolution, for the evolutionary path was predetermined, dictated solely by the beast's bloodline. At that moment, Han Hai was enveloped in a colossal sphere of light, rendering even Su Ming, the beast master, unable to discern what lay within. Su Ming surmised that it would likely take several days. Once the light dissipated, Han Hai would presumably have completed his evolution. Chapter 23. The Invitation from Wu Daoji. On the return journey, everyone was eager to share their experiences during the assessment, while Su Ming attentively listened. A name caught his attention, Jun Wuhui. This individual had dominated the first position since the examination began, with an astronomical gap between him and the second place, akin to the combined deficits of the top 10. Wanner, do you know this Jun Wuhui? Su Ming gently inquired, holding Chi Wanner's delicate hand. Being addressed as Wanner for the first time made Chi Wanner blush slightly, but she nodded in acknowledgement. Jun Wuhui hails from the esteemed Jun family of Hujishing, one of the most formidable clans not only in Hujishing, but throughout all of Huaxia. The Jun family possesses a robust background, with their progeny excelling in military, political, and commercial arenas. It is said that they have among their ranks one of the few mythical beast masters in Huaxia. The might of the Jun family is unparalleled, serving as a powerful ally for humanity in the struggle against alien races. Jun Wuhui stands as the vanguard of his generation, endowed with an exceptional dual 8-star talent. And bolstered by the resources at his disposal, he is indeed a formidable individual. Su Ming nodded in acknowledgement. With such a background and talent, it is indeed difficult to find a rival. At that moment, Su Ming recalled an individual and remembered he had a plethora of dark attribute beast spirits to sell, pondering whether this unwitting patron might be interested. Su Ming, your college entrance examination results will be released in about 3 days. Have you decided which prestigious institution you wish to attend? Chi Wanner gazed at Su Ming, her eyes filled with a sense of reluctance, clearly wishing to attend the same school as him. Let me think, Su Ming replied, feeling overwhelmed by the dilemma. On one side stood his girlfriend, and on the other, his aspirations. Choosing between the two proved to be a daunting task. Oh, Chi Wanner lowered her head, a hint of disappointment shadowing her expression, lost in her own thoughts. Upon returning to Linjiang City, they each agreed upon a time to meet again and went home to reassure their families. Su Ming's mother remained steadfast in her ways, content as long as he was safe, indifferent to his examination results. In contrast, Su Ming's father, who had some official connections, was concerned about his son's ranking. Su Ming, which of the top 10 universities do you intend to attend? Seated on his family's sofa, Su Ming reflected on his position as he ranked among the top 50 in the National Beast Master Assessment, a coveted asset for all 10 prestigious institutions. The question before him was indeed a matter of choice. I'm not entirely sure, perhaps Su Bei or Hudu Jingbei. Those 3 are all quite commendable, he mused. Noting that Su Bei was appealing primarily because Chi Wanner would be attending there, while the other two were universally recognized as the strongest among the top 10 universities. You've grown up. The decisions you make are entirely up to you. Suyu clapped Su Ming on the shoulder, feeling a sense of pride as a parent for his capable child. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Dear, please open the door. Suyu called out to Su Ming's mother. Ah, who are you? Su Ming's mother gasped, startled by the robust figure before her, a sight she had never encountered before. Hello, I'm looking for Su Ming, Wu Daoji said, awkwardly smiling, aware that his appearance may be intimidating. Please, come in. Both Su Ming and Suyu were puzzled by the unexpected visitor. And you are? Suyu inquired, scrutinizing Wu Daoji. Hello. I am a guidance teacher from Subei University, here regarding your child, Wu Daoji stated directly, with no preamble. Suyu and Su Ming were taken aback. Was it possible that someone had come to recruit him so swiftly after the examinations? Teacher Wu, we must respect our child's wishes. As parents, we shouldn't interfere. Suyu replied. I understand. Su Ming, do you wish to attend Subei University? Wu Daoji turned to Su Ming, seeking his input. This caught Su Ming off guard. He hadn't anticipated making a decision so soon, as he intended to explore what the top 10 universities had to offer. Wu Daoji noticed Su Ming's hesitation, deducing that most students aspired to the likes of Hudu or Jingbei, making Subei University an unlikely first choice for someone of Su Ming's caliber. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wu Daoji, a guidance teacher. Should you choose to enroll at Subei University, I would be your mentor. I currently hold the rank of a third-tier Beastmaster. Third tier. Su Ming swallowed hard, astonished by the prestige of Subei University, where a mentor of such high caliber was indeed rare. If you enroll at Subei University, you will automatically receive 1,000 points, a personal gift from me. You can learn about the significance of these points online. Additionally, regarding future battles and explorations of ancient ruins, my authority allows me to grant you access. Wu Daoji's proposition was undeniably tempting. Access to ancient ruins was tightly regulated by the state, and not everyone could gain entry. As a third-tier master, Wu Daoji held privileges that surpassed those of many other extraordinary teachers. However, for Su Ming, the allure of these offerings was not particularly compelling. His desire lay in the thrill of battling alien races, to be on the front lines. Of course, being my student is not without its challenges. There will be extensive periods spent in combat against alien races, but conversely, I will ensure you have access to the resources necessary for your cultivation. Teacher, I would like some time to consider. Seeing that Su Ming remained unmoved even in the face of such a prestigious invitation, Wu Daoji wondered why he was expending such effort for a student whose potential had evidently been overlooked during the assessment. Should you choose to enroll, the university will reward you with a dragon beast, a true dragon, not the lesser earth dragon you may have encountered. Su Ming's parents widened their eyes in astonishment at Wu Daoji's offer. A genuine dragon beast, if nurtured properly, could easily ascend to the rank of third tier or even mythical. Was it truly being offered so casually? I need not elaborate on the value of a true dragon beast. There are scarcely a few in the world. The university is willing to part with one as a recruitment incentive, something even Hudu or Jingbei cannot offer. Think carefully, Wu Daoji said, eyeing Su Ming. In truth, this dragon beast was initially intended to attract Jun Wuhui, but Wu Daoji had preemptively seized the opportunity for Su Ming. Is that true? Indeed. As long as you agree to become my student, the dragon beast shall be yours, Wu Daoji affirmed, willing to go to great lengths for a student he deemed worthy. All right, I accept. Thank you. Teacher, Su Ming rose and bowed deeply to Wu Daoji. Haha, splendid. In fact, there are many more rewards I have yet to mention. Once you receive your acceptance letter from Subei University, all that I have promised will be bestowed upon you, Wu Daoji exclaimed, his spirits lifted. A beast master capable of commanding elite-level dragon beasts was indeed a treasure, regardless of Jun Wuhui's standing. Chapter 24, The Radiant Holy Dragon. Wu Daoji departed under the pretense of having other matters to attend to, but in truth, he hurried back to the university to secure the dragon beast. After all, this was not his first time seizing an opportunity. Moreover, given Su Ming's strength, offering him a dragon beast was not a waste. Shortly after Wu Daoji's departure, another teacher arrived to recruit Su Ming, but he was politely declined. Su Ming's prowess was undeniable, particularly in the Beastmaster assessment, yet his talent was not exceptionally high. A 4-star and a 5-star rating could gain entry to the top 10 universities, but excelling would be a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, in the principal's office of Subei University, Wu Daoji, have you lost your mind? How could you promise a dragon beast to a student with only 4 and 5-star talents? Even if he performs exceptionally, it does not guarantee his ability to care for a dragon beast. The principal, Ning Beixian, a 7th-tier master, regarded Wu Daoji with a mix of exasperation and incredulity. Brother, take a look at this video, Wu Daoji chuckled, handing over footage of Su Ming battling a ground dragon. Ning Beixian watched the footage of Su Ming and the ground dragon, initially unimpressed, but as the battle progressed, he began to sense something amiss. Could this be an elite-level iron-eating beast, overpowering a ground dragon? What is happening here? Is this truly an iron-eating beast? Ning Beixian gazed at the screen, astonished. Brother, take a look at this young man's other two summoned beasts, observe their levels, and then examine his profile. Even with a mountain of resources, it would be quite challenging, wouldn't it? At this moment, Ning Beixian finally settled down, scrutinizing Su Ming's information. The resources his family could provide Su Ming were quite limited. The school had awarded him 10 million, which was sufficient for training one beast, but for three. No, three. Why does he possess 3 summoned beasts? Just how vast is his beast space? Ning Beixian widened his eyes as he gazed at Wu Daoji. 3 summoned beasts. 2 of elite caliber and 1 of high ordinary rank. Does this reflect the potential of a dual talent individual with 4 and 5 stars? Are you suggesting that this young man is concealing something, perhaps possessing an even higher talent? Ning Beixian considered Wu Daoji's words and realized that if one did not pay attention to the details, it would be easy to overlook. After all, even a beast master with slightly lower talent would see their beast space expand with rising levels, rendering a few summoned beasts unremarkable. Indeed, and look at that Iron Eater. Having consumed this Earth Dragon beast essence, it may be on the verge of evolution. This young man possesses something extraordinary. He hasn't even completed his freshman year and already owns a beast on the brink of its first evolution. Did you have that in your first year? Wu Daoji remarked with a broad grin directed at Ning Beixian. Very well, then bring the dragon beast to him. I am curious to see if this young man can accommodate it. Ning Beixian nodded, feeling compelled to take a gamble based on this young man's peculiar development. Subei University needs a chance to turn the tide. All right. Wu Daoji took Ning Beixian's authorization and proceeded to fetch the dragon beast. Watching Wu Daoji's retreating figure, Ning Beixian sighed. This man had entered Subei University concurrently with him, yet after all these years, he had barely taught a handful of students, which had left him still in an advisory role. As for the few students he had mentored, Ning Beixian could only sigh further. Meanwhile, within the Jun family residence in Hudu, a young man of striking appearance and impressive demeanor meditated in an empty room. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. What is it? The young man inquired, noticeably displeased. Young master, the true dragon beast from Subei University has already been given to another student. Came the voice from outside. The young man, Jun Wuhui, expressed surprise but quickly regained his composure. Then let us head to Hudu. Understood, young master. Also, please find out who acquired the true dragon beast. Certainly. The whispers of the true dragon beast had spread among their circle, and indeed, Subei University had intended it for Jun Wuhui, as pure-blooded dragon beasts were exceedingly rare. Even the affluent Jun family did not possess one. Before long, Wu Daoji delivered the dragon beast to Su Ming and observed as Su Ming contracted it, which only heightened Wu Daoji's joy, indicating that Su Ming's talent was indeed remarkable. After bidding farewell to Wu Daoji, Su Ming returned to his room and called Qi Wanner. Hello, Wanner. I have made a decision regarding which school to attend. Really? I will be attending Subei University. Is that true? Indeed. From just a few brief exchanges, one could discern Qi Wanner's delight. However, due to her parents' arrival, they had to hastily end the call. Su Ming then turned his attention to the newly contracted dragon beast. Summoned beast, radiant sacred dragon. Attribute, light dragon. Quality, supreme. Level, ordinary first stage, elite, 100 years. Evolution stage, juvenile. Evolution count, 3 times. Skills, dragon's claw, true dragon's might, sacred light judgment, sacred light shield, sacred dragon bloodline. Sacred light domain, dragon's claw, LV1. Unique skill of dragon attribute, summoned beasts. 0-10. True dragon's might, LV1. Unique skill of dragon attribute, summoned beasts. 0-10. Sacred light judgment, LV1. Damage dealt by this skill heals the user, while dark attributes suffer double damage. 0-10. Sacred light shield. Creates a shield of light attribute. 0-10. Sacred dragon bloodline. Exerts suppression over all dragon attributes. 97,100. Sacred light domain, LV1. Within this domain, the radiant sacred dragon's attributes are doubled, and it can heal its own wounds. 0-10. Su Ming's speculation was correct. This radiant sacred dragon was on par with the phoenix, further validating that his phoenix could indeed contend with pure-blood dragon beasts. Much like the phoenix, the skill descriptions of the radiant sacred dragon were rather vague, lacking a clear scope. Without hesitation, he promptly elevated the radiant sacred dragon's skills to LV3, maximizing its sacred dragon bloodline. Observing his remaining enhancement points, which had dwindled to merely 300, Su Ming noted that advancing from LV3 to LV4 required 500 points. while enhancing 4 summoned beasts would necessitate nearly 1 billion points. Nonetheless, the expenditure was worthwhile. Perhaps only he among the world's beast masters could elevate the skill levels of summoned beasts. In a match of summoned beasts, the skills were paramount. A Tier 3 skill against a Tier 1 skill was akin to a father effortlessly besting his son. Nevertheless, Su Ming needed to strategize on how to acquire funds. Glancing at his phone, a sudden thought struck him. He quickly sought out Qian Duoduo's contact number and dialed. Hello, is this Qian Duoduo? This is Su Ming. Do you want some beast essence? Yes. Where are you? I'll come find you. Linjiang City. All right. Chapter 25. Evolution Crystal. The next day, at Linjiang City Airport, a flamboyantly dressed man strode out of the terminal with a commanding presence, his eyes scanning the area as if searching for someone. Qian Duoduo. Su Ming waved, recognizing him among the crowd, his attire undeniably eye-catching. Su Ming. Upon hearing his name, Qian Duoduo rushed over, his cheeks jiggling with excitement. You're quite fast. Didn't you say your family was from Jingbei City? How did you arrive so quickly? In this era, flights were not as frequent as they once were. And without sufficient escort capability, takeoffs were nearly impossible. I told my dad I was coming here, and he sent someone to escort me. By the way, let us not chat here. Let us go to my house. Qian Duoduo waved his hand, and a luxury car approached swiftly. Young master. Yes, let us go home. Su Ming regarded the portly Qian Duoduo, pondering who the real local of Linjiang City was, and whether he actually owned property there. Do you have a house in Linjiang City? Yes, just bought it. Is your family wealthy? Su Ming felt he was asking an obvious question. Huh. You don't know my family? Qian Duoduo appeared astonished that Su Ming was unaware of his background. I don't. Look up the Qian family of Jingbei, and you'll see. Su Ming quickly searched and was taken aback by the revelation. The Qian family of Jingbei was a top-tier family, on par with the Jun family, nearly monopolizing the national beast master market. Any industry related to summoned beasts was connected to them. Impressive. No, that's my family's wealth. I'm not a big shot myself. But honestly, Su Ming, do you realize how popular you've become? Qian Duoduo remarked, his interest in the beast essence being secondary to his desire to get to know Su Ming. Qian Duoduo regarded Su Ming with an expression of pure delight. Indeed, the intelligence capabilities of the Qian family in Huaxiao are unparalleled. What's the matter? He inquired. That was originally meant for Jun Wuhui, huh? That fellow was all set to go to Subei University for that true dragon beast. But unexpectedly, you intercepted him, and now he has to head to Hudu instead. This is utterly hilarious. Qian Duoduo chuckled heartily. Upon arriving at the luxurious villa purchased by Qian Duoduo, situated in the affluent district of Linjiang City, where a single villa can cost nearly 1 billion, he declared his acquisition without hesitation. Su Ming, bring out all the beast essences you have. I've already bought them. All right. Su Ming retrieved his spatial ring and poured out all the beast essences, which instantly formed a small mountain on the coffee table. My goodness, your luck is astounding. You've amassed quite the collection of beast essences. It's not that impressive. Just take a look at their value, Su Ming replied, contemplating Qian Duoduo. He was capable of converting 300 enhancement points, and if the price fell below that, he would be unwilling to sell. 30 million. How does that sound? Qian Duoduo casually suggested, not examining the pile closely. In truth, selling that collection might only yield around 3,000. His offer was purely to foster friendship. Fine. Su Ming handed over his bank card, and the transaction was swiftly completed. Su Ming, how do you plan to spend your upcoming summer vacation? The two settled into a casual conversation, during which Su Ming learned of Qian Duoduo's ranking, 23rd in the nation, while he himself was 65th. This ranking was a composite of their academic performance and beast tamer assessments. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps some outdoor activities, more battles. Su Ming was uncertain about his training schedule, but he felt no urgency, as Subei University only allocated a month for summer vacation. How much can you improve? Why not join us? Qian Duoduo seemed to have an idea and promptly suggested to Su Ming. Us? For what purpose? Su Ming inquired, puzzled. To explore ancient ruins. The ancient relics from this region typically yield only ordinary beast eggs, and I've inquired. They're quite mediocre. However, the site we're heading to is filled with treasures. Mediocre? A large question mark loomed in Su Ming's mind. Could beasts of the phoenix caliber truly be deemed subpar? Unbeknownst to him, those who later acquired beast eggs were merely ordinary top-tier ones, not comparable to a phoenix. Su Ming had countless secrets unknown to many. The treasures within ancient ruins could only be described as miraculous. Beast eggs were merely the most commonplace of finds. There were also beast essences, evolution crystals, and many artifacts that could accelerate a beast's growth, not to mention items rumored to enhance a beast tamer's talent. The more Qian Duoduo spoke, the more animated he became, as if the treasures belonged solely to him. What are evolution crystals? This was the first time Su Ming had encountered such a term, but the name suggested a connection to beast evolution. They've been discovered over the past 2 years. Evolution crystals can enable any beast, regardless of its state, to undergo a single evolution. What do you think of that? So, does the ancient relic you mentioned contain them? Of course. We already have a small team preparing for the expedition, and you should consider joining us. Is it safe? Absolutely. This relic has long been discovered by us. Evolution crystals were found there. It's a place that tests one's talent. The stronger the talent, the better the rewards. However, one can only enter once in a lifetime. Jun Wuhui has already been there. He reached the 20th level, which is the highest. We are planning to surpass his record. All right, I'll go. When do we set out? Staying idle seemed less appealing than embarking on an adventure. In a few days. I plan to visit the relic here and procure a beast egg. Once I return, we shall depart, Qian Duoduo stated, rising to his feet. Sounds good. After parting ways, Su Ming called Wu Daoji, his designated mentor. He needed to confirm the details of the ancient relic Qian Duoduo had mentioned. Su Ming, I had already intended to take you to that relic in a few days. Since you have companions, you can go. It's quite safe and no one dies there. This is one of our nation's top secrets. It seems the little chubby fellow you know has some connections. Wu Daoji's rugged voice reassured him from the other end of the line, providing Su Ming with a sense of security. Teacher, he is from the Qian family. The Qian family? Then there is nothing to worry about. They are well informed about these matters. Chapter 26. The tyrant behind the sword in Linjiang Park. The night was enchanting. And on a bench by the park path, a young couple sat together. Su Ming, are you certain about attending Subei University? Qi Wan'er asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Yes, I'm certain. Did you call me out for something specific? Qi Wan'er inquired nervously, feeling the weight of the dimly lit park's atmosphere. If Su Ming intended to make a move, should she resist or not? I have something to attend to, and I'm unsure how long it will take. What for? Qi Wan'er looked at him with disappointment. I'm going to an ancient relic. Someone from the Qian family is taking me. I've confirmed with my teacher that the site is safe. All right, you go ahead, Qi Wan'er nodded. On his way back, Su Ming contemplated whether he could ask Qian Duoduo to bring Qi Wan'er along, but after some thought, he decided against it. The university would likely organize a trip to the relic, so there was no need to rush. When are you departing, Su Ming? Qi Wan'er asked. Still reluctant to part ways, having just established their relationship. Tomorrow, Qian Duoduo just messaged me, saying he has finished and ready to set off. Okay, Qi Wan'er walked home, feeling a sense of loss. Observing her demeanor, Su Ming felt a pang of sympathy and called out to her. What's wrong? He strode forward and pulled Qi Wan'er into an embrace, kissing her boldly. Surprised by Su Ming's audacity, she widened her eyes, taken aback by the sudden act. All right, go inside now. MHM. At that moment, Qi Wan'er's earlier displeasure faded. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she obediently returned home. When Su Ming glanced up at her second-floor window, he noticed a familiar figure giving him a thumbs up. It was Qi Wan'er's brother, Qi Hang. Su Ming bowed deeply before turning to leave. Upon returning home, Qi Wan'er remained entranced by Su Ming's domineering display. A behavior that could be utterly captivating for a girl in love. Oh my, your face is red. Did a wild boar get to our little cabbage? Qi Hang remarked, recognizing his sister's infatuated expression. Brother, you're not fooling anyone. Qi Wan'er shot back, annoyed at the implication that Su Ming resembled a wild boar. What's this? Wan'er, have you found a boyfriend? Her parents chimed in. Yes, Mom and Dad. You should know him. He's the one who acquired our school as Dragon Beast. I'm so envious. I've yet to find someone. Uffed, Mom and Dad. Let me tell you, my brother can't even compare to Su Ming. Yet he still dares to call himself a lord. Qi Wan'er didn't shy away from sharing her new relationship, confident that her parents would have no objections to someone as outstanding as Su Ming. Oh, Qi Hang, is this true? The father of the Qi siblings, Qi Mingdao, serves as the vice president of the Beast Master Association in Linjiang City, and his prowess is nearing the extraordinary. I engaged him with elite-level beasts. Yet Su Ming's strength is undeniably peculiar. I suspect that his innate talent for beast mastery is vastly underestimated in his profile. The whispers of skepticism regarding Su Ming's unusual aptitude for beast mastery have circulated among many. As Su Ming rushed home, anticipation surged within him. He sensed that his beloved beast, Han Hai, was on the brink of hatching, perfectly timed for their expedition to the ancient ruins. Stealing his mind, he turned his gaze inward to observe his beasts, noting that they each occupied their designated places, with Han Hai currently commanding the most significant position. Suddenly, a sound akin to cracking eggshells resonated, and a distinct fissure appeared in the luminous orb surrounding Han Hai. As time progressed, the orb became adorned with a web of cracks. With a resounding thud, a robust black and white limb emerged first, and the orb shattered, revealing Han Hai's entire form to Su Ming. Is this truly my Han Hai? Su Ming marveled at the sight before him. While not a complete transformation, there were indeed noticeable changes. Han Hai retained its black and white fur and bear-like appearance. Yet a sharp horn had sprouted from its head, and its back now bore spiny protrusions reminiscent of the ancient Stegosaurus. Beast, tyrant of the spiked back. Attribute, Earth. Quality, exceptional. Level, Elite Level 9, Commander, 100 years. Evolution stage, first evolution. Evolution count, 2. Skills, Mighty Bear Strength, Bear's Colossal Defense, Tyrant's Fury, Bloodline of Jiuli. Blood Rage Domain, Mighty Bear Strength LV3, temporarily enhances Iron Eater's strength by tenfold, 0-500. Bear's Colossal Defense LV3, temporarily boosts personal defense by 30-fold, reducing speed by half, 0-500. Tyrant's Fury LV3, temporarily amplifies all attributes by tenfold, 0-500. Bloodline of Jiuli, passive skill. The denser the bloodline, the higher the explosive power from rage, minimizing negative effects. Blood Rage Domain LV3, domain skill. Within this domain, Iron Eater's combat power increases 5-fold, while weakening enemies' attributes by 5-fold, with no adverse effects, 0-500. Reiterating Han Hai's newfound name. Tyrant of the Spiked Back, Su Ming noted that the names of its 3 skills had also been subtly altered, with their effects enhanced by approximately 50%. The most significant transformation due to evolution was the Beast's physical prowess. If Han Hai were to encounter an Earth Dragon now, it could single-handedly dominate it without even the need for the nightmares or Su Ming's beast mastery talents. Freshly evolved, Han Hai exhibited signs of fatigue and soon succumbed to slumber. Now, Han Hai stood as the eldest among Su Ming's for beasts, with the others dutifully yielding their space to him. Having recently acquired 30 million, Su Ming converted it all into enhancement points, elevating Han Hai's 4 skills to level 4 in an instant, leaving him with merely 1,500 points remaining. With 3 of his 4 beasts now at the elite level, Han Hai was not far from becoming a commander in less than 4 months. Su Ming was on the verge of nurturing his first commander-level beast. While cultivating a commander-level beast in this time frame is not unheard of, it is noteworthy that Su Ming achieved this remarkable feat purely through the peculiar advantages of his beast space. The following day, Su Ming bid farewell to his parents and arrived at the airport, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Qian Duoduo. Chapter 27. Arrival at Hudu City. Su Ming, over here. Qian Duoduo called out as he spotted Su Ming rushing over. Qian Duoduo, where are we headed? Su Ming still had no clarity regarding the location of the ancient ruins mentioned by Qian Duoduo. Hudu, the ruins are located in Hudu. We are going there. Oh, understood. Su Ming nodded, following Qian Duoduo into the airport. He couldn't help but marvel at the Qian family's wealth. Qian Duoduo already possessed a private jet, accompanied by 2 beast masters of lord rank. Su Ming, my friends are quite curious about you, Qian Duoduo teased as they boarded the plane. Really? What is so special about me? Su Ming inquired, intrigued. Qian Duoduo had previously mentioned that some were displeased with him for acquiring the dragon beast from Su Bei Academy, which rightfully belonged to Jun Wuhui. It's simply because you claimed the dragon beast that was originally Jun Wuhui's. He has long overshadowed the heirs of our 10 prominent families, and we relish the thought of seeing him humbled. The 10 prominent families, as mentioned by Qian Duoduo, are those of the 10 legendary beast masters of China, where it is said that dragons beget dragons and phoenixes beget phoenixes. Each heir from these families is endowed with formidable beast mastery talents, and Jun Wuhui stands as the most gifted among them in this generation, possessing 2 8-star talents. It is indeed surprising that Su Ming managed to seize Jun Wuhui's spot. The distance from Linjiang City to Hudu is not great, even closer than to Su Bei, and soon they landed at the airport in Hudu City. Su Ming, let us first gather with the others. We'll head to the ancient ruins tomorrow. All right. Once in the car, Su Ming followed Qian Duoduo to a rather inconspicuous tavern. Inside, a handful of men and women were already seated. Qian Duoduo, why are you taking so long? Didn't you say you'd bring Su Ming? Where is he? A robust individual rose to question Qian Duoduo. Brother Chu, do you doubt my ability to deliver? Of course, Su Ming is here, Qian Duoduo replied, beckoning Su Ming to enter. As Su Ming approached, everyone scrutinized him. They were the strongest batch of this generation, and under Su Ming's probing technique, no secrets remained. Su Ming, that is quite underhanded of you. We are aware that one of your talents is the probing technique, so please refrain from revealing our secrets. A cute girl with red hair approached him. Hello, Su Ming. I'm Lin Shi, although I suspect you may already know my name. Greetings, I am Su Ming. Shortly thereafter, the other 5 individuals introduced themselves as well. Through their subsequent conversations, Su Ming learned that, alongside Qian Duoduo, all 7 were scions from prominent families in Jingbei City, though not all hailed from the 10 legendary families. Besides Qian Duo and Lin Shi, the burly man also belonged to one of the 10 families, while the remaining 4 did not. Su Ming, can you truly see our levels and beasts? Inquired a member of the Lu family from Jingbei, ranked around 100. Lu Feng, highest beast level elite 6. My beast mastery talent is. Before Su Ming could continue, Lu Feng hastily covered his mouth. All right, big brother, I'm afraid of you now. Please don't expose my secrets. Haha, with your meager strength, who would be interested in that? Xiao Qiming, you're not much better off than I am. If Su Ming reveals your level and what beast you've contracted, let us see how arrogant you remain. Please, Su Ming, I was wrong. Don't expose me. Enough. Tomorrow we venture to the ancient ruins. If anyone falls below level 10, it would be quite embarrassing. The speaker is Chu Jingping, the eldest among them, who commands respect due to his formidable appearance, making him the de facto leader of the 7. Su Ming, if you shatter Jun Wuhui's record again tomorrow, I can only imagine the expression on his face. You have no idea how he looked when he realized that the dragon was taken by you. Huh, I saw it. His face was as dark as thunder when we went to Hudo. Lu Feng said, producing a photograph of the legendary Jun Wuhui. And it was Su Ming's first glimpse of this famed figure. What the hell? Isn't his face always like this? With that arrogant expression as if he's invincible, now it seems Su Ming will be delivering a resounding slap to his face. In truth, all 7 were aware that Su Ming harbored a secret. Among the 8 present, Su Ming possessed the weakest beast mastery talent and hailed from the most modest background. Yet he had garnered the favor of Subei University and acquired the dragon beast originally belonging to Jun Wuhui. Even the most obtuse could surmise that Su Ming was far from the lackluster individual he outwardly appeared to be, at the very least. Subei University had conducted an assessment. However, they tacitly refrained from inquiring further. It was someone else's secret, and they were wary. Knowing their own vulnerabilities were visible in Su Ming's eyes. Who knows if he had used his abilities to glean their information? Su Ming, we are all quite amiable here. So please do not hesitate to communicate freely. Here, strength reigns supreme, Chu Jingping said, pulling Su Ming aside for a conversation. Brother Chu, are you all planning to apply to Jingbei University? Indeed, but we shall soon encounter one another. How so? There's a nationwide Beastmaster competition for freshmen. We will undoubtedly meet there, and perhaps even face off. Chu Jingping was taken aback by Su Ming's ignorance of this. INT looked into that. Hey, Su Ming, is Big Brother Chu discussing the Beastmaster competition? I heard from my father that this year's first prize is even better than last year's. Are you joking, Qian Duo? Last year's first prize was an evolution crystal, a pure bloodline liquid, and a beast. How could it possibly improve? Lu Feng. If you're asking me, who am I supposed to ask? My old man only hinted at this. He insists I must secure the first place, even at the cost of my life. Qian Duo declared, downing a glass of 1982 pure milk. Brother Chu, are the rewards for the competition substantial? Well, this competition is fundamentally designed to sift out the superior beastmasters. You know, in this era, a powerful beastmaster is far more useful than a multitude of weaklings. Resources are finite. If they were to be evenly distributed, the Earth would have long been overrun by the alien races. Chapter 28, The Tower of Trials. After a night's rest at the hotel, with Qian Duo covering all expenses under the pretense of who cares if you have excess money, the group of 8 set forth towards the ancient ruins near Hudo. This ancient relic loomed less than 100 kilometers outside the city, attracting many who wished to test the veracity of the trials spoken of in legends. Su Ming, this ancient ruin is referred to by researchers as the Tower of Trials. Below the 10th level, it is populated by ordinary individuals, meaning that only those with the talent to surpass the 10th level are deemed capable. Rewards are only granted upon breaking through the 10th level, which is why many leave disappointed. Chu Jingping maintained an admirable big brother demeanor throughout the journey. How many levels did Jun Wuhui conquer? 23. The difficulty remains manageable until the 10th level. Thereafter, each ascent introduces increasingly formidable beast phantoms. And what rewards did he receive? Rumor has it he obtained an evolution crystal and a beast egg. That egg is quite impressive. After all, the higher the level, the greater the rewards. It's astonishing how the apocalyptic era produced such marvels. Indeed, the civilization of the apocalyptic era dwarfed the current human beastmaster civilization by leaps and bounds. No one today could replicate such structures, nor the enigmatic evolution crystals, the origins of which remain a mystery to contemporary humanity. For humans, the treasures left behind from the apocalyptic era are their only assurance against the encroachment of alien races. As for the aliens, Su Ming knows little. Only that the tranquil life they currently enjoy is a result of the relentless struggles fought by beastmasters in the alien world. A towering stone edifice gradually emerged before Su Ming's eyes, rendering human technology insignificant in its presence. Surrounding the tower were numerous military personnel. Entry was only granted after verifying one's identity. In principle, the Tower of Trials does not obstruct human beastmasters from entering, but without an official pass, entry is impossible. This is the foundation of Huaxia. Every ancient ruin plays an irreplaceable role in the development of beastmasters. Having secured a pass with their assistance the previous day, the 8 entered the Tower of Trials with ease. Each individual is allowed to enter the tower only once in their lifetime, and the obstacles encountered within are mere phantoms. Even if one were to lose, there would be no fatal consequences. Nonetheless, every contender in the Tower of Trials exerts their utmost effort, for the opportunity is singular, and the tower's capabilities can accurately gauge one's innate talent. Even if a mythic-level individual were to enter, their progress might pale in comparison to an elite-level beastmaster. Let us go. Let us see who emerges last, and who comes out first. The last one out has to treat. Sorry, but I'm broke. I can't treat. The 8 vanished into the first level of the Tower of Trials amidst laughter and joviality. When Su Ming opened his eyes again, he found himself facing an elite-level bone erosion wolf. Is this it? Su Ming gazed at the bone erosion wolf, unaware that Han Hai had already positioned himself behind him. Given the circumstances, it appeared that the first 10 levels were determined by the highest level of the challenger's beasts, with opponents all being bone erosion wolves. This type of ferocious beast demonstrates commendable speed and strength, lacking a distinct advantage but also showing no significant flaws. Truly, they can be deemed average. Thus, for Su Ming, these initial 10 levels were as effortless as eating and drinking. During this time, he discovered that only one beast was permitted to fight at a time, which was understandable. Standing beside Han Hai, even as his own beastmaster, Su Ming noted that Han Hai's bloodlust had intensified tremendously following his first evolution, living up to his new moniker, Tyrant. Han Hai's Chili bloodline was fully expressed in this evolution, resulting in an overwhelming thirst for blood. Upon reaching the 11th level, the beasts Su Ming and Han Hai encountered were significantly stronger compared to before, as Han Hai, being a power-type beast, faced an exemplary force among power-type beasts, the King Kong giant ape. Commander level, not bad. Before Su Ming could issue a command, Han Hai had already charged out, showcasing his eagerness for battle. After one evolution, Han Hai's fur had become so tough that it could be used as needles, impervious to damage. With a simple, unadorned strike, Han Hai sent the King Kong giant ape flying. Wow! Su Ming could only inwardly lament how overwhelmingly powerful Han Hai had become. The previous bone erosion wolves of the same rank couldn't withstand Han Hai's straightforward slap. And now, the commander-level King Kong giant ape suffered the same fate. One slap sent it soaring, and 2 would surely have it ascending to the heavens. He ascended all the way to the 20th level, yet Huan had never once invoked his domain or fury. Relying solely on brute strength and the might of the colossal elephant to withstand the formidable King Kong giant ape, now at the 9th tier commander level. Alas, how unfortunate it is that I was the first to emerge. Qian Duo sighed. Unaware that the trial tower did not allow for the selection of beasts for combat, but rather automatically defaulted to the highest level. The highest level among Qian Duo's beasts was the Dark Nether Pegasus, which, despite its swiftness, proved inadequate in combat, causing Qian Duo to hastily conclude his journey at the 15th level. Subsequently, Lu Feng, Xiao Qiming, and several others also emerged, all having halted before reaching the 20th level. Qian Duo, how did you finish so quickly? Are you eager to treat us? Lu Feng remarked, surprised that he himself was not the last to exit. Alas, how was I to know that the selection was based on the highest level beast? My highest level is that Dark Nether Pegasus. How could I possibly compete? Qian Duo felt a profound sense of grievance at this realization. Each of them received a beast egg, but the specifics would only be revealed once Su Ming or the hatching process was completed. How are Su Ming and the others faring? Lu Feng inquired, casting a glance at Qian Duo. Just look, they are already at the 21st level. How is he progressing so rapidly? Qian Duo observed the record belonging to Su Ming on the first floor of the trial tower, noting that the rate of change in levels was far quicker than that of Chu Jingping. Among the 8 of them, only the 2 of them remained inside. While Chu Jingping was still at the 18th level, yet Su Ming had already ascended to the 22nd level in the blink of an eye. Could it be? What is Su Ming's beast talent? He can't possibly possess the 9-star talent, can he? Xiao Qiming's voice, tinged with astonishment, echoed with the realization that without a 9-star talent, this phenomenon seemed inexplicable. Chapter 29, Breaking Records. The speculation regarding Su Ming's 9-star talent lingered in the minds of the group, yet it remained unverified. After all, one could not simply drag Su Ming off to test his beast talent. At that moment, a familiar, robust figure materialized at the teleportation array on the first floor. It was Chu Jingping. Brother Chu, you've emerged as well. Lu Feng teased upon seeing him. Chu Jingping looked momentarily taken aback, pondering whether there truly existed someone who could surpass his duration within the trial tower. Approaching the other 6, he noticed the level attributed to Su Ming was still fluctuating, now having reached the 23rd level, rumored to be the limit of Jun Wuhui. Is this Su Ming's doing? Chu Jingping questioned incredulously. Though they had jested about Su Ming breaking Jun Wuhui's record, none genuinely believed he could accomplish it. Indeed, Brother Chu, look at Su Ming's speed. It is truly terrifying. Xiao Qiming pointed to Chu Jingping's record, which had only just barely reached the 21st level. Chu Jingping inhaled sharply, fully aware of the trials that awaited beyond the 21st level, and pondered how Su Ming had managed to achieve such a feat meanwhile. On the 23rd level of the trial tower, Su Ming's expression grew grave as he faced his opponent, a third-tier commander-level Huan Huan, possessing identical skills and a similar evolution, yet boasting a strength surpassing that of Huan Huan. This was a test of limits. Su Ming cast a glance at the 2 colossal creatures wildly swinging their massive fists. Huan Huan was evidently struggling against its counterfeit. Bang! A resounding crash echoed as Su Ming's Huan Huan was sent flying by its counterfeit, the power of a commander-level beast far exceeding that of an elite. This marked the first occasion Huan Huan had been knocked away by an adversary after enduring numerous battles. However, Huan Huan quickly regained its footing, its greatest advantage being its resilience, a trait shared with its opponent. Talent, Super Energy Enhancement. Su Ming had nearly forgotten about this talent, the Super Energy Enhancement, which could amplify a beast's attributes tenfold. Huan Huan, go forth. Send this imitation flying. With the invigorating surge coursing through its body, Huan Huan underwent a dramatic transformation, and with a ferocious roar, it suddenly flashed before the counterfeit Huan Huan. Bang! With a single punch, the counterfeit Huan Huan was sent crashing away, and Huan Huan seized the opportunity to pounce, aiming to replicate its previous victory over the Earth Dragon, refusing to grant its foe a moment's respite. Yet, as expected, Huan Huan's opponent was a commander-level beast, and the tenfold power enhancement seemed only to allow them to match each other. It appeared that elevating skill levels was the only recourse. Leveling from LV4 to LV5 required 1,000 enhancement points, compelling Su Ming to choose a single skill for enhancement. Berserker Fury, LV5, temporarily boosts all attributes by 40 times, 05000. Su Ming elevated Berserker Fury to LV5, and the previously countered Huan Huan instantly overturned the counterfeit. Gasping for breath, clearly overwhelmed by the boiling blood brought forth by the 5th-level Berserker Fury, were it not for the support of the 9-Li bloodline, Huan Huan would have needed days of rest after activating Berserker Fury. In a fleeting moment, Huan Huan found itself facing the counterfeit, delivering a powerful blow that sent it crashing to the ground, causing the very earth to quake beneath the force. Bang! Following this, Huan Huan unleashed a relentless barrage of fists upon the counterfeit Huan Huan, resembling a tempest of merciless iron fists. Outside, the crowd gathered before the ranking board swelled, witnessing the imminent equalization of Jun Wuhui's record with Su Ming's ascent. Should he surpass the 23rd level, he would forge a new legend. What is happening? Why do I feel so tense? Lu Feng anxiously observed the fluctuation in Su Ming's level, this being the longest he had remained on a single floor. I feel it too. This guy Su Ming is truly on the verge of breaking Jun Wuhui's record. Ding! The light indicating Su Ming's arrival at the 24th level illuminated the arena, igniting an eruption of cheers akin to a tidal wave, as if they too had ascended to the 24th level. At that very moment, news of Su Ming breaking Jun Wuhui's record spread like wildfire, reaching the ears of various leaders. Young master, your record in the trial tower has been surpassed. By whom? Su Ming. Him again. Jun Wuhui gazed at the unremarkable information in his hands, his expression growing increasingly profound. Subei University, President's Office. Brother, how do you find this individual I unearthed for the school? Wu Dao leisurely propped his feet on Ning Beishuan's desk. It seems this Su Ming indeed harbors concealed talents. Brother Wu, ensure his protection. We've received news that others are surely aware as well. Humanity's internal defenses are not impervious. Even Jun Wuhui has faced assassination attempts. Ning Beixian reviewed the information he had received, noting that Su Ming's talent had been elevated to a level comparable to that of Jun Wuhui. Certainly, as a disciple of the martial arts master, should anyone dare to provoke, I would unearth their ancestral graves. This declaration echoes in Ning Beishuan's mind, reminiscent of the formidable spectacle when the martial arts master once descended upon the capital city of Beijing. After conquering the 23rd level of the trial tower, Su Ming seemed to have unblocked his meridians, propelling himself directly to the 26th level, where he encountered a formidable foe at the 9th rank. The rapidity of his ascent caught everyone by surprise, An unexpected turn of events unfolded as the 9th-rank adversary, upon activating their skills, proved to be an equal match against those who had fully unleashed their abilities. However, buoyed by his beast mastery talent, Su Ming struggled valiantly, only to be bested at the 27th level. The defeat has arrived. One wonders how long this record of the 27th level will stand unchallenged. At this height, one faces entities of at least the 8th rank. How did Su Ming manage this? Even the 9-star talent would find it exceedingly challenging. Chu Zhengping gazed at the shimmering record of the 27th level, his heart turbulent with emotion. Chapter 30. The appearance of the martial arts master. Standing upon the 28th level, Su Ming had already sent his beast back to its resting space. Even the renowned bloodline of the Jiuli could not endure continuous combat. Congratulations on surpassing the 27th level of the trial tower. Please claim your reward. At that moment, an unknown voice emerged, revealing several unfamiliar items before Su Ming. Item: Evolution Crystal. Usage: allows seamless evolution of a beast that has undergone only one evolution, with no side effects. Item: Unknown Ring. Usage: unknown. Beast: unknown. 3 items in total, with 2 evolution crystals. Su Ming regarded the pink-hued crystal, barely the size of a palm, struggling to fathom how such a diminutive object could facilitate a beast's evolution. After stowing away the 2 crystals, he was most astonished by the ring adorned with a blue crystal, which his investigative technique failed to discern. Furthermore, the beast egg remained shrouded in mystery. Could it be an extraterrestrial creature? However, since it was an entity that even his probing abilities could not evaluate, as Su Ming lifted the ring to adorn his finger, it suddenly seemed to take root, rendering him unable to remove it. What sorcery is this? Su Ming exclaimed, taken aback by the ring's bizarre behavior. The once vibrant blue crystal dimmed, and suddenly, a piece of information flashed in his mind. It was a storage ring. This ring was indeed a storage ring, and its interior space was astonishingly vast, bordering on the infinite. What a stroke of fortune. Just what he needed, a spacious storage ring. He promptly transferred all his items into this new ring, the once blue crystal now transformed into an unremarkable black, simplifying matters for Su Ming. In the next moment, he vanished from the 28th level. At that time, the first level of the trial tower was bustling with people, all awaiting Su Ming's emergence. Is Su Ming about to appear? Should we swiftly escort him away? Chu Jingping scanned the mixed crowd, speaking sternly to those beside him. Why? Lu Feng, still processing, questioned. Are you foolish? Did your father never mention that our human ranks harbor traitors as well? What if someone attempts to assassinate Su Ming? Wasn't Jun Wuhui killed last time? Xiao Qi understood immediately, shaking his head at Lu Feng's slow comprehension. Right. Should we summon beasts for protection? That shouldn't be necessary, with so many here. Even if they intended to strike, they would lack the courage. Just as they deliberated on how to escort Su Ming away, a man appeared at the entrance of the trial tower. Hiss, it's the martial arts master. Chu Zhengping recognized the figure, Su Ming's future mentor, the martial arts master, who had come directly to ensure Su Ming's safety. Upon seeing the martial arts master, everyone present, whether acquainted or not, dutifully parted to grant him passage. What brings the martial arts master here? Qian Duo queried, a shiver of fear coursing through him, a remnant of childhood trauma. As Su Ming materialized in the teleportation array on the first level, the martial arts master smiled with relief, pondering whether to commend the lad for his prudence or chastise him for his recklessness. Su Ming, we must leave swiftly. Chu Zhengping disregarded the martial arts master, intent on escorting Su Ming away, only for the master to block their path. Choose, young lad, just hand Su Ming over to me. At that moment, Qian Duo dashed forward, shielding Su Ming, unable to utter a word in response to the martial arts master. What are you all doing? Su Ming, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, asked. Martial master? Chu Zhengping and the others stared at Su Ming in astonishment. Indeed, the martial master is the one who invited me to attend Su Bei University, my future instructor. I assumed your families would have this information. Who would dare to investigate this fellow's background? Chu Jingping was left speechless, as were the young masters of Beijing City. Very well, I shall take Su Ming back. Thank you all for your assistance. The martial arts master effortlessly lifted Su Ming and departed. Qian Duo felt as if he were dreaming, tugging at Lu Feng beside him. Am I dreaming? Did the martial arts master just thank me? I am unsure, but it seems I heard that too. Chu Jingping watched the figures of Su Ming and the martial arts master recede, contemplating the trials that awaited Su Ming as his student. Martial master, what brings you here? Su Ming inquired curiously while seated upon the back of the martial arts master's beast. Yet, the martial arts master remained silent, soaring directly out of the city of Hudo towards the overseas expanse. Su Ming felt perplexed. If any place on Earth could be deemed perilous, the ocean would undoubtedly be at the forefront. The deep sea harbors ferocious beasts, only approachable by esteemed beast masters of the mythical tier. Before long, the martial arts master descended upon a solitary island. Su Ming, unaware of the master's intentions, found himself at a loss. Su Ming, there is something I must clarify with you beforehand. The suddenly serious demeanor of the martial arts master prompted Su Ming to adopt a more solemn attitude. Please proceed, master. I have many enemies. Should you choose to be my disciple, you must be psychologically prepared. If you fear, I can escort you back now, and the school will arrange a new mentor for you. Master, you needn't worry. I shall accept you as my teacher. Su Ming waved dismissively, genuinely fearing that if he expressed reluctance, the martial arts master might abandon him at sea. Are you certain? A subtle smile crept upon the martial arts master's lips. Absolutely. Very well, you shall dwell on this island for a time. Without waiting for Su Ming's response, the martial arts master took off into the sky, leaving Su Ming behind. Watching the departing figure of the martial arts master, Su Ming felt a pang of regret about his hasty decision. It seemed little different from being cast into the ocean. Gazing at the tranquil forest ahead, Su Ming understood that the martial arts master intended to test his abilities, though the method felt excessively wild. With no signal from his phone, he realized he was utterly cut off from the world. Little fire, you must grow quickly. That way, your master won't remain stranded on this island. Among Su Ming's beasts, aside from the phoenix, only the radiant dragon could fly, but due to the contract's duration, Little Fire would likely mature more swiftly. Originally intending to return and bestow the 2 evolution crystals upon them, the circumstances have now shifted. The island is teeming with formidable beasts whose power remains a mystery. Chapter 31, Devil's Island. Wadaiji did not venture far, remaining out of Su Ming's line of sight while observing him closely. As his prized student, Wadaiji could not fully entrust his safety on this treacherous island. Su Ming summoned his nightmarish creature and Little Fire. Having just endured a series of intense battles, Su Ming decided to allow the former to rest, while Little Fire, who had yet to engage in significant combat, was deemed ready for action. With Nightmarish now at the elite 4th tier, it seemed sufficiently equipped for the challenges ahead. As Su Ming departed the beach and delved deeper into the island, Wadaiji nodded in approval. Su Ming's ability to readjust himself was commendable. Little Fire emerged, brimming with excitement, eager to showcase its prowess, likely inspired by the achievements of the formidable Howin. Presently, Su Ming favored Howin, who had just undergone an evolution and boasted the highest skill levels. Thus, Little Fire and the others were unlikely to contest for the top position in the immediate future. Though Little Fire had yet to ascend to elite status, it was only a matter of days. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the bushes, and Su Ming's keen senses alerted him to the presence of a ferocious beast, a testament to his survival experience in the wild. Nightmarish perched atop Su Ming's head, its antennae vibrating with anticipation. Unlike Howin, Nightmarish prioritized leveling up over physical growth and preferred to remain still, content to rest on Su Ming's head whenever summoned. The sounds around him grew increasingly ominous, making Su Ming acutely aware of the potential danger lurking nearby. Little Fire, ignite. The dense undergrowth posed a significant threat. Remaining on the defensive could lead to a precarious predicament. Little Fire, eager to prove itself, unleashed a 3rd-tier hellfire, engulfing the thicket before Su Ming in a blaze of fury. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Emerging from the flames was a massive purple python, its sheer size confirming Su Ming's suspicions of the lurking beasts. Beast, purple radiant python. Level, elite 3rd tier. Attribute, poison. Gazing at the nearly 20-meter-long serpent, Su Ming swallowed hard. If it were to ensnare him, he would be doomed to suffocation in an instant. The hellfire, now elevated to the 3rd tier, twisted the body of the purple radiant python under the intense heat, despite Little Fire's current non-elite status. Nightmarish, conclude this. The 3rd-tier Mind Blast was sufficient to obliterate the python's mental faculties. Nightmarish emitted a series of calls as its antennae danced in the air, causing the python to collapse lifelessly. This exemplifies the terror of mental assaults, which are imperceptible in direction and timing. Whether human or beast, the mental realm is paramount. Destruction can lead to madness or, in severe cases, death. Had this serpent existed in the past, it could have easily starred in a truck advertisement. Summoning Howin, who relished consuming the flesh and blood of such creatures, Su Ming planned to allow Howin to feast before converting it into enhancement points. The surrounding beasts were of elite caliber, and venturing further might encounter those of commanding levels. Su Ming hesitated. Howin had yet to fully recover, and rashly proceeding could yield dire consequences. With a graceful leap, Su Ming ascended to the treetops, approximately 10 meters high. He was astonished at his newfound agility, a testament to the significant enhancements from his beast taming abilities. Deciding to rest for the night on this island, he resolved to wait for Howin's strength to replenish before advancing. The island's expanse exceeded his expectations, Survival seemed plausible, yet he yearned to challenge his limits, confident that Wadaiji was observing him from afar. However, Wadaiji had other plans. Witnessing Su Ming's effortless defeat of the purple radiant python, he turned and soared towards Su Bei University, no longer keeping watch over him. Old Wu, where have you taken Su Ming? Ning Beixian inquired, alarmed, for Su Ming was a treasure of their institution, and Wadaiji's recklessness was concerning. I sent him to Devil's Island. Wadaiji replied nonchalantly, revealing the close bond between the two. Devil's Island? Are you not aware of what lurks there? Ning Beixian exclaimed, aghast at Wadaiji's reckless training methods, which placed students perilously close to death to cultivate their ultimate battle prowess. Wadaiji regarded Ning Beixian with a steady gaze. His philosophy was clear: rebirth through destruction or perish within it. Danger and opportunity were intertwined. Perhaps this would prove a fortuitous venture for Su Ming. Yet, upon hearing Wadaiji's words, Ning Beixian slammed his palm on the table, shouting, have you forgotten how Wang Dao met his demise? Wadaiji appeared as if struck by lightning. Immobilized for a moment before responding, Wang Dao's death was an accident, a consequence of human error. Sighing, Ning Beixian observed Wadaiji's retreating figure. He could not deny the strength gained from Wadaiji's training methods, but he also recognized the irreversible consequences of his approach. Wang Dao, mentioned earlier, was once the pride of Su Bei University, a dominant force among the nation's top 10 schools, yet Wadaiji's methods had led to tragedy. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, a quarrel had erupted between the two regarding his fate. Meanwhile, he cautiously explored Devil's Island, escorted by Haohan and his 3 other summoned beasts. A faint wound marred Haohan's left foreleg, a result of an ambush by a steel-scythed mantis. This insect-evolved beast, though small in stature, inflicted considerable damage. It was Haohan's first encounter with blood. With danger and reward coexisting, Su Ming had amassed 2,000 points within a single day, promptly elevating Haohan's 2 skills to the 5th tier, doubling their effectiveness. Haohan's true combat capabilities had reached a level where it could contend directly with 9th tier commanders, even 1st tier lords, without appearing outmatched, showcasing its superiority among Su Ming's summoned beasts. The Radiant Dragon was not yet ready for combat, so Su Ming allocated 1 evolution crystal to it, ensuring a safe evolution within his beast space. However, no sooner had Su Ming utilized his evolution crystal than he faced the most formidable opponent since his awakening, a creature more terrifying than the Earth Dragon. Chapter 32, Silverback King Kong. Beast, Silverback King Kong. Level, Lord 2nd tier. Attribute, Gold. The Beast Encyclopedia, curated by humanity, hailed the Silverback King Kong as the king of strength, known for its fierce temperament and innate combat prowess. This creature, a mutation of the original Silverback gorilla, once stood toe-to-toe with formidable predators like tigers and bears. The mutated Silverback King Kong, however, exhibited even greater ferocity, due to the low survival rate during its evolutionary process. Such beasts had become increasingly rare on the continent. Thus, encountering one here was unexpected. The Lord 2nd tier Silverback King Kong likely possessed strength surpassing that of an unleashed Haohan, illustrating the formidable combat prowess of this beast. Albeit its rarity made it highly sought after by potential tamers. The Silverback gorilla, resembling a towering hill, and the clumsy bear stood face to face, exchanging glances. The gorilla possessed considerable intelligence, and the aura emanating from the bear instilled a hint of trepidation within him. In a swift motion, the Silverback gorilla uprooted a massive tree to wield it as a weapon, charging directly towards the bear. Su Ming hastily distanced himself from the battlefield, aware that proximity could lead to collateral damage. The bear was swiftly knocked to the ground by the Silverback gorilla, prompting Su Ming to command Nightmare to engage the Silverback. Nightmare, unleash Mind Shock. In this critical moment, Su Ming elevated the level of Mind Shock to level 5. As Nightmare's power was vastly inferior to that of the Silverback gorilla, without the enhancement of level 5, it would be futile to inflict any damage. With a resounding thud, the Silverback gorilla was momentarily dazed, as though struck by a colossal hammer. The bear, fully unleashed, activated his Blood Rage domain. In an instant, he seized the Silverback gorilla and executed a powerful body slam, causing the surrounding lesser beasts to scatter in fright. The formidable defense granted by the elephant's strength allowed the bear to withstand the gorilla's attacks without feeling the brunt of the damage. Meanwhile, Nightmare intermittently unleashed Mind Shock, causing the gorilla to falter, and the bear capitalized on his fury to deliver a crushing blow. The bear's newly evolved horn pierced into the Silverback gorilla's flesh, causing crimson blood to flow forth, leading to the gorilla's collapse. However, the bear was not in a much better state. The gorilla's powerful fist had landed solidly upon him, and despite the defensive boost from the elephant, the sheer force of the gorilla's blows was akin to that of a ton of weight. Before long, The bear too succumbed to exhaustion. Su Ming navigated through the forest. And although Little Fire had achieved the ability to fly independently, its small size rendered it incapable of carrying Su Ming. The bear's injuries were severe, and recovery would take time. The silverback gorilla, a lord-level beast, was not so easily vanquished, and the pain inflicted by the bear was something the gorilla had never experienced before, coupled with the gaping wound that continued to bleed profusely. It was evident that even if the gorilla did not perish immediately, it would soon bleed out. Su Ming retrieved the bear into his beast space, lamenting the significant loss of combat strength, as the bear would require at least a week to recuperate. This loss of power could not go unpunished, for the lord-level beast was worth a considerable number of enhancement points. While Su Ming briefly entertained the notion of contracting the silverback gorilla, he was already in possession of 4 beasts, and acquiring another of such formidable strength seemed unnecessary, especially when he already had the bear. Rather than adding another beast to his roster and the associated pressure of enhancing points, transforming the gorilla into enhancement points was the more prudent course of action. Thus, 2 days passed. During this time, the silverback gorilla had managed to rise only to collapse once more. Although the wound was not as dire as it appeared, the bear's earlier heavy blows had inflicted internal injuries that rendered the gorilla incapable of recovery for a time. With the immense wound, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it bled like a river. After following the silverback gorilla for 2 days, Su Ming finally witnessed its last breath and converted it into enhancement points, an impressive 10,000 points. Indeed, a lord-level beast was valuable, especially one of such high caliber. On that day, Little Fire successfully ascended to the elite level, finally gaining combat capability. Su Ming was not eager to encounter another lord-level beast, at least not until the bear regained its fighting strength. Just as Su Ming was preparing to withdraw, the space ring on his hand suddenly regained its luster, shining even more brilliantly than before. Intrigued, Su Ming gestured with his hand, and when he pointed towards his side, the ring gleamed even brighter. Removing his hand caused the brilliance to fade. Drawing closer resulted in an explosion of light. Driven by curiosity, Su Ming followed the direction indicated by the ring and soon discovered a small temple nestled deep within an extremely dense thicket. This diminutive temple, barely large enough for a single person to stand within, piqued Su Ming's interest. What purpose did it serve? Observing the solitary structure on this isolated island, Su Ming noted that his ring seemed to indicate this very location. Meanwhile, Nightmare, perched atop Su Ming's head, slept soundly, finding pleasure in slumber. As Su Ming approached, he noticed that an indentation within the temple appeared to perfectly fit the size of his ring. With a sense of trial, he placed the ring against the recess. Suddenly, the blue light of the ring flickered, and an energy surge knocked Su Ming unconscious, causing Nightmare, too, to drift into slumber. In a hazy state, Su Ming found himself in an extraordinary space. The ring remained on his hand, yet he could no longer connect with his beasts. Turning abruptly, he was astonished to find Earth directly behind him. Where was this? A colossal black hole loomed before him, its immense gravitational pull drawing him inexorably closer. Su Ming struggled to escape, but he found himself drawing nearer to the abyss. At that moment, he looked up to see a massive, beastly silhouette obscured in the shadows of the black hole. In the dim light, he thought he glimpsed 2 delicate, pink tentacles. Nightmare? The thought flickered through his mind, but before he could ponder further, the black hole engulfed him, and his consciousness spiraled into oblivion. The colossal figure and familiar tentacles evoking a strong sense that it was indeed Nightmare. Time lost all meaning, and Su Ming felt a wetness on his cheek and an ache in his head, as if struck from behind by a heavy club. Gradually, he opened his eyes, bewildered and sitting on the ground. You're awake. A familiar voice jolted Su Ming back to clarity. Teacher Wu? Su Ming was momentarily confused. He turned to see himself beside the temple, realizing that the wetness on his cheek was from Nightmare licking him. You dare to faint in Demon Island? If I hadn't arrived in time, your life would have been forfeit. Wu Daoji glanced at Su Ming, acknowledging the close call. The young lad had been recklessly unconscious. Had he not summoned a beast for protection, he might have found himself in the belly of a ferocious beast. Teacher, how long was I out? Su Ming felt a throbbing pain in his head, uncertain of the reality of what he had just witnessed. I don't know. You were already unconscious when I arrived. If it weren't for your beast protecting you, you wouldn't even know where you'd ended up. Wu Daoji handed Su Ming a piece of roasted meat. As Su Ming took it, he instinctively felt compelled to check Nightmare's information, sensing something was amiss. Su Ming, did you kill a silverback gorilla? Wu Daoji asked casually, though his inquiry was laced with intrigue. Since Su Ming had already converted the silverback into enhancement points, he felt secure in his response. Yes, indeed. Wu Daoji was astonished. Upon his arrival, he had seen the ground stained with blood, a gruesome sight. That was a lord-level beast. How did you manage to kill it? Teacher, my bear has evolved once and possesses considerable combat strength. Su Ming was open about his bear's abilities, feeling that transparency would spare him concerns about revealing his secrets in the future. Do you possess any additional talents? Wadaiji gazed at Su Ming, pondering that without his innate talent, Su Ming's prowess would indeed be perplexing. Teacher, how did you discover this? Su Ming, still grappling with the implications, wondered how his formidable strength and the multitude of contracted beasts could have escaped suspicion. You little rascal, while it is commendable to wish to conceal your talent, your clumsy attempts at subterfuge raise suspicions. With your power and those inexplicable beasts, even the dimmest of minds would draw conclusions, Wadaiji remarked, observing that his student was certainly harboring secrets. Is it a 9-star talent? He inquired. Su Ming nodded. Since his secret was out, he might as well embrace it, though the specifics of his talent must remain undisclosed. Wadaiji stood abruptly, astounded by the revelation of a 9-star talent, a rarity he had not encountered in many years. What is its efficacy? He inquired. Skill enhancement, which amplifies the power of abilities. Su Ming altered his explanation, leaving Wadaiji momentarily speechless. Indeed, a 9-star talent. No wonder your Iron Eater possesses such extraordinary strength, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. Have others learned of your 9-star talent, Su Ming? Wadaiji promptly queried. No, teacher. Is there a problem? Su Ming replied. No issues, but you must keep your 9-star talent a secret. Let it end here. I will casually disclose that your talent is an 8-star with skill enhancement as its effect, but the truth of your 9-star talent must remain hidden. Do you understand? Seeing Wadaiji's earnest demeanor, Su Ming nodded and asked, Teacher, why is that? Wadaiji regained his composure, settling across from Su Ming, gazing into the fire as he spoke slowly. Su Ming, you have yet to enter university and do not comprehend the perils of the other world. We, the Beastmasters of Earth, exert every effort to keep them at bay, striving to prevent the battlefield from spilling onto our planet. However, Earth is not impervious. Many have allied with alien factions. If your 9-star talent were to become known, you would undoubtedly face their relentless pursuit. Teacher, what exactly are these alien beings? Su Ming asked, looking into Wadaiji's eyes. The alien races, to put it accurately, are groups from a different world. For reasons unknown, their realm has collided with ours, creating spatial rifts. From their perspective, we are the aliens, Wadaiji continued. These beings differ from us. Some resemble the ferocious beasts of Earth, while others are humanoid monsters, possessing combat prowess comparable to our beasts. They are extraordinarily powerful, capable of contending with our creatures, and some wield abilities akin to those of cultivators. There exists a multitude of alien races, and we remain unaware of how many there truly are. But why do they seek to invade our world? Su Ming queried, perplexed by the senseless conflict. Any being capable of thought will not be content with the status quo. They covet your resources and territory. The law of the jungle prevails, survival of the fittest. You should be aware of the classifications we ascribe to the alien realms. The higher the realm, the stronger the beings it can produce. The mightiest of our Earth can only be termed myths, yet I tell you, myths are not the pinnacle. Teacher, do you mean that if two worlds of equal standing were to merge, they might ascend to a higher realm, making cultivation easier and allowing for the birth of even mightier beings? Su Ming surmised, noting the way Wadaiji's gaze seemed to convey. When did I ever say that? Wadaiji, taken aback yet not disputing, recognized that this line of thought elucidated the brutality of the battlefield, although he remained unaware of how Su Ming had drawn such conclusions. In truth, Su Ming himself did not know why such thoughts had spontaneously surfaced, as if they had been articulated subconsciously. Wadaiji went on to relay much more to Su Ming, summarizing with a singular truth. The alien battlefield is a veritable meat grinder, with no prospect for reconciliation, a struggle for the survival of races. Come, young man, these matters are not yet close at hand. Your first year at university will primarily focus on your development. You cannot enter the battlefield until you attain the rank of Lord, Wadaiji asserted, rising to his feet. Su Ming would soon be ready for battle, yet protocol dictated that first-year students were barred from high-level alien realms, where only extraordinary beings could safeguard themselves. Having spent nearly half a month on this small island, Su Ming's return to Linjiang City was imminent, with only 2 weeks remaining until the commencement of the academic year. Wadaiji granted Su Ming a final fortnight of leave, whimsically termed the last revelry. Upon returning to Linjiang City, Su Ming not only received an acceptance letter from Subei University, but also a reward of 30 million in scholarship funds from the Linjiang First Prize. Chapter 34, Dual Beast Evolution. After several days of recuperation, Han had nearly restored his health, primarily due to the formidable Ninely bloodline, which also explained the impressive combat prowess of beasts possessing such lineage. What intrigued Su Ming most, however, was Nightmare. He was certain that the apparition he encountered while fainted on Demon Island was indeed Nightmare. On that day, Su Ming discovered that Nightmare had inexplicably acquired a new skill called Soul Black Hole, a skill rivaling that of Bloodlines. Soul Black Hole absorbs the soul power of enemies for personal use, thereby enhancing one's mental strength. Number of souls absorbed, 0, from a skill standpoint. This ability bore resemblance to a bloodline. Theoretically, the more soul power Nightmare absorbed, the stronger his accumulated mental prowess would become. Most remarkably, the count of souls could be augmented using enhancement points. However, the cost was steep. One soul required 1,000 enhancement points, with Su Ming currently holding 12,000. He could afford to enhance only 12 souls. Nevertheless, he opted to spend 5,000 to elevate his capacity by 5 points. The following day, Chi Wanner invited Su Ming to her home, and he sensed that this was an implicit cue to meet the parents. Su Ming, why are you so anxious? My parents are not man-eaters, she teased, observing his unusually slow demeanor. Wanner, is it too soon? I am hardly prepared for a parental introduction, Su Ming replied, blushing awkwardly. Grappling with a natural bloodline suppression. It's merely because you excel too much. Your performance in the trial tower has become widely known. My parents insisted I bring you home for a visit. I had no choice, Chi Wanner explained, pride evident in her voice. For having an outstanding boyfriend was a source of joy, ensuring her parents' support. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have rushed in so recklessly. Su Ming reflected, surprised by his unexpected fame. As the saying goes, fame brings trouble, and indeed. His newfound notoriety was accompanied by a deluge of relatives and friends at his home, offering congratulations. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Chi Wanner exclaimed, dragging Su Ming through the door. Su Ming has arrived. Come in, please. Her mother greeted, a striking resemblance to Chi Wanner. Perhaps due to her well-maintained appearance belied her age. Hello, Su Ming. Your name is quite renowned these days, Chi Wanner's father, Chi Mingdao, declared boisterously, exuding the aura of a seasoned bureaucrat. Good day, uncle. These are gifts for you, Su Ming replied. Oh, Su Ming, you need not bring gifts when visiting, Chi Mingdao replied warmly. A challenging lunch left Su Ming feeling more fatigued than battling the silverback King Kong. Chi Wanner's mother insisted that Wanner often bring Su Ming home for meals, and this particular repast nearly cost him his life. Su Ming, look at you. You're sweating from nerves, she remarked. Only upon exiting the Chi residence did Su Ming breathe a sigh of relief, his previously tense demeanor beginning to ease. I can't help it. If you were to visit my home, I'm certain you'd be even more anxious than I am, he retorted, tugging at his shirt to create a breeze. Uff, just go if you want. You didn't invite me anyway. I haven't even told my parents yet. When I return today, I'll mention it, but you better not backtrack on me. Throughout the day, Su Ming remained with Chi Wanner, and his nerves were rarely as relaxed as they were in her company. He felt that without such moments of reprieve amidst his cultivation journey, he might very well lose his sanity. Su Ming, the university is about to start, and I feel a bit anxious, she confessed. What is there to be nervous about? He asked. My brother mentioned their SA freshman competition at the start of the semester, intended to select participants for the National College Beastmaster competition. He insisted I must give my all to secure a good ranking. Su Ming regarded Chi Wanner. It was the second time he had heard about this competition and its purported prestige. Just do your best. Don't burden yourself excessively, he reassured her. Lightly patting her back, Wanner then leaned into his embrace, and with such beauty in his arms, Su Ming found himself somewhat flustered. The Aurora Saint Dragon and the Phoenix had already begun their evolution, yet Su Ming still harbored considerable doubts regarding the evolution crystals, pondering what the beings of the Apocalypse era must have been like. Moreover, he was perplexed as to why the nightmarish creature had suddenly acquired a skill reminiscent of a bloodline. In the remaining days, Su Ming refrained from wandering too far, occasionally dining at Wanner's home and engaging in light conversation. Su Lang's grades fell short of the top 10 universities. Yet he too enrolled in a university within Subei City, not far from Su Ming, while Lan Bao also entered Subei University alongside Chi Wanner. 2 weeks swiftly passed, and Su Ming's two beasts finally completed their evolution before the semester began, further enhancing their combat capabilities. Beast, Aurora Saint Dragon Attribute, Light Dragon Quality, Superior, Level, Elite Tier 1, Commander, 1000 years, Evolution Degree, 1 Evolution Count, 3 Skills, Dragon's Claw, True Dragon's Might, Holy Light Judgment, Holy Light Shield, Sacred Dragon Bloodline, Holy Light Domain, Dragon's Claw LV3, Unique Skill of Dragon Attribute Beasts, 0500, True Dragon's Might LV3, Unique Skill of Dragon Attribute Beasts, 0500, Aurora Judgment LV3. Damage caused by this skill heals the user, while Dark Attribute enemies take quadruple damage. 0500, Aurora Shield. Creates a light attribute shield that reflects damage. 0500. Sacred Dragon Bloodline. Suppresses all dragon attributes. Aurora Domain LV1. In this domain, the Aurora Saint Dragon receives a fourfold enhancement in all attributes and can rapidly heal itself and allies. 0500. Beast. Infernal Phoenix. Attribute. Fire quality. Superior. Level. Elite Tier 5. Commander. 1000 years. Evolution degree. 1 evolution count. 3 skills. Infernal Flame. Rebirth. Flame Absorption. Phoenix Strike. Scorching Domain. Infernal Flame LV3. Flames from Hell. Possessing greater power than ordinary hellfire. 0500. Rebirth. Passive. Cannot be upgraded. Occurs only once in a lifetime. Permanently enhances combat power after rebirth. Flame Absorption LV3. 80 resistance to fire attribute attacks. Can absorb 50 of their power for personal use. 0500. Phoenix Strike LV3. The Phoenix soars high, engulfed in flames as it strikes the enemy. 0500. Scorching Domain LV3. A domain skill where all enemies, except for fire attribute foes, suffer 200 burn damage. 0500. Compared to the skill transformations of the Aurora Saint Dragon, the changes in the Phoenix's skills were minimal, likely requiring practical experience to uncover their true potential. Chapter 35. Duo at the airport in Linjiang City. Due to the commencement of the National University semester, the military had deployed troops to escort various flights to the respective university locations. Ugh, why am I the only one left out? This is so embarrassing, Su Lang lamented. Surrounded by 3 peers from Su Bei University, while he stood apart. Oh, Su Lang, don't be too disheartened. If you get bullied at school, just come find me. Okay. Lan Bao loved to see Su Lang squirm and seized every opportunity to tease him. Su Lang shot her an annoyed glance and turned his head away. The airplane moved swiftly, and upon arriving at Su Bei Airport, the 4 dispersed to board their respective school shuttles. The familiar surroundings of Su Bei University greeted them, where Qi Wan'er's brother, Qi Hang, was already awaiting their arrival. Su Ming, you haven't even entered the school yet, and you're already famous. Qi Hang remarked with a mischievous grin, eyeing Su Ming, the boy who had stolen his sister away and caused him embarrassment at school. Qi Wan'er, now fiercely protective of Su Ming, sensed Qi Hang's teasing and quickly asked, brother, how has Su Ming become famous? Hee. Not only has Su Ming made a name for himself among the freshmen, but he is also well known among the upperclassmen. Of course, I helped a bit, Qi Hang replied, his smile widening. Brother, please tell me what is going on. Qi Wan'er urged, her impatience palpable. Fortunately, Su Ming reassured her with a gentle pat on the shoulder. He felt no fear regarding the opinions of others, given his current strength. You should ask your little boyfriend. After all, he defeated me and even claimed the school dragon. Many people are still unhappy about it, and if he loses in the freshman competition, it could be quite painful for him, Qi Hang added, having only recently learned of this incident, as he had been preoccupied with battles in the other world. Su Ming had anticipated attracting such animosity due to this. All right, you all get ready. I've already arranged your dormitory accommodations. Su Ming, yours is this 2-person room. Once I finish my work, Wan'er, you better not tell mom and dad that I slacked off. A service like this is quite thorough, wouldn't you agree? Receiving the dorm key, Qi Wan'er beamed, grateful for her brother's diligent preparations in advance for their enrollment, including their dormitory arrangements. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Qi Hang. Thank you, brother-in-law. Qi Hang was momentarily taken aback. His family hadn't even agreed yet, and this kid was already calling him brother-in-law. The gender-segregated dormitories seemed to suggest that Su Bei University was wary of romantic entanglements interfering with their students' cultivation, as they were located on opposite sides of the campus. Su Ming accompanied Qi Wan'er back to her dormitory before returning to his own, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Although the Phoenix could now carry him aloft, he preferred to maintain a low profile and avoid drawing too much attention. Su Ming's dormitory was 2616, and he found it without much difficulty. Qi Hang had mentioned his dormitory was also a 2-person room, and Su Ming felt a surge of anticipation regarding who his roommate might be. Upon arriving at the dormitory door, he discovered it had already been opened. Greetings, I am Su Ming, and henceforth we shall be roommates. Upon entering, Su Ming was the first to speak, eager to leave a favorable impression on his new roommate. Hee, Su Ming, are you perhaps being a tad too courteous? A familiar voice chimed in, leaving Su Ming momentarily flabbergasted, only to be engulfed by a wave of elation. Duo, what brings you here? Aren't you supposed to be attending Jingbei University? Su Ming could hardly fathom that the young master of the capital circle would choose to come to Su Bei University. Duo stepped forward, assisting Su Ming with his luggage as he explained, I initially intended to go to Jingbei, but after you broke the record that day, I sensed that being in your company would yield advantages, so I decided to come here. Su Ming felt puzzled. What advantages could he possibly provide? I believe your prowess has a high probability of surpassing Jun Wuhui during the upcoming National University Beastmaster Elite competition. And as the saying goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. While Jingbei University is indeed prestigious, it can be rather cutthroat. In contrast, Subei may offer a more favorable environment. Qian Duo sat on the edge of his bed, articulating his thoughts with conviction. Su Ming, you must look out for me. We both know your 8-star talent, and 3 Beastmaster abilities make you nothing short of extraordinary. Qian Duo exclaimed as he clutched Su Ming's leg in a plea for protection. Yet, Su Ming was well aware that Qian Duo hardly needed safeguarding. He had already contracted 5 beasts. If it weren't for his 8-star talent, he would have surely struggled. Qian Duo, how did you manage to contract 5 beasts? Can your beast space accommodate them? Upon mentioning this, Qian Duo's expression fell. He hadn't intended to rush into contracting 5 beasts, but after the beast he acquired from the trial tower hatched, he had no choice but to do so. Speaking of beast eggs, Qian Duo lamented that his own egg had yet to show any signs of hatching, while he heard that others had already seen theirs emerge. By the way, Su Ming, have you eaten? Let's go grab a bite. I haven't eaten since arriving at school. Do you mind if I bring along a couple of friends? Huh, you have classmates who also made it to Subei University? Then let us include them. I, Qian Duo, cherish companionship. No, it's my girlfriend and her little friend. Sister-in-law? Then hurry and bring her out. Su Ming, you should have mentioned having a sister-in-law. Qian Duo dragged Su Ming toward the best dining establishment on campus. Subei University boasted a plethora of amenities, akin to a miniature city. Knowing that Su Ming's girlfriend would be joining them, Qian Duo generously ordered an array of dishes. Before long, Qi Wan'er entered the private room with Lan Bao. The moment Qian Duo laid eyes on Lan Bao, his eyes sparkled, and he incessantly nudged Su Ming with his elbow. Su Ming chose to ignore this. Standing up to introduce the 3. Wan'er, Lan Bao, this is Qian Duo, the scion of the Qian family from Jingbei City. Wow. Isn't the Qian family reputed to be quite wealthy? Lan Bao exclaimed, covering her mouth in surprise. Comparatively, Qi Wan'er was already aware of Su Ming's acquaintanceship with them. Oh, no. It's just a modest amount of wealth, hardly worth mentioning, Qian Duo assured as he beckoned the 2 to take a seat. Su Ming, my dear brother. Lan Bao is totally my type. You must help me. Faced with Qian Duo's request, Su Ming felt helpless and could only encourage him to make his own efforts. After their meal, Su Ming learned about their upcoming preparations, namely selecting mentors. Generally, it is the mentors who choose the students, rather than the other way around. However, individuals like Su Ming, who were preordained by Wu Daoji, were quite rare. Since I already have a mentor, can I skip the new student assessment competition? I suppose not. But I'm not entirely certain. Has your mentor contacted you yet? Qian Duo inquired with curiosity. I just remembered that Wu Daoji hasn't reached out to me. He never provided his contact information. Where am I supposed to find him? Su Ming pondered. Su Ming, I think it would be wise for you to participate. The school likely hopes you will, especially considering you've received something. You really ought to have something to silence their doubts. Observing Su Ming's discomfort, even Qi Wan'er couldn't help but chuckle, softly adding, Su Ming, we are at a loss here too. You must do your best. Upon hearing that even his girlfriend was unhelpful, Su Ming's expression turned glum. The first 3 days of the semester were dedicated to mentor selection. Typically, universities do not have fixed curricula. Rather, students complete credits based on assignments given by their mentors. Su Ming also learned about the significance of credits. Within the school, credits served as a fixed currency, the sole medium of exchange. Every facility required credits for usage, and each student had a set credit requirement each semester. Failing to meet this standard could result in being held back or expelled. As Su Ming perused the offerings available for purchase with credits, he understood why the campus was often devoid of students. On the school's credit website, virtually everything imaginable, whether it soars through the skies, swims in the waters, or scurries on land, could be acquired with credits. Immersed in the credit website, Su Ming found it difficult to extricate himself. Hey, Qian Duo, why does the school's website feature cultivation methods from other worlds? Su Ming asked, noticing techniques like sword mastery and martial arts. It's quite normal. We, like them, utilize spiritual energy for cultivation. However, we focus on beast mastery, while they practice celestial arts and martial paths. Although we can learn them, we cannot reach their heights. The beast master talent grants us beasts, but we sacrifice our capacity for storing spiritual energy. Nonetheless, if you truly wish to learn, you could dabble in martial arts as it may enhance your physical capabilities, Qian Duo patiently elucidated. However, it was rare for beastmasters to pursue such techniques. They deemed it a waste of time and preferred nurturing a beast instead. What on earth is this? Su Ming exclaimed, staring at a technologically advanced fighter jet. something he had never seen on Earth. Duo leaned closer, captivated by the aircraft. Indeed, Earth's technology had not yet reached such heights. It was clearly a product from another world, and Bay University had one. This is likely stationed in the alien world, after years of conflict. We have gained some resources. We have a base in the alien world, meant for Beastmasters to operate there, Duo explained. Possessing a deeper understanding of the alien realm than Ming. The alien worlds were often vastly larger than Earth, and the more advanced the world, the more territory it encompassed. Without suitable transportation, it was challenging to navigate within them. However, while such a fighter jet was undeniably cool, its price was astonishingly high, requiring a staggering 10,000 credits. Ming still had no concrete grasp of the value of credits. By the way, Ming, why do you have 1,000 credits, while I have none? Duo suddenly noticed Ming's account, which surprisingly boasted 1,000 credits. It seems this was bestowed upon me by my mentor, who promised to grant me 1,000 credits upon my arrival. Goodness, what a ruse. Who is your mentor? I wish to speak with him too. Just as Duo's words faded, a sudden realization struck him, and he immediately shook his head. Never mind, Ming. I dare not approach your mentor. Duo, do you know something I do not? Is my mentor truly fearsome? Ming, let me discreetly share a tidbit with you. Your mentor is rather eccentric. With that, Duo dashed back to his bed, ignoring Ming's questions. Observing this, Ming refrained from pressing further. His impression of Wu Daoji was quite favorable, at least not as terrifying as they had described. On the third day after the commencement of classes, all the freshmen gathered at the school's combat arena, preparing for the opening competition. Amongst the audience, a plethora of mentors and the principal sat, ready to select their desired students. However, Ming did not spot Wu Daoji among the mentors. Ming, I think I shall keep my distance from you, Duo exclaimed before swiftly making his exit. Ming, I too shall take my leave. Lan Bao followed suit, leaving Ming in a state of bewilderment, pondering what had transpired today. Suddenly, a keen sense alerted Ming to several ominous presences. Ming, look over there. Qi Wan'er, standing beside him, pointed ahead at a group of individuals with grim expressions, their unwavering gazes fixated upon him. Ming, when have you ever crossed paths with them? Qi Wan'er hid behind Ming. The freshman competition operated under a challenge system. Those willing to challenge could showcase their abilities before the mentors, while those who refrained would be randomly assigned after the mentors concluded their selections. Yet, many preferred to study under well-known mentors. I truly do not know. I do not recognize them. Ming shook his head, equally perplexed about how he had offended them. Ming, you have quite the reputation. At that moment, Lan Bao stealthily returned, attempting to pull Qi Wan'er away. I see. Wanna, you should go. I shall handle these individuals. Ming waved his hand, determined to assert himself, eager to see if his beast would comply. Chapter 37. The Freshman Competition, a Mere Formality. On the stands, the teachers of Bay University whispered among themselves, their aspirations for a commendable mentor mirroring the mentor's desire for exceptional students. That must be Ming. It is said he surpassed Jun Wuhui's record in the trial tower. I wonder how his true combat prowess measures up. Soon, we shall find out. Ming's fame is considerable, and those students below wish to challenge him. Without competition, how could one possibly improve? That is essential. I heard Wu Daoji mention that Ming possesses an 8-star talent, although his previous abilities were rather unremarkable. The mentors on the stands were equally fascinated by Ming. They could hardly be unaware of his existence, given the stir he had caused nationwide. Ming, unfazed by the spectators, confidently strode onto one of the combat arenas, believing that the most effective way to silence his detractors was to defeat them outright. Who shall step forward first? Ming surveyed the crowd, noting the hostile glares directed at him, yet no one dared to approach. I shall go first. The other arenas were already ablaze with action, and lingering around Ming was no longer tenable. If they continued to hesitate, the freshman exhibition would end without a mentor taking notice, resulting in inevitable allocation. My name is Zhao Fuxin, ranked 40th in the college entrance examination, which is higher than yours. Ming grasped Zhao Fuxin's implications. It was evident he resented Ming's accolades. Then let us dispense with idle chatter and engage directly. Without further ado, Ming summoned his companion, Han Hai, who was but a step away from breaking through to the commander level. A collective gasp resonated through the audience as they beheld the enormous creature, towering over 10 meters. Was this a beast of elite caliber? What level is your beast? Elite. Is there a problem with that? Zhao Fuxin, incensed by Ming's insolent demeanor, contemplated retaliating. Classmate, please summon your beast quickly. There are many waiting in line behind you. At that moment, Ming's gaze shifted to the crowd below. In an instant, those who had intended to challenge him dispersed. The appearance of Han Hai had made the disparity abundantly clear. Their own beasts seemed like mere toys in comparison. How could they possibly engage in battle? Classmate, classmate. With Su Ming's persistent urging and the many mentors observing, Zhao Fuxin felt compelled to act. A mottled giant tiger appeared in the arena, a formidable opponent. Most challengers Su Ming faced were of pure strength. Yet Zhao Fuxin's Icefield Battle Tiger combined both power and magical prowess, a rare and exceptional beast. Han Hai, unleash your brute force. Icefield Battle Tiger, freeze the expanse. In an instant, the icy tendrils spread from the tiger's feet, encasing Han Hai's legs in a thick layer of frost, which continued to creep upwards. Icefield Battle Tiger, claws. Recognizing that Han Hai's brute strength posed a significant threat, Zhao Fuxin knew he could not afford to delay. The tiger leapt high, its glimmering claws poised to strike Han Hai. Should they connect, the outcome of the match would be dire. A resounding thud echoed as Han Hai caught the Icefield Battle Tiger effortlessly with a single hand. When a beast of strength is outmatched in size, it suffers greatly. Indeed, Han Hai's combat capabilities remained unscathed, easily shattering the encasing frost. Upon witnessing this, Zhao Fuxin realized that his ice powers were utterly insufficient to restrain Su Ming's beast. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, rendering victory impossible. Meanwhile, the discerning mentors in the stands recognized Han Hai's extraordinary prowess at a glance. This beast must have undergone evolution once. Even so, such strength is truly terrifying. Indeed, it is rare to encounter such combat prowess at the elite level. An elite beast that has completed a single evolution is exceedingly uncommon, achievable only through the use of evolution crystals. The Icefield Battle Tiger struggled futilely in Han Hai's grasp, its limbs flailing in desperation. Should Han Hai apply more pressure, the tiger might very well be crushed. Release it, Han Hai. Only Su Ming could restore Han Hai's composure. Upon hearing his master's command, Han Hai relinquished its hold, allowing the Icefield Battle Tiger to fall helplessly. As Su Ming recalled Han Hai into his beast space, he understood that Han Hai's performance had sufficiently showcased his strength and talent, silencing any lingering doubts among his detractors. Stepping away from the battlefield, Su Ming initially had no intention of participating in this competition. His presence was merely to silence the naysayers. Just as he contemplated seeking out Qi Wan'er and the others, he discovered his mentor, Wu Daoji, waiting at the entrance for him. Teacher, what brings you here? Su Ming inquired, puzzled, as he assumed the mentor would be in the stands. I'm here to take you away. Your talents are being wasted here. I will escort you to where you truly belong, Wu Daoji replied, his demeanor prompting a sudden unease within Su Ming. Teacher, I need to say goodbye to my friends, Su Ming insisted, aware that he might be away for an extended period. There's no need for that. Just inform them via your phone and let us be on our way. Wu Daoji interrupted, swiftly taking hold of Su Ming and leading him away. Meanwhile, the other three competitors finally noticed Su Ming's absence. Where has Su Ming gone? They wondered aloud. At that moment, Su Ming managed to send a quick message to Qi Wan'er, informing her that he had been taken away by his teacher and would not continue in the competition as he was heading into the realm of the alien races. Even the donkeys from production teams wouldn't dare to act in such a manner. Truly, Wu Daoji lives up to his reputation as the devilish mentor of Su Bei University. Did no one think to warn Su Ming? Qian Duo trembled at the news. It was indeed harsh, as the university had only just begun its term 3 days ago, and Su Ming was already being thrust into the battlefield of another world. Chapter 38. The Celestial Hua World. Su Ming was oblivious to what Qian Duo and the others were thinking, as he was already en route to the alien world. Teacher, which world are we heading to, and how long will I be there? Su Ming persisted with questions, hoping for answers. This world you are being sent to is also one of beast tamers. However, I hope you can learn something valuable there. They are not directly hostile to us, but their collective strength is significantly greater than ours, Wu Daoji explained as he guided Su Ming towards the teleportation array. He paused for a moment before continuing. In their world, they possess abilities that our Earth's beast tamers lack. I wish for you to learn these and bring that knowledge back. What abilities? Su Ming probed. But Wu Daoji offered no response as they arrived at the school's teleportation array. After adjusting the coordinates, both vanished from their original location. In the next instant, Su Ming found himself deep within a towering mountain. Su Ming, remember this place. If you wish to return, use this crystal and place it in that recess. It is a secret teleportation array established by our Earth in this world. Be sure to confirm that you are not being followed when you leave. Otherwise, it could lead to complications. However, I hope you can wait for my return. Do you understand? Wu Daoji instructed earnestly. Su Ming nodded, listening intently to every word. I understand, teacher. But will the people of this world truly not notice my presence? Wu Daoji shook his head, his expression serious. They They are all beast tamers, but they possess skills that our Earth's beast tamers do not. How many beasts do you currently have? How many have evolved? Su Ming responded. 3 evolved, 1 that hasn't evolved, and 1 unhatched egg. Wu Daoji nodded, recalling that Su Ming had at least 4 beasts. He refrained from inquiring about the extra egg. However, after a moment of realization, Wu Daoji looked at Su Ming in disbelief. You have 3 evolved beasts? Su Ming smiled awkwardly and explained, I acquired 2 evolution crystals in the trial tower and used them on my 2 beasts. Wu Daoji was nearly flabbergasted. Who would expect to find someone before him who was merely an elite-level beast tamer yet possessed 3 evolved beasts? He sighed in relief, realizing that Su Ming now had greater means of self-protection, allowing him to feel more at ease. Su Ming, filled with numerous questions, sensed Wu Daoji's urgency. Teacher, if you have any further instructions, please share them. The key points to note are these. The unique aspect of this world is the existence of divine skills for beast tamers. To acquire these skills, you must enter their sect and learn the secret methods of beast tamers. Therefore, I hope you can obtain their finest divine skills. As for other elements of this world, they are fundamentally similar to those of our Earth's beast tamers, Wu Daoji elaborated. Su Ming nodded eagerly. This world indeed seemed increasingly intriguing, with divine skills promising to be a remarkable pursuit. Teacher, has anyone from Earth ever acquired divine skills from their realm? Wu Daoji nodded, meeting Su Ming's gaze. Time is of the essence. My presence may soon attract their attention. Su Ming, do not hold back your talents. Reveal them all. Go to the Tianqing sect, one of the most prestigious sects in this world. Their triennial recruitment is about to commence, and their secret methods are the most powerful I am aware of. I urge you to learn them. After I depart, you must leave this place immediately. One must weather the storm to see the rainbow. If you are afraid, you can leave with me now. Su Ming contemplated for a moment and replied with determination. Teacher, I assure you, I will learn the secret methods you spoke of. With Wu Daoji departing, Su Ming swiftly fled the location as instructed, yet he meticulously committed the route back to memory, as it would serve as his retreat. Gazing upon the vast expanse of mountains, he felt a tinge of confusion. Teacher, did you forget to give me a map? How am I supposed to find my way out and locate the Tianqing sect? Meanwhile, back at Subei University, Wu Daoji realized he had failed to provide Su Ming with the map. However, returning now would be futile, as the powerful beast tamers of that world had likely already arrived. As Wu Daoji had surmised, it wasn't long before a group of beast tamers riding giant eagles arrived in the area. The appearance of a revered-level beast tamer within their territory would undoubtedly raise alarms. They must be passing through. A revered-level beast tamer wouldn't consider our small nation significant. One remarked. Still, it's wise to be cautious. The Tianqing sect has begun recruiting disciples, and beast tamers from across the continent are flocking here. The Emperor has instructed us to remain vigilant against enemy infiltration. If not for my age, I would have loved to try my hand at it. Come now, you're well into your 30s. The Tianqing sect wouldn't even spare you a glance without top-tier talent. Su Ming listened intently from behind a thicket, realizing that the Tianqing sect was indeed nearby. As the 2 guards flew away, he followed in their direction. Meanwhile, in the office of the president at Subei University, Ning Beixian felt a surge of frustration towards Wu Daoji. This reckless individual had been far too impulsive. How could he allow Su Ming to venture into that world? Wu Daoji, what am I to say to you? Your haste is astonishing. Su Ming already possesses remarkable talent. By sending him into the celestial Hua world, where the beast tamers are formidable, what if something tragic were to befall him? Ning Beixian was indeed aflame with urgency. The Tianhua Great World, where Su Ming currently resided, was of a rank far superior to Earth, essentially, the realm of predecessors to the beast tamers of Earth. The formidable beast tamers wielded creatures not only endowed with extraordinary abilities, but also devastating powers capable of annihilating the very fabric of existence. The Tianqing sect was initiating the recruitment of disciples, presenting a golden opportunity. In 3 years, Su Ming would be 20, and time was slipping away. Have you forgotten how Wang Dao met his demise? Are you intent on pursuing this reckless course? Ning Beixian exclaimed, frustration rendering him momentarily speechless as he pointed at Wu Daoji. Chapter 39, by Ling. The pressing nature of time was the crux of the matter. Otherwise, Wu Daoji would not have hurriedly dispatched Su Ming. Presently, Su Ming remained blissfully unaware of the circumstances surrounding him, albeit he was fortunate that the 2 individuals earlier had offered assistance. Their conversation suggested that this world was a confluence of kingdoms and sects, yet the precise level of technological advancement remained uncertain, possibly reminiscent of antiquity. With an abundance of questions swirling in his mind, Su Ming understood he must tread cautiously and explore gradually. Indeed, it was true that a master leads one to the threshold. But the journey of cultivation is solely reliant on oneself, fraught with peril at every turn. To ensure the concealment of the teleportation array, Earth was established deep within the mountains. Su Ming relied on the formidable mental prowess of his nightmarish companion to evade the menacing beasts. Otherwise, he would have struggled to navigate the depths of this mountainous expanse. After a day of cautious evasion from countless ferocious creatures, he finally glimpsed the main road. Rather than wandering aimlessly, he chose to wait by the roadside. Apprehensive that straying might lead to dire consequences, he intended to follow passers-by, provided their strength appeared inferior to his own. After a prolonged period of concealment, a caravan of horses eventually approached. Observing their appearance, Su Ming deduced that the technological standards of this world were exceedingly primitive, akin to those of ancient times. He carefully trailed behind them, unperturbed by the prospect of being discovered, for the strongest among them, the captain, was merely at the 7th tier, a level he could easily overwhelm. Before long, the caravan noticed his presence. Despite the enhancement of his physical capabilities, his vision remained subpar. If he lagged too far behind, he risked being detected. Moreover, traversing the road alone posed the threat of encountering bandits. "Miss, there's someone following us," the captain promptly reported to the central carriage of the caravan. At that moment, a young girl leaned out of the carriage window, squinting into the distance. "Uncle Lin, has he been trailing us all along?" "Indeed, he appears quite young." "Likely returning from an adventure in the mountains behind us," replied the captain, a middle-aged man, the strongest individual Su Ming had encountered thus far. "Let us wait for him. This road is fraught with danger." The girl's voice was melodious, akin to a nightingale, though Su Ming could not hear it. The captain, faced with the request of his young mistress, appeared conflicted. "Miss, we are tasked with escorting you to Tianqing City, and you must prepare for the Tianqing sect's entrance examination. Bringing another individual along may complicate matters." The captain's words only reinforced the girl's conviction. "Uncle Lin, perhaps he is also heading to Tianqing City and intends to join the Tianqing sect. Having him accompany us would provide an additional layer of safety." Rumors suggested that the entrance examination of the Tianqing sect consisted of 2 components: a beast taming aptitude test, with those scoring below 6 stars being eliminated, and a trial through the formidable mountains where elite-level beasts were nurtured, with only a few attaining the captain tier. "Uncle Lin, please stop. Let us wait for him," the girl urged, prompting the captain to halt the caravan. Seeing the caravan come to a stop, Su Ming understood he had been detected and approached them nonchalantly. However, the girl's voice rang out behind him. "Hey, weren't you following us? Why pretend otherwise?" At that moment, Su Ming glanced around, and his nightmarish companion signaled him, confirming that within his mental control range, no other beast tamers were present. The nightmarish being's mental influence had expanded significantly after 5 enhancements to its soul black hole, now encompassing 500 meters, with a monitoring range of 10 kilometers. As its level and the number of souls absorbed by the soul black hole increased, so too would its mental control and surveillance capabilities. Turning his head, Su Ming was momentarily entranced by the girl's beauty. Her exquisite features and fair skin were such that only Chi Wanner could rival her in his experience. However, despite her allure, he was determined not to let her condescension slide. "Why should I be following you? I'm merely walking along the road. Just because you're ahead doesn't mean I'm trailing you. What if I were to walk in front? Would you then be following me? Big sister? Me?" The girl was evidently taken aback by Su Ming's address, astonished that he would refer to her in such a manner, considering their similar ages. As Su Ming walked away, Captain Lin had intended to reprimand him, but was halted by the girl's intervention. "Uncle Lin, let us follow him and see where he goes," she said with a playful smile. Suspecting that Su Ming was indeed headed to the Tianqing sect, but simply didn't know the way, the nightmarish being atop his head was the best proof of his intentions. Before long, as Su Ming reached a fork in the road, he found himself at a loss and gradually slowed his pace to allow the caravan to pass him. However, they seemed to match his pace, refusing to overtake him. "Forgive me, beautiful lady, I was wrong. Might you lead the way?" Su Ming lamented, at a loss in this desolate wilderness. The girl leaned out, a triumphant smile lighting her face. "So, are you headed to the Tianqing sect?" Upon hearing the mention of the Tianqing sect, Su Ming eagerly nodded. "I've run out of provisions and have no idea where the Tianqing sect is located. I've come from elsewhere, and they merely directed me to head in this direction." He feigned a pitiful expression. Even the nightmarish creature seemed to whimper in sympathy. Seeing Su Ming's demeanor, the girl cast a pleading glance at Captain Lin. "Very well, you may accompany us. Our young mistress is also bound for the Tianqing sect. But you must remain close to me," Captain Lin said with a fierce glare directed at Su Ming. Thank you, Su Ming exclaimed in relief, and the girl's smile broadened as she extended her hand. "Hello, I'm Bai Ling. What is your name, and where do you hail from?" "I'm Su Ming. From Huaxia." "Huaxia? Is that a country?" "I've never heard of it in the neighboring regions," Bai Ling inquired, glancing at Captain Lin as if seeking his insight. "Indeed. It's quite distant. I've heard tales of the formidable beast tamers and mystical techniques of the Tianqing sect, which compelled me to journey here. But I exhausted my resources upon arrival. Chapter 40. Tianqing Sect. Subsequently, Su Ming gleaned a wealth of information from Captain Lin, who provided insights into this world known as the Tianhua Great World, a realm where kingdoms and sects coexisted. The kingdom where Su Ming currently resides is called the Azure Blue Kingdom, a minuscule realm within the vast expanse of the Tianhua Great World. Above this kingdom lies an empire, known as the Holy Light Empire. Despite its diminutive size, the Azure Blue Kingdom is renowned throughout the entire Tianhua Great World, primarily due to the presence of a premier sect, the Tianqing Sect. Their destination is Tianqing City, which, although under the jurisdiction of the Azure Blue Kingdom, is exclusively managed by the Tianqing Sect. The leader of the convoy is named Lin Kong, a servant of the Bai family, tasked with escorting Bai Ling to the Tianqing Sect. According to Lin Kong, there remains a day's journey to Tianqing City, necessitating the convoy to camp overnight in the wilderness. As night fell, the weather was warm, and most members of the convoy gathered around a campfire to rest. Bai Ling, a spirited young woman, sat beside Su Ming, engaging him in lively conversation. Su Ming found himself admiring his own talent for fabrication, having conjured an entire lineage from the fictional Huaxia Kingdom, which Bai Ling accepted without a hint of skepticism. The Tianhua Great World is so vast that no one could ever grasp its full scope, rendering Su Ming's invented Huaxia Kingdom virtually untraceable. Su Ming, what is your beast mastery aptitude? The Tianqing Sect requires a minimum of 6 stars, Bai Ling inquired with curiosity, having been intrigued by his abilities from the outset. Upon hearing her question, Su Ming turned to look at her. Bai Ling felt a bit embarrassed under his gaze, realizing that it might be inappropriate to inquire about someone else's aptitude. I apologize, Su Ming. I was merely curious. With a gentle smile, Su Ming replied, I possess a 7-star aptitude, which is quite average. At that moment, everyone present rose in astonishment, their expressions filled with disbelief, while Lin Kong concealed a subtle hint of malice within his gaze. A 9-star aptitude is regarded as the pinnacle of talent. You possess a 7-star aptitude too? That's remarkable. Bai Ling exclaimed happily, her excitement palpable. Su Ming nodded and remarked, the Tianqing Sect does not impose restrictions on the number of disciples it accepts. As long as one qualifies, it suffices. Aptitude is merely a minor criterion for evaluating strength. Indeed, you are right, Su Ming. At this juncture, Su Ming, having traversed the realms of life and death, sensed an imperceptible aura of hostility, which he instinctively attributed to Lin Kong. He hoped the man would refrain from any nefarious actions, as he had no desire to harm such an endearing girl. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, likely due to Su Ming's remark about the Tianqing Sect's open policy for disciples, which deterred Lin Kong from making a move against him. The following afternoon, Su Ming finally arrived with the convoy at the much-anticipated Tianqing City. The city gates towered over 30 meters high, emanating an overwhelming aura befitting a stronghold of such a formidable sect. Su Ming speculated that even the capital of the Azure Blue Kingdom could not rival its grandeur. At that moment, Tianqing City buzzed with a multitude of visitors from all corners, some arriving in horse-drawn carriages like Bai Ling, while many others came flying on their beasts. The city was indeed a sea of humanity, with countless individuals converging here for the opportunity to join the Tianqing Sect. Though the Tianqing Sect is the apex of sects on the continent, its influence is largely confined to the Holy Light Empire and a few neighboring empires, making individuals like Su Ming a rarity. With the sect's triannual recruitment event set for the day after tomorrow, nearly all inns in Tianqing City were fully booked. Aware that he could not continue accompanying Bai Ling and her group, Su Ming graciously declined their offer and arranged to meet them at the sect's gate the following day. Unfortunately, he found himself in a predicament, possessing not a single coin of this world's currency, rendering him unable to secure lodging. Thus, he opted to wait near the sect's entrance, where he discovered numerous others who, unable to find accommodation within the city, had set up camp nearby. The Tianqing Sect is nestled amidst towering mountains, and from the gate, Su Ming could not discern the sect's true location, as several formidable mountains lay between them, which also served as the site of the second trial. Only those who successfully navigate this challenge would earn the right to enter the sect. 2 days swiftly passed, and on this day, Su Ming realized his naivety. The throng gathered at the Tianqing Sect's gate numbered nearly 200,000 to 300,000. He was astonished by the sheer number of individuals with 6-star aptitude or higher, and found himself awestruck by the strength of the Tianhua Great World. However, upon utilizing his probing technique, he discerned that many were not actually 6-star masters. They were merely hoping for a stroke of luck. Amidst the crowd, Su Ming searched for Bai Ling, who was equally attempting to locate him. Although the area in front of the gate was spacious, everyone was reluctant to undergo the second trial's assessment early, causing a bottleneck. In the tumult, Bai Ling, a slender girl, was nearly swept off her feet by the throng when Su Ming caught her just in time. Turning to see her rescuer was Su Ming, Bai Ling exclaimed in excitement. Su Ming, let us queue up, Su Ming said with a slight smile, guiding Bai Ling to a less crowded area, as two massive beasts soared above the gate. They were accompanied by disciples of the Tianqing sect and the apparatus for testing aptitudes. From a distance, the stone appeared to be merely a rock, and its details were indistinct. With the call of the disciple at the gate, the crowd surged forward, commencing the first round of aptitude testing for prospective beast masters wishing to join the Tianqing sect. Those with beast mastery aptitude below 6 stars, or those with dual aptitudes below 5 stars are advised to depart. Do not harbor false hopes, as this is the minimum threshold for acceptance into the Tianqing sect. An elder stepped forth, his voice resonating clearly in every listener's ear. Immediately after his declaration, half of the crowd dispersed, leaving Su Ming astonished at the number of opportunists. It's quite normal. These individuals hail from nearby cities, hoping to take a chance, Bai Ling remarked, concealing her laughter behind her hand. Observing those who had left but not entirely departed, Su Ming understood that they were merely spectators. Now, let us officially commence. All aspiring beast masters wishing to join the Tianqing sect, please step forward, the elder's voice rang out, prompting everyone to form an orderly line. The testing proceeded swiftly. Participants placed their hands upon the stone, which featured 9 depressions. The number of illuminated depressions indicated their star rating. For those with dual aptitudes, the stone would light up twice, beginning with the lower aptitude. Most individuals tested before Su Ming were 6-star and 7-star beast masters, and even amidst the departures, the number of top-tier talents far exceeded those on Earth. At that moment, Su Ming began to sense that the Tianhua Great World was a realm of far greater magnitude than Earth. Given the vast numbers, it was evident that testing would extend over the course of the day, and those who completed the tests were directed to designated resting areas behind the gate, awaiting the conclusion of the process before proceeding into the mountains. Su Ming and Bai Ling were scheduled for testing the following day, so they took a moment to rest at the gate, knowing that as beast masters, they could absorb spiritual energy and would not tire even after a night without sleep. The testing spanned 3 days and nights, concluding with nearly 30,000 participants. Judging by the admission rates of the Tianqing sect, only around 5,000 would likely gain entry, while the rest would either have perished or retreated midway. Su Ming's 7-star talent, combined with his 6-star dual talent, sparked a notable wave of excitement among the 30,000. Only a mere handful possessed 8-star talents, and the 7-star talents were scarce, numbering close to 1,000. The majority were 6-star or dual talent individuals. As for why Su Ming's 9-star talent went undetected, it was primarily because he withdrew his hand immediately after revealing his dual talent. After all, a 6-star combined with a 7-star talent was already exceedingly rare. An additional talent, even if it were 8-star, would pale in comparison, thus drawing little suspicion. After a day of waiting for everyone to assemble at the mountain gate, the elder who had previously conducted their tests appeared before the crowd. Beyond these mountains lies the Tianqing sect. Once you cross, you will officially become disciples of the sect. However, I must caution you, the paths through the mountains are numerous, and each location harbors different ferocious beasts. If you intend to travel together on a single path, I strongly advise against it. Furthermore, the Tianqing sect has various divisions. The slower you arrive, the lesser your division will be, and the more inferior the techniques you will learn, the elder concluded. Mounting the colossal beast they had arrived on and departing with the Tianqing sect disciples, leaving behind a remark to wait for them at the Tianqing sect. Standing beside Su Ming, Bai Ling noticed the dozens of different paths laid out before them. Su Ming glanced at her. She was still the kind and lovely girl he remembered, and he was determined to assist her in entering the sect. Su Ming, which path should we take? Bai Ling inquired, her admiration for Su Ming only deepening upon discovering he was a dual-talent individual. Many had already mounted their beasts, racing ahead to reach the mountain gate faster. Let us take this one, Su Ming decided, summoning Han Han. The immense creature immediately awed everyone around them. What caliber of beast is this? Let us go, Bai Ling. Your beast is slower, it's best to stick with me. All right. Bai Ling joyfully leaped onto Han Han's back, and together they surged forward. Han Han's speed quickly cleared a path through the throngs on their chosen route. With Bai Ling seated behind him, an unprecedented sense of safety enveloped her, though Su Ming remained oblivious to these sentiments. He merely wished to help Bai Ling. Su Ming's rapid pace caught the attention of several elders from the Tianqing sect observing from nearby mountains. That young man's talents are quite commendable, 7-star and 6-star. That beast of his must have evolved at least once. Impressive indeed, especially being a strength-type beast. He S1 we won in the strength division, remarked a burly man watching Su Ming navigate through the forest. Perhaps Elder Su is speaking too soon. I suspect the creature above him is a mental-type nightmare, and its detection range is quite extensive. This young man is also one we desire for the Spirit Division, another elder countered. The Strength Division and Spirit Division they referred to were the very divisions the elder had mentioned. As the Tianqing sect categorized beast tamers based on their beasts' developmental paths, the Strength Division focusing on physical attack beasts, the Spirit Division on mental attack beasts, the Action Division on spellcasting beasts, and the Celestial Division on various hybrid beasts. Unlike Earth, most beast tamers in the Tianhua Great World specialized in a single type. As the esoteric techniques were scarce, mastering one type allowed for a shared understanding of techniques. Furthermore, since these techniques must first be learned by the beast tamers and then conveyed through their connection with the beasts, this situation arose. Among the 4 divisions of the Tianqing sect, the Celestial Division had the fewest members, not due to a lack of specialists, but rather because the esoteric techniques available there were rarer and more challenging to learn, far beyond the grasp of many beast tamers. The elders from the 4 divisions continued to seek their ideal disciples among those engaged in the forest battles. Bai Ling, why don't you summon your beast as well? Su Ming suggested. Throughout their journey, he and Bai Ling had nearly swept through the ferocious beasts. Yet Su Ming's nightmare had already alerted him to the presence of beast tamers in the distant mountains. Bai Ling, thinking that Su Ming no longer wished to protect her, was reassured when Su Ming smiled and said, "The elders of the Tianqing sect are watching. I want you to showcase your skills." Most participants were at the elite level, and the beasts encountered were predominantly of elite high rank. Beast tamers with 3 or so beasts typically faced little difficulty. Oh, okay. Bai Ling beamed at Su Ming's explanation, clearly pleased by his concern for her. Bai Ling specialized in water attribute spellcasting as a beast tamer, her awakened talent enhancing her water-based attacks, resulting in a team of water attribute spellcasting beasts. Ah, this young man has discovered our presence. It seems he has trained that nightmare quite well. Chuckled an elder from the Spirit Division, his interest in Su Ming growing. That beast of his is quite the powerhouse. I suspect its combat prowess could reach the high ranks of leaders, if not even lord level. Chapter 42, An Initial Encounter with Bu Fei. The elders of the 4 divisions continued to search for their desired disciples among those engaged in battles in the forest. Undoubtedly, Su Ming's performance stood out remarkably among all. The journey from the mountain gate to the true entrance of the Tianqing sect spanned approximately 4 or 5 mountains, each with dozens of paths available for the candidates to choose. Since Su Ming had helped Bai Ling down from Han Han, her showcased combat prowess left him quite impressed. She was far from the fragile figure he had initially imagined. Her water attribute beasts, enhanced by her abilities, gained significant strength in battle. While Su Ming refrained from displaying too much power, the presence of Han Han alone sufficed. Most of the beasts in the subsequent mountains were low-ranking leaders, and they stood little chance against Han Han, especially the strength-type beasts, which were crushed without the slightest resistance. Of course, Su Ming allowed Bai Ling more opportunities to shine, only intervening when he confirmed she could not handle a situation on her own. After 2 days of travel, Su Ming lost count of how many ferocious beasts they had slain, yet regrettably, the elders were closely monitoring them, preventing him from converting the beasts' corpses into enhancement points. Otherwise, he could have amassed a considerable amount of enhancement points. Fortunately, the pair arrived smoothly before the true mountain gate of the Tianqing sect. Compared to the previous gate, this one bore the 3 grand characters of Tianxing Zong, and Su Ming was astonished to find inscriptions on either side reading, Tianxing Jian. A gentleman strives for self-improvement. Such ancient literature belonged to Earth. Why would it exist here? However, Su Ming did not dwell on this question, as he and Bai Ling were not the fastest in their approach. Ahead of them, a dozen individuals had already reached the gate. At that moment, dozens of figures emerged from within, each exuding an ethereal aura reminiscent of ancient cultivators. Following them were numerous disciples of the Tianqing sect. Utilizing his probing technique, Su Ming observed that the lowest cultivation level among them was that of a leader, while the highest astonishingly reached the mythical realm. And among them was a strikingly beautiful woman. It seemed that the woman felt Su Ming's gaze upon her, for she glanced at him. The nightmare perched atop Su Ming's head let out a sound. Throughout their journey, Su Ming had secretly allowed the nightmare to consume some souls of ferocious beasts. This creature was quite finicky, refusing to ingest any souls below the commander level, and shockingly, a commander-level beast soul was only worth half a point. After their journey, the nightmare had accumulated merely 5 points, bringing its total soul count to 10. From the nightmare's cry, Su Ming surmised that the woman before him was indeed the one who had been spying on them from the mountain peak moments earlier, and that most of the individuals standing ahead were fellow peepers. As time passed, more and more people arrived at the mountain gate, and soon, a group of individuals clad in the attire of the Tianqing sect flew in, riding various types of summoned beasts, and approached the elders present. Esteemed elders, we have confirmed that there are no more new disciples approaching from behind. Approximately 5,000 exam participants have finally reached the sect, while 10,000 others perished or retreated. Very well, lead them all into the sect, one of the elders replied. Upon entering the Tianqing sect, it was evident that its area was vast, comparable to the size of 2 metropolitan cities. Not far inside the entrance, there were 4 distinct passageways labeled power, spirit, technique, and miscellaneous. The disciples guided everyone into a grand plaza, its surface paved with resilient granite, where a massive platform loomed ahead. The elders who had been waiting at the mountain gate for the exam participants ascended the platform. At that moment, the elder responsible for the first round of testing stepped forward, surveying the crowd of over 5,000 individuals. He spoke slowly. Welcome, Beast Masters, to the Tianqing sect. From this moment onward, you shall become outer disciples of our esteemed sect. Behind me stand the deans of the 4 outer divisions, the Power Division, the Spirit Division, the Technique Division, and the Miscellaneous Division, representing strength, mental prowess, spellcasting, and eclectic practices, respectively. As the elder's words resonated, the Beast Masters present cast their gazes toward him. Most had a general idea of which division they wished to join before entering the Tianqing sect. After a brief moment of silence, the elder continued. You have one day to ponder your choices regarding the divisions. For today, feel free to rest in the outer courtyard. Tomorrow marks the official day of disciple recruitment for the Tianqing sect, during which several nearby sects and affiliated factions will be present. Ensure you rest well tonight, as a commendable performance may lead to being selected as a disciple by one of the esteemed elders. Su Ming nearly stifled a laugh. The elder's playful tone at the end was quite amusing. One could not help but marvel at the sheer scale of the Tianqing sect, with thousands of outer courtyards, each spacious enough to accommodate 2 individuals comfortably. Su Ming could only fathom the vastness of the inner courtyards beyond. Bai Ling naturally followed Su Ming to choose a courtyard, accompanied by a remarkably strong young man who had arrived at the Tianqing sect well before them. That night, the trio gathered around a campfire in their courtyard, engaging in light-hearted conversation. The strikingly handsome young man stood first and introduced himself. Let me go first. My name is Buffet. Hailing from the imperial capital of the Holy Light Empire, Huaxia Kingdom, Su Ming. Kanglin Kingdom. Bai Ling. Buffet regarded Su Ming with curiosity and inquired, Su Ming, are you not from one of the nearby empires? No, I hail from the Huaxia Kingdom of the Earth Empire. I came here after hearing about the Tianqing sect. Su Ming replied, recounting the fabricated tale he had previously shared with Bai Ling to Buffet. As the conversation flowed, the 3 began to bond over their shared experiences, with minimal barriers to their communication. Do you 2 understand what that elder's words meant? Buffet asked, noticing Su Ming and Bai Ling each holding a roasted leg of beef, both shaking their heads in response. Buffet, appearing knowledgeable, was eager to enlighten them. All right, let me enlighten you both. Tomorrow's competition is the true entrance assessment for joining the sect. The previous 2 rounds merely served to sift out the less capable. Tomorrow will be the main event. Su Ming and Bai Ling listened intently, their curiosity piqued. Indeed, it is true that the Tianqing sect possesses a plethora of secret techniques. However, most of these techniques are housed within the inner sect. While there are many more in the outer sect, they tend to be rather ordinary. Of course, there are still valuable techniques available to the outer disciples, but these are primarily held by the deans and elders of each division. Buffet cleared his throat, and Bai Ling promptly offered him a cup of water, which he drained eagerly before continuing. In addition to the techniques held by the deans and elders, one must undertake tasks to acquire more secret techniques. The Tianqing sect is vast, and daily expenses are substantial. Disciples must complete tasks to earn money. Each task grants sect points based on its difficulty, which can be exchanged for various techniques in the outer sect. Naturally, if one performs exceptionally well tomorrow and catches the eye of an elder, they may not need to exchange points, as their mentor will impart their own techniques. In summary, to gain an advantage in the outer sect, performing well tomorrow and being accepted as a disciple by an elder is paramount. This will facilitate a quicker acquisition of secret techniques and an expedited entry into the inner sect, Buffet concluded, taking a long sip of water to soothe his throat. Su Ming nodded, realizing that he had much to learn, and felt reassured having Buffet's wealth of knowledge at his disposal. He decided to listen more and speak less to avoid errors. Bai Ling, equally captivated, turned to Buffet and asked, which division do you intend to join? Buffet paused for a moment before responding. I plan to join the Spirit Division, as I specialize in mental attribute beast mastery. However, I would prefer to join the Miscellaneous Division, where there is a particularly formidable secret technique that is considered to be of heavenly rank. Upon hearing the term heavenly rank, Bai Ling instantly sprang to her feet, her face a mask of disbelief as she gazed at Buffet. Buffet, does a heavenly rank technique truly exist? Buffet nodded, continuing, it is likely of the lower tier among heavenly ranks. The Tianqing sect possesses several heavenly rank techniques, as such a grand sect would. However, this particular one is unique to the outer sect, and it is said to be exceedingly difficult to master. The esteemed dean of the miscellaneous division, Ji Yuyan, holds this exclusive technique, and it is rumored that while she has accepted disciples over the years, none have successfully learned it. What type of secret technique is it? Bai Ling queried with curiosity, aware that secret techniques often possessed unexpectedly powerful effects, especially those of heavenly rank. Bu Fei shook his head, and Su Ming could discern from his expression that he was not particularly interested in this so-called heavenly rank technique. I'm not entirely sure. The miscellaneous division's techniques cater to all attributes of beast mastery, while other specialized techniques are tailored to specific attributes. Even heavenly rank techniques may not be suitable for us, as it is crucial to utilize one's strengths effectively. Moreover, heavenly rank techniques are notoriously challenging to learn, making them less than worthwhile. Bai Ling nodded in agreement. Recognizing that this was why, despite the versatility of the miscellaneous division's techniques, fewer individuals were inclined to pursue it. The effectiveness of specialized techniques was often more pronounced and formidable. Then I shall likely join the technique division, as my talents and focus align more closely with it. What about you, Su Ming? As for me, I ought to have been in the Celestial Academy. I did not particularly emphasize one aspect. It should be a mixed academy. Su Ming remained silent, merely indulging in a beef leg, occasionally tearing off a morsel for the nightmare perched atop his head. Bu Fei and Bai Ling nodded in agreement. The paths exhibited by Su Ming's two summoned beasts were entirely distinct. One epitomized the pinnacle of strength, while the other represented the zenith of mental prowess. It could be said that Su Ming could thrive in either the Strength Academy or the Spirit Academy. Yet a talent like him would undoubtedly be welcomed in the Celestial Academy as well. The three of them subsequently returned to their respective rooms to rest and prepare for the competition the following day. On the morrow, they found themselves once again in the same square, yet this time it was thronged with spectators, most of whom were not the newly initiated beast masters of the Celestial Sect, but members from various sects who had come to witness the event. In contrast to the previous day's appearance by only 4 academy heads, the elevated platform now boasted no fewer than 100 formidable figures. Predominantly, these were the elders from the 4 outer academies, along with the 4 heads of the Celestial Sect and the sect leader. Notably, seated beside the sect leader were representatives from the equally powerful King Kong sect and the soul of the Underworld sect. The King Kong sect specialized in strength-type summoned beasts, while the soul of the Underworld sect focused on mental attributes, both being among the 3 major sects in the Holy Light Empire and nearby empires. Leader Lin has indeed recruited commendable disciples this year. Each one appears full of vigor, remarked Hu Yanli, the vice leader of the King Kong sect. I concur. They all seem quite impressive, responded Ming Jiuyo, the vice leader of the soul of the Underworld sect. Despite their vice leader status, both possessed unfathomable strength. Leader Lin Tianxing of the Celestial sect smiled subtly, well aware that the arrival of these two was not with benevolent intentions, as they had brought along a cadre of newly recruited disciples to potentially disrupt the proceedings. The new outer disciples competition of the Celestial sect was structured in a ring format, allowing every beast master to showcase their abilities, with those performing admirably having the opportunity to be taken under the wing of the elders for further training. Su Ming found himself unable to contain his frustration. This elderly man invariably assumed the role of host, which was indeed tiresome. After the elder concluded his remarks, a figure stepped to the center and, under the watchful gaze of nearly 10,000 attendees, declared, I am Chun Shui Bin, specializing in strength-type summoned beasts. I welcome your guidance. Su Ming recognized him as possessing a 7-star talent with decent strength. Before long, another strength-type beast master joined him in the central arena. After a slight bow, they commenced summoning their most formidable beasts. Su Ming, their summoned beasts are no match for yours. I believe Huan could single-handedly defeat them both. Bai Ling remarked, observing the fierce tussle between a tiger and a lion. Bu Fei, having never witnessed Su Ming's Huan's prowess during their travels, turned to Bai Ling with curiosity. Bai Ling, is Su Ming's summoned beast truly that powerful? Bai Ling nodded vigorously, incredibly strong, and exceptionally fast. Had Su Ming not mentioned the elders were watching us, I believe Huan could have charged straight to the mountain gate with us in tow. By the way, Huan is the name of Su Ming's summoned beast. It's adorably charming. Bu Fei sidled up to Su Ming, playfully nudging him with a grin, and said, Su Ming, go up there and show off a bit. Chapter 44. Bu Fei takes the stage. Observing the mischievous expression on Bu Fei's face, Su Ming retorted, why don't you go instead? Bu Fei shook his head, replying, my summoned beast is of the mental attribute. Fighting against these lumbering brutes would be sheer bullying. Moreover, if, hypothetically, my beast were to be struck down by these oafs, they would be incapacitated for quite some time. Bu Fei was indeed correct. The advantages and disadvantages of mental attribute beasts were starkly apparent, with their lack of defense rendering them perpetually vulnerable. Yet, being entirely mental attribute also had its merits. It could not be deemed entirely unfavorable. Before long, the challenger to Chun Shui Bin was defeated, and Chen successfully attracted the attention of several elders from the Strength Academy, while the defeated contender was taken under the wing of one of the elders. Following this initial bout, the competition intensified, yet Su Ming remained seated at the back, observing as various beast masters were claimed, including those who caught the eye of the 4 academy heads. As the day's events drew to a close, none of the trio chose to compete, and during their evening gathering, Buffet grew increasingly anxious. We must perform well tomorrow, or we may find ourselves without opponents. Calm down, Buffet. Today only half the participants have competed. What's the rush? Buffet, noticing Su Ming's nonchalant demeanor, questioned. Su Ming, you are my elder brother. Not all elders will take on numerous disciples, you know. If they decide against it, you might as well be left to the winds of the Northwest. Without a mentor in the academy, you'd be like a wandering ghost, devoid of purpose. Oh, Su Ming had indeed overlooked this aspect. And Bai Ling began to feel anxious as well. She had wished to take the stage today, yet she hesitated to be the first among the 3 to compete, choosing instead to observe the matches alongside her companions. You two go ahead, I'll watch for now. On the 3rd day, those beast masters who had been claimed by the elders the previous day appeared considerably more relaxed, striding with a renewed sense of vigor and confidence. Buffet, not wishing to lose his chance, boldly took the first turn to defend the platform. As he summoned a pitch-black, doll-like summoned beast named Ling Lua Wa, a mental attribute control beast. His opponent was a spell-casting master whose summoned beast was a peculiar-looking lightning leopard, renowned for its formidable lightning attribute attacks. Yesterday's matches had predominantly featured battles between similar types of beast masters, making this encounter between such high-caliber competitors particularly noteworthy. Su Ming, that opponent is quite formidable. Do you think Buffet will lose? Bai Ling discerned the strength of Buffet's adversary, noting that his aura vastly surpassed Buffet's. Su Ming shook his head, smiling as he reassured Bai Ling, do not underestimate Buffet. Despite his frequent chatter, he is quite powerful. How about a wager? What kind of wager? I wager that within 3 minutes, that lightning leopard will end up striking itself. Should you lose, you must take the stage. Of course, not against Buffet, but you know what I mean. Bai Ling raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And what if you lose? I shall accept any consequence, he replied confidently. Deal. Bai Ling, seeing the wager as beneficial since she intended to compete regardless, focused intently on the match. Su Ming, with a slight smile, felt assured of victory. Losing was not in his nature. As the lightning leopard struck several blows at Buffet's Ling Lua Wa without success, it suddenly began to move erratically, as if its limbs were no longer under its control, repeatedly attacking itself. Su Ming chuckled and pinched Bai Ling's cheek, saying, Little Bai Ling, prepare yourself. Bai Ling, puzzled, inquired, Su Ming, how did you know Buffet could make that lightning leopard turn on itself? Su Ming placed his hand on Bai Ling's head and remarked, Have you forgotten what Major Buffet specializes in? His ability is not merely a mental attack, but rather a form of mental control. Moreover, Buffet's level surpasses that of his opponent. Controlling the beast of that individual would be child's play. Su Ming, please refrain from tapping my head so often. You might render me foolish, Bai Ling retorted. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, Buffet's performance attracted significant attention. There are not many beast masters who focus on mental control. Most mental attribute beast masters prefer to employ direct mental attacks to obliterate their opponent's soul, rather than what is currently unfolding. Buffet, would you consider becoming my disciple? Spoke the vice president of the Spirit Academy, an elderly man whose rosy complexion exuded vitality. Buffet remained silent, as he wished to see if any other individuals would extend an invitation to him. However, upon the vice president rising, it was evident that the other elders of the Spirit Academy would not dare to compete for a student. Seeing Buffet's silence, the old man continued, Your beast specializes in mental control. I possess a low-grade Earth-tier secret technique. Should you choose to become my disciple, you may learn this technique. In the vast realm of Tianhua, the Earth-tier secret technique is a presence that could incite chaos and bloodshed. Student Buffet is willing to become your disciple. He finally replied. Upon hearing Buffet's response, the elder burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. My esteemed disciple Su Qian finally has a worthy successor. Come, child. Stand behind your teacher. Buffet obediently stepped forward, as the elders surrounding Su Qian congratulated him. They were not uninterested in Buffet. Rather, it had been many years since Su Qian had found a suitable successor for his secret technique. If they were to snatch him away, the ensuing confrontation would be quite unpleasant. The opponent Buffet faced was indeed formidable, yet he had been thoroughly suppressed. ultimately being taken under the wing of a keen-eyed vice president of the academy. Is there anyone else who wishes to step forward? I shall. Bai Ling's ethereal voice resonated, and the audience suddenly noticed a lovely and refreshing beauty. I will too. Emerged a male figure, whose appearance was rather unappealing, yet he was also a versatile beast master. The man chuckled lewdly and addressed Bai Ling. Hello, beautiful. I am Zhu San. Please guide me. Bai Ling nodded in acknowledgement. I am Bai Ling. I look forward to your guidance as well. As she spoke, Bai Ling summoned her most powerful beast, the Azure Water Spirit, a rare ethereal entity born from rivers. The appearance of Bai Ling's Azure Water Spirit caused many elders from the academy to take notice. With her talent combined with such an extraordinary beast, Bai Ling had become a sought-after candidate among numerous elders. The versatile beast master also summoned a creature resembling a toad, which, upon closer inspection by Su Ming, turned out to be a poisonous entity. This was likely Su Ming's first encounter with a poison attribute beast, and he found himself quite curious about its combat methods. Once the battle commenced, Bai Ling shed her usual charming demeanor, expertly directing the water spirit to evade the opponent's toxic attacks with remarkable ease. After several exchanges, the water spirit, under Bai Ling's command, had evaded countless assaults from the toad-like creature. However, the water spirit appeared to be somewhat fatigued, and the toad leaped high, crashing directly into the Azure Water Spirit. Although the battle had not concluded, the outcome was already apparent. Both combatants garnered the admiration of the elders, who expressed interest in taking them as disciples. Surprisingly, despite her defeat, Bai Ling found herself with several elder candidates, ultimately choosing a female elder as her mentor. As more elders announced their new disciples, Su Ming realized he had somehow been overlooked. Behind him, both Buffet and Bai Ling were similarly surprised to see that approximately 2,000 beast masters remained without invitations from the elders. The elders' declaration that those without mentors could choose to enter the sub-academies for study left many disheartened. In truth, most had already fought, and those like Su Ming, who had yet to engage, were quite rare. Their exclusion was, thus, unsurprising. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, several elders who had previously observed Su Ming atop the mountain seemed to sense that someone was missing, yet could not quite recall who it was. Su Ming shrugged. He could do nothing about being unwanted. However, he was relieved that he could undertake tasks to learn the secret techniques, believing that as long as he worked diligently, he would grow strong enough. Moreover, he intended to return to Earth. He could not remain in this world indefinitely. He had already spent over a week here, merely entering the academy, with the rest depending solely on himself. At that moment, the two vice leaders of the Diamond Sect and the Soul Reaper Sect stood and spoke in unison. Master Lin, your new student selection has concluded. We have brought some of our newly recruited beast masters as well. Since the day is still young, why not let them practice and enhance the exchange between our three sects? Lin Tianqing scoffed inwardly, recognizing their intentions. They had brought numerous beast masters with 8-star and 7-star talents, purely seeking to disrupt the proceedings. However, he refrained from voicing his thoughts aloud. Instead, he stood and addressed all the newly recruited beast masters present, saying, the Diamond Sect and the Soul Reaper Sect are here to test the caliber of our newly recruited disciples at Tianqing Sect. I hope you will all showcase your abilities and engage in meaningful exchanges with the disciples of the two sections. Remember, friendship comes first, competition second. The two vice leaders of the sects exchanged knowing glances, quickly understanding each other's intentions. The vice leader of the Diamond Sect, Huyen Li, waved his hand, and one of their beast masters stepped forward to stand in the center of the plaza. I am Man Shi, specializing in strength. I wonder if there is any strength-type beast master from Tianqing Sect willing to engage in a match with me? As he spoke, a massive mammoth appeared behind him, towering around 10 meters tall. The sight of this beast caused the audience to collectively gasp. None of the previously showcased strength-type beast masters could compare in size. And among the new recruits, the spellcasting beast masters were the most exceptional. Yet, against such raw power, they were rendered helpless. Su Ming, the head of the Strength Academy, gazed at the colossal creature before him, momentarily at a loss as to which of his recently recruited disciples could possibly contend with it. Huyen, is this man Qi one of your new recruits? Indeed, he is one of our outstanding disciples this year, boasting an 8-star talent. This steel mammoth has also undergone evolution. A rare feat indeed. Huyen Li chuckled heartily, satisfied as long as Lin Tianqing acknowledged there was no one capable of countering it. Their goal would then be achieved, and the claim of being outstanding would serve to further humiliate Huyen Li. Teacher, I would like to challenge him, volunteered Hu Yuping, who had been taken in by Su Ming. His talent was also 8-star, but in terms of beast training, he was not on the same level as Man Qi. However, it seemed there were no other options available, and Su Ming reluctantly nodded at Hu Yuping, cautioning, be careful, they are purely looking for trouble. If it becomes too difficult, surrender. Do not let your beast come to harm, understand? Hu Yuping nodded and approached Manchi. From the Diamond Sect, Manchi, Elite Level 7. In the Skywalk Sect, Hu Yuping boasts a remarkable prowess at the Elite 7th tier. His beast companion, a creature reminiscent of a colossal gorilla, is dubbed the Wild Giant Gorilla, albeit noticeably shorter than the Steel Mammoth by half a head. Moreover, the Steel Mammoth has undergone a single evolution, making a confrontation with the Wild Giant Gorilla a foregone conclusion, with the latter's potential injuries being the only concern. Upon their initial clash, the Wild Giant Gorilla was unceremoniously toppled, prompting Su Ming, the esteemed head of the Strength Institute, to avert his gaze, ruminating on whether any of the new students could rival the Steel Mammoth. Suddenly, he recalled Bai Ling from the crowd. Realizing that this individual had not participated in the freshman challenge, Su Ming hastened to Bai Ling's side, startling her with his abrupt appearance. Bai Ling, what of the individual who accompanied you during the assessment? Which elder has taken him as a disciple? Su Ming was convinced that Su Ming had engaged in the challenge, albeit without opting to summon his own bear, which had also undergone an evolution. The headmaster is inquiring about Su Ming? He did not participate. No elder wanted him. Thus he was unable to compete, Bai Ling replied, a hint of disappointment lacing her words, recognizing Su Ming's formidable capabilities now rendered in vain without a mentor. Not participating. Where is he? You must fetch him at once. Su Ming exclaimed, astonished that Su Ming, who could easily dominate with his tyrant bear, had chosen to abstain. Meanwhile, Su Ming observed the unfolding scene with detached amusement, compelled to admire the remarkable prowess of the Steel Mammoth, whose defensive capabilities and strength were indeed extraordinary. Chapter 46, Extorting a Favor. Hey, Bai Ling dashed to Su Ming, breathless and eager to speak. Observing her urgency, Su Ming inquired, what is it, Bai Ling? Why the haste? Speak slowly. Bai Ling, swallowing hard, managed to articulate, Su Ming, the head of the Strength Institute seeks you. He may wish to take you on as a disciple. Su Ming, puzzled by the headmaster's intentions, followed Bai Ling as she eagerly led him to Su Ming. Upon spotting Su Ming was taken aback, realizing the young man had indeed not participated, and with a mix of exasperation and amusement, asked, why did you forego the challenge? Do you not desire a mentor? Su Ming shook his head, replying, I was unaware of when it would conclude. Just as I decided to participate, it was over. It was rather unfortunate. Su Ming, unable to dwell on the matter, pressed on. Do you believe you can contend with that individual? Following Su Ming's gesture, Su Ming understood he had been summoned to take the place of another. He nodded, responding, I should manage, but as you know, Headmaster, I currently lack mystical techniques and have no mentor, my morale is low, and my combat effectiveness has plummeted. Su Ming stood speechless, realizing Su Ming was now negotiating for support, yet he had already reached the limit of his disciples. How about I assist you in finding a mentor? Su Ming proposed. Su Ming, somewhat reluctant to submit to a mentor-esque constraints, shook his head, asserting, Headmaster, my beasts encompass various types. If you could simply provide me with a technique focused on strength, that would suffice. Su Ming regarded Su Ming, impressed by his shrewdness. But the ensuing request nearly caused him to swoon. Headmaster, if I were to receive a mystic technique of the profound tier, I might barely manage to overcome an opponent. Should it be of the earthly tier, I would feel empowered enough to crush my adversaries. Su Ming, filled with skepticism, looked at Su Ming. Crush. Are you certain you can achieve that? Indeed, but I require sufficient strength, Su Ming affirmed with a grin, sending a chill down Su Ming's spine. Very well. Should you indeed crush that mammoth, I shall grant you a technique of earthly tier meant for strength-based beasts. With that, Su Ming's spirits soared as he approached Hu Yuping, declaring, Brother, you ought to concede. Your master has sent me to take your place. Hu Yuping, bewildered, glanced at his instructor, who beckoned him over. Noticing the injuries sustained by his wild giant gorilla, he reluctantly withdrew, muttering, make sure to teach him a lesson. As he departed, the onlookers, including the bewildered Manchi, were left questioning the sudden change of contender. Manchi was it? Allow me to be your opponent. Let your beast rest for a moment. Meanwhile, on the spectator stands, Huyen Li of the Diamond Sect was momentarily taken aback. Having never seen Su Ming before, doubts arose about his legitimacy as a new disciple of the Skywalk sect. Vice sect leader Huyen, Su Ming is indeed a disciple who joined our sect this year. You may verify, though he did not manage to participate in the challenge before it concluded. Huyen Li regarded Su Ming, nodding in acknowledgement, prompting an inquiry that confirmed Su Ming's status as a new entrant, aged 18. Very well, then, Huyen acquiesced. After a brief interval, Manchi's steel mammoth regained its stamina, while Su Ming presented what appeared to be a tome. Come forth, Brother Manchi. Su Ming bellowed, summoning his beast, Henin, who materialized behind him. The arena fell into an eerie silence before Su Ming's beast, Manchi's steel mammoth appeared even shorter. I am Su Ming of the Skywalk sect, at the commanding first tier. I shall not take advantage of you. You may strike me 3 times first. Huyan Li observed Su Ming, questioning how anyone could believe he was a newly inducted disciple at merely 18. Manchi, eyeing the formidable Henin, swallowed nervously, feeling acutely aware of his own inadequacies. You need not extend such courtesy. I shall engage you head-on, he retorted, unwilling to accept such a concession. Su Ming shrugged. You were the one who insisted on foregoing it. Henin, unleash all your skills. With Henin at the commanding level and Su Ming having enhanced all skills to level 5. The aura radiating from Henin rivaled even that of a Lord-level beast. Steel Mammoth, employ your utmost defense. Henin's speed was astounding. The 2 colossal creatures had already consumed much of the arena space, allowing Henin to reach the Steel Mammoth in the blink of an eye. With a mighty swing, Henin's fist descended like a meteor, crashing down upon the Steel Mammoth's head. A resounding crash echoed through the arena as an ivory tusk shattered, leaving the Steel Mammoth unconscious. Su Ming glanced at the stupefied Su Ming, as if inquiring, are you satisfied with this outcome? Whether others were satisfied was uncertain. But Lin Tianxing, the sect leader of the Skywalk sect, was indeed pleased, albeit masking his satisfaction. Quickly, take him away for treatment. Lin Tianxing addressed Huyan Li with an apologetic demeanor. I sincerely apologize, Vice Sect Leader Huyan. The control of our new disciple-S beast is quite lacking. Having knocked out your academy's prodigious beast with a single blow, the tusk can likely be mended. It must be said, Lin Tianxing's remarks were both infuriating and left others speechless. Huyan Li, suppressing his fury, replied with a forced smile. In competitions, injuries are rather commonplace. By the way, Deputy Dean Ming Jiuyo, why not showcase the prodigies from your sect as well? His piercing gaze seemed to implore Ming Jiuyo to send forth his disciples to engage in a contest. Ming Jiuyo, understanding the underlying message, smiled gently at Lin Tianxing and remarked, Lord Lin, the spiritual academy of Tianxing sect resonates throughout the continent. My Minghun sect has long admired it, and I have brought a few of my lackluster new disciples, hoping to witness the prowess of the new talents from Tianxing sect. Lin Tianxing inwardly cursed the old dog, but returned a polite smile. Deputy Sect Master Ming is overly gracious, who is unaware that your Minghun sect is unparalleled in spiritual attribute beast mastery. It is we who seek to learn from you. The surrounding elders and heads of Tianxing sect could not help but shake their heads at the excessive politeness. Chapter 47, The Might of Bu Fei. Ming Ning, step forth and spar with the talented disciples of Tianxing sect. Ming Jiuyo instructed a strikingly handsome young man beside him. Yes, father. The crowd gasped in astonishment as Ming Jiuyo had brought his own son. Lin Tianxing observed Ming Jiuyo with a smile. Indeed, the son of Deputy Sect Master Ming is quite a remarkable figure. I failed to notice it before. Ming Jiuyo smiled modestly, though flattered by Lin Tianxing's courteous words, replied, Lord Lin, you flatter me. My son's talents are still raw. He requires ample interaction with the world's finest beast masters. At that moment, Ming Ming stood in the arena, awaiting a challenger from Tianxing sect. Lin Tianxing turned to the academy head, Zhong Muqing, and inquired, Head Zhong, whom do you believe would be suitable to send forth? Zhong Muqing stepped forward, scrutinizing each beast master behind the elders, and ultimately fixed his gaze on Bu Fei. I believe Bu Fei should suffice. Bu Fei was taken aback by being chosen, though Lin Tianxing nodded in approval of his performance. Among the spiritual beast masters, he alone possessed control attributes, and when paired with spiritual attacks, the effectiveness could indeed be amplified. Bu Fei, do you wish to engage with the prodigies of Minghun sect? Bu Fei glanced at his master, who nodded, prompting him to step forward. I am willing. Very well, if you triumph. Our sect shall reward you with the opportunity to select a secret technique from our library, and Su Ming shall receive the same reward. Bu Fei was overjoyed, while Su Ming, still unclear about the benefits of such a reward, followed suit in expressing gratitude to the sect master. Su Ming observed Ming Ning, realizing that his appearance in the arena was due to his strengths. As Bu Fei prepared to enter the fray, Su Ming whispered a few words to him, prompting Bu Fei to look at Su Ming in astonishment before slowly approaching Ming Ning. I am Bu Fei of Tianxing sect, at the elite 8th level. I am Ming Ning of Minghun sect, at the elite 9th level. The gap in levels was evident, and differing talents would dictate the outcome. Bu Fei addressed Ming Ning. Let us fight with our full strength. Do not summon just one beast, but rather all of them. Ming Ning hesitated for a moment. Group battles were the realm of spiritual attribute beasts, and it appeared Bu Fei was genuinely eager for a contest of skills. That suits me well. At this juncture, Bai Ling approached curiously, asking Su Ming, what did you just whisper to Bu Fei? Su Ming turned to the inquisitive Bai Ling and teased, would you like to know? Bai Ling nodded vigorously, but Su Ming feigned disinterest, provoking her further. I want to tell you. Upon realizing she had been playfully manipulated, Bai Ling playfully lunged at Su Ming, exclaiming, "You rascal!" Meanwhile, as the two were engaged in their playful banter, Bu Fei and Ming Ning had already commenced their fierce battle. Unlike the brute force clashes of physical-type beasts, the combat of spiritual attributes unfolded in realms unseen by the beast masters. "Su Ming, why are they all standing still?" Su Ming did not respond, his focus unwavering on the two in the arena, while the nightmarish creature above him relayed the battle conditions via its formidable psychic powers. Ming Ning possessed a beast skilled in illusion. If Bu Fei's spirit doll could control her, the battle would essentially conclude. Conversely, if he failed, Bu Fei might face defeat. One of Su Ming's earlier suggestions to Bu Fei was precisely this. Beast-wielding illusions could only be countered by superior spiritual strength or by directly incapacitating the caster. Given that Bu Fei was a tier below Ming Ning, achieving victory in a one-on-one confrontation appeared nearly impossible. Thus, Su Ming had urged Bu Fei to propose an all-beast battle. Bu Fei's beasts, when matched against Ming Ning's, consisted of one attacker and two controllers, while Ming Ning had two attackers and one illusion-using beast. Should the illusion demoness incapacitate Bu Fei's three beasts, Ming Ning's remaining two would be free to launch their attacks. In that scenario, Bu Fei's spirit doll could directly strike the illusion demoness, for she would have divided her spiritual power into three portions. This division would enable Bu Fei's spirit doll to exert spiritual dominance, thereby controlling the illusion demoness. Evidently, Ming Ning had not perceived this flaw in his strategy. Su Ming anticipated that Ming Ning aimed to execute a rapid spiritual attack with his remaining two beasts during the brief window when the illusion demoness controlled Bu Fei's three. If executed flawlessly, this plan could indeed succeed, but Su Ming harbored doubts regarding Bu Fei's beast mastery. Both possessed 8-star talents, yet in terms of functionality, Bu Fei's balanced spirit trait allowed all three of his beasts to concentrate their spiritual power on a single beast, a veritable miracle for a spiritual attribute master. Ming Ning's talent, however, was one of fervor, enhancing his beast's combat stamina but potentially inflicting severe post-battle damage due to heightened excitement. Given that Ming Ning hailed from Minghun's sect, his beast mastery talents were better suited for physical-type beasts. The heightened fervor of spiritual attribute beasts would exacerbate their injuries post-battle, and with an 8-star fervor, the consequences could be even graver. In an instant, the illusion demoness, which had aimed to control Bu Fei's three beasts, found herself countered by Bu Fei's spirit doll. Ming Ning's other two beasts, caught unawares, succumbed to their own demoness control. Ming Ning was taken aback by how swiftly he had lost, so quickly that he hadn't even had the chance to utilize his talent. Disheartened, he glanced back at his father, only to find Ming Juyo glaring at him in anger, clearly indicating that his defeat reflected not only on him, but also on his father and the entire Minghun sect. Retrieving his beasts, Ming Ning lowered his head and returned to the ranks of Minghun's sect. Lin Tianqing, meanwhile, was pleasantly surprised, realizing that this time, the two sects had failed in their disruptive attempts. Congratulations, Lord Lin, on acquiring such a talent. Minghun's sect is humbled. We hope to witness the prowess of Tianqing sect's disciples at the upcoming South State sect competition. Congratulations, Lord Lin. My King Kong sect also looks forward to encountering Tianqing sect's true skills at the South State sect competition. Farewell. Lin Tianqing chuckled heartily and clasped his hands. Indeed. I eagerly anticipate it. Allow me to see you both off. Lord Lin, please stay your hand. Your sect has just welcomed so many new disciples and will undoubtedly be busy with internal matters. We shall take our leave. Chapter 48. The Medal of Divine Techniques. The biennial disciple recruitment ceremony of the Tianqing sect has come to a close, and both Su Ming and Bu Fei have successfully obtained the coveted opportunity to enter the sect's library. At this moment, Su Ming approached Su Ming, smiling as he inquired, "Director Su, what about my promised secret technique?" Su Ming glanced at Su Ming, mentally calculating his options, and replied, "Did not the sect leader grant you a chance to access the library?" Seeing Su Ming's demeanor, Su Ming sensed an intention to default on their agreement, which ignited his frustration. "Director Su, that was a promise made by the sect leader, not you. You assured me that if I triumphed over Manchi, you would bestow upon me a low-tier secret technique." Su Ming smiled slightly, not displaying anger, and continued, "Come to my Strength Institute, and I shall grant you the secret technique." He then produced the very book of secret techniques Su Ming had seen before, realizing that Su Ming was attempting to lure him into the Strength Institute. Just then, a voice from behind interrupted, compelling Su Ming to lower his gaze. "Su Ming, reneging on promises made to juniors is unbecoming of a director," spoke Lin Tianqing, who had come to discuss matters with Su Ming, recognizing the waste of potential in a capable individual without a mentor. Reluctantly, Su Ming succumbed to the persuasion of this young man and, for the first time, handed over the low-tier secret technique to Su Ming, adding that if he could not master it, he should return it. As Su Ming accepted the technique, he gazed at the bold characters inscribed, metal hardening. This technique was quite exceptional and ideally suited for strength-oriented beast tamers, much like Su Ming himself, who had shown kindness to Su Ming. This was indeed a premier technique from the Strength Institute. Lin Tianxing, casting a glance at the technique, addressed Su Ming. Which institute do you intend to join? Su Ming replied, I am currently contemplating my options. Lin Tianxing nodded and looked at the nightmare perched atop Su Ming's head, asking, It appears this is not your primary focus, is it? I would categorize myself as a hybrid practitioner, Su Ming responded. Then you should consider joining the Celestial Institute. You might seek out your director. She possesses a secret technique most suitable for practitioners like yourself. If you can convince her to teach you, it would significantly enhance your abilities. After Lin Tianxing departed, Buffet recalled that the director of the Celestial Institute also held a Celestial tier secret technique. Now, with Buffet and Bai Ling taken back to their respective courtyards by their mentors, Su Ming found himself alone. In truth, there were elders who wished to take Su Ming under their wing, yet he sensed that their guidance would not greatly benefit him. Shaking his head, he instinctively made his way to the Celestial Institute. As an outer sect disciple without a mentor, despite showcasing formidable strength in the recent battle, entering the Celestial Institute was akin to that of an ordinary outer sect disciple, receiving merely a courtyard and nothing more. Thus, Su Ming formally entered the Celestial Institute. That night, he began to study the metal hardening technique he had just obtained from Su Ming. Upon opening the first page, a familiar voice resonated in his mind. Detected low-tier secret technique. Do you wish to spend 5,000 enhancement points to learn? Su Ming was taken aback. Could enhancement points be used to learn secret techniques? Without hesitation, he expended the 5,000 points. Though it pained him slightly, he still had nearly 10,000 points remaining, making the expenditure manageable. In an instant, new information filled his mind, along with methods to impart this technique to his beasts. Among his beasts, only his companion, Huan, could utilize it, as the introduction specified that non-strength-oriented beasts were unsuitable for learning this technique. After imparting the secret technique to Huan, Su Ming noticed a new entry in Huan's information. Secret technique, metal hardening, entry level. According to the book, metal hardening is categorized into 4 levels: entry, proficient, expert, and perfect, each exhibiting vastly different effects. At the entry level, it can only reinforce limbs. At the proficient level, it can armor the entire body and enhance hardness, while expert and perfect levels alter the degree of hardening. If the current entry-level hardness is likened to a level 1, then proficient is level 2, expert is level 4, and perfect is level 8. Even level 1 hardness necessitates an immense force of nearly 100,000 pounds to breach, whereas level 8 hardening requires a staggering force of nearly 100 million pounds. Moreover, hardening not only enhances defense, but also augments strength. In essence, it is akin to donning a layer of incredibly tough armor. A stone striking the head versus a fist delivering the same force would undoubtedly result in greater damage from the stone. Su Ming discovered that a mere 1 million enhancement points were required to upgrade from entry to perfect. He had no idea when he might accumulate such a sum, but he considered that spending 10,000 points to elevate from entry to proficient was still feasible. However, Su Ming chose not to rush, as he truly lacked a steady income of enhancement points. Should he expend the 10,000 now, he would be unable to address any urgent situations that might arise. Thus, achieving entry level sufficed for now, especially since he could later retrieve another secret technique from the library, which would also require enhancement points for learning. Currently, Su Ming found himself troubled over enhancement points. If he could convert this secret technique, it would undoubtedly yield a substantial income, but such a thought was impractical. Su Ming would surely retaliate should he attempt to convert it. Naturally, Su Ming entertained the idea of making a copy, but the replica seemed devoid of the original's enigmatic essence. It appeared that only the original could be learned. This puzzled Su Ming. Yet since Su Ming had entrusted him with the original, perhaps he was not concerned about copying it. This could very well be the peculiarity of secret techniques. As Buffet had mentioned earlier, the higher the level of the secret technique, the more challenging it becomes to master. Therefore, Su Ming resolved not to rush in returning the technique to Su Ming. Learning it in a day was indeed an outrageous expectation. The following day, Su Ming sought out Buffet in the Spirit Institute. Both of them possessed a pass granted by Lin Tianxing, allowing them access to learn a secret technique, and they were eager to visit the legendary Tianxing sect library. Chapter 49, The Shield of Symbols. Su Ming, I heard from Bai Ling that you managed to negotiate for a low-tier secret technique from Su Ming. Impressive indeed. Buffet exclaimed. It's nothing much. Without a mentor, I must secure some secret techniques for myself. Su Ming chuckled. The distinction between him and those with mentors lay solely in the absence of guidance. While they received instruction on how to cultivate their techniques, his advantage of enhancement points allowed him to leap ahead directly. The library is situated at the intersection of the outer and inner sects, housing all secret techniques of the sect, save for those belonging to the elders. The requirements for entering the library are straightforward: exchange points. The number of points one possesses dictates the corresponding secret techniques available for selection. Lin Tianxing had granted them the authority to choose any secret technique below the celestial tier. This can be considered a substantial reward, for one must understand that the points required to learn Earth-level mystical abilities are astronomical. However, should one fail to grasp them, the consequences would indeed be dire. Bu Fei and Su Ming stood before the book repository, observing the bustling disciples of the Tianxing sect as they presented the pass granted by Lin Tianxing to gain entry. After handing the pass to the elder guarding the repository, the elder slowly remarked, "You may select one mystical ability from the 1st to the 5th levels to take with you. Each ability is ensconced within a barrier, and you will only be able to discern its effects. Consulting the texts is utterly impossible. Off you go." "Thank you," they expressed in unison before hastening to the 5th floor. It was a rare opportunity to acquire Earth-level mystical abilities without cost, and even if they could not master them, they were determined to obtain at least one. Su Ming sought an ability that could enhance spell attacks, intending to maximize the benefits for the Sacred Dragon and Phoenix. Bu Fei, on the other hand, was focused on a mystical ability pertaining to mental attributes. After parting ways, Su Ming diligently searched for a suitable mystical ability. The Earth-level abilities were few, with only about 10 spell-based options available. After surveying their effects, he paused at 3, the Holy Light spell, Meteor Fire Rain, and the Symbol Energy Shield. The first two were tailored for light and fire attributes, while the last could be utilized by any beast possessing spell attacks, primarily constructing a shield around them during spellcasting, with its strength contingent upon the beast's power and proficiency. The Holy Light spell emphasized support. Meteor Fire Rain focused on group attacks, and the Symbol Energy Shield prioritized protection. Ultimately, Su Ming chose the Symbol Energy Shield, as it could be used by any beast with spell attacks and would provide protection, enhancing the margin for error in battle. Though his companion was indeed robust, one could not be complacent against an opponent lacking an assassin. As Su Ming picked up the Symbol Energy Shield and made his way out, Bu Fei had just finished selecting his desired ability. "What did you choose?" he inquired. "The Mental Manipulation Technique, a mid-tier Earth-level ability that allows mental attacks to morph into various forms and enhances their potency." "And you?" "The Symbol Energy Shield, an inferior Earth-level ability that grants a protective shield to beasts with spell attacks. Each of their mystical abilities possessed unique characteristics." Upon reaching the elder who dispelled the barrier, the elder cautioned, "You have 1 month for your borrowing period. During this time, you may only study the abilities privately and must not lend them to others. Should you be discovered, your abilities will be revoked, and you will be expelled from the sect." Indeed, if such a rule did not exist, a group of individuals could pool their points and easily exchange them for heaven-level abilities. Once outside the book repository, Bu Fei expressed regret, glancing at Su Ming. "What should I do, Su Ming? I forgot this has a 1-month limit. How will I manage to learn everything? I still have my teacher's lessons to contend with. I'm doomed." Su Ming patted Bu Fei, offering reassurance. "Just focus on this for now. After all, your teacher won't take back what you have learned." Bu Fei's eyes lit up as he realized, "You're right. How could I have overlooked that?" Subsequently, he did not return to his residence at the Spirit Academy, but followed Su Ming back to his quarters. Bai Ling accompanied them, perhaps due to their accustomed cohabitation. There were no regulations mandating that disciples must reside within their respective branches, so they settled into Su Ming's room. Days passed, and Su Ming gradually deciphered the task system of the Tianxing sect. Tasks were uniformly distributed at the Academy's task hall, with points being universally applicable across the sect. As Su Ming contemplated taking on a task, he realized his enhancement points were running low. After utilizing 5,000 points to learn the Symbol Energy Shield, he was left with merely 5,000. Upon entering the task hall, he was met with a throng of individuals, each claiming the tasks they desired before exiting the mountain gates. Following Bu Fei's earlier guidance, he learned that task levels were categorized into 5 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mysterious, Yellow, and Human. Heaven-level tasks corresponded to extraordinary challenges, with each descending tier aligning with a lower recommended rank for beast tamers. Su Ming's current rank was Commander, but given his capabilities, he could also undertake simpler tasks suited for lords. However, in this foreign realm, it would be prudent to select tasks he felt confident in. In the mysterious task area, Su Ming surveyed an array of tasks. Some involved capturing individuals, others beasts, and some were not even issued by the Academy, but rather by fellow disciples offering bounties. Among them, he discovered a high-level mysterious task to assist in collecting a type of plant known as ironwood heart. offering a reward of 1,000 points. Tasks starting at 1,000 points typically fell within the Earth level category, but this was classified as mysterious due to the nature of the ironwood heart plants, which thrived in areas inhabited by creatures called ironwood rhinos. These beings usually gathered in groups of 3 to 5, and the task specified a location where 4 ironwood rhinos could be found, all of which were around the commander level 7. Such a task seemed daunting for a commander-level beast tamer, while those of Lord rank would deem the points insufficient, resulting in few willing to accept it. However, this task suited Su Ming perfectly. After all, slaying fierce beasts would yield enhancement points, whereas aiding fugitives would not augment his own. He aimed to complete tasks not merely to earn points, but primarily to acquire enhancement points, as mystical abilities were exceedingly costly. 1 million enhancement points were required, and he had no idea how many commander-level beasts he would need to defeat to amass such a sum. A commander of level 7 would yield approximately 5,000 points, meaning he would need to slay 200 of them. Hello, I would like to accept this task. Su Ming addressed the sect disciple managing the tasks. Certainly. Please present your identity token. If you fail to complete the task, you will be required to compensate 10% of the task's point value. Compensate. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, as he currently possessed no points. This query drew the attention of those around him, who regarded him with skeptical gazes. Can I even accept this if I have no points? The sect disciple looked at Su Ming with a hint of curiosity. Are you a newly admitted disciple? Su Ming nodded. The disciple's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he chuckled. Junior brother, do you know what level of task this is? I recommend you start with a yellow or human level task. Don't be swayed by the allure of the points. Su Ming shook his head, replying, thank you for your advice. But can I still accept it? You truly wish to proceed? Yes. The disciple handed the task scroll to Su Ming, warning him, Junior brother, I must emphasize that if you perish, the sect will bear no responsibility. This is nearly a Lord-level task. Thank you for the warning. Seeing that Su Ming was resolute, the disciple recorded the information from his identity token and informed him, the task scroll contains a map of the location. Simply retrieve the required items and return. This space ring is provided by the sect at no cost. Su Ming accepted the space ring with gratitude and exited with the task scroll in hand. As he departed, the disciple shook his head, having encountered many like Su Ming, those who, emboldened by a modicum of talent, aspired to lofty heights. He had already given his warning. If Su Ming chose to court danger, it was no one's fault but his own. Shortly after Su Ming claimed the task, within the inner sanctum of the Tianqing sect, in a mist-laden mountain cottage, a strikingly beautiful woman knocked on the door and called out, Sister, the task we posted has been accepted, but what? The melodious sound echoed softly, enchanting like a nightingale, leaving one somewhat mesmerized. The task was taken up by a newly initiated disciple. Alas, one could only hope for his safe return. There was no need for him to compensate for any points. Perhaps it would be wise to issue the task once more, setting the requirement that only those ranked below the 5th tier of the commander could accept it. At this moment, Su Ming had already arrived at the library, returning the tome of mystical arts he had borrowed. It had only been 10 days since he had taken it, and even the elder in charge of the library had a recollection of him. Young man, have you mastered it? He inquired. Reporting to the elder, I have grasped it sufficiently. I should now be considered initiated. I must go out to undertake a task. Hence I return it first, Su Ming replied before departing. By the time the elder comprehended, Su Ming had already vanished from sight. The elder glanced down at the talismanic shield in his hand, chuckling softly. To master a low-tier mystical art in merely 10 days was certainly intriguing. Su Ming procured the map from the task scroll. According to its guidance, the location was not particularly close. However, he was fortunate to have his beast companions, the Phoenix and the Clumsy One, to serve as his means of transportation. Summoning the Little Fire, now an elite of the 5th tier and having undergone one evolution. Its size had grown to approximately 7 or 8 meters, with a wingspan exceeding 10 meters. It was effortless for Su Ming to soar upon its back. Despite the flames enveloping Little Fire, Su Ming felt no trace of heat as he climbed onto it. Little Fire, let us embark. With a resounding cry of the Phoenix, Su Ming was set to commence his first adventure in this world. Shortly after Su Ming's departure, at the Heavenly Academy, the director Shirtingi was confronted by the sect leader Lin Tianqing. Sister, is it rare for no one to seek you out? Lin Tianqing queried, puzzled by the absence of visitors. Shirtingi, equally perplexed, wondered why her elder brother, the sect leader, had come to inquire about her solitude. What about that Su Ming? Has he not come to find you? Shirtingi shook her head, explaining that among the 4 academy heads, she was the only one without a disciple, primarily due to the complexity of her mystical art, which no student seemed capable of mastering. No. Why do you ask, brother? She replied. Do you remember the talismanic shield? Of course, a low-tier mystical art. Did you not learn it in just a month back then? Master deemed you a once-in-a-century talent. She smiled slightly. I may be a rarity of a century, but sister, you are a millennium's anomaly. That is not the point. I promised Su Ming and that buffet a reward to select a mystical art from the library, and Su Ming chose this one. Shirtingi looked at her brother with confusion, wondering if Su Ming's choice indicated a desire for her to take him as a disciple, being of the same lineage. What relevance does that hold? You are more knowledgeable, and I have not studied this mystical art. If someone is to teach, it would be you. Lin Tianqing sighed. He does not require my instruction. He has already mastered it. The elder in charge informed me he accomplished this in merely 10 days, though the exact duration is uncertain. Shirtingi sprang to her feet, astonished, to learn a low-tier mystical art in 10 days? Even I could scarcely have imagined that in my youth. Where is he now? I sense a successor to my mystical art may be emerging. Su Ming might be capable of mastering it. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Tianqing, somewhat exasperated, retorted. He has gone out to undertake a task, and I am unaware of when he will return. Shirtingi, puzzled, remarked. He has only been here a few days and is already accepting tasks? What task is he undertaking? How would I know? I am, after all, the leader of the sect. Investigating such matters would be beneath me. You may inquire upon his return if he would be willing. I had instructed him to seek you, yet he did not come. Lin Tianqing too felt vexed. Despite Su Ming's evident talent, he had been informed of a powerful mystical art available from his sister. Yet Su Ming displayed no interest in pursuing it. Shirtingi nodded, conceding, then it must be as such. Should they discover that Su Ming had taken on a task of a lord's level, they would likely be incited to retrieve him forcibly. Meanwhile, Su Ming had already departed from the vicinity of Tianqing sect, heading towards the destination known as Tianjin Mountain. This location was near the original site of the teleportation array, requiring only a little further travel. Little Fire flew swiftly, and what would have taken 2 days was accomplished in just a single day by Su Ming. Although he passed by the teleportation array, he had no desire to pause. He flew directly towards Tianjin Mountain, which was vast. It was more akin to a mountain range than a singular mountain, perhaps due to the abundance of mountains in this world. This smaller range could not rightly be called a mountain. Following the map's directions, Su Ming circled within Tianjin Mountain for a while before locating the ironwood heart trees depicted in his task scroll, alongside the ironwood rhinoceros guarding them. Chapter 51. The Disturbing Properties of Metal Hardening. The ironwood heart tree is a species containing iron material, its toughness far exceeding that of ordinary trees. And its applications are plentiful. Some materials needed for beast evolution include it. The task required 3 ironwood heart trees, making theft virtually impossible, as 4 ironwood rhinoceroses constantly surrounded the trees. The growth of the ironwood heart tree is demanding. These ferocious beasts, which feed on this flora, would not stray even a step away. Cunning tactics seemed futile. Only a direct assault could yield potential success. However, the time was not yet ripe for action. The 4 ironwood rhinoceroses were currently in a state of heightened alertness, making combat exceedingly challenging. Stealth was the prudent strategy. Su Ming recalled Little Fire and summoned Nightmarish to surveil the surroundings while he clambered up a tree, awaiting the moment of fatigue among the ironwood rhinoceroses. From the first day into the second, he finally observed 2 ironwood rhinoceroses depart, seemingly in search of water. Just as he was about to make his move, Nightmarish, perched atop Su Ming's head, suddenly stirred, indicating the approach of another creature. Hastily, Su Ming abandoned his plan and continued to ascend, peering down at the unfolding scene below. In a short while, a young woman cautiously approached the tree where Su Ming was concealed, accompanied by her beast, seemingly also in pursuit of the ironwood rhinoceroses. Unlike Su Ming's patient waiting, upon spotting only 2 ironwood rhinoceroses, she boldly charged forward with her beasts, a first-tier beast master, likely specializing in spells. Perched atop the tree, Su Ming watched with keen interest as the girl commanded for beasts of light attributes. Among all attributes, those of light and darkness often surpass the foundational elements like wood, water, fire, and earth, though exceptions do exist. The all-light attribute beasts launched an assault on the ironwood rhinoceroses. However, it appeared the girl had not adequately prepared, as the ironwood rhinoceroses, renowned for their formidable defense, bore the brunt of the 4 light beasts' attacks and charged towards her. While she commanded for beasts, one was dedicated solely to support and healing, leaving only 3 to engage in the offensive. As the ironwood rhinoceroses bore down on her, the girl seemed to panic. Surely, she has never fought before. One cannot engage in battle like this. No beast, no matter how fine, can be wielded so recklessly, especially with such a disparity in levels. At that moment, the 2 ironwood rhinoceroses, previously quenching their thirst, also noticed the girl and surged towards her. Alas, Su Ming shook his head and, with a swift leap, descended to the ground. In an instant, Xiaohua and Han Han dashed out behind him. Meanwhile, Nightmare unleashed a psychic shockwave, momentarily stunning the 4 ironwood rhinos, leaving them dazed and unable to react. Roar! Han Han leapt high into the air, soaring over the head of the girl, delivering a powerful punch to the rhino's skull. With his entry-level armed hardening, Han Han's fist resembled a steel gauntlet, and combined with the enhancements from all his level 5 skills, he struck with the force of nearly 1,000,000 pounds, nearly incapacitating the ironwood rhino. Xiaohua, not to be outdone, took advantage of the significant level disparity. His ability to fly and cast spells rendered the 2 fierce beasts unable to reach him. After learning the spell shield technique, every time he unleashed a fire skill, a layer of magical protection enveloped him. The more spells he cast, the thicker his shield became. Meanwhile, the battle on Han Han's side was overwhelmingly one-sided. The 2 ironwood rhinos had barely registered the threat, their attention still ensnared by Nightmare's psychic disruption. At this moment, the girl, upon hearing the ferocious roars of the beasts, slowly opened her eyes. Miss, with your capabilities, do you dare venture into Heavenly Peak Mountain to hunt monsters? Are you seeking death or simply feeling too alive? Su Ming approached the girl, accompanied by Nightmare. He glanced at her 4 summoned beasts, all formidable entities, yet woefully mismanaged by their owner, whose combat style was abominably lacking. Spellcasting beasts should exploit their advantages to combat these lumbering powerhouses, yet she had positioned them in a straight line, truly a swift path to demise. As the girl gradually opened her eyes, her large, twinkling orbs brimmed with confusion as she processed the fact that she was still alive. Along with the sudden appearance of the boy. Who are you? She inquired, her first words directed at Su Ming. Your savior, he replied. By this time, the battle had concluded, and Su Ming walked over to the 4 deceased ironwood rhinos, extending his hand to retrieve them into his spatial ring, intending to convert them into enhancement points later when he was away from prying eyes. He then led Han Han over to a few ironwood heart trees, instructing him to snap them off. Thus, the task involving the 3 trees was deemed complete. Having concluded the battle, Su Ming had no immediate plans to return. It was a rare opportunity for him to be out, and as a disciple of the Tianqing sect, he was not permitted to venture out freely without a task or an official order. He felt compelled to maximize this chance to accrue enhancement points, as he had no idea when he would next be able to do so. May I ask you for directions? The girl timidly inquired from behind Su Ming. Where do you wish to go? Su Ming, somewhat surprised by his own confidence, responded, considering he had only been in this world for a few days. The girl fidgeted as she gazed at Su Ming. He found himself puzzled. While cultivation indeed elevated the beauty of both genders, most individuals on Earth reached merely an average standard. Yet, in this world, he had encountered several girls rivaling Qi Wan'er in beauty, Bai Ling, the dean of the Heavenly Academy. And now this one. Not only were her eyes large, but her figure was also undeniably impressive, a sight he struggled to avert his gaze from. Perhaps validating the saying that the larger the chest, the less the brain. I wish to inquire about the location of the Tianqing sect. I seem to have lost my way, she explained. Oh, you seek the Tianqing sect? I am a disciple of the Tianqing sect myself. What is your purpose there? Su Ming asked. To join the sect for training. The recruitment period for the Tianqing sect is due every 3 years, isn't it? Su Ming realized that she was unaware of the specific timeline. He looked at her and stated, it has already concluded. I am a newly admitted disciple. Don't you know the dates? The girl appeared shocked by Su Ming's information but quickly regained her composure, saying, it's all right. I have someone who recommended me. Even if the recruitment is over, can you take me there since you are a disciple? Sure, but I currently have no intention of returning. How about I give you directions, and you can go by yourself? Su Ming offered, handing her his map, confident he could remember the route back. However, the girl shook her head and produced her own map from her spatial ring, clearly marked with directions to the Tianqing sect, far superior to Su Ming's. How can you get lost with that map? Su Ming remarked, incredulous that anyone could lose their way with such clear guidance. Seeing her silence, he realized she must be directionally challenged, leading him to wonder who would allow such a person to venture out alone. He retracted his map, deciding to escort the girl back to the Tianqing sect's entrance. After all, it was hard for a boy to resist a girl who possessed such conviction. My name is Su Ming, what is yours? Are you alone? He asked. The girl shook her head and replied, I am Qin Shuani. I did not come alone. I sneaked out, and now I cannot find them. Why did you engage those ironwood rhinos? Did you not realize you were outmatched? And what brought you to Heavenly Peak Mountain alone? He questioned. I got lost yesterday. It was too dark to see where I was going. My summoned beasts brought me here to rest. Upon seeing the rhinos, I wanted to test my strength since I have never fought before, she explained. Su Ming nodded, summing up the girl before him, Qin Shuani, a wealthy child lacking combat experience, who had evidently inherited her beast's ineptitude. Truly, as the saying goes, a bear raised by a bear will be a bear. Very well, I will escort you, Su Ming finally agreed, preparing to guide this earnest yet directionally challenged Qin Shuani back. Just then, Nightmare overhead emitted a series of warning sounds, signaling an approaching danger. Suddenly, a sword of light shot towards Su Ming's location, seemingly aimed not directly at him, but rather at the space beside him. In a flash, Han Han positioned himself protectively in front of Su Ming. Qin Shuani also reacted swiftly, turning to the sky and shouting, "Stop! Stop! Don't attack!" Moments later, several individuals descended from the sky, about 5 in total. 4 appeared older, while one was closer to Su Ming's age. "Uncle Qin, there has been a misunderstanding. This is a disciple of the Tianqing sect. He intends to take me there," Qin Shuani explained to a middle-aged man who seemed more seasoned. "Shuani, you must be cautious. Not everyone out here is a good person," the older man cautioned. Qin Shuani glanced at the man and exclaimed, "Zhao Gaoi, what are you saying? If it weren't for Su Ming saving me just now, I would have been dead." Su Ming regarded the man coldly. Was he the legendary protector of flowers? This Glitch D scenario baffled him as to why it was unfolding before him. If this man dared to stand there alone, Su Ming would ensure he did not leave Heavenly Peak Mountain alive. Zhao Gaoi, noticing the chilling glare from Su Ming, felt a shiver run down his spine. As he attempted to speak again, he was silenced by the older man beside him. Su Ming cast a cold gaze upon the individuals before him. According to the information gleaned from his probing technique, the man known as Uncle Qin was the strongest among them, having attained the 3rd tier of the extraordinary realm. The other 3 elder figures also held positions at the High Lord level, while the man named Zhao Gaoi was at the 3rd tier of the commander rank. "My apologies. Young brother, we seem to have misunderstood you. This is a token of compensation. We are merely concerned for Xian'er's safety, as this is her first outing," Uncle Qin remarked, offering some currency to Su Ming. In Su Ming's understanding, these notes were likely the highest denomination of currency used in the Holy Light Empire, with a single piece possessing the purchasing power equivalent to around 100 million on Earth. This revelation astonished Su Ming. Such extravagance suggested that Qin Xian'er was indeed quite a wealthy lady. "Since you are a disciple of the Heavenly Journey sect, let us travel together if you are returning," Uncle Qin proposed. Su Ming shook his head, replying, "No, I had no intention of returning. I noticed she was lost with the map, so I intended to guide her. Since you are offering assistance, I shall take my leave." With that, Su Ming mounted his mount, Han Han, and departed from their line of sight. Uncle Qin did not press the issue further, as Su Ming was indeed garbed in the attire of an outer disciple of the Heavenly Journey sect. "Very well, let us hasten. We cannot afford to linger any longer," he urged. Qin Xian'er and Zhao Gaoi gazed in the direction Su Ming had gone for a long while before taking to the skies with 2 of their beast companions, heading towards the Heavenly Journey sect. Observing their departure, Su Ming had little thought beyond the fact that he had acquired a substantial amount of enhancement points, totaling 40,000 when combined with the 4 ironwood rhinoceroses he had transformed. Without a second thought, he promptly spent 30,000 points to elevate the proficiency of the divine abilities of Han Han, the Holy Dragon, and the Phoenix to adept levels. Su Ming was somewhat disheartened. He had spent 5,000 to learn a divine ability, and each of his beast companions required their own enhancement points to improve their proficiency. He was left with only 10,000 points, which made his heart ache. "No, I must farm more enhancement points, lots and lots of them," he thought, as the improvements brought by divine abilities were significantly greater than those from skills. Moreover, it now required 5,000 enhancement points just to advance to level 6 after reaching level 5, leading Su Ming to feel that his points were alarmingly insufficient. A day later, Qin Xian'er and her companions finally arrived at the Heavenly Journey sect, where they were received by the sect master, Lin Tianqing, and the dean of the academy, Lian Zhengqiu. "Sect Master Lin, we entrust them to you," Qin Xian'er said. "Rest assured, they will receive excellent education at the Heavenly Journey sect," Lin Tianqing replied with a faint smile, Lian Zhengqiu nodding in agreement. "Xian'er, we shall take our leave now. Focus on your studies at the Heavenly Journey sect, and Uncle Qin will come to fetch you at year's end," Uncle Qin announced. "Uncle Qin, I shall miss you," Qin Xian'er said, tears glistening in her eyes as she embraced him. Zhao Gaoi, standing nearby, patted his chest confidently and declared, "Fear not, Uncle Qin. I am here to protect Xian'er. Who needs your protection?" Qin Xian'er retorted, turning her face away and casting him a disdainful glance. "By the way, Sect Master Lin, we owe the safe arrival of Xian'er to the assistance of one of your disciples," Uncle Qin mentioned. "Oh, who might that be?" Lin Tianqing inquired. His curiosity piqued. "His name is Su Ming. I was nearly killed by those rhinoceroses, and he saved me. Initially, he intended to accompany me, but once Uncle Qin and the others found me, he chose not to return." Qin Xian'er interjected eagerly. "Su Ming." Lin Tianqing's expression instantly transformed, filled with intrigue. After ensuring the safe placement of Qin Xian'er and Zhao Gaoi, Lin Tianqing hurriedly made his way to the mission hall. Sect Master, what brings you here? The disciples in the hall questioned, puzzled by the presence of their sect leader, who typically would not involve himself in such matters. Show me the mission assigned to the outer disciple Su Ming, he commanded. The disciple hesitated, astonished that the sect master was addressing him directly. I said, show me the mission of the outer disciple Su Ming, Lin Tianqing reiterated, his frustration mounting due to his urgency. Once the outer disciple comprehended the request, he swiftly handed over Su Ming's mission details. Sect Master, I have already warned him of the task's severity, but he insisted on proceeding. There was little I could do. The disciple had initially thought Lin Tianqing was here to chastise him, but after reviewing the mission, the sect master departed without further comment. Exiting the mission hall, Lin Tianqing made his way to his junior sister, Shitingyi. Brother, you seem to have a bit of free time. Why have you been visiting me daily? She teased upon seeing him. Lin Tianqing sighed. His previously aloof demeanor as sect master had been utterly shattered by the current circumstances. Sister, do you know what mission Su Ming took on? He asked. What mission? At his level, it must be at most a profound level task. But a commander level task should still pose some danger, she replied. Indeed, he accepted a profound level mission, but do you know its nature? Lin Tianqing pressed, growing impatient. Shitingyi urged, brother, spare me the guessing, just tell me outright. The task he undertook is nearly at the Lord level, facing 4 Tier 7 ironwood rhinoceroses. What? Is he courting death? Shitingyi exclaimed, springing to her feet, ready to rush outside. Lin Tianqing quickly restrained his fiery junior sister, stating, the key point is that he actually won and saved Qin Xian'er. Qin Xian'er, the princess of the Holy Light? Lin Tianqing nodded, and Shitingyi, puzzled, returned to her seat. So, this means his current strength is at the Lord level? Lin Tianqing took a sip of tea and concurred. It was indeed remarkable for a newly initiated disciple to demonstrate such extraordinary prowess. What is his talent like? She inquired. 6 plus 7, he replied. That's rather average. I wouldn't call it exceptional, she remarked. They exchanged glances, seemingly in agreement. Lin Tianqing then let out a hearty laugh. Huh. This young man nearly fooled us all. Sect brother, with 3 talents. This implies Su Ming must have a minimum of level 7 that he is yet to reveal, Shitingyi added. Indeed, he shows promise. Sister, let us ensure our master's exceptional skills do not fade into obscurity, Lin Tianqing responded. At that moment, Shitingyi recalled something and asked, shouldn't Su Ming have completed his mission by now? Why hasn't he returned? Qin Xian'er mentioned he wanted to train a bit more. So he did not come back, Lin Tianqing explained. Meanwhile, Su Ming, engaged in his training, was leisurely enjoying barbecued meat on Tianjin Mountain, relishing this blissful moment. Oh, 10 days have passed with 100,000 enhancement points. Though not remarkable, it is still satisfactory. I shall farm another 100,000 before returning. As he savored the wild beef before him, he reclined comfortably against the warm body of Han Han. A week later, in Su Ming's courtyard, Bai Ling and Bu Fei sat at their usual evening spot, where they had spent many nights chatting and grilling meat. With a sigh, Bai Ling remarked, Bu Fei, why has Su Ming been gone for so long? 11 days. What kind of task could take so long? Bu Fei shook his head, feeling anxious. He was on the verge of mastering the mind technique required for entry, and with only 9 days left in the month, he worried that if he could not learn it in time, he might never accumulate enough points for the Earth-level divine abilities he sought. Bai Ling glanced at Bu Fei and said, if all else fails, why not consult your teacher? He might have some knowledge on the subject. Bu Fei's eyes brightened. Indeed. How could he have overlooked such a valuable resource as his teacher? What a splendid idea, Bai Ling. How did I not think of that? He exclaimed before dashing out the door. Shortly after Bu Fei left, as Bai Ling prepared to delve into the mystical arts bestowed upon her by her teacher, a knock echoed through the courtyard. Hello, is this Su Ming's residence? Qin Xian'er cautiously peered in. The moment Bai Ling laid eyes on Qin Xian'er, her acute intuition informed her that this woman shared a significant connection with Su Ming. Yes, what is it? Bai Ling adopted an air of the hostess, regarding Qin Xian'er with curiosity. Upon receiving a confirmation, Qin Xian'er stepped inside, introducing herself. Greetings, I am Qin Xian'er. I came to inquire whether Su Ming has returned. As Bai Ling observed Qin Xian'er's striking appearance, a wave of inadequacy washed over her as she glanced at her own attire. No, I am still awaiting Su Ming, Bai Ling replied curtly. Oh, I see. Then I shall return another time, Qin Xian'er said, her disappointment evident as she turned to leave. Just then, the courtyard door swung open again. Bai Ling, your big brother Su Ming has returned. Why are you not out to greet him? It was Su Ming himself, who had initially intended to return after accumulating another 100,000 enhancement points. However, he decided to further invest his time, raising the proficiency of his 3 summoned beasts to mastery level, while also maxing out the skills of the other 3 beasts that had yet to reach level 5. Though his points dwindled to a mere few thousand, He speculated that he would not need them in the immediate future. Upon hearing Su Ming's familiar voice, both Bai Ling and Qin Xianyi's eyes sparkled with renewed excitement as they rushed to meet him. Faced with the sudden appearance of Qin Xianyi, alongside the stunning Bai Ling, Su Ming found himself repeatedly reminding himself that Qi Wan Air was waiting for him back home. Meanwhile, far away on Earth, Qi Wan Air remained oblivious to the situation, despite her attempts to locate Su Ming through Wu Daoji. She was met with the same response. Su Ming was undergoing trials. As the university semester drew to a close, Su Ming had been in the Tianhua Great World for over 2 months, prompting even his parents to call with inquiries. In the office of the president of Subei University, a top-tier talent had gone missing. Wu Daoji, you need to provide me with an explanation. Rest assured, old Ming, Su Ming is quite safe. The crystal he left behind indicates he is thriving. Given his talents, he should have already entered the Tianqing sect, which is no small feat, Wu Daoji reassured. Ning Beixian sighed. While the mystical arts indeed significantly enhanced the power of summoned beasts, Su Ming's unexplained disappearance was troubling. Losing such a prodigy would not only impact Subei University, but the entirety of Huaxia. When will Su Ming return? Ning Beixian queried. Wu Daoji admitted uncertainty. The communication devices between the two worlds were disconnected, and unless they ventured back to retrieve him, it would be tantamount to courting disaster. Once he completes his studies, he will surely seek an opportunity to return. Have faith, he said, though worry gnawed at him. If he could be certain, he would not be seated here in doubt. Ning Beixian shook his head in resignation. Realizing there was nothing to do but await Su Ming's return. On Su Ming's end, he too desired a chance to return. Yet the allure of the mystical arts was too powerful, and the opportunity for advancement here far surpassed that on Earth. Thus, the notion of returning had to be postponed. Meanwhile, Su Ming found himself surrounded by Bai Ling and Qin Xianyi, feeling somewhat bemused. Qin Xianyi, how did you find my residence? He inquired. Just a little investigation, she replied. Bai Ling, now curious, asked. Su Ming, what mission kept you away for so long, and how do you know her? Su Ming glanced at Qin Xianyi before responding. I happened to rescue her during a mission. As for my task, well, there's not much to say. I must go report it now. You two can chat. He waved dismissively and turned to leave the courtyard. Maintaining his composure in the presence of these two enchanting women was proving quite challenging. Arriving at the mission hall, Su Ming submitted the ironwood heart tree amidst the astonished gaze of a disciple, receiving 1,000 points in return before departing with satisfaction. Hey, senior brother. Why is there still a task for the ironwood heart? Su Ming asked in confusion. The disciple chuckled. Who would have imagined you could return alive? The task issuer stated that as long as you made it back, you wouldn't need to compensate for the points even if the task was uncompleted. Su Ming nodded, deciding not to dwell on it, as he had received his points. Shortly thereafter, a young woman entered the mission hall. Sister Yang, the task for Sister Lu has been completed. The girl looked puzzled, but isn't the task still unclaimed? How could it be finished? Sister Yang, it was that outer sect disciple who completed it. Do you see this ironwood heart? Is there still a task for it? Yang lunged and paused momentarily before declaring. Give me the ironwood heart and retract that task. I will deliver it to Sister Lu. Understood. In no time, Yang Lung arrived at Sister Lu's location. A quaint cabin nestled in the mountains. Sister, your task has been completed by that outer sect disciple. Upon entering, she found a woman seated gracefully by her bed. A small white beast frolicking at her feet. Examining Sister Lu's visage, devoid of makeup yet breathtakingly beautiful, an innate charm radiated from her. Lu Zining was intrigued. How could a newly initiated outer sect disciple have accomplished a task of near lordly caliber? What is the name of the person who completed the task? She inquired. Yang Lung and snapped her fingers in realization, exclaiming, Ah, I forgot to ask. Lu Zining smiled softly. Never mind, just hand over the ironwood heart. The little one is nearly out of rations, and if no one else claims it, I shall go myself. Chapter 54, Mirror Clone. Upon returning, Su Ming found that Bai Ling and Qin Xian had already vacated his small courtyard. He felt a twinge of curiosity, while he could understand Qin Xianyi's departure. Bai Ling's exit was unexpected. After all, she and Bu Fei had been residing with him for a month. It then occurred to Su Ming that he had not seen Bu Fei since his return. Surely he was absorbed in studying the mystical arts? Given the time constraint of a month, it was indeed tight. Those lacking in talent would struggle to learn it all in such a brief span. Stretching lazily, Su Ming prepared for some much-needed rest. Though the soft bed was inviting, he preferred the comfort of his hard sleeping surface. Su Ming, my residence is right here. Can you not see? A sudden voice startled Su Ming, who was ready to retire. Turning around, he discovered a figure seated in the pavilion, the head of his academy. Shirting He, Honorable Dean, what brings you here? Su Ming asked, surprised to see the head of his academy at his abode. Shirting He felt an urge to roll her eyes. How could this boy not notice her presence? I have been waiting for you, she replied. Shurtingi smiled lightly, gazing at Su Ming as she spoke. However, Su Ming suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Her smile bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the martial arts master who had once smiled at him, a smile that had led to his current state of dislocation. Su Ming, feeling confused, awkwardly turned to Shurtingi and remarked, Dean, please do not jest with me. With tens of thousands of outer disciples in the academy, how could you possibly find time for a mere novice like myself? Have I inadvertently caused some trouble? Shurtingi paused for a moment before responding, Indeed. You saved that Qin Shuani, did you not? Su Ming nodded, realizing that this woman was indeed a source of trouble. Her actions had even drawn the attention of the dean. Shurtingi's power was second only to Lin Tianxing, whom he had witnessed firsthand. Lin Tianxing was at the 9th stage of the mythic realm, while Shurtingi was at the 8th stage, just a step away from him. Do you know who Qin Shuani is? Shurtingi inquired. Su Ming shook his head, perplexed, as he had done her no harm. Saving her could hardly be a crime. Shurtingi chuckled internally and said, She is the most cherished little princess of the Holy Light Empire's emperor. Do you now comprehend the gravity of your mistake? Su Ming, still bewildered, looked at Shurtingi and asked, Dean, I saved her. I did not harm her. What error have I committed? Yet, Shurtingi merely shook her head, letting out a sigh. I had hoped you would recognize your misstep, but it seems you remain utterly unrepentant. Su Ming was taken aback by her demeanor. He felt as though he had done nothing wrong. Suddenly, Shurtingi stood up abruptly, startling Su Ming, who instinctively recoiled. Come, those who err must face punishment. Without granting Su Ming a moment to react, a colossal dragon appeared behind her and lifted him effortlessly into the air. Meanwhile, Bai Ling, standing in her small courtyard, remained oblivious to the events unfolding with Su Ming. It was only when Shurtingi had summoned them both back to their quarters that she and Qin Shuani complied. Held in the dragon's jaws, Su Ming felt utterly powerless to resist. A dragon of such mythic caliber could easily end his life with a mere flick of its strength. Thus, he deemed it wisest to remain compliant. The dragon soared through the skies, heading toward the inner courtyard and continuing toward the back mountain where the inner courtyard was located. Su Ming, this is the boundary mountain of the inner courtyard. The front faces the residences of the inner disciples, where each disciple may select their dwelling. You are to go to the rear of the boundary mountain, where our Tianxing sect raises ferocious beasts. As for your strength, you shall be directed to the Dominion Zone. If you possess the capability to emerge, then do so, otherwise. You may await my return, Shurtingi stated as she cast him down and departed. With a soft landing, Su Ming gazed up at the retreating figure of Shurtingi. His eyes filled with a sense of bewilderment. What had he done to deserve such treatment? As he pondered, he suddenly found himself in possession of a secret technique, mirror clone. Perplexed, he regarded the secret art that had seemingly appeared in his hands. In an impulsive moment, he stood and shouted skyward, Dean, how can one engage in such coercive dealings? Su Ming was certain that this secret technique had been bestowed upon him by Shurtingi. With a clear intention, either he learned this technique and she would come to retrieve him, or he would have to find his own way out, which was uncertain at best. Concealed among the clouds, Shurtingi could not suppress her laughter. As the dean, how could she personally plead with a student to become her disciple? Yet, to ensure that the secret technique in her possession did not lack a worthy successor, she had no choice but to proceed in this manner. Su Ming summoned his companions, realizing that with Shurtingi's temperament, he had undoubtedly been cast into the Dominion Zone. Without protection, he might not even know when his life would end. Detected a middle-tier celestial secret technique. Would you like to spend 50,000 enhancement points to learn it? 50,000 points. Su Ming had previously spent all his hard-earned enhancement points on upgrading skills and proficiency, leaving him with only a little over 30,000 remaining. Now he was being asked if he wished to learn. Not for now. I shall wait until I have more enhancement points, he decided. He instructed his companion, Nightmare, to scout the area for any ferocious beasts to confront, hoping to gather some enhancement points. Observing Su Ming quickly adapting to his situation, Shurtingi felt satisfied and departed. Learning the mirror clone technique would not be an easy feat after defeating several Tier 7 Ironwood rhinoceroses. Su Ming managed to accumulate the requisite 50,000 enhancement points and promptly chose to learn the mirror clone technique. Upon mastering it, he instantly grasped the immense power of this celestial secret technique. Even at the entry level, it allowed him to conjure a clone of nearly identical strength during battle, effectively doubling his combat capabilities. Moreover, as proficiency increased, the number of clones he could summon would rise, 3 for proficiency, 7 for mastery, and 10 for perfection. What a monstrous technique. 10 clones, each possessing combat power equal to his own. It was nothing short of divine. Chapter 55, Sweeping the Boundary Mountain. Su Ming surmised that this was the celestial secret technique of the Tian Academy Dean, Shurtingi, as spoken of by Bu Fei. It was indeed a godly technique for mixed practitioners, one that ordinary individuals could spend a lifetime attempting to learn without success. Fortunately, with his unique advantages, Su Ming could directly purchase it with enhancement points. A slight smile graced Su Ming's lips. As long as it could be acquired with enhancement points, it was within reach. He transmitted the technique to his 4 beasts, each reaching the entry level. Unlike low-tier Earth secret techniques, the entry to proficiency of the celestial and middle-tier technique mirror clone required 150,000 enhancement points for 4 beasts, that amounted to 600,000. And ascending from entry to perfection would cost 5 million enhancement points. Alongside the 2 low-tier Earth secret techniques, Su Ming would require tens of millions of enhancement points to feel adequately prepared. Furthermore, with the increase in proficiency of the mirror clone, the time required to reconstitute a dead clone would also diminish. At the entry level, it would take about 3 days, while at the perfection level, just 3 hours. What an unfathomable concept. While the power of the technique was undeniable, the mirror clone was not something one could easily master. It was a life-threatening endeavor. Su Ming felt as if he had suddenly accrued a debt in the billions, and this was merely a middle-tier celestial technique. If he were to encounter a higher-tier technique, he would undoubtedly become invincible. Regardless, let's gather enhancement points, Su Ming exclaimed, leading his companions on a relentless hunt for ferocious beasts in the Dominion Zone under Nightmare's guidance. In a flash, the ferocious beasts of the Dominion Zone turned pale at the sight of Su Ming and his companions, fearing for their lives. After 15 days of relentless effort, Su Ming felt ready to utilize the mirror clone technique. After all, celestial secret techniques, if learned too quickly, would raise suspicions among others. With the mirror clone technique at his disposal, Su Ming's rate of accumulating enhancement points soared. His 3 companions fought with the ferocity of gods, and he discovered that the clones not only shared his abilities but also retained the techniques themselves. A truly monstrous advantage. Dean, I misjudged you. You are the finest Dean in the world, Su Ming exclaimed, looking at his 3 companions, each at the entry-level proficiency, sufficient for his needs for a long time to come. On the 20th day, the beasts of the Lord's territory were nearly exterminated by Su Ming. Any beast surpassing the 3rd tier of the Lord's rank met with no mercy. They were swiftly dispatched. Onward, to the Lord's territory, Su Ming commanded. Seated atop his loyal companion, Han Han, he had discerned that to exit the realm of mountains, he must traverse through the Lord's domain. In Su Ming's estimation, the realm should not harbor extraordinary beasts, as it was deemed unnecessary. However, latent dangers still lurked. Most disciples were either at the higher echelons of the Lord's rank or were low-tier extraordinary beings, making the breeding of extraordinary beasts somewhat superfluous. Yet, this remained merely Su Ming's speculation. Presently, however, he possessed the confidence to confront beasts of the Lord's caliber. His 4 companions included 1 at the 3rd tier of the Lord's rank, 1 at the 1st tier, 1 elite at the 7th tier, and 1 elite at the 5th tier, coupled with his avatar techniques and 2 additional Earth tier abilities. Su Ming was resolute in his assertion that he could wreak havoc upon any beast below the 5th tier of the Lord's rank. The sheer numerical superiority alone guaranteed his victory, not to mention the advantages afforded by his additional abilities. Thus, he charged into the territory of the Lord-level beasts. Unbeknownst to Lin Tianxing, who was unaware that Shurtingi had sent Su Ming to the mountain's rear to master the mirroring avatar technique. Junior sister, how is Su Ming faring with the mirroring avatar? What are the results? Lin Tianxing inquired. I do not know, Shurtingi replied with a shake of her head, as she had not visited Su Ming at the mountains for days and could not possibly gauge his progress. Lin Tianxing paused, realizing that the mirroring avatar was a treasured technique passed down through generations in their sect. He himself had once specialized in spells, yet his innate talents paled in comparison to those of his junior sister. Thus, it was only natural for this technique to be entrusted to Shurtingi. Over the years, while she had taken on disciples, none had succeeded in mastering it, resulting in a considerable waste of time and talent. Her students, after abandoning the pursuit of the mirroring avatar, had soon entered the inner sect, where they shone brightly. This had dealt a significant blow to Shurtingi, as the failure to pass on such a vital skill would deem her a pariah within the sect. Yet, she felt the weight of having delayed an exceptionally gifted disciple for a year. Had it not been for that lost year, her own achievements would surely have been greater. Did you not seek to teach that lad? Lin Tianxing pressed. No, I entrusted him with the mirroring avatar. He is currently at the rear of the mountains, and I wish to see what he can achieve without guidance, Shurtingi replied, though her heart was tumultuous. When it came to selecting a successor for the mirroring avatar, she was exceedingly stringent. Should Su Ming fail to demonstrate progress within the month, she would not consider further teaching him the technique. Lin Tianxing sighed, observing her demeanor. Junior sister, do not set your expectations too high. Over the years, your beasts have only managed to elevate the proficiency of the mirroring avatar in 3 instances. The others are either merely proficient or at a novice level. Yet, even at the novice level, the mirroring avatar can dominate this region. Its strength lies in the fact that the avatars retain all attributes of the original. Even if an avatar perishes, while it cannot be reformed immediately, the original remains unharmed. Ah, brother, let us wait and see. Su Ming's prowess in the Lord's territory is unquestionable. After a month, I shall bring him out, and you can assess his mastery then. If you find him capable, you may discuss the benefits and drawbacks with him. Very well, Lin Tianxing replied. Acknowledging the significant impact of the previous disciple on Shurtingi, who had nearly squandered her talent. Had he not released him early, considering the innate gifts of that individual, the outcome could have been vastly different. Meanwhile, Su Ming, the central figure of the tale, was not in the Lord's territory, but rather in the Lord's domain. Observing the fallen Lord-level beasts behind him, he smiled. Did they truly believe they could impede his progress? His assessment had proven accurate. Beyond the Lords lay the front of the realm of mountains. Over the past 20 days, the number of Lord-level beasts he had slain, combined with the enhancement points accrued from the Lord-level beasts, amounted to a staggering 700,000. A single 5th-tier Lord beast provided no less than 10,000 enhancement points, with higher-ranked beasts yielding even more. Now, Su Ming was enveloped in a potent aura of bloodshed, standing atop the mountains, where he could survey the entirety of the Tianxing sect. The outer sect occupied approximately 3/5 of the sect's expanse. Yet the outer disciples constituted a staggering 90% of the sect's population. The realm of mountains served as the residence for the inner sect's elite disciples. Chapter 56. The first encounter with Lu Xening. At this moment, Han Han and the others had been recalled into the beast space, leaving only a dream nightmare hovering above Su Ming's head. The reason Su Ming was reluctant to return the dream nightmare to the beast space was primarily due to its formidable mental prowess. It had already absorbed 50 soul points, rendering it exceptionally powerful. The dream nightmare's mental probing range extended to encompass the entire inner court. Should danger approach, it could respond swiftly and safeguard Su Ming. Initially, Su Ming had intended to soar into the skies atop a phoenix, yet he could not resist the allure of strolling freely within the inner court. A rare opportunity he did not wish to squander. Upon reaching the front of the realm of mountains, he descended along a winding path, where he glimpsed several quaint courtyards nestled within the mountains. The location of the realm of mountains was exceptional, offering breathtaking views of the Tianxing sect, and the concentration of spiritual energy was notably higher than below. Moreover, the tranquil atmosphere made it an ideal sanctuary for cultivators. However, most disciples chose to undertake missions in the outer sect, as the cost of secret techniques was exorbitant. For techniques of earth and heaven tiers, mastering them within a month was a daunting task. The most effective approach was to accumulate points, allowing for several months or even half a year of borrowing. Additionally, points could be utilized to attend lectures by elders or even the dean, and hiring them required points as well, as they too needed points to access the secret techniques within the library. Wow, the spiritual energy here is abundant, Su Ming exclaimed, gazing at a small cottage not far away, ideally situated in the most concentrated area of spiritual energy on the mountain. The mid-mountain location was optimal. The summit was too high and cold, while the spiritual energy at great heights was increasingly sparse. Observing the cottage before him, Su Ming felt a pang of envy. For ample spiritual energy would undoubtedly accelerate the growth of his beasts. Although the Tianxing sect possessed superior spiritual energy regardless of location, the realm of mountains was unparalleled. At that moment, the door of the cottage swung open, and a woman clad in a white dress emerged. Cradling a small white beast that was munching on the ironwood heart Su Ming had brought back. Lu Xening noticed Su Ming, and their gazes briefly met. Su Ming inclined his head in a gesture of respect. The inhabitants of such a location were typically elite disciples of the inner sect, and Lu Xening emanated an aura of authority. Her extraordinary strength was unmistakable. Lu Xening nodded in acknowledgement. The presence of an outer sect disciple at the initial tier of the Lord's rank in the realm of mountains was indeed surprising. However, she did not dwell on it, instead drawn to the pink dream nightmare hovering above Su Ming's head. Perhaps due to her feminine nature, she felt a curiosity towards the adorable creature. The dream nightmare lifted its head, gazing quizzically at Lu Xening, then back at the small beast in her arms. Harboring a singular thought, this woman did not seem to be a good person. Su Ming did not linger for long, continuing his descent down the mountain. As he turned back, he noticed Nightmare hovering above him, and upon seeing Lu Xening still gazing at him, he promptly made a funny face. A chuckle escaped Lu Xening. She had not anticipated that a beast master could exhibit such endearing behavior. As she watched Su Ming gradually fade from her sight, Nightmare playfully conjured 3 doppelgangers to make silly faces at Lu Xening, intending to startle her. Stunned, Lu Xening found that she was far too familiar with this doppelganger. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Ming until he vanished completely, leaving her momentarily dazed. Shortly after Su Ming departed, Yang Lungen bounced over to find Lu Xening at the very spot where Su Ming had disappeared. Observing Lu Xening in a trance, Yang Lungen curiously inquired, "Senior sister, what captivates you so completely?" It was only then that Lu Xening realized Yang Lungen had arrived. Recovering from her reverie, she awkwardly smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just saw a junior brother." Upon hearing about the junior brother, Yang Lungen's expression turned peculiar. Grinning mischievously, she said, "Oh my. So even the legendary Lu Xening has taken an interest in a junior brother. Do you know him? I could certainly track him down in the Tianqing sect for you." Lu Xening shook her head and, looking at Yang Lungen, asked, "Sister, do you know if my master has taken any disciples recently?" Yang Lungen looked at her in confusion, knowing well that her master was none other than the esteemed Shurtingi of the Outer Gate Tianyuan. "I doubt it. The headmaster was quite disheartened by your situation back then, so I'm not sure if she has accepted new disciples." Lu Xening sighed, saying, "Alas, my master is far too serious. If I failed to learn, it was my own shortcoming, yet she shoulders all the blame. Back then, I was rather overconfident in my talents and volunteered to learn that divine technique." Yang Lungen observed Lu Xening, realizing that this matter had significantly affected their master-disciple relationship, a topic Lu Xening had seldom broached in recent years. "Senior sister, why the sudden inquiry?" she asked. "The junior brother I just saw? His beast seems to possess the same mirroring technique as my master. However, I cannot be certain if that's indeed the skill of his beast." "Then allow me to investigate on your behalf," Yang Lungen offered. "No need, it's all right. If it's true, then my master's heartache will be resolved, and I shall feel at ease. I've prepared some delicacies. Do come in and enjoy." "All right then." Not long after, Su Ming descended from the boundary mountain, making his way through the inner gate and directly towards the outer gate Tianyuan. At that moment, Shurtingi was in her courtyard, engaged in a heated debate with her senior brother regarding when to bring Su Ming back. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. The 2 prominent figures of the Tianqing sect ceased their bickering and composed themselves. "Enter," Shurtingi commanded, her tone now serious. The door swung open, revealing Su Ming's figure before them. Lin Tianqing and Shurtingi rose in unison, their expressions filled with disbelief as they beheld him. "Su Ming, how have you returned?" Su Ming produced the tome on the mirroring technique from his robe and handed it to Shurtingi, saying, "Headmaster, did you not tell me to either master this technique and descend, or await your arrival?" Lin Tianqing, astonished, gazed at Su Ming, recalling that passage through the Lord-level beast territory was fraught with peril. Had Su Ming truly emerged from such danger? "You mastered it?" Shurtingi inquired, eyeing the mirroring technique in her hands. "Yes, it was somewhat challenging, yet I succeeded," Su Ming affirmed with a nod. "You truly mastered it? Demonstrate for us." Lin Tianqing urged, his incredulity palpable, for the mirroring technique was no mere protective shield. With a slight motion of his head, Su Ming summoned Nightmare, who impatiently executed the mirroring technique, resulting in 2 doppelgangers that settled onto Su Ming's shoulders, promptly dozing off. Chapter 57, Lin Tianqing's Thoughts. Has he truly entered? Lin Tianqing and Shurtingi gazed at the 3 nightmare beasts resting comfortably on Su Ming's shoulders, finding the scene almost surreal. Indeed, Su Ming nodded, then turned to them and asked, "Sect Master, Headmaster, may I return now? I haven't bathed in a month and am reeking of blood." Su Ming's words jolted Lin Tianqing and Shurtingi from their astonishment, as they initially focused solely on Su Ming's mastery of the secret technique, neglecting the overpowering stench of blood emanating from him. "Yes, you may return," Lin Tianqing waved his hand dismissively. Su Ming's prodigious talent rendered their concerns trivial. After all, the purpose of their guidance was to facilitate his mastery of the techniques, which seemed to pose no challenge for him. The Tianqing sect divided its outer gate into 4 courtyards precisely to prevent beast masters from overreaching and attempting to learn too many disparate techniques, which could ultimately lead to failure. After Su Ming departed, the 2 exchanged glances and swiftly soared towards the boundary mountain. Upon arriving at the rear of the mountain, the ruling area was nearly devoid of life, with the Lord-level territory relatively intact. Su Ming had not slain excessively, primarily avoiding the trouble of high-level Lord beasts, not due to incapacity, but simply out of a desire to avoid complications. In their expressions, Lin Tianqing and Shurtingi conveyed not only shock, but also a sense of grief. These were the beasts nurtured by the Tianqing sect, and Su Ming had nearly driven them to extinction. "Sister, isn't the Southern State Sect Conference approaching?" Lin Tianqing suddenly inquired, lifting his gaze to Shurtingi. Shurtingi nodded in response. "In a year's time, the Southern State Sect Conference will commence, held every 7 years. And how long until the assessment for outer gate disciples to enter the inner gate? He pressed. About half a year. Why do you ask? With Su Ming mastering the mirroring technique, should his level of cultivation rise, the Tianqing sect is bound to achieve remarkable results at the Southern State Sect Conference. After years of mediocrity, this presents an opportunity, Lin Tianqing expressed with excitement, vividly recalling the image of his sister dominating the conference years ago using the mirroring technique. Sect brother, are you dreaming? For the Southern State Sect Conference, participating disciples must be at least of Lord-level high rank, with some potentially at extraordinary high rank. How could Su Ming possibly reach such heights in such a short time? Shurtingyi regarded her brother as though he were indulging in fanciful dreams. After all, to elevate Su Ming's cultivation from low-level commander to extraordinary high rank within a year was far-fetched, and even if he did, he would only have one beast adept with it, while others would lag behind, an endeavor akin to stunting his potential. Do we not have that place? We send a group in every year. Let us see if Su Ming possesses the capability, Lin Tianqing suggested. Shurtingyi understood precisely what Lin Tianqing referred to and why her brother was so eager for the Tianqing sect to achieve success at the Southern State Conference. Her brother had only recently become the sect master, and during the last conference, the Tianqing sect had nearly finished at the bottom, largely due to her. Had her disciple Lu Zining not stubbornly pursued the mirroring technique under her tutelage, sacrificing a year without learning other techniques, they might have fared better. If the Tianqing sect were to finish poorly again this year, the Elder Council would likely initiate a rotation in leadership, placing Lin Tianqing under scrutiny. Within the Tianqing sect, the sect master held the highest authority, while the Elder Council served as a check on that power. The longevity of a sect depended on such oversight. And the interplay between the sect master and the Elder Council exemplified this dynamic. Mutual supervision and constraint. Poor performance would undoubtedly place Lin Tianqing in the crosshairs. The senior brother appears to wish for Su Ming to participate in the inner sect examination ahead of schedule. Unlike universities on Earth, Tianqing sect does not impose a time limit. Generally, disciples do not leave the sect until they reach the status of a sovereign. And most beast masters opt to remain within the sect to serve as elders. The Tianhua Great World differs significantly from Earth. It is a realm of higher existence, boasting beings that surpass myth. Institutions like Tianqing sect typically possess at least one entity that transcends the mythical level, which is a requisite for being considered a premier sect. Lin Tianqing nodded thoughtfully. Ordinarily, outer disciples are eligible to take the inner sect examination only after 3 years, as most individuals require this duration to ascend to the rank of lord. Entering the inner sect is impossible without the strength of a lord. However, there are prodigies, like Su Ming, who may take the examination early, provided they receive recommendations from the dean and elders. With half a year remaining, it will be interesting to observe Su Ming's development in strength. Meanwhile, Lin Tianqing's conversation with Shurtingyi went unnoticed by Su Ming. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he encountered Bai Ling, Bu Fei, and the duo of Qin Shuani and Zhao Gaoi. Su Ming, where have you been this past month? Bu Fei inquired, genuinely surprised that a disciple who had only been initiated for 3 years could be so busy. In the last 2 months, aside from their visits to the library, they had not crossed paths again. With a sigh, Su Ming replied, "There's too much to recount." Qin Shuani, why are you two here? Su Ming asked, not particularly averse to Qin Shuani, yet irked by the presence of her sycophant Zhao Gaoi, wondering if he was not concerned about getting a punch to the face. Zhao Gaoi, clearly agitated by Su Ming's tone, retorted, "Su Ming, we came here of our own accord. We are doing you a favor." Bu Fei, already rolling up his sleeves, understood the situation well, having been in the imperial capital of the Holy Light Empire. Zhao Gaoi, I believe you are due for a lesson. Do you think this is still the imperial capital? There's no one here to protect you. Qin Shuani, sensing the tension, hurriedly interjected, Bu Fei, Su Ming, please don't jump to conclusions. After calming both Su Ming and Bu Fei, she turned to Zhao Gaoi, her voice tinged with irritation. Zhao Gaoi, I've told you not to follow me. Why do you persist? Shuani, I'm merely concerned for your safety. Did you not hear Su Ming's dismissive tone? He clearly does not welcome you, Zhao Gaoi accused. In response to Zhao Gaoi's insinuation, Su Ming shot back, Qin Shuani, I have not said that. I simply do not welcome him. He pointed directly at Zhao Gaoi. Feeling somewhat apologetic, Qin Shuani addressed Su Ming. I'm sorry, Su Ming. I merely wanted to express my gratitude for your assistance before. Su Ming smiled gently. It's nothing, a small act of kindness. We are now fellow disciples. You are always welcome to visit. Hearing these words, Qin Shuani felt a surge of happiness as she departed, recognizing that with Zhao Gaoi present, conflicts were inevitable. Chapter 58, The Capture Mission. Bu Fei, do you know them? Su Ming inquired, watching the retreating figures of Qin Shuani and her companion. Before Bu Fei could respond, Bai Ling interjected, Su Ming, are you unaware of Bu Fei's family background? Confused, Su Ming raised an eyebrow. Should I know about it? Bai Ling chuckled. Forgive me. Su Ming, I forgot you are not from our empire. The Holy Light Empire has 9 prominent clans. The Qin clan is the royal family, while the Bu and Zhao clans are 2 of the other 8. Upon hearing Bai Ling's explanation, Su Ming turned to Bu Fei. Ah? So you are a scion of a prominent family. Pray tell, what does your family do? I know. Bai Ling eagerly raised her hand to speak. Go ahead. Su Ming encouraged. Bu Fei's family controls the economic lifeblood of the Holy Light Empire. Their Beastmaster shop is widespread throughout the empire, Bai Ling elaborated. Su Ming then turned his gaze towards Bu Fei, who bashfully admitted, it's not that wealthy, just a bit affluent. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Su Ming lamented. Why is it that all my acquaintances are affluent? Even Qian Duo is quite wealthy. What about Zhao Gaoi? What is his family's background? Su Ming asked. Bu Fei replied, his father is currently the chancellor of the empire. His father desires for him to marry the princess, who happens to be the emperor's favorite daughter. And she is quite beautiful. Zhao Gaoi has been pursuing her, but alas, his advances have been met with indifference. Su Ming laughed heartily, recalling that this phrase was something he had taught them. Turning back to Bu Fei, Su Ming asked, how is your mastery of the mind techniques progressing? At the mention of this topic, Bu Fei shook his head, not quite there yet. Alas, I must earn more points. In a month's time, I am certain I will have it mastered. I too am in need of points. I lack specialized techniques for mental attribute beast mastery. I must earn points to exchange for a tome on mental techniques, Su Ming concurred. Bai Ling, curious, asked Su Ming, how many techniques have you mastered thus far? Teasingly. Su Ming replied, if you wish to know, I shan't tell you. The following day, the trio ventured to the mission hall together. Su Ming, Bu Fei, what level of tasks do you intend to select? Bai Ling chirped incessantly like a lark throughout their journey. After pondering for a moment, Bu Fei stated, given my strength is at the high tier of commander, I shall likely opt for an Xian level task, preferably one with a higher safety margin. Since I will be alone, and there's no one to rescue me in case of mishap. Bu Fei, your family seems quite at ease with you venturing out alone. Su Ming remarked, surprised that a scion of a prominent family would be unaccompanied. My father believes that without experiencing hardship, one cannot grow. If I were to have someone accompany me, I would undoubtedly become reliant on them. I must wander through life and death to attain greater strength, Bu Fei explained, shaking his head, as he had never truly experienced the indulgences typical of a child from a prestigious family. Originally, the 3 intended to undertake tasks together, but the disparity in their abilities rendered Su Ming uninterested in missions below the Lord level. Bai Ling, glancing at Su Ming, expressed concern as she scanned the Earth-level tasks. Su Ming, perhaps you should also select a Xian-level task. The Earth-level ones are too perilous. Appreciating Bai Ling's concern, Su Ming felt warmth in his heart. Yet he was acutely aware of his need for enhancement points. Avoiding Lord-level tasks left him uncertain of when he would accumulate enough points to perfect his techniques. Fear not, Bai Ling. I hold life dear and would not undertake reckless endeavors. You too should also select tasks with a higher safety profile, preferably close to the sect. He reassured them. After a brief moment, Bu Fei and Bai Ling finalized their task selections. Su Ming glanced over them and nodded, deeming them largely devoid of danger. Hello. Senior brother, what does this task entail? Su Ming pointed to a task displayed above the Earth level that indicated no limit on participants. This one, it is a capture mission. A 5th-tier Beastmaster from the Shiyue Empire has stolen a technique from their royal family. The Shiyue Empire has issued this task. If one retrieves the technique, they may choose any item from their royal treasury, though this task does not yield points. However, in comparison to the points, the rewards offered by the Empire are indeed quite substantial. Certain treasures within the royal treasury are items that even our Skywalk sect lacks. Target, Beastmaster Li Luming of the Evil Moon Empire. Cultivation level, 5th-tier Lord. Beasts, Demon Light Lizard, White Star Rhinoceros, Gale Soul Wolf, unknown. Mastered abilities, Demon Energy Cannon. Mission requirements, retrieve the stolen abilities and capture Li Luming, regardless of his life or death. Su Ming scrutinized the mission carefully. This individual is a Beastmaster specializing in spiritual attacks, and the Evil Moon Empire lies to the south of the Holy Light Empire. The 2 empires share a border. The last time he visited the Skywalk sect, it was due to the presence of the Underworld Soul Empire in that very vicinity, where the entire Evil Moon Empire predominantly focuses on spiritual attributes in their beast taming. Currently, this Beastmaster resides within the 10,000 Great Mountains, a mountain range that nearly traverses the entirety of the Tianhua Great World. The name 10,000 Great Mountains is merely a moniker. In reality, it encompasses far more than just 10,000 peaks. For anyone venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains, capturing their quarry is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Nevertheless, Su Ming's objective was not solely to locate the individual. Should he fail to find him, he could still accumulate enhancement points without undue concern. I accept the mission. Do you have a map, senior brother? Yes. I possess maps of both the 10,000 Great Mountains and the route to the capital of the evil Moon Empire. Are you truly determined to undertake this task? Junior brother? Indeed, senior brother. I am mainly seeking some experience. If I encounter him, that would be splendid, but if not, I shall accept it. Very well. I wish you success in your endeavors. Thank you, senior brother. After receiving the mission scroll, Su Ming stored it within his spatial ring and stepped outside, where Buffet and Bai Ling were already awaiting him. Su Ming, what is your mission? Upon seeing Su Ming emerge, the two approached eagerly. Bai Ling, upon glimpsing Su Ming's task, appeared somewhat dejected and remarked, "Oh dear, I had hoped we could undertake the mission together. Buffet and I are heading east, while you are going to the southern 10,000 Great Mountains." Hearing this, Buffet expressed discontent and hastily inquired, "What is the matter, Bai Ling? Have I wronged you by wanting to accompany you?" No. I merely thought it would be nice for the three of us to travel together." Su Ming smiled gently, patting Bai Ling on the head. "Do not worry. There will be opportunities in the future." Once the trio departed from Tianqing City, they were compelled to pursue their separate paths. Su Ming mounted his fiery steed and set off southward towards the 10,000 Great Mountains. Chapter 59. Su Ming's Fifth Beast. The phoenix soared swiftly, even at the pace of his little fire steed. The journey from the Skywalk sect to the 10,000 Great Mountains required nearly 2 days of flight. For someone like Su Ming, who lacked a mentor, there was no one to oversee his trials, whereas Bai Ling and Buffet had been granted permission to venture out well in advance. Meanwhile, at the Skywalk sect, Shirtingi once again arrived at Su Ming's modest courtyard. Observing the emptiness of the yard, her intuition suggested that Su Ming had gone off to undertake another mission. Upon checking the mission hall for Su Ming's tasks, Shirtingi was astounded. This fellow had dared to accept such a challenging assignment. Was he truly feeling the weight of his prolonged existence? Did he relish the thrill of dancing on the edge of life and death? For a moment, Shirtingi found herself perplexed by Su Ming. However, she chose not to pursue him. She believed that this young man was not reckless. And as a fifth-tier Lord Beastmaster, even if he were to face defeat, his ability to utilize the mirror clone technique would allow him to escape with ease. After 2 days, Su Ming arrived at the foot of the 10,000 Great Mountains. He retrieved the mission scroll and, following its instructions, made his way to the location where the Beastmaster had ventured, situated at the border between the Holy Light Empire and the Evil Moon Empire. Within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Beastmaster would not venture far, nor would he stray from this area, as the mountains were rife with formidable beasts of the revered level. It was said that deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains lay a gathering place for these fearsome creatures, where the mightiest among them surpassed even the mythic level. According to the progress outlined in the mission scroll, numerous individuals had already perished at the hands of Li Luming, and based on their last recorded positions, Li Luming's approximate whereabouts had been pinpointed within a radius of 100 kilometers in front of Su Ming. After securing the mission scroll, Su Ming entered the 10,000 Great Mountains alongside his phoenix. Shortly thereafter, a colossal figure darted swiftly through the forest, despite its enormous size. It deftly navigated without colliding with any trees. This was Huan, and Su Ming, perched atop his back, had been searching for a considerable time. While he had made some discoveries, they were scant. He had only come across a few traces of fallen Beastmasters, uncertain if they had met their end at the hands of Li Luming. Nightfall descended rapidly within the 10,000 Great Mountains due to the dense foliage, which prevented sunlight from penetrating through even the slightest gaps. Aware that finding anything tonight would be futile, Su Ming instructed Huan to turn back. Earlier, they had stumbled upon a cave that likely housed a fearsome beast. Su Ming intended to seek shelter there for the night, hoping the occupant would be accommodating. Upon reaching the cave entrance, a plume of flame erupted from his little fire steed, illuminating the interior. In the areas untouched by the firelight, a pair of gleaming eyes fixed intently upon Su Ming. "Brother, I merely seek a place to rest for the night. I mean no harm." With a thunderous roar, the beast responded. Little Fire and the Holy Dragon leaped into action, and it was at that moment Su Ming caught sight of the beast's true form. It was a massive brown bear, boasting a cultivation level of 6th tier commander. In the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains, such strength was indeed formidable. Su Ming had not allowed the Holy Dragon to engage in combat frequently, as his contract was signed later, and his level remained the lowest among Su Ming's fur beasts. Thus, in battles of this caliber, Su Ming typically refrained from deploying him. However, the innate warrior spirit within the Holy Dragon compelled him to charge forward upon witnessing the bear's roar. The Holy Dragon raised its claw, shimmering with a hint of luminescence, and struck at the bear, while the phoenix soared above, persistently harassing the creature. The two elite-level beasts held their ground against the 6th-tier commander beast with remarkable ease, almost as if they were merely honing their skills. Su Ming stifled a yawn, patted Huan Huan, and maneuvered around the ongoing battle to enter the cave, occasionally summoning the phoenix to provide illumination. After half an hour, the two beasts had sufficiently played around and swiftly defeated the bear in a single strike. Observing the charred remains of the bear, with not a single hair left intact and every good piece of meat marred by the holy dragon's claws, Su Ming sighed. He had only wished for a place to rest, and yet here they were, leaving no room to spare. Nightmare, perched atop Su Ming's head, had become akin to an accessory, resembling a meaty hat. Su Ming felt no weight from it, and Nightmare offered sufficient reconnaissance within a safe range, ensuring that having it accompany him was a guarantee of security. Should any Beastmaster enter Nightmare's detection range, Su Ming would be immediately informed, potentially leading to an encounter with Li looming. As Su Ming gradually succumbed to slumber, with his 4 beasts guarding him closely, he felt an overwhelming sense of security. Suddenly, he sensed an anomaly with his azure ring. Upon peering within, he discovered that the beast egg he had acquired during the trial tower had begun to crack. What is this? A small, slimy foot emerged first, prompting Su Ming to hastily retrieve the beast egg and place it before him, while instructing the clumsy creature to remain on guard. This was his 5th beast. He could not afford any errors. Before long, another foot broke free from the shell, and Su Ming's heart raced with excitement. A beast egg that even his detection technique could not unveil. If it were to be subpar, he would never believe it. As the entirety of the beast was revealed before his eyes, Su Ming's emotions shifted from anxious anticipation to a tinge of disappointment. Not for any other reason, but primarily because this beast was exceedingly unattractive, resembling a mere toad. Employing his detection technique once more, Su Ming scrutinized the beast's information. Beast, Devourer Toad. Attribute, Space. Quality, Supreme. Level, Ordinary 1st tier, no growth period. Evolution stage, none. Evolution count, none. Divine ability, Devourer of Heaven and Earth 0.999999999. Skills, none. Su Ming was taken aback. It was a product devoid of any enhancements, no growth period, no evolution stage, no evolution count, and no skills. Merely a natural divine ability. What utility could that possibly hold? A colossal question mark loomed in Su Ming's mind. How could such a beast level up or engage in combat? To his astonishment, the Devourer Toad proceeded to consume its own eggshell, and when Su Ming glanced at its data again, he found level, Ordinary 2nd tier. Divine ability, Devourer of Heaven and Earth 1009999999999. At that moment, Su Ming grasped how the Devourer Toad could level up, and after devouring the eggshell, its size had increased significantly, nearly doubling. Chapter 60. The mirrored clone demonstrates power. Did this imply that the more it consumed, the larger it grew? Su Ming pondered, tapping the subsequent plus sign, only to find minimal response. He pressed it repeatedly until he reached 10,000, and in an instant, the Devourer Toad's size surged to match that of the clumsy creature, while its level ascended to elite 9th tier. Gasping for breath, Su Ming marveled at the toad's seemingly overpowered skill. As long as it had sufficient resources, it could elevate its level, and upon reviewing its data once more, he noted that its skill slot was no longer empty, but brimming with a new skill. Spatial displacement can consume living beings to achieve spatial transfer. Current transfer radius, 10 kilometers. Looking at the Devourer Toad before him, it appeared to possess more utility than initially presumed. However, gazing at his rapidly depleting enhancement points, Su Ming felt a pang of regret. Originally amassed at 700,000, it had dwindled to 600,000. The Devourer Toad unleashed a tremendous strike upon the ground. Curious about its strength, Su Ming observed as the toad slammed its palm down, causing the earth beneath to fracture instantly, creating a chasm nearly 5 meters deep that stretched for close to a kilometer. Such power could only be matched by the fully unleashed clumsy creature. In the wake of his astonishment, Su Ming was elated. He had indeed stumbled upon a treasure. While the Devourer Toad might be considered a mere golden devourer by others, for him, it represented a beast of explosive strength that could perpetually enhance its prowess. As long as he possessed ample enhancement points, he could elevate the Devourer Toad to mythic levels in an instant. Yet, contemplating the vast gap in required enhancement points left, Su Ming disheartened. The divine ability demanded significant resources, and the toad's upgrades were entirely dependent on enhancement points. At that moment, Su Ming longed for a formidable beast to appear before him. Ready for slaughter, he decided to elevate the toad's first skills transfer distance to 100 kilometers, for even his current phoenix required merely a minute to traverse 10 kilometers. Increasing it by 90 kilometers cost him 90,000 enhancement points. Initially, Su Ming intended to return the devourer toad to the beast's space, but to his surprise, the toad could control its size, instantly shrinking to the size of a palm-sized frog that leapt onto his shoulder. After some reflection, Su Ming concluded that the toad did not require the beast's space for growth. Having it accompany him directly seemed quite favorable. Though Nightmare had been by Su Ming's side, its original growth period was limited, and its current strength primarily stemmed from the mental black hole. Therefore, Su Ming often kept it close when he needed its assistance. After a restful night, Su Ming embarked on a journey to locate Li Luming. His strategy for finding Li Luming was now quite clear. He would follow any signs of human beast masters detected by Nightmare. With his detection technique, he could determine at a glance whether he had found the person he sought. Thus, he spent an entire day searching, yet found no one, nearly clashing with other beast masters. His urgency stemmed from the concern that the beast master he encountered might be Li Luming, prompting him to hasten his pursuit. However, all beast masters operating alone in the vast mountain range possessed unique abilities. Upon sensing someone rapidly approaching, they naturally prepared for confrontation. Fortunately, Su Ming managed to halt in time, averting a potential conflict. After resting for another night, Su Ming had encountered no fewer than 80 human beast masters in the vast mountain range over the course of 2 days. Although the density was low, it was evident that he had located all solitary beast masters within a 100-kilometer radius. After regrouping, Su Ming expanded his search. Regardless of the number or level of beast masters reported by Nightmare, he charged forward without hesitation. Just then, Nightmare signaled again, indicating the presence of a suspicious beast master's mental fluctuations. Su Ming had instructed Nightmare to refrain from reporting any mental signatures once a beast master had been eliminated, thus employing a process of elimination. He was determined to scour the entirety of the vast mountain range to locate Li Luming. After all, as the saying goes, a monk contends for a single incense stick, a person contends for a breath. Perched upon the back of the clumsy creature, Su Ming diligently followed the direction indicated by Nightmare. Upon receiving confirmation that they were closing in, he urged the clumsy creature to charge forward, believing it better to mistakenly eliminate 100 than to let one escape. As the clumsy creature burst through the underbrush, nearly dislodging Su Ming, it unleashed a roar directed at the figure ahead. Su Ming, with a calm demeanor, observed the fleeing figure of Li Luming, who had sensed the impending danger. A beast master specializing in mental attacks attempting to match speed with him was akin to a delusion. In the blink of an eye, Su Ming intercepted Li Luming. Seated atop the clumsy creature, he looked down upon the man before him, a triumphant smile gracing his face. "You must be Li Luming." The man appeared momentarily stunned, his gaze sharpening considerably. "Are you here to seize my divine ability?" Li Luming's eyes narrowed as he assessed Su Ming's attire, the beast by his side bracing for action. Su Ming smiled faintly. It was rare for a Lord-level beast master to be intimidated by a Commander level 1. "Will you surrender willingly, or shall I take it by force?" Li Luming erupted into laughter upon hearing this, gazing at Su Ming and exclaiming, "Ha ha, after being hunted these past few days, one might think you're but a trembling leaf. You, a Commander-level beast master, who dares to threaten me?" Su Ming regarded Li Luming, aware that he had acquired a newfound ability called Soul Devour, its name reminiscent of the mental black hole of his Nightmare. However, he was uncertain of its precise effects. "If you want to give it willingly, I shall simply take it by force." In an instant, Su Ming's aura surged, and 5 beasts instantly entered combat mode, while his mirror clones multiplied his beasts to a staggering 10. What is this?" Li Luming exclaimed, astonished by the sudden emergence of the beasts. Despite being clones, their aura remained unchanged, suggesting that their strength was likely unaffected. Nightmare played a pivotal role in this confrontation as a mental attack beastmaster. And considering his own level was inferior to Li Luming's, Su Ming would not have dared to accept this task without the mirror clones. Though Li Luming commanded 5 beasts, he was now faced with a formidable assault from Su Ming's 15 beasts, covering all aspects of land, sea, and air. He could only resort to luck. Determining the true body amidst the indistinguishable clones proved exceedingly challenging for Li Luming. Chapter 61, Ji Ruxin. Su Ming was not inclined to grant him much time to react. The Devourer initiated the assault with a swift strike. Disrupting the rhythm of the mental attack beasts made it exceedingly difficult for them to refocus and mount another offensive. The other beasts, unwilling to be outdone, joined the fray. The ferocity of 15 beasts was overwhelming, and the mirror clones were truly a game changer. "Young hero, spare me. I will give you my ability if you let me go," Li Luming pleaded, kneeling in desperation as he realized the dire situation. Su Ming, with a smirk, inquired, "You truly would part with such an ability?" Assuming he had swayed Su Ming, Li Luming quickly affirmed, Yes. The evil Moon royal family seeks only the ability. I can give you everything. Just spare my life and that of my beasts." Li Lumeng was taken aback. He had never imagined that a disciple of the sect could be so formidable, with a commander crushing a lord, something he had never contemplated in his youth. "Kill you, and all that you possess becomes mine." Li Lumeng's eyes widened in disbelief at Su Ming's ruthless disposition. In an act of defiance, Li Lumeng was swiftly slain by Su Ming. Although the devourer desired to consume Li Lumeng's beasts, Su Ming intervened, having previously experimented with feeding the devourer beasts, which proved less efficient compared to utilizing enhancement points. Transforming 5 Lord-level beasts into 50,000 enhancement points, Su Ming reveled in his triumph. The devourer learned mirror clones and metal hardening, yet both remained at an introductory level. Su Ming first invested 100,000 points to elevate metal hardening to proficiency, preserving the remaining 40,000 as a hidden reserve. After rummaging through Li Lumeng's spatial ring, he converted the useless items into another 100,000 enhancement points, along with 2 tomes of secret techniques. One was the aforementioned Soul Devour, which Su Ming discovered bore similarities to his nightmare's mental black hole, both enhancing one's mental prowess through the absorption of enemy soul power, though its efficacy appeared inferior to that of nightmare. This technique was of high earth grade, yet for a mental attack beastmaster, it was a divine skill. The other tome contained a low-grade mysterious technique, Li Lumeng's own, called the Demon Energy Cannon, which concentrated mental power into a single point for a devastating strike, capable of inflicting immense mental harm in a brief moment. Su Ming nodded, investing over 10,000 enhancement points to master it entirely. He promptly taught the Demon Energy Cannon to Nightmare, as it only required 200,000 points to progress from initiation to perfection. Su Ming did not hesitate to spend. As for Soul Devour, he deemed it unnecessary to teach to Nightmare, as the effect of his mental black hole surpassed it and was more economical. He opted to learn it for future mental attribute beasts, whom Su Ming abruptly looked up, noticing a woman clad in black hovering above him. Seemingly unnoticed by Nightmare until this moment, the woman disregarded Su Ming entirely, approaching Li Lumeng and rummaging through his belongings before standing before Su Ming. Faced with the black-clad woman, Su Ming felt a twinge of apprehension regarding her level. She was a third-tier lord, and alarmingly, possessed 5 techniques, more than he himself had. "Hand over your abilities." Su Ming chuckled, undeterred by her higher rank, asserting, "Why should I give them to you? These are mine," she retorted. Su Ming, meeting her gaze, inquired seriously, "Are you of the Evil Moon royal family?" The girl nodded, yet Su Ming swiftly retracted the techniques into his spatial ring, stating, "The mission from my sect clearly states that I am entitled to select a treasure from the Evil Moon royal family's treasury. I have yet to attain it. So why would I relinquish my abilities to you? Moreover, what proof do you have of your identity? Do you not fear that I might kill you?" The black-clad woman maintained her stoic demeanor, yet Su Ming found himself invigorated by the challenge. Surveying her from head to toe, he mused that she lacked the gravitas of Qin Shuani. On what grounds could she demand his abilities? "You would kill me? A 5th-tier lord like Li Lumeng was still crushed and slain by me. What makes you think you stand a chance?" Su Ming chuckled lightly, turning to mount his beast in preparation to depart. Although his back was turned, he remained acutely aware and vigilant. Ji Ruxin observed Su Ming's retreating figure, mounting her beast and seemingly conceding as she asked, "What must I do for you to return my abilities?" Su Ming shook his head, replying, "I intend to visit the Evil Moon Empire to seek glory and rewards." A smile graced his lips. A week's journey to the imperial capital of the Evil Moon Empire was entirely feasible for him. Upon hearing Su Ming's intentions to venture to the Evil Moon Empire, Ji Ruxin's icy demeanor shifted to one of urgency as she blocked his path, exclaiming, "You must first return my abilities. I promise that if you go to the Empire, I will allow you access to the treasury to select a treasure." Su Ming cast a skeptical glance at the black-clad woman, questioning why he should trust her. "I will not give it to you. I can obtain treasures on my own." Unfazed by Ji Ruxin's insistence, Su Ming strode confidently towards the Evil Moon Empire. "I will permit you to take 2 treasures, provided you agree that this ability is solely for me." Ji Ruxin pressed, her urgency palpable. Su Ming halted his beast, exasperatedly asking, "Why must I give it to you now? It's your royal family's item. I can return it just the same." "No, you must give it to me." "Why must I?" he retorted, incredulous at her demands. Su Ming rolled his eyes and summoned the phoenix, intending to shake off Ji Ruxin. "Then you must agree that if I can prove my identity, you will return my abilities." "Oh." Su Ming, uninterested in engaging further with Ji Ruxin, mounted the phoenix and summoned his beasts, soaring towards the Evil Moon Empire. He initially believed he could rid himself of Ji Ruxin, only to discover that she clung to him like a stubborn adhesive. After 2 days, Ji Ruxin had learned Su Ming's name, yet she continued to cling to him desperately, saying, "Su Ming, you must truly believe me. Please, if you don't, your life will be in jeopardy." Su Ming, with a smile, replied, "What life-threatening danger? My royal brother and the others will kill you," Ji Ruxin said urgently, her eyes filled with concern. Su Ming chuckled and remarked, "My mission was assigned to me from the task hall of the Tianqing sect. If I were to perish in your evil moon empire, how would you explain that to my sect?" Though the empire was indeed powerful, if Su Ming were to truly die within the evil moon empire, the wrath of the Tianqing sect would be something the empire could hardly endure. This matter was not solely about the reputation of the Tianqing sect, but also about the dignity of the task hall. Ji Ruxin, with a conflicted expression, said, "The divine ability you possess is a secret technique passed down through our royal family. My father, the emperor, has declared that whoever retrieves it first shall claim the title of crown prince. They might resort to violence against you for the sake of the crown." Su Ming, perplexed, asked, "If I give it to you, what then? Do you aspire to be the crown prince or the empress?" Observing Ji Ruxin's demeanor, he thought she indeed exhibited some semblance of an empress, albeit her stature left something to be desired. Ji Ruxin was momentarily taken aback by Su Ming's words and retorted, "If you give it to me, they surely wouldn't dare to kill me as well." Seeing the wisdom in Ji Ruxin's eyes, Su Ming shook his head. Faced with the possibility of taking action against Su Ming, Ji Ruxin hesitated, deterred by his nonchalant demeanor. After finishing his meal, Su Ming returned to the inn to rest, while Ji Ruxin, seemingly fearful of his escape, took up residence next door. Su Ming could not be bothered with her, even if her claims were true. He need not fret. If they truly desired something from him, a sufficiently substantial reward would suffice, as he was quite adept at recognizing the prevailing circumstances. The following morning, Su Ming continued his journey. Ji Ruxin, anxious about Su Ming possibly fleeing, had not slept a wink. Su Ming, observing her plight, chuckled resignedly, "Sister, if you truly desire it, I would certainly give it to you for the right price. You've only been issuing me empty promises along the way. How am I to fulfill them?" Ji Ruxin, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "I left in a hurry and didn't bring anything, but I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Just as Su Ming was about to retort, a voice from above interrupted them. Two beast masters had appeared right behind him. Su Ming turned to Ji Ruxin and inquired, "Could these be the so-called royal brothers you mentioned, sent to retrieve this divine ability?" Upon glancing back, Ji Ruxin gasped in shock, "It's my second brother's men. My fourth and ninth brothers must also be on our trail." Su Ming, intrigued, pondered the ferocity of the evil Moon Empire's royal family. As he felt a twinge of panic at the sight of the approaching figures, he realized they were extraordinary beings. While Su Ming's mind raced with strategies on how to handle the situation, Ji Ruxin halted and faced the rapidly approaching beast masters. "I am Ji Ruxin. You all must retreat." Her voice echoed through the air, yet the pursuing extraordinary beings showed no signs of stopping and charged towards her. Foolish woman, Su Ming thought, having already determined an escape route. How could she not see that they were intent on indiscriminate attack? Watching her stand there in confusion, he could no longer tolerate her naivety. He swiftly flew to her side and pulled her onto the back of the phoenix. "Recall your beast." With that, Su Ming soared downwards, knowing that only within the forest could he unleash his full combat prowess. Furthermore, he could utilize the sky-swallowing toad for spatial displacement, buying precious time for their escape. The two extraordinary beast masters pursued swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, they caught up. Without further ado, Su Ming summoned the sky-swallowing toad midair. "Sky-swallowing toad, take us away." In an instant, the toad expanded to the size of a small mountain, and Su Ming poured all of his remaining 40,000 enhancement points into it, urging it to facilitate their escape. "Please, no. I don't want to be swallowed," Ji Ruxin exclaimed, staring at the toad's gaping maw, preferring death over being consumed by this beast. Su Ming paid her no mind. In a flash, before the extraordinary beast masters could reach them, he dragged Ji Ruxin into the toad's belly, and in the next moment, both man and beast vanished from sight. 400 kilometers away, Su Ming found himself momentarily disoriented. Such a vast distance of spatial displacement left him uncertain of where the toad had brought them. However, the interior of the sky-swallowing toad was not as filthy as one might imagine. It resembled a different realm altogether. When the toad finally expelled Su Ming and Ji Ruxin, they emerged unharmed. Nonetheless, Ji Ruxin looked at both herself and the toad with evident disdain, which irked Su Ming. He felt a surge of anger. He had barely escaped thanks to her, and now he was left without any enhancement points, lost 400 kilometers away, and utterly ignorant of their surroundings. "Su Ming, where are we?" Ji Ruxin asked, her voice laced with concern. "How would I know? This is your evil Moon Empire's territory. Why don't you ask me?" Su Ming shot her an exasperated glance. The toad had not moved backward. A distance of 400 kilometers was certainly enough for those extraordinary beings to track them down. Moreover, after using spatial displacement once, the toad would require 3 days before it could do so again, which was quite vexing for Su Ming. As Ji Ruxin continued to pat herself down, he remarked, "What are you doing? The toad's belly is perfectly clean." "That doesn't ease my mind," Ji Ruxin retorted, fully aware of the cleanliness yet still troubled psychologically. Observing her distress, Su Ming couldn't help but tease, "Didn't you say your royal brothers wouldn't kill you?" Upon hearing this, Ji Ruxin's composure shattered, and she collapsed to the ground, sobbing. Su Ming was taken aback. While they had indeed evaded those extraordinary beast masters over a distance of 400 kilometers, they were still far from absolute safety. Lacking a precise location or any navigation system, their map was utterly useless. If they lingered here, they would soon be caught. And should they be pursued again, it could truly mean their demise. "Sister, please don't cry. The pursuers will be here soon, and then we'll be waiting for our fates to unfold. My beast can't help us escape again." Seeing Ji Ruxin remain unresponsive, Su Ming glanced at the sky-swallowing toad and warned, "If you remain crouched and immobile, I'll have the toad swallow you once more." At this, Ji Ruxin sprang up like a startled rabbit, her eyes red with indignation. Su Ming could only shake his head in resignation. Had he acted alone, he would have already reached the evil Moon Empire. Their immediate priority was to ascertain their exact location and evade their pursuers. Chapter 63. Journey to the capital of the evil Moon Empire. Upon mounting the amiable creature, Han In, with Ji Ruxin accompanying him, the two swiftly navigated through the forest. However, after Su Ming and Ji Ruxin abruptly vanished from sight, the two beast masters in pursuit found themselves momentarily stunned, having never encountered such a peculiar beast mastery skill. They were momentarily at a loss to discern whether it was a divine ability or a mere skill. Expanding their search radius, they concluded that, regardless of the nature of the ability, the pair could not have traveled far. The lad was merely a disciple of the Tianqing sect, and they dispatched individuals towards the direction of the sect to prevent his return. Indeed, their assessment was not erroneous. Su Ming was only of commander rank, and even the level of his beast mastery skills imposed significant limitations. However, they could hardly fathom that Su Ming was already a considerable 400 kilometers away, and locating two commanders and a lord-level beast master within a radius of 400 kilometers would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. After all, the fact that they had failed to find Li looming in the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, only to be outmaneuvered by Su Ming, was ample evidence of their inadequate reconnaissance capabilities. Nevertheless, Su Ming was not preoccupied with their pursuits. He was now contemplating whether to venture into the Shiyue Empire. If he did, he might be walking into a trap, yet turning back might also present its own dangers with potential ambushes. "Hey, foolish girl, do you think returning to your Shiyue Empire would be safe?" Su Ming glanced at Ji Ruxin behind him, who seemed to have regained a semblance of composure, though just barely, considering her royal lineage. However, upon hearing Su Ming refer to her in such a manner, Ji Ruxin was incensed, retorting, "Su Ming, who are you calling a foolish girl? I'm older than you. By lineage, you should address me as sister." Su Ming shot her an exasperated look. Not only had she failed to express gratitude for his rescue, but now she wished to assert herself as his elder. At times, he felt an overwhelming urge to kick her off the beast, if only to divert some of the attention away from himself. "Hey, I'm asking you, is it safe for us to return to your Shiyue Empire?" Ji Ruxin pondered for a moment before responding, "If we return, they have already seen your attire as a Tianqing sect disciple. They will undoubtedly lay in wait for you on your way back to the sect. However, once we enter the imperial city, I can assure you of our safety." Su Ming cast a disdainful glance at Ji Ruxin, causing her to blush slightly. "What's wrong? Su Ming, don't you trust me? After all, I am a princess. Can I guarantee this much?" Su Ming shook his head. In his eyes, Ji Ruxin was simply a foolish girl. "Well, I don't care. If that's the case, we might as well head back to our deaths." Seeing Su Ming's attitude, Ji Ruxin decided to abandon all pretenses. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Su Ming relented. They had already entered the territory of the Shiyue Empire, and being unfamiliar with the land left him with no choice but to rely on Ji Ruxin to navigate to the imperial capital. "Forgive me, my dear sister Ji, but look at where we are right now. Where should we go? I cannot guarantee those extraordinary beast masters won't catch up to us in the next moment." Ji Ruxin took the map, scanning their surroundings, but could not ascertain their exact location. She pointed at the map, indicating, "We are approximately in this area." Su Ming examined the map and deduced that they were still at least 2 days away from the imperial capital of the Shiyue Empire. "We cannot take the main road. Are there any shortcuts?" Su Ming inquired, knowing they needed to enter the capital discreetly. Ji Ruxin scrutinized the map, her mind racing through possible routes. After a moment, she pointed decisively at the map, stating, "We should head this way. It should allow us to circumvent the capital." Su Ming nodded in agreement. They had confirmed their general position and now needed only to proceed in the indicated direction. An hour after their departure, a search party arrived at the location they had just vacated. Fortunately, they had already covered a significant distance, and with the multitude of routes leading to the capital, it was improbable that the search party would ascertain their path in a short time. The two extraordinary pursuers who had initially chased Su Ming soon arrived at the scene. Examining the remnants left behind, one of them addressed the others, "Send a team to lie in wait before the capital. Once we detect their trail, we must intercept them before they can enter. The rest of you disperse and search. If found, eliminate them on sight." "Boss, there's also a princess among them," one of the squad members murmured. The extraordinary master shot him a cold glance, retorting, "What princess? They are merely two thieves who snatched a divine ability." He signaled to another, and in an instant, the one who had spoken was killed on the spot. Indeed, should news of them slaying a princess leak, it would not only mean their own demise, but also spell trouble for those behind them. Such notions, once questioned, must be extinguished in their infancy. Throughout the journey, Ji Ruxin remained seated upon Han N's back, as she lacked a beast capable of matching the speed of land travel. And the current circumstances made the use of flying beasts impractical. With no other choice, Su Ming and she settled on Han N. As she sat behind Su Ming, Ji Ruxin gazed at the boy, who was but a year her junior, and an unprecedented sense of security blossomed within her heart. However, Su Ming was oblivious to her sentiments. "Su Ming, why are you so insistent on going to the capital? It is nothing short of a den of danger." Ji Ruxin expressed her confusion. Su Ming turned to her, replying, "Of course, it's for the reward. This task doesn't grant any academy points. I've been tracking that fellow for nearly 3 days. I certainly intend to collect my due for the effort. Otherwise, I might as well burn your precious inheritance of divine abilities and return them to you." Su Ming scoffed, dismissing her concerns. In truth, heading to the imperial capital of the Shiyue Empire was the safest course. Every major sect, like the Tianqing sect, established an embassy-like institution in such capitals to enhance their prominence and attract talented beast masters, while also providing protection for their own. The task assigned to Tianqing sect had originated from this very embassy located in the capital of the Shiyue Empire. "You must not burn it. If you dare to, I'll burn you first." Upon hearing Su Ming's intent to destroy their inheritance, Ji Ruxin stood up, her anger flaring as she prepared to confront him fiercely. Chapter 64, King Ji Xuanqi. Su Ming sighed. It was truly perplexing how Ji Ruxin had managed to survive into her 20s within such a royal family. Nevertheless, following Ji Ruxin's indicated route, they indeed reached the vicinity of the imperial capital safely, catching sight of the imposing Shiyue imperial capital, sprawling like a colossal beast resting upon the earth. "Su Ming, that is our empire's capital. Once we enter, we will be safe," Ji Ruxin exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Su Ming. Confused, Ji Ruxin questioned, "Why are you stopping me? The capital is just ahead. We cannot go out. Do you think they would allow us to enter the capital unimpeded? If we boldly stride out, we would surely be captured before we even reach the gates. What shall we do then?" Ji Ruxin, now calmer, looked at Su Ming for guidance. "We wait. My beast will soon be able to facilitate our spatial movement, allowing us to enter the capital without a trace." Upon hearing Su Ming's insistence on entering the belly of the devouring toad once more, Ji Ruxin shook her head vigorously, her expression resembling that of a trembling rattle drum, with glistening tears brimming in her eyes. "No, please, Su Ming." Su Ming looked at her and sighed. "Without this, we have no hope of reaching the imperial city alive. Please, comply." After offering a feeble attempt at comforting Ji Ruxin, he resumed his position, awaiting the cool down of his devouring toad's abilities. Meanwhile, several factions pursuing Su Ming had searched fruitlessly for nearly 3 days and had now converged near the imperial city. The outskirts were teeming with Ji Ruxin's royal brother subordinates, all intent on seizing the secret arts. Their respective leaders had already infiltrated the city to report back to their masters. Bang! Within several royal residences, a synchronized sound of shattering cups echoed, signaling a tacit understanding among them. "My lord, we have not been discovered." It was the second prince's men who struck first, and the princess only saw them. "Oh, that is indeed the case. But we must continue to reinforce our forces to secure the secret arts." Similar conversations unfolded in other royal estates. In the residence of the second prince, Ji Xianwei, a leader knelt on the ground, trembling. "Did you let Ji Ruxin see your face?" Ji Xianwei asked, his voice tinged with disappointment. "My lord, The stammering reply revealed the leader's trepidation. "Leave at once, and do not return until I summon you. Anyone Ji Ruxin has seen must vacate the imperial city." Ji Xianwei waved dismissively. "Yes, thank you, your highness." However, shortly after the man exited, he met his demise within the residence, for only the dead can keep secrets. Those dispatched were his own assassins, Even if Ji Ruxin recognized them, their silence and death would shield their master. Moreover, other princes were also involved in the plot against Ji Ruxin and Su Ming, ensuring that once the figures fell, the matter would be buried. Assign guards to the city gates. Upon spotting my royal sister, apprehend her secretly. Additionally, send men outside the city to lay ambush. A voice resonated in the darkness before vanishing without a trace. Outside the city, Su Ming finally awaited the cooldown of his devouring toad skill. Reluctantly, under Ji Ruxin's vehement protests, he thrust her inside. Devouring toad, destination, the imperial city, let us leap wisely. Su Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Ideally, they would teleport directly to the palace, but he dreaded the prospect of landing in the jaws of an enemy. Such a fate would amount to walking willingly into a trap. The devouring toad croaked reassuringly. Rest easy, master. I shall ensure your safety. With a heart full of trepidation, Su Ming also entered the toad's belly. In the next moment, a colossal devouring toad materialized in a courtyard within the sinister moonlit imperial city, obliterating the rock formations therein. The tremendous noise drew the attention of the courtyard's owner, and before Su Ming could emerge, the toad was already surrounded. Who dares to intrude upon the prince's estate at this hour? The devouring toad was unable to keep two individuals within, and with a croak, both Su Ming and Ji Ruxin were expelled. Ji Ruxin, despite the absence of any foul odors or food remnants in the toad's belly, found it psychologically unbearable. Ruxin, what are you doing here? A familiar voice pierced Ji Ruxin's ears, and as she looked up, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Third brother, I finally found you. Ji Ruxin leaped into the arms of the man. Su Ming, having risen, exchanged glances with the man, both appraising each other. All right. You are safe here with your third brother. Come down now, and we shall discuss matters inside. Ji Ruxin leaped down and followed her brother into the main hall. While the devouring toad shrank and nestled beside Su Ming, Ji Ruxin's brother led them into a quiet chamber. Su Ming remained vigilant, observing Ji Ruxin, yet unwilling to relax. Ruxin, what has transpired? Why are you in my residence, and who is this young man? Third brother, this is Su Ming. He retrieved our inherited secret arts. Upon hearing this, Su Ming felt a sense of foreboding. If this so-called third brother turned hostile, how could he escape? He began to inch backward, poised to bolt at any moment. Ji Xuanqi smiled slightly. Su Ming, you are a disciple of the Celestial Path sect, correct? Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of seizing the secret arts from you, nor will I harm you. Ji Ruxin chimed in cheerfully. Su Ming, this is my third brother. He won't act against you. He has no interest in the throne. Upon hearing this, Su Ming inwardly scoffed, believing it absurd that anyone could be indifferent to power, especially that of an emperor. This was no mere kingdom, but an empire. Ji Xuanqi noted Su Ming's continued wariness, but chose not to press further. Instead, he turned to Ji Ruxin, asking, how did you find yourself in my estate? At this question, Ji Ruxin began to sob, looking up at her brother with a face full of grievance. Third brother, the second brother, and the others want to seize the secret arts. They even wish to kill me. Bang! The sound of Ji Xuanqi slamming his hand on the table resonated. Fury etched across his face as he gazed out the window. Must a throne incite such fratricide? In Ji Xuanqi's eyes, Su Ming saw not a trace of impurity, only sorrow and lamentation. After a lengthy pause, Ji Xuanqi turned to Ji Ruxin and reassured her, do not worry, you are safe here with your third brother. Although I wield little actual power, I can certainly protect both of you. Third brother, we should enter the palace tomorrow. If Su Ming presents the secret arts to father, the matter will be settled. Alas, Ruxin, the day after you left, father fell ill again. The previous injury has taken a heavy toll on him. Eldest brother is now once again overseeing the state. Ji Ruxin gasped in shock, exclaiming, eldest brother has been reinstated? Yes, but father has only assigned him a temporary role. The one who retrieves the secret arts will become the crown prince. Father's condition is dire. Time is running out. Su Ming stood aside, the secret arts residing within his spatial ring, and as he listened to Ji Xuanqi, he understood why these princes were willing to go so far as to kill their sister to seize the arts. This secret art was akin to the imperial seal. Whoever possessed it would not merely become the crown prince, but effectively the next emperor. However, Su Ming was curious how Li Luming managed to steal such a treasure when he was merely a lord-level beastmaster. What shall we do now? Ji Ruxin looked at Ji Xuanqi, her heart in turmoil. At this juncture, Su Ming interjected, excuse me, but I cannot meddle in your family affairs. May I redeem my reward now? Ji Xuanqi turned to Su Ming, smiling gently. No, entering the palace now would be tantamount to a death sentence. My elder brother awaits you there. Just then, a voice from outside announced, my lord, the second prince has arrived. Upon hearing the mention of the second prince, Ji Ruxin immediately rose to her feet, her eyes ablaze with fury. Ruxin, You and Su Ming must remain here and not reveal yourselves. I will handle the second brother. Su Ming, I entrust you with keeping watch over her. If your location is compromised, not even I can ensure your safety, she instructed sternly. Su Ming nodded. Yet a twinge of unease lingered within him. If the two princes conspired together, escape would be a futile endeavor. Once the figures receded into the distance, Su Ming turned to Ji Ruxin and inquired, "Is your third brother reliable? If he colludes with your second brother, we are doomed, even if you survive." "I certainly will not." Ji Ruxin shook her head, reassuring him, "My third brother would not betray me. He has no interest in the throne, and given his humble origins, it is inconceivable for him to ascend as emperor. Does that even count as a reason? Ji Ruxin, are you planning to flee or not?" "If you do not, I certainly will," Su Ming declared, unwilling to remain passive, as his life held immense value to him. He could not simply abandon it here. Seeing Su Ming's determination, Ji Ruxin reluctantly divulged all the circumstances to him. Meanwhile, before the residence of the third prince of the Shiyue Empire, the second prince, Prince Gong, stood at the entrance accompanied by a throng of followers, while the third prince, Ji Xuanqi, stood defiantly at the gate. With a slight smile, Ji Xuanqi greeted, "Brother, what brings you to my humble abode today? It is quite remote here." Ji Xianwei scrutinized his younger brother. Despite being a neglected prince, when it came to martial prowess, Ji Xuanqi was second to none among the princes. "Little brother, I am concerned for your well-being. I heard rumors of strange occurrences within your residence, and given your lack of guards, I thought it prudent to come." Ji Xuanqi, unfazed by his brother's concern, retorted with a smirk, "Brother, my estate is a full 10 kilometers away from your Gong Palace. You can hear so clearly from such a distance?" They exchanged silent glances before Ji Xuanqi's laughter broke the tension. "Thank you for your concern, brother. It was merely a rock formation in the courtyard that collapsed. You know my capabilities. Alas, I lost control, and it ended up like this. I apologize for worrying you." Ji Xuanwei's pupils constricted as he realized that his younger brother had openly showcased his abilities. After pondering for a moment, he replied with a smile, "It seems I have been overly cautious. But with father in his current state, as his sons and subjects, it is imperative we ensure the safety of the capital. Thank you for your hard work, brother. I shall not keep you any longer. You must continue your patrol," Ji Xuanqi responded. After watching Ji Xianwei depart, Ji Xuanqi's demeanor turned icy. He was acutely aware of the spies placed by other princes within his estate, including those set by his own father. The speed at which information traveled was alarming. Ji Xianwei arrived almost immediately after Su Ming's arrival. As Ji Xianwei left Ji Xuanqi's residence, he instructed his loyal guards, "Keep a close watch on the Qinhuang mansion. Capture any bird that dares to fly out." "Yes, my lord," they replied. Ji Xianwei gazed towards the distant palace. Although he was uncertain how Su Ming and Ji Ruxin had infiltrated the capital, intelligence confirmed their presence within Ji Xuanqi's estate. Not just he, but several other princes, including the recently reinstated crown prince in the East Palace, had received the news. Yet they were powerless. This was Ji Xuanqi's residence, the formidable prince of Qin, whose command could rally the military like no other. Even though Ji Xianwei currently controlled the imperial guards, a mere command from Ji Xuanqi could turn the majority against him. This was the reputation Ji Xuanqi had earned on the battlefield. The imperial capital was teeming with troops, and should the emperor suddenly pass away, it could ignite a bloody struggle among the princes. This was a scenario Ji Xuanqi wished to avoid, yet he could not discern a suitable candidate to whom he could entrust the divine powers. Regarding the little spies within his estate, Ji Xuanqi chose to overlook them for the time being. Now that he had confirmed that all princes were aware of Su Ming and Ji Ruxin's presence, he needed to act swiftly to secure their safety. He pushed open the door, enveloping his spirit beast's mental energy around the entire estate to ensure no one could eavesdrop or send word before entering the chamber. At that moment, Su Ming finally comprehended why Ji Ruxin held such unwavering faith in her third brother's disinterest in the throne and why he would never inherit it. Watching Ji Xuanqi return, Ji Ruxin was filled with apprehension, uncertain of the news he would bring. "Alas, they are already aware of your presence here. The urgent matter is to ensure your safety. Although they may not dare to forcefully seize you for now, desperation can drive them to act recklessly." Ji Xuanqi sighed, taking a seat and speaking candidly. "Third prince, is there truly no way to save your father?" Su Ming asked. Having learned from Ji Ruxin that Ji Xuanqi was the offspring of a princess from the neighboring Black Dragon Empire and the emperor himself, the current emperor's injuries were inflicted by the emperor of the Black Dragon Empire. Thus he was destined to neither seek nor desire the throne. Furthermore, Ji Xuanqi was renowned for his integrity within the empire. If anyone were truly fit to be emperor, it would undoubtedly be him. Yet his status had led to this predicament. Additionally, it was Li Luming who had stolen the divine powers, as he was originally the guardian of those powers, betraying his trust. "I cannot say. The imperial physician has declared his condition dire. I have not seen father in a long time. Perhaps my younger sister has. Ji Xuanqi pondered. Ji Ruxin shook her head. I have not seen him either. Since father fell ill, I have not been allowed to visit. The physician insists he requires peace and quiet. Ji Xuanqi fell into contemplation, realizing the urgency to preserve Su Ming's life. The divine powers in his possession were the fabled imperial seal. Suddenly, an idea struck him as he looked at Su Ming's attire, prompting him to rise abruptly. Su Ming, you are indeed a disciple of the Tianqing sect, correct? Yes, why do you ask? Su Ming replied, puzzled by Ji Xuanqi's sudden enthusiasm. Then you can summon the elders of your sect for assistance. If the Tianqing sect intervenes, you can present the divine powers to your father. Thus averting a bloody conflict among brothers, Ji Xuanqi proposed. Third Prince, sects cannot meddle in palace affairs, especially not here in the territory of the Ming sect. Su Ming countered. True, but your life is in jeopardy, and you are being coerced into completing a task. In such circumstances, the sect can intervene and ensure the royal family fulfills their obligations, facilitating your safe extraction, Ji Xuanqi insisted. Su Ming sighed. Third Prince, even if that were the case, I currently have no means to inform the elders of my sect. Moreover, even if your plan succeeds, the moment your father passes, it will still incite a storm of bloodshed. Defeated, Ji Xuanqi and Ji Ruxin slumped back into their seats. Indeed, the allure of the throne was overwhelmingly potent. I have a solution that can ensure you do not turn against one another, Ji Xuanqi declared. What is it? They asked, intrigued. Select a prince to present this divine power to your father, establishing his position as the crown prince. That will stabilize the situation. Alas, had I been able to conceive of a suitable solution, I would undoubtedly have advised you to bestow the divine power upon him. Ji Xuanqi sighed, rendering this approach nearly obsolete. Third Prince, I believe you are quite fitting for this role, Su Ming remarked with a subtle smile. While Ji Ruxin immediately radiated enthusiasm as she turned to her elder brother. Indeed, third brother, father declared that whoever retrieves it shall become the crown prince. You are not excluded from this, third brother. You should take on the mantle. Ji Xuanqi shook his head in response, stating, I shall not assume that position. Regardless of the outcome, leave the task of relaying the message to the Tianqing sect to me. This matter is rather trivial for me. Su Ming and Ji Ruxin attempted to persuade Ji Xuanqi further, but he raised a hand to halt their efforts. Enough, Su Ming, sister. My residence harbors numerous spies dispatched by my brothers, yet there is no cause for alarm. We are now transparent with them. Even if emboldened, they would not dare to intrude upon my Qin Wangfu. You may rest assured. With that, Ji Xuanqi departed the room, leaving Su Ming and Ji Ruxin in a state of stunned silence. The following day, Ji Xuanqi dispatched messengers to notify the Tianqing sect, and indeed, the process unfolded with remarkable ease, devoid of any unforeseen mishaps. This serves to illustrate that the prowess of His Highness the Qin Wang is unparalleled among the many princes. Should he desire to ascend to the throne, he need only await the demise of the current emperor and then raise an army to rebel. Su Ming felt exceedingly secure within the Qin Wangfu, as numerous princes outside sought various excuses to enter, only to be deterred time and again by Ji Xuanqi's intimidating presence. Meanwhile, Su Ming awaited the cool-down period of his sky-eating toad. Once that elapsed, he would have the confidence to survive any encounter, regardless of who approached. Far away at the Tianqing sect, Shurtingyi and others, including Bai Ling and Bu Fei, had returned early, while Su Ming had been absent for over half a month, leaving no news in his wake. At that moment, the task hall of the Tianqing sect received a mission notice from the Shiyue Empire. An outer sect disciple opened it and immediately sensed something amiss, promptly reporting it. Before long, Lin Tianqing arrived at the outer sect's Tianyuan, where his junior sister resided. Senior brother, it has been over half a month since your last visit. What brings you here now? Lin Tianqing's expression turned grave as he gazed at his junior sister. It concerns Su Ming. What has happened to him? Shurtingyi's attention was piqued. Although she had not formally accepted Su Ming as her student, she had tacitly acknowledged this reality. Even Su Ming regarded her, the dean who had imparted the celestial-level divine abilities, as his teacher, despite neither having explicitly stated it. Su Ming has completed the mission, but the Shiyue Empire has encountered complications. He may be in peril. In peril? What kind of peril? Shurtingyi stood abruptly, her gaze fixed on her senior brother. Lin Tianqing produced the mission notice and handed it to her. This is the latest mission from the Shiyue Empire, a rescue operation for Su Ming. It has been 3 days since this notice was issued, and we are currently unaware of the situation there. Senior brother, I shall go. That place is the territory of the Ming sect. A mere elder cannot quell them. Allow me to lead a team. Indeed, that is my thought as well. Take a few individuals with you and ensure Su Ming's safe return. If he has been innocently ensnared in the royal conflicts due to this mission, we should eliminate a few adversaries. Otherwise, they will forget about our Tianqing sect entirely. And what of the Minghun sect? Shurtingi inquired, her gaze fixed on her senior brother. The Minghun sect? Should they dare to intervene, we shall sever their hands. Understood. Observing her senior brother's demeanor ignited an inexplicable fervor within Shurtingi. The image of her once fearsome senior brother returned to her mind. The Tianqing sect possesses one of the most profound foundations in all of Nanzhou, while the Minghun sect is merely a relatively recent powerhouse. In terms of heritage, the Tianqing sect can still assert its dominance across the region. Chapter 67. The Emperor's Decline. Before long, Shurtingi led several elders from Tianyuan towards the Shiyue Empire. Meanwhile, Lin Tianqing, after watching them depart, turned towards the forbidden area of the Tianqing sect, where several elders engaged in deep cultivation. The gravity of this situation cannot be overstated. If Su Ming were to perish or sustain injuries, it would be a tremendous disgrace for the Tianqing sect. Lin Tianqing could not allow such a matter to be swept under the rug, especially given that Su Ming is their most talented disciple of the younger generation. Moments later, before the forbidden area of the Tianqing sect, Lin Tianqing stood amidst an open space, addressing the elders. I pay my respects to all esteemed elders. Before him loomed a precipice, and the elders he bowed to were not those of the inner or outer sect, but the true pillars of the enduring Tianqing sect. Tianqing, what brings you here? It has been many years since we last met. The familiar voice filled Lin Tianqing's eyes with tears. It was his master's voice. According to the regulations of the Tianqing sect, whenever someone ascends beyond the mythological realm, they must retreat to the forbidden area for seclusion. Lin Tianqing's master was the previous sect leader, who had passed the leadership to him upon ascending to the mythological realm. Tianqing has been unfilial, failing to elevate the Tianqing sect to its pinnacle. However, now a once-in-a-century prodigy named Su Ming has emerged, mastering the art of mirror duplication in less than a month and commanding battle prowess capable of contending with high-ranking leaders. Yet, he is now ensnared in the Shiyue Empire due to a mission, and I fear a conflict may arise. Lin Tianqing ceased his explanation, knowing that the elders understood his concerns without further elaboration. Moments later, a voice resonated, "Go forth, act boldly. The Tianqing sect has not fallen to the point where anyone can trample upon us. If we cannot even protect our own disciples, what right do we have to establish a sect?" Having received the desired response, Lin Tianqing departed the back mountain's forbidden area. No one knows how many ancient beings reside within the Tianqing sect's forbidden area, nor their true capabilities. According to the lifespan of beast tamers, those who ascend beyond the mythological realm can live for thousands of years. This is the essence of the Tianqing sect, the reason no one dares to provoke it. Meanwhile, Su Ming remained unaware of the situation at the Tianqing sect. However, his sky-eating toad was now capable of teleportation. He could shift locations at the slightest hint of danger. Unafraid in the least. As 3 days passed, it became evident that the patience of the princes had worn thin, and Ji Xuanqi found himself increasingly pressured by the others. During this time, the Tianqing sect's branch in the Shiyue Empire had made an appearance, but alas, the branch lacked significant power. In this context, only absolute strength held the key. Within the Qin Wangfu, Ji Xuanqi paced the hall, uncertain of how to proceed. "Your Highness the Third Prince, perhaps it would be best to relent. They merely desire this divine secret technique. We could cast it aside and let them fight over it." Su Ming had come to a realization. This mission had yielded nothing but the two divine techniques, and now he found himself in jeopardy. "Su Ming, let us wait a little longer. The Tianqing sect should have received the distress signal by now. They may very well be on their way." Just then, an individual rushed into the hall. "Your Highness, the Emperor, His Majesty is gravely ill. The imperial physician has delivered the final notification. His Majesty's condition is dire." "What?" Ji Xuanqi abruptly rose to his feet, realizing that his elder brother had not yet secured the title of Crown Prince. The final decree from their father, the Emperor, was the divine technique. Whoever possessed it would, in essence, hold the edict of succession. Crash! The gates of the Qin Wangfu collapsed, as several princes and their retainers, upon receiving the news, could no longer contain themselves. Now, possessing the divine technique would grant them national recognition, making them the legitimate heirs, given their inherent strengths. The pivotal key to the throne lay within this arcane secret. Observing the predatory gazes of the princes, Su Ming appeared remarkably composed. He had already bestowed the divine technique upon Ji Xuanqi. Through their interactions over the past few days, whether Ji Xuanqi was genuine or feigning, he at least embodied the qualities befitting an emperor. Su Ming surrendered the treasured technique. The second prince, Ji Xinwei, was the first to rush towards Su Ming, his face a mask of anger and anticipation. "You desire the divine technique? I have already burned it. Do you still wish to seize it?" Su Ming's words struck like thunder, shocking everyone, except for Ji Xuanqi, who remained silent. You seek death. That is the divine technique of our Shiyue Empire. Ji Xuanwei's face contorted with rage, while the eldest prince, the crown prince, observed from a distance. Without the divine technique, the throne rightfully belonged to him. So he fervently wished for its complete disappearance, remaining aloof due to concerns that his brothers might obtain it. Your Highness, the Duke of Gong, Su Ming is a disciple of my Tianqing sect. You cannot harm him, nor even injure him. At this moment, an elder from the Tianqing sect in the Shiyue Empire stepped forward, warning Ji Xianwei. At that instant, a mocking voice emerged from the crowd. Su Mingjia. Your disciple Su Ming has unilaterally destroyed the divine technique entrusted to him. The Shiyue Empire has every right to execute him. Ji Xuanqi wished to speak, but was firmly restrained by Su Ming, inexplicably trusting him. Li Yan from the Minghan sect, why are you here? Su Mingjia regarded Li Yan with some trepidation, cognizant that they were on the primary territory of the Minghan sect, not far from their stronghold. Why can't I be here? Su Mingjia. The Minghan sect had long been displeased with the Tianqing sect's infiltration into the Shiyue Empire, and if they could seize the opportunity to eliminate them, it would be most advantageous. Su Ming, did you truly burn the divine technique? Ji Xianwei continued to press for answers. At that moment, the devouring toad on Su Ming's person grew immensely, and he leapt onto its back. I did burn it. What of it? Your Shiyue Empire disregards task integrity. First pursuing me on my way to the capital, and then cornering me within the Qin Wangfu. What choice did I have but to burn it? Third brother, did he give the divine technique to you? Ji Xianwei switched tactics, contemplating that while it was possible Su Ming had indeed burned it, there was also the chance he had passed it to Ji Xuanqi, given that he had been protecting Su Ming. Ji Xianwei, what? Do you not believe it? Su Ming retorted, producing a tome of divine technique, Li Luming's demon energy cannon. Due to the distance, those below could not discern the characters before Su Ming's companion, Xiaohua, ignited it in flames. You seek death. Kill him. Amidst the chaos, Su Ming publicly incinerated a volume of divine technique, heightening the already tense atmosphere to its zenith. Princes, Su Ming is my disciple from the Tianqing sect. Do you dare slay a disciple of my sect? Are you not afraid of our retribution? Preposterous. A disciple of the Tianqing sect destroying the sacred technique of another nation deserves execution. Su Mingjia shot back. Do not presume that you can maintain your former dominance. We of the Minghan sect shall uphold justice. Chapter 68. The Arrival of Shurtingyi. Su Mingjia cursed silently. The Minghan sect was indeed adept at seizing opportunities. Su Ming coldly surveyed the throng, noting numerous powerful figures from the Minghan sect surrounding him, clearly aiming to exploit the chaos within the Shiyue Empire to eradicate the Tianqing sect's foothold. Su Ming, you must escape. I will hold them off, Su Mingjia urged. Glancing at the formidable Minghan sect members and those from the Shiyue Empire, feeling a deep sense of apprehension. Elder Su, hurry. They dare not kill me, but they certainly will harm you for burning their divine technique. Su Mingjia shouted to Su Ming. Meanwhile, Ji Xuanqi yearned to present his own inherited divine technique to Su Ming, yet Su Ming called out to him, Elder Brother Ji, thank you for your hospitality these past days. Perhaps we shall meet again. Trying to escape? Do you think you can? In an instant, the devouring toad and Ji Xuanwei's minions launched a simultaneous assault, leaving Su Mingjia and Ji Xuanqi unable to extricate themselves. Su Ming vanished, leaving his fate uncertain, disappearing from everyone's sight. Ji Xianwei glared at his subordinates and demanded, Did you kill him? Reporting to your highness, it is unclear. Although he managed to flee at the last moment, we did indeed strike him, and even if he survives, he will be grievously wounded. Send someone to pursue him. Living or dead, he must be found. Yes. Just as Ji Xuanwei's men prepared to pursue Su Ming, a colossal beast descended from the skies, casting a shadow over the Qin Wangfu. Whom do you intend to capture? It was Shurtingyi's frost-purple emperor dragon, accompanied by several elder-level figures from the Tianqing sect. They summoned their beasts, unleashing an overwhelming pressure directed at everyone below. Shurtingyi cast a cold gaze upon the crowd, and Su Mingjia felt a surge of joy. Reinforcements from the Tianqing sect had arrived. At that moment, the Shiyue Empire's powerful figures approached Shurtingyi. Despite the Emperor's imminent demise, the Empire still harbored numerous mythic-level warriors. What? Does the Shiyue Empire wish to stand against my Tianqing sect? Shurtingyi coldly raised her head, and upon recognizing her visage, all the mythic-level beast masters of the Shiyue Empire were taken aback, questioning how it could be her who had arrived. Shurtingyi was once a prodigious talent in the southern state, wielding the mirror image clone technique that overshadowed the region's elites. Why would the Shiyue Empire oppose the Tianqing sect? Yet, the motive behind Shurtingyi and her accompanying elder's arrival remained unclear. Why do I need to explain? I inquire why my sect's disciple was ensnared in your imperial capital after completing the tasks you issued. Su Mingjia, where is Su Ming? Tingyi disregarded the mythic-level Beast Master, fixing her gaze on Su Mingjia, who promptly reporting to the academy head. Su Ming was injured by them and has since fled. His fate remains unknown. As soon as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura of wrath filled the air, causing everyone present to feel its weight. Who did this? Tingyi's frost-purple emperor dragon slowly cast its gaze upon the crowd, and Ji Xianwei felt a jolt of fear. Should Tingyi choose to act against him, none present would be able to shield him. Second prince of the Shiyue Empire, Ji Xianwei. Ji Xianwei trembled at the sound of his name, losing his footing and collapsing to the ground, while the frost-purple emperor dragon fixed its gaze upon him. Even a mere breath from the dragon could encase him in ice. Dean, I am Li Yin from the Ming sect. Su Ming has incinerated the sacred techniques of the Shiyue Empire, and it is understandable that the second prince, in a fit of rage, took his life. After all, it was Su Ming who first destroyed the heritage of another nation. At this moment, Li Yin stepped forward, confident that the Ming sect, being the local power, would command respect from the Tianqing sect, regardless of their profound foundation. Yet, in the next instant, Li Yin was sent hurtling back several hundred meters, unable to even summon his beast for aid. Su Mingjia witnessed this spectacle and continued, Dean, the Ming sect cannot absolve itself of responsibility regarding Su Ming. Had they not instigated this, Su Ming would not have been attacked. Tingyi cast a cold gaze upon the Ming sect members below, the elders behind her. Well aware of her temperament, swiftly subdued all members of the Ming sect. Li Yin lay gravely wounded from Tingyi's strike, teetering on the brink of death. Sensing the bone-chilling aura emanating from her, the mythical beast master of the Shiyue Empire immediately positioned himself in front of Ji Xianwei, urging, Dean, please remain calm. We must investigate the situation thoroughly. Uncertain where Ji Xianwei found his confidence, perhaps bolstered by the sight of his empire's mythical beast master aiding him, he shouted at Tingyi, Su Ming brazenly burned our empire's sacred techniques in public. His demise is of no consequence. This statement was akin to courting death. Even the mythical beast master turned in astonishment to regard the reckless second prince, thinking, are you out of your mind? Do you realize who stands before you? If you provoke her, the entire Shiyue imperial capital shall be razed to the ground. In an instant, 5 frost-purple emperor dragons appeared in the skies above the Shiyue Empire, causing even the mythical beast master to swallow hard. For it was his first encounter with such a technique, truly living up to its reputation. Tingyi, this is the Shiyue Empire, not your Tianqing sect's territory. Is it not somewhat inappropriate for you to flaunt your might here? At that moment, a contingent of beast masters from the Ming sect soared towards the Shiyue imperial capital. Tingyi, however, remained expressionless as she turned to the approaching Ming Jiuyu, asking, do you Ming sect wish to intervene? We merely wish to uphold justice, came the response. In the next moment, Tingyi's beasts filled the skies, her own beasts numbering nearly 70 under the enhancement of her mirror image clones. Ming Jiuyu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that Tingyi would truly engage him here. Su Ming's destruction of the sacred techniques constituted a violation of the mission, and being killed was justifiable. Tingyi, do not act impulsively. Ming Jiuyu felt somewhat apprehensive. Had he known Tingyi would arrive, he would have brought more allies. The sacred techniques are right here. Su Ming did not violate his mission. Ji Xuanqi retrieved the sacred techniques gifted to him by Su Ming from his spatial ring, raising them high. At the sight of the sacred techniques in Ji Xuanqi's hands, the faces of all Ming sect members changed. Below, Ji Xianwei grew frantic. If Ji Xuanqi's possession was genuine, then what exactly had Su Ming burned? The elders of the Tianqing sect, Su Ming entrusted the sacred techniques to me. What he burned was merely Li Luming's own sacred techniques. Ji Xuanqi was overwhelmed with emotion. He had finally voiced the truth he had held in for so long, determined not to let Su Ming's sacrifice be in vain. Ji Xuanqi, you lie. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. Ji Xianwei panicked, for the frost-purple emperor dragons hovered above, their predatory gaze fixed upon him. In such circumstances, he had no legitimate grounds to pursue Su Ming. Kill. A single word from Tingyi radiated boundless murderous intent, leaving everyone with no time to react. Ji Xianwei, his subordinates, and the Ming sect disciples who had incited his attack on Su Ming were all transformed into ice sculptures by the frost-purple emperor dragons. Tingyi, you? Ming Jiuyu gazed at Tingyi. She had not only slain members of the Shiyue Empire, but also those from the Ming sect. What? Do you wish to intervene? Tingyi regarded Ming Jiuyu with a frosty demeanor, entirely dismissing him. Shortly thereafter, several figures approached from the direction of the Ming sect. Ming Jiuyu's heart soared with joy, believing reinforcements had arrived, but the individual whispered a few words in his ear. Disbelief etched across Ming Jiuyu's face. After casting a long, appraising glance at Shirtingi and then at the Ming Han sect disciples now frozen into ice. He commanded, "Take their bodies back, we depart." Shirtingi did not impede them, knowing her senior brother had gone to the Ming Han sect. Without their assistance, how could an empire withstand a hegemonic sect? Dean, you have already slain the individuals. Your anger should have subsided. The mission is complete. You should retrieve the rewards Su Ming deserves. Shirtingi had no intention of indulging in a massacre. Although Su Ming's fate remained uncertain, she could only trust in his strength to survive. Dean, I promised Su Ming that he could select 2 treasures from the Imperial Treasury, but he is absent. However, I assure you that should Su Ming come to claim them, the Shiyue Empire shall always welcome him, or perhaps you could retrieve 2 treasures on his behalf. At this moment, Ji Xuanqi stepped forward, holding the sacred techniques, declaring himself the prince according to the imperial edict. Meanwhile, the first prince, who had been observing, could only watch with envy as Ji Xuanqi wielded the sacred techniques. As long as the Tianqing sect remained present, it would be impossible for him to seize them from Ji Xuanqi. Furthermore, with 3 mythical beast masters present in the Shiyue imperial capital, they had all witnessed the event. Thus, any attempt to snatch them would be futile. Very well. Meanwhile, the fleeing Su Ming was heading towards the Tianqing sect. The claims of Ji Xuanwei's subordinates regarding his injuries were mere fabrications. Su Ming's true intent was to return to Earth for a brief visit. After such a long absence, he needed to report his safety before resuming his training here. For this place was far more conducive to his growth than Earth. With remarkable speed, Xiaohua traversed the distance, taking 3 days to return to the teleportation array's location. Activating the mental detection of nightmare, he confirmed the area was clear before stepping into the teleportation array, inserting the martial arts crystal he had prepared. The next moment, upon reopening his eyes, he found himself within the teleportation array at Su Bei University. However, it was now winter break, and most students had returned home for the new year. Stepping out of the array, Su Ming immediately retrieved the communicator he had hidden within his spatial ring and dialed Wu Daoji's number. At that moment, Wu Daoji sat in his office, overwhelmed by the chaos resulting from Su Ming's disappearance. Su Ming's parents had called multiple times, inquiring about their son's situation. Nearly everyone in the academy was aware that Wu Daoji had lost Su Ming. As Su Ming's call came through, Wu Daoji stared at the phone in his hand, his hands trembling slightly, fearing that it might not be Su Ming himself on the line. Hello, teacher, I'm back. With those words, he could no longer contain himself. No one knew the immense pressure he had been under. Good. 3 goods in quick succession revealed Wu Daoji's excitement. And Su Ming could sense his teacher's joy. His return was to assure them of his safety, and with the new year approaching, he estimated he had about a week to stay on Earth. Before long, Su Ming stood before Wu Daoji. Upon seeing the somewhat weathered visage of his teacher, he was met with an expression radiating happiness. Su Ming, you return this time? Teacher, I have taken the time to return. Could you kindly bestow upon me a few more crystal stones? I will be leaving again in just a few days, and my training there has greatly enhanced my abilities. This time, my absence may extend considerably. Very well, as long as you are safe, that is what matters most, Wu Daoji replied, his heart swelling with joy. The safety of Su Ming was paramount. At that moment, the door to Wu Daoji's office swung open, revealing Ning Beixian. Su Ming had not yet encountered Ning Beixian, and Wu Daoji took the opportunity to introduce them. Su Ming had previously met the principal and expressed his gratitude for the beast he had been granted. As he spoke, Su Ming retrieved a tome of mystical arts from his spatial ring. If Ji Xuanqi and the others had been present, they would undoubtedly have been astonished, for it was none other than Li Luming's magic cannon. Su Ming had not burned it, but rather kept it for himself. He could not return empty-handed, and this was the only mystical art he could bring back at present. This is a mystical art unique to the beast masters of the Tianhua Great World. How did you manage to acquire it? Ning Beixian and Wu Daoji gazed at the tome in Su Ming's hands, their hands trembling. Mystical arts could only be preserved through such extraordinary texts from the Tianhua Great World. Transcriptions were utterly ineffectual. Those who learned them could not impart their knowledge to others. Over the years, Earth had not lacked individuals sent to the Tianhua Great World in search of such arts. However, ordinary people had no inheritance of mystical arts, and the major sects imposed strict prohibitions against taking mystical arts out of their domains, resulting in a severe scarcity on Earth. Principal, teacher, this is from a person I defeated. I cannot currently bring the sect's mystical arts with me. This art, according to their hierarchy, is of the initial level of the Xian rank and is suited for beasts with spiritual attributes. I have already mastered it. If you have any beasts with spiritual attributes, you may learn it. I will be here for 7 days, and this mystical art is specifically for spiritual attribute beasts. I could not bring more due to my hurried return. I will bring more next time. Su Ming felt a bit embarrassed, considering it was merely the initial level of the Xian rank and somewhat unremarkable. Yet, He failed to notice the glimmers of astonishment in the eyes of the principal and Wu Daoji. Are you saying this mystical art is of the initial level of the Xian rank? Ning Beishuan's voice quivered slightly. Yes, although it may not be exceptional. It is still functional, Su Ming affirmed with a nod. How many mystical arts have you mastered? 5. I learned them quite rapidly. So I have been faring well at the Tianqing sect. Su Ming grinned, showing no sign of modesty. Wu Daoji erupted into hearty laughter. Huh, old Ning. I told you I was right to send Su Ming over. This is worth far more than the beast we sent you from our school. On behalf of Subei University, I wish to express our gratitude. Principal, please do not say that. I feel quite embarrassed. I am merely a student of Subei University, and my time here is limited. The contributions I can make are few, Su Ming replied, scratching his head. Feeling somewhat bashful. Chapter 70. Qi Wan'er takes the initiative. Su Ming departed, swiftly heading towards home. Although he had 7 days, he deemed it prudent to return as soon as possible, and thus he hastened towards Linjiang City. Meanwhile, within Linjiang City, Qi Wan'er gazed into the endless sky, her heart heavy with melancholy. Ding ding, her phone chimed. She picked it up and discovered it was a call from Su Ming. Without a moment's hesitation, she answered. Hello. Qi Wan'er's voice trembled slightly. Hello, Wan'er, I'm almost at Linjiang City. Are you at home? Su Ming's voice resonated through the phone, causing Qi Wan'er to struggle to contain her tears. I am. Great, come outside. I am waiting downstairs. After ending the call, Qi Wan'er dashed out of her home, where Su Ming awaited her. They exchanged glances, and without uttering many words, they simply smiled, as if sharing an unspoken bond, and stepped into Qi Wan'er's home together. After leaving Qi Wan'er's house, Su Ming took her back to his own home. His parents appeared significantly worn from their worry for his safety. Su Ming felt fortunate to have returned. Otherwise, he could only imagine how those who cared for him would have fared. Emerging from his home, Su Ming and Qi Wan'er strolled through the park where they had their first date. Su Ming, are you going to leave again? Yes, I'm sorry. Do not apologize. I understand. Focus on becoming stronger. I will wait for you here on Earth. Her promise, I will wait for you, filled Su Ming's eyes with profound affection. In that moment, he could not resist leaning in for a kiss. Under the moonlight, the beauty's bashfulness became even more captivating, as Qi Wan'er buried her head in Su Ming's embrace. Su Ming, I want to give you. Her voice was as faint as a whisper. Yet Su Ming's keen hearing caught her words. What did you say, Wan'er? He asked, disbelief etched across his face. At that moment, Qi Wan'er's face flushed crimson. Reaching her neck, she repeated, I want to give you. Su Ming was perplexed. Why did Qi Wan'er suddenly express such sentiments? As he lifted her chin, he noticed her eyes were already red, tears brimming in her gaze. He understood, she lacked security. Embracing Qi Wan'er tightly, he, though a young man of vigor, knew he must not act impulsively. Wan'er, you need not worry. Wait for me to return, all right? Trust me. Looking into Su Ming's eyes, Qi Wan'er nodded. And they held each other closely. For the next 3 days, Su Ming spent time with his family, Qi Wan'er, and friends. His departure could last at least 6 months, if not longer. Regardless of whether it was friends or family, their only request was for him to return alive, no matter the circumstances. As he bid farewell, Su Ming felt an overwhelming reluctance, yet to grow stronger, he had to forge ahead resolutely. The world was too mysterious. The Tianhua Great World was already so powerful. And what of other realms? Should they decide to invade Earth, what means would Earth have to resist? Su Ming knew he must become stronger to protect those he cherished. Upon returning to Subei University, Ning Beixian and Wu Daoji awaited him, filled with a multitude of inquiries. The study of mystical arts proved somewhat challenging for them, and Su Ming dedicated an entire day to elucidating the difficulties they faced in their learning. Principal, teacher, this mystical art is only suitable for beasts with spiritual attributes. Ideally for those in the school with talent focused on spiritual attributes. Rest assured, we understand, Ning Beixian nodded. The shock from the magic cannon had been immense. This mystical art was akin to gaining 3 additional skills for their beasts. At this moment, Su Ming felt a twinge of embarrassment. Observing his expression, Wu Daoji directly stated, Su Ming, if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak up. We will do our utmost to assist you. Ning Beixian also nodded in agreement, encouraging Su Ming to voice any concerns. Principal, teacher, Qi Wan'er is my partner. She specializes in spiritual attribute beasts. I would appreciate it if you could also teach her this mystical art. Upon hearing this, both men were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, looking at Su Ming with mirth. Rest assured, Qi Wan'er is a key focus of our Academy's training. Even without your request, we would teach it to her. Su Ming nodded, accepting the 2 crystal stones handed to him by Ning Beixian, and approached the teleportation array. Su Ming, your safety is paramount. If any danger arises, return immediately, Wu Daoji said, his concern evident. Yes, principal, teacher, You can rest assured, Su Ming replied. As the crystal was inserted into the slot, Su Ming's figure gradually vanished into the teleportation array. He departed, and aside from Ning Beixian and Wu Daoji, no one was aware of his journey to the Tianhua Great World. Even Qi Wan'er remained oblivious, a precaution for his safety. In the next moment, Su Ming reappeared near the teleportation array of the Tianhua Great World. After ensuring his concealment, he hastily left the area. Half a day later, Su Ming stood once more before the gate of the Tianqing sect. He had been away for 7 days. Although this duration was inconsequential, as a single mission typically spanned a week, he could have utilized the time afforded by the mission to leave. However, that would have been a considerable drain on his precious crystals. From Ning Beixian and the others, he learned that the Tianhua Great World was immensely distant from Earth, and the crystals used for such large-scale teleportation were exceedingly rare. Thus, Su Ming opted to minimize his returns. Upon encountering the gatekeeping disciples, Su Ming presented his identity token and entered the sect. One disciple, upon glimpsing Su Ming's token, attempted to call out to him, but when he turned back, Su Ming had already vanished from sight. Regarding the events that transpired in the Shiyue Empire thereafter, Su Ming remained uninformed. He was unaware that Shurtingi had taken people there, creating quite a stir. It was said that the sect master of Tianqing entered the Minghun sect alone and departed shortly after, while the Minghun sect's desire for conflict with Tianqing was ultimately quelled due to their retreat. This incident showcased the profound heritage of the Tianqing sect and the audacity of their millennium-old lineage to all the super sects in the southern province. Upon returning to his small courtyard, Su Ming found Bai Ling, Bu Fei, Qin Shuani, and the sycophant Zhao Gaoi present. "Sai, give it up. I feel like we're on the brink of overturning the Shiyue Empire, yet Su Ming is still missing. If he were alive, he would have returned by now." Zhao Gaoi continued his sarcastic remarks, and as Su Ming arrived at the entrance, he felt a warm current flow through him upon hearing that the Tianqing sect was turning the Shiyue Empire upside down in search of him. "Zhao Gaoi, don't push me to hit you." Bu Fei suddenly raised his head, causing Zhao Gaoi to promptly shut his mouth. Chapter 71, A Surge in Strength. Bai Ling and Qin Shuani cast disdainful glances at Zhao Gaoi, with Qin Shuani feeling exasperated, as Zhao Gaoi clung to her like a stubborn adhesive. At that moment, Su Ming pushed open the courtyard door and stepped inside. The four of them turned their gazes towards him, and upon seeing Su Ming standing before them, they appeared momentarily stunned, as if caught in a dream. "What's the matter? Don't believe I'm alive?" Su Ming smiled gently. "Ah," Bai Ling screamed, rushing towards Su Ming, while Qin Shuani cursed internally, realizing she had lost the opportunity to be the first to react. All right, I'm back safe and sound." Bu Fei approached, looking at Su Ming with disbelief. "Su Ming, why did you take so long to return? The sect master and the others are on the verge of toppling the Shiyue Empire." Su Ming forced a wry smile and recounted the explanation he had prepared. "After I escaped, I got lost. I've done my utmost to return this quickly." "Wait, Bu Fei, did you just say the sect master took people to find me?" Zhao Gaoi interjected with a scoff, his tone dripping with disdain. "Not just the sect master. Even the Grand Master took action. The Grand Master killed the second prince of the Shiyue Empire and some from the Minghun sect. The sect master entered the Minghun sect alone, intimidating everyone." Su Ming turned to Bu Fei, seeking confirmation, and Bu Fei shrugged, "Pretty much." At that moment, the small door of the courtyard swung open, and Sect Master Lin Tianqing entered, disbelief etched across his face as he looked at Su Ming. "You rascal. How did you manage to return alive?" "My apologies, Sect Master. I didn't mean to worry you. I got lost and have only just returned," Su Ming said, his expression filled with guilt, realizing the entire sect had expended such effort to find him. "Never mind. What matters is that you're safely back. I should write a letter to summon your master back. She has been frantic in the Shiyue Empire these past few days. If she doesn't find you soon, she might even storm the Minghun sect." "Minghun sect? They brought this upon themselves by provoking our Tianqing sect. We've already slain one prince of the empire. We can't afford to act recklessly again. We can only seek retribution." Everyone present was taken aback. The sect master they had known had just uttered such words, eliciting a sense of warmth and familiarity. In his heart, Su Ming wanted to shout, "Tianqing sect is formidable." 2 days later, Shurtingi returned with everyone in tow. Su Ming knelt at the mountain gate, for the incident had arisen due to him, and he felt it necessary to express his acknowledgement. Otherwise, he would surely incur the displeasure of many. "All right, Su Ming, it's nothing serious. How could our disciples of the Tianqing sect be easily bullied? Besides, you mentioned you left for a mission. It's even more our responsibility to intervene. You may rise." A number of elders helped Su Ming to his feet, and Shurtingi glanced at him, adding, "Su Ming, come with me." Obediently, Su Ming followed, and the elders exchanged knowing smiles. It was evident that Shurtingi held Su Ming in high regard. They were also aware of his prodigious talent. He had mastered the mirror clone technique in less than a month, which was astonishing. Following Shurtingi's footsteps, Su Ming returned to the small courtyard of the Dean. Shurtingi sat down and took a sip of tea. In recent days, she had dispatched her beast clones to search for Su Ming, yet had found no trace. Su Ming suddenly knelt again, addressing Shurtingi. "Master, your disciple Su Ming pays his respects." Shurtingi felt a tremor in her heart. The term disciple was somewhat foreign to her. At that moment, Lin Tianqing approached her side, gently patting her shoulder. "Now that Su Ming has learned the mirror clone technique, you need not worry about him falling behind. Moreover, the higher the proficiency in the mirror clone technique, the greater the enhancement of strength." Shurtingi nodded, acknowledging Su Ming as her disciple. Following Lin Tianqing's instruction, Su Ming served tea to Shurtingi and performed the formal rites of apprenticeship, which were then announced throughout the sect. The mirror clone technique was a rare inheritance within the Tianqing sect, and finding an heir was exceedingly difficult. According to Su Ming, there were two other inherited techniques within the sect, both specializing in spells. One was in Lin Tianqing's possession, while the other remained unknown, with no one aware of its current master. However, it was indeed confirmed that such techniques existed within the Tianqing sect. In the ensuing months, Su Ming oscillated between completing missions and undertaking further tasks, amassing over 10,000 points. Yet, he chose not to pursue the study of spells, as his current abilities sufficed. He had a repertoire of techniques at his disposal. Su Ming's primary focus now lay in elevating all his techniques to their highest proficiency, particularly the mirror clone technique, which was currently his strongest. Additionally, the cost of celestial tier techniques started at 100,000 points. Su Ming intended to take the plunge and directly learn the most powerful celestial tier technique, for he possessed enhancement points that would facilitate rapid learning, rendering the possibility of failure a non-issue. Even Shurtingi, as Su Ming's mentor, found herself unable to locate Su Ming's whereabouts each time she sought him. For months later, Su Ming found himself deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains, with an extraordinary third-tier ice, crystal saber-toothed tiger lurking beneath him. At this moment, Su Ming summoned beasts. Huan Huan and the sky-devouring toad had ascended to the 9th tier of their hierarchy, while Nightmare closely followed suit at the 7th tier of the second echelon. The phoenix and the sacred dragon, however, progressed at a relatively slower pace due to their prior evolution, which had further extended their growth timeline. Currently, the phoenix had just reached the 1st tier, while the sacred dragon still required additional time to ascend. Such is the nature of existence. To gain extraordinary combat capabilities often demands a lengthier growth period. Su Ming also discovered that once any level surpassed LV6, further elevation was rendered impossible. Thus, apart from the sky-devouring toad, all his summoned beast skills had been maximized. In terms of divine abilities, Su Ming exhibited a touch of obsessive-compulsive diligence, ensuring that all his summoned beasts possessed equal proficiency in their respective skills. Over the course of 4 months, Su Ming's strength had significantly surged, having invested several million into enhancement points. Merely the mastery of the mirror clones for his 5 summoned beasts consumed 5 million of his enhancement points, and the final perfect level would demand another 5 million for a single beast. Gazing at the ice crystal saber-toothed tiger beneath him, Su Ming chuckled. Had this beast appeared before him a year prior, it might have sent him into a state of fright. Placing his hand on the corpse, he transformed it into 90,000 enhancement points, then patted his rear before preparing to depart. During these 4 months, Su Ming had also journeyed to the Empire of Evil Moon, where Ji Xuanqi had successfully ascended to the throne. And Su Ming had obtained 3 treasures from the Imperial Treasury. One was a flexible battle armor, which he immediately equipped on Huan Huan, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The other 2 items were 2 divine abilities, which Su Ming chose not to learn for himself, at least not at this moment. He intended to bring them back to Earth, and whether he would learn them depended on the sufficiency of his future enhancement points. Chapter 72. I am here voluntarily. Su Ming mounted Xiaohua, his flying speed now the fastest among his companions. Although the sacred dragon could also fly, its speed paled in comparison to that of Xiaohua. Originally, Su Ming had intended to linger longer in the 10,000 Great Mountains, but his master, Shurtingi, had been pressing him to return, having previously permitted him only a month's absence. Now, as the final day of that month approached, Su Ming felt a sense of urgency. He could only imagine the consequences of not returning. Meanwhile, the Tianqing sect was abuzz with activity, as in just a month, the external disciples would undergo assessments for entry into the inner sect. Within the inner sect, resources were far more concentrated, and superior training facilities awaited, along with the opportunity to learn Earth-tier divine abilities each month, a most coveted benefit. However, according to regulations, One needed either 3 years of external study or to have attained Lord-level status to qualify for the intersect assessments. Among all the newcomers, Ming undoubtedly boasted the highest level, yet even so, he remained unqualified according to the rules. Many disciples who had been in the external sect for 3 years were eagerly preparing, as the chance to learn profound divine abilities for free was of paramount importance to them. Upon arriving at Shurtingi's courtyard, Ming found his master engaged in playful interaction with her frost-purple emperor dragon. Much like the sky-devouring toad, this dragon could freely control its size. At present, the emperor dragon was roughly the same size as Nightmare, yet Ming still approached with utmost reverence, recognizing its status as his master's summoned beast. "Master, I have returned." Shurtingi acknowledged him with a slight nod, though her expression remained somewhat stern. Ming understood. He had been an unreliable student, failing to absorb much of what his teacher had imparted, and his proficiency with mirror clones had surpassed her own. However, he chose to remain silent about this, merely maintaining a few summoned beasts at an advanced level, for if Shurtingi were to discover that his skills had eclipsed hers, the dynamics of their teacher-student relationship might be irreversibly altered. "Ah, you finally decided to return. One might think you were a rogue disciple from another sect." Detecting her irritation, Ming quickly approached her, adopting a charming demeanor. "Master, I am your proud disciple. If it weren't for your guidance, how could my proficiency with summoned beast mirror clones have advanced so rapidly?" He grinned. Hearing Ming's flattery, Shurtingi's demeanor softened slightly. She then inquired, "What is your current level of strength, Ming?" Ming was taken aback. His master had shown little interest in his progress over the past few months. Yet now she was asking about it. "Master, my highest level summoned beast is at the 9th tier. As for my own strength, I am uncertain, as I have not tested it." Shurtingi shot him a disapproving glance. Ming's current mastery of divine abilities was nearly on par with hers, and she had heard tales of his acquisition of 3 body secret techniques from the imperial treasury of Evil Moon. Even with her extensive experience, she had never encountered anyone who could absorb divine ability secret techniques as effortlessly as drinking water. "The external disciple assessments are imminent. Do you wish to enter the intersect?" Shurtingi asked directly. Ming paused, then responded, "But isn't admission to the intersect contingent upon achieving Lord-level status or having 3 years of external study? I don't meet either criterion." Shurtingi rose, fixing her gaze upon Ming with intensity. "The external assessments are in 1 month. You must elevate your summoned beasts to the highest tier of Lord level within that time frame. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, yes." Ming could only nod, having never seen his master speak to him with such seriousness. "Master, you know that advancing from the commander to the Lord level is quite challenging. I've heard our sect possesses a type of spiritual fruit. What was it called?" "Oh, the 100 spirit fruit. It is said to significantly reduce the growth period of summoned beasts. If only I had a few, I could surely ascend to the Lord level instantly." Ming lowered his head, stealing glances at Shurtingi. Shurtingi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though her expression remained stern as she regarded Ming. "You certainly know how to seize the moment. I will give you 3 fruits. These 100 spirit fruits do indeed provide remarkable enhancements for commander-level summoned beasts. Just don't squander them without achieving Lord-level status." "Rest assured, Master, I will accomplish this task," Ming asserted, saluting Shurtingi with a formal military gesture, leaving her momentarily stunned, as such conduct had never been witnessed in the Tianqing realm. After departing from Shurtingi's courtyard, Ming gazed at the 3 snow-white 100 spirit fruits in his hand, feeling a surge of delight. Each fruit was valued at approximately 10,000 points, and its effect was said to shorten the growth period by a millennium. In truth, Ming could, with his current enhancement points, elevate the sky-devouring toad to the 9th tier of Lord status in one go, yet he deemed it unnecessary. He needed to reserve his enhancement points for future contingencies. Should the need arise, he would not hesitate to elevate the toad. Moreover, Ming had confirmed that with each significant level increase, the sky-devouring toad would awaken a new skill. And the skills at the Lord level would no longer be mere survival tools. Rather, they would represent formidable offensive capabilities, such as spatial compression. A certain space can be isolated, within which the pressure can instantaneously surge to levels exceeding 10,000 pascals. Currently, the spatial compression of the devouring toad renders it impossible for ordinary low-tier Lord-level beastmasters to withstand. They would be crushed into mere vapor in an instant. Ming expended 100,000 to elevate the devouring toad to the Lord tier, and each subsequent level would necessitate an increasing amount of enhancement points as its rank ascends. As for the 100 spirit fruits, Ming chose to feed them to the Holy Dragon first, as it currently possesses the lowest rank. Although its combat prowess is commendable, it remains one of his most formidable weapons, and he hopes that his 2 true dragons can keep pace with the likes of the Simpleton and the Devouring Toad. Upon returning to his modest abode, Su Ming encountered by Ling and Qin Xian diligently practicing in his courtyard. Ever since his last return, Qin Xian had concocted an excuse to occupy his small courtyard, while the sycophant Zhao Gao also yearned to join them. However, under Su Ming's imposing presence, he dared not act rashly. Moreover, Su Ming had now officially become a disciple of the esteemed Shi Tinghe, making him far beyond Zhao Gaoyi's reach. Su Ming chose not to disturb the two, recognizing that their cultivation levels were still relatively low. He anticipated that once he participated in the outer sect's assessment and entered the inner sect, he would likely seldom return to this little courtyard. As night fell, the four gathered around a campfire. Su Ming, not wishing to keep them in the dark, resolved to be forthright with them that evening. The trio gazed at him with curiosity, unaware of the reason behind his invitation. "Do you have something to share, Su Ming?" Bu Fei inquired, noticing Su Ming's silence. "Indeed. If there's something on your mind, please speak up," Bai Ling and Qin Xian chimed in unison. Su Ming glanced at the three, then hesitantly uttered, "I am to participate in the outer sect's assessment, preparing to enter the inner sect." The trio was momentarily taken aback. Bu Fei was the first to recover, hastily confirming, "Wait, Su Ming, are you saying you are to partake in the outer sect's assessment? Have you reached the Lord level already?" They had all entered the sect approximately 6 months ago, and while he was still in the mid-tier, Su Ming had already ascended to the Lord level. "Yes, wow." The three gasped in astonishment, and soon they comprehended Su Ming's implication, their faces lighting up with joy. "Su Ming, as a newly promoted Lord, you might not even qualify for the outer sect assessment, huh?" Su Ming raised his gaze to Bu Fei, fully aware that the fellow was merely boasting. "Go ahead. Enter the inner sect and conquer the world for us. We will surely seek your protection then," they encouraged. "Yes, Su Ming, scout the path for us, hee." Seeing their playful banter, Su Ming felt a sense of relief wash over him as he joined in their light-hearted teasing. "I primarily feared you would miss me too much, which is why I summoned you here. Little did I expect this reaction. It truly wounds my heart," he quipped, shaking his head. "Ah, Su Ming, we'll be there to cheer for you during the assessment." Qin Xian comforted as she nestled close to him. Bai Ling, not wanting to be left out, quickly joined in, rallying support. This sight prompted Bu Fei to shake his head in disbelief. As a handsome young man himself, he wondered why no one pursued him. Time flew, and a month slipped by in the blink of an eye for cultivators. At this moment, a vast arena situated between the four courtyards was filled with numerous disciples from both the inner and outer sects, while elders from both realms observed from above. In the inner sect, there were no formal instructors. However, should any disciple have inquiries regarding cultivation, the elders within were always willing to provide guidance. Cultivation within the sect, especially in beast taming, primarily depended on one's own abilities. The sect could only offer a platform and ample learning resources. Su Ming stood to one side, flanked by Bu Fei and the others, having successfully passed the first round of strength assessment to advance to the second. The inner sect only required 100 disciples each year, valuing quality over quantity, making the selection process exceptionally rigorous. Before the competition commenced, it was necessary to eliminate the majority of weaker outer sect disciples. Thus, prior to the third round, there would be a secret realm battle. All participants must hunt down a specified number of ferocious beasts within the secret realm of the Tianqing sect within a set time frame to qualify. This round would typically filter out nearly half of the participants. According to previous rules, entering the Boundary Mountain and slaying a ferocious beast of at least Lord rank 7 would suffice. However, due to Su Ming's previous massacre in the Boundary Mountain, the remaining high-ranking Lord-level beasts were scarce. Lin Tianqing rose, addressing the nearly 10,000 outer sect disciples preparing for the competition. "Enter the secret realm. You have 1 day to slay 3 ferocious beasts of Lord rank 7. The more you slay, the fewer battles you will need to engage in during the ranking war." As Lin Tianqing's words echoed, a colossal portal materialized on the outer sect's arena. This was the supreme power of the Tianqing sect, forcibly drawing other minor worlds into its fold, serving as a training ground for its disciples. Nevertheless, the secret realm still harbored numerous extraordinary level beasts. "Su Ming, do your best." The trio cheered him on. Su Ming nodded, joining the throng as they entered the small world. Accompanying them were beast masters of the sect's esteemed rank, who were tasked with guarding the entrance to prevent any ferocious beasts from escaping. With a wave of Lin Tianqing's hand, a mirroring device appeared, displaying the conditions within the small world high above the outer sect. Upon entering the small world, all participants summoned their beasts and scattered in all directions. Time was of the essence. They needed to locate 3 Lord rank 7 beasts, and with only 1 day to accomplish this, the challenge was formidable. Summoning Xiaohua. Su Ming relied on the guidance of Nightmare, which indicated the presence of powerful beasts nearby. Nightmare had become nearly a navigation tool for Su Ming. Having consumed over 100 soul points, vastly expanding its range of soul perception to a point that Su Ming could hardly fathom. Should this number escalate to 10,000 or more, he was certain the entire Tianqing world would fall within Nightmare's surveillance. However, the required enhancement points for such an increase were astronomically high, far beyond Su Ming's current means. Stop! At the sound of Nightmare's alert, Su Ming immediately halted Xiaohua and summoned Huan Huan and the devouring toad. The quartet of beasts tread cautiously through the dim forest, when suddenly, Nightmare's acute soul perception directed them toward a certain direction. Huan Huan, having spent the longest time coordinating with Nightmare, instantly comprehended its intent. Clad in battle armor, it charged boldly toward the ambushing infernal fire saber-toothed tiger. Roar! The roars of Huan Huan and the saber-toothed tiger reverberated throughout the forest. At Lord Rank 9, it was no wonder it dared to confront them head-on. Su Ming smiled faintly, realizing that he need not direct the battle. Xiaohua, the holy dragon, and the devouring toad had already positioned themselves for combat. The two spellcasting beasts relentlessly attacked to restrict the saber-toothed tiger's movements, while Huan Huan delivered the most potent strikes from the front. The devouring toad, meanwhile, lurked for an opportunity to seal the beast within its space and eliminate it entirely. Huan Huan, clad in battle armor, evoked memories of a hero from a game, its appearance strikingly similar. It was only missing the power of thunder to become a living embodiment of the Thunder Lord. The devouring toad, having found no suitable moment to unleash its skills, also joined the fray against the infernal fire saber-toothed tiger. Although the infernal flames engulfing the saber-toothed tiger had not completely extinguished, they had notably diminished, a clear sign of the beast's waning strength. Su Ming was well aware of the nature of such ferocious creatures. They thrived on explosive bursts of power. Once they failed to deliver a fatal blow and found themselves entangled with an equally matched opponent, their stamina would deplete rapidly. Furthermore, the sporadic mental assaults from the nightmare rendered the infernal saber-toothed tiger momentarily dazed, causing it to endure heavy blows from both the clumsy and the devouring toad. Chapter 74. Grateful for the beasts sent by my senior brothers. As the flames on the infernal saber-toothed tiger gradually waned, the devouring toad seized the opportunity to deploy its spatial compression technique. It created an independent space that encompassed the saber-toothed tiger. In a state of panic, the infernal saber-toothed tiger attempted to escape, but the spatial compression technique effectively detached a segment from the reality it inhabited. No matter how fiercely the tiger struggled or roared within that realm, it could not evade the grasp of the devouring toad's ability. As the pressure within the space intensified, the infernal saber-toothed tiger eventually succumbed and collapsed, unable to withstand the overwhelming force. Due to the disparity in their levels, the devouring toad could not immediately slay the saber-toothed tiger. However, the experience was undoubtedly torturous for the creature. After several minutes, the effect of the spatial compression technique reached its limit, and the infernal saber-toothed tiger was left devoid of flames, its body drenched in blood, a testament to the immense pressure it had endured. With a sigh, Su Ming withdrew it into his spatial ring. Reflecting on the harsh laws of nature, the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The battle with the saber-toothed tiger had consumed approximately 2 to 3 hours. After recalling a few of his beasts, Su Ming accelerated toward the direction indicated by the nightmare. It was not long before he arrived beside a lake, where the nightmare had made it clear that formidable beasts lurked within. Su Ming shook his head, although he yearned to plunge into the water. He currently possessed no suitable beasts for aquatic combat. The devouring toad could manage, albeit barely, while the others were decidedly ill-suited. Forcing a confrontation in the water would severely diminish his beast's combat effectiveness, leaving the outcome uncertain. Suddenly, a warning from the nightmare alerted him to an approaching beast master. Su Ming swiftly ascended into the air atop his small fire creature, casting a cold gaze toward the forest behind him. Soon, a figure emerged, and through his detection technique, Su Ming discerned that it was merely a 5th-tier beast master, not particularly young, having been in the profession for 3 to 4 years. Oh, a fledgling 5th-tier master! The man exclaimed, visibly excited upon seeing Su Ming. He surveyed the surroundings before looking up at Su Ming and inquiring, "Have you slain any ferocious beasts?" "I have." "What of it?" Su Ming replied indifferently, though most of his focus was now directed at the lake, as he felt little trepidation toward a 5th-tier beast master. After all, anyone who had been in the profession for 3 to 4 years but remained outside the inner sect was unlikely to pose a significant threat. At that moment, an energy wave brushed past Su Ming. Had it not been for the speed of his small fire creature, he would have sustained injuries from the impact, though he would not have perished. "Boy, release your ferocious beasts. Are you attempting to rob me?" Su Ming retorted with a cold glare. "Oh, the sect does not advocate such actions, but in the wild, the strong prey upon the weak. If you cannot contend, You ought to relinquish them willingly. Su Ming smirked disdainfully at the man and remarked, given that you have yet to enter the inner sect after all these years, I presume you were robbed in this second round as well. Are you now seeking to reclaim your lost pride? His words struck a nerve, prompting the man to forego further conversation and command his beasts to attack. Su Ming merely chuckled coldly, summoning 3 clones of his small fire creature. The man's heart trembled as he recognized Su Ming's prowess, realizing he had provoked someone formidable throughout the entire Tianqing sect, who was unaware that the renowned image clone technique of Master Ting he had been mastered by a newly initiated disciple. You are Su Ming? You recognize me? Haha. Do not be so modest, junior brother. Your reputation has spread throughout the sect. I have heard of your talents and was compelled to test my skills against you. My apologies, junior brother. Is that so? What do you think of my strength? Impressive, truly impressive. However, I must go hunt ferocious beasts, so I shall not disturb you any longer. The man feigned to depart, but Su Ming was not about to let him escape without consequence. He coolly interjected, senior brother. You may leave, but I would appreciate it if you would leave behind the ferocious beasts you have captured. What do you mean by that? The man's temper flared. After all, he was the senior brother, and his rank surpassed Su Ming's. Was this new disciple so brazen? Is it not obvious? You, junior brother, are seeking to borrow the ferocious beasts of your senior brother to pass the trial. Before the man could respond further, a roar from 5 clumsy beasts brought him back to reality, their predatory gazes fixed upon him, an overwhelming display of dominance. Junior brother, do not be too arrogant. Thank you for your assistance, senior brother. I am immensely grateful. Su Ming glanced at the 2 7th-tier ferocious beasts he had acquired, seemingly having discovered a more convenient method for obtaining ferocious beasts. As for the man's threats, Su Ming paid them no mind. As a day passed, all participants gathered at the exit of the passageway, preparing to depart. Su Ming arrived late, and many cast resentful glances in his direction. Ignoring them, he rejoined the main group as they returned to the outer sect. The outer sect's arena was now bustling with over 10,000 disciples from both the outer and inner sections. Lin Tianqing stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Now, we shall tally the ferocious beasts. Any disciple with fewer than 3 7th-tier beasts shall be eliminated. Such scenes were often the most anticipated, with each record being shattered. When it was Su Ming's turn, even the elder responsible for the tally appeared incredulous. Su Ming, 27th-tier ferocious beasts, 9 8th-tier ferocious beasts, 3 9th-tier ferocious beasts. As the announcement echoed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Spectators stared at Su Ming as if he were a monster, while many participants cast looks that could kill. The elders and sect leaders in the stands quickly grasped the situation. This newcomer, who had barely been initiated for a year, had audaciously robbed numerous well-established outer sect seniors. It was undeniable that he possessed both strength and audacity. Returning to Buffet and the others, Su Ming's performance had been commendable, as he had not participated in the preceding rounds, leaving them curious about how he had managed to slay so many top-tier ferocious beasts in a single day. My senior brothers are kind. They saw me entering the assessment with only a first-tier rank and insisted on gifting me ferocious beasts. I told them I didn't want them, but they just tossed them on the ground and fled. Ah, the Tianqing sect is truly benevolent. My senior brothers take such great care of me. Su Ming's voice was loud enough for those he had robbed to hear, and none wished to admit they had been plundered by a mere first-tier novice. That would be akin to slapping their own faces. Buffet, piecing together Su Ming's words, could easily guess what had transpired. However, the fact that Su Ming's strength had reached a level threatening to high-tier beast masters left Buffet with a newfound respect for him. Chapter 75. Su Ming takes the stage. Su Ming felt no fear. Having committed the act, he had nothing to fear. Besides, he was the victim, having been taught the art of plundering by that very man. Otherwise, he would have been unaware of the practice. However, it seemed he could no longer find that individual, as each time he had robbed someone, he had reported their name, claiming he had been robbed, which had led him to seek retribution. Junior sister, how did you speak to Su Ming? Your disciple is on the verge of inciting public outrage. Lin Tianqing said with a hint of concern in his voice as he observed Shitingyi. Su Ming's talent is evident to all. Yet a person who becomes arrogant simply due to a modicum of talent is certainly unwelcome in the Tianqing sect. Leaning closer to Lin Tianqing, Shitingyi whispered a few words, prompting Lin Tianqing to burst into hearty laughter. The surrounding elders and the dean cast curious glances at Lin Tianqing, inquiring, Sect Master, what brings you such joy? Waving his hands dismissively, Lin Tianqing responded, Oh, it's nothing at all. Everyone, please look for promising disciples. Since I assumed the role of Sect Master, our performance in the Southern Province Sect competition has been steadily declining. The pressure on me as the Sect Master is immense. If we do not achieve commendable results this year, I may very well have to step down. Lin Tianqing maintained a relatively optimistic mindset. Although the sect's performance had been lackluster in recent years, the Tianqing sect's foundation was robust enough to withstand a change in leadership if Lin Tianqing were to falter. Do not belittle yourself, sect master. The poor results in the Southern Province sect competition stem mainly from the calculated suppression by those newly emerged super sections. I believe our sect can break through their blockade this time. Indeed, sect master, you are the pillar of our spirits. If you feel disheartened, how can we expect the younger generation to remain hopeful? Listening to the elders beside him, Lin Tianqing struggled to hold back his tears, as smiles began to grace the faces of those around him. He was taken in by the previous generation's sect master when he was young and named Tianqing. Many elders present were akin to his relatives, having watched him grow up, and they would never allow him to fall into despair. Within the arena, only those who ranked within the top 100 could enter the inner courtyard, and Su Ming's placement indicated that he needed just one victory to gain entry. He glanced at Shirtingi in the stands, their eyes locking momentarily. Noticing the threatening expression on Shirtingi's face, Su Ming understood that if he were to secure a low rank, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Su Ming, it's almost your turn. If you win, you'll enter the inner courtyard. I feel that gaining entry isn't too challenging. As long as you capture enough fierce beasts in the second round, you can completely avoid battling them, Bai Ling remarked. The moment her words fell, a wave of bewildered gazes shifted towards her, questioning whether this naive girl was truly lost in her fantasies. Seeing so many eyes upon them, Buffet leaned closer to Bai Ling and whispered, "My lady, how can you be so innocent? Do you genuinely believe that all those fierce beasts were slain by him?" Bai Ling turned to Su Ming, who, at that moment, also faced her, his beaming smile revealing a significant truth. "Ah, Su Ming, you've robbed them," Bai Ling exclaimed, her voice resonating loudly enough for the entire plaza to hear. Su Ming rolled his eyes, while Buffet felt exasperated by Bai Ling's naive revelation. All eyes were now fixed on Su Ming, who could only manage an awkward smile. On the stands, the elders chuckled at Shirtingi, saying, "Little he, your disciple bears a striking resemblance to you. In your day, didn't you also seize quite a few fierce beasts from others?" Shirtingi felt a tinge of embarrassment at the elders' comments. This was tacitly approved by the sect. A sect lacking competition would be devoid of vitality. As long as no lives were lost, there would be no intervention. Su Ming, come up quickly. Let me teach you what it means to be discreet. On the competition stage, Su Ming's opponent was one of those he had previously robbed, and now, with so many witnesses, his expression was far from pleasant. Su Ming cast a sheepish glance at his senior brother before leaping onto the stage. "Senior brother, I'm truly wronged. It was others who stole from me. He told me it was permissible." Su Ming protested. "Who said that? Who unleashed this devil?" A crowd of those who had been victimized by Su Ming chimed in, not out of fear of losing to him, but rather from the overwhelming aura exuded by Su Ming's numerous summoned beasts when they unleashed their mirror clones. All disciples of the Tianqing sect were aware of Shirtingi's mirror clone technique. Everyone aspired to learn it. Yet only Su Ming had managed to do so in recent years. Even the current inner courtyard's eldest senior sister had once squandered an entire year to study the mirror clone technique, which was not something just anyone could attempt. "All right, junior brother, seizing them is your skill, but here, do refrain from relying solely on intimidation." "Understood, senior brother. Please, bestow your guidance." Su Ming slightly bowed, and in an instant, both summoned their respective beasts. "Junior brother, you might as well summon all your beasts. Otherwise, it would be unjust for me to overpower you," Yao Yangxiao remarked, noting that his rank was at the 7th tier of the Lord level, and he had been robbed purely under the impression that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Acknowledging Yao Yangxiao's rank, Su Ming nodded. Although he would not need to exert his full strength, he still needed to approach the match with seriousness. 5 summoned beasts emerged, particularly the adorable and the all-consuming Tunshin frog, which instantly dominated the arena, while the phoenix and the holy dragon radiated fire and light, respectively. With the nightmarish beast perched atop Su Ming's head, the ensemble of 5 summoned beasts astonished all present. The advantage of a miscellaneous cultivator is that they can tailor their lineup for optimal synergy. However, the spells they learn are often highly specialized, making it impossible for all summoned beasts to master every technique. Unlike Su Ming, Yao Yangxia commanded a total of 8 beasts, a considerable number for his rank, and his talent matched his choice of beasts, purely earth attribute creatures, akin to a defensive fortress. Adorable, unleash your full power without restraint. Most earth attribute beasts focus on defense. Only by shattering Yao Yangxia's defenses could Su Ming hope to defeat him swiftly, for one must remember that beneath the shell lies the most vulnerable flesh. In an instant, Adorable replicated itself into 4 identical tyrants, and the combined might of 5 unleashed creatures reached a staggering level of power. Yao Yangxia gritted his teeth, unable to contain his astonishment. Was this truly the power expected from a first-tier Lord-level beast? His own beasts nearly suffered internal injuries from the onslaught. As the battle intensified, an ever-growing crowd began to notice that Su Ming's summoned beasts seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of techniques, with an average of 2 spells per beast. Su Ming, are you learning techniques as if you were drinking water? Your spells seem endless, Yao Yangxiao exclaimed, exerting considerable effort to keep up, overwhelmed by Su Ming's terrifying prowess, especially as his 8 beasts were thoroughly dominated by the spirit-type beast hovering above Su Ming. The apparent frenzy of the beast's attacks belied the true narrative in this confrontation. It was the nightmarish beast that took center stage, effectively neutralizing threats and preventing them from forming a robust defense. With a subtle smile, Su Ming reflected on the reason behind the emergence of various mainstream summoned beasts. Indeed, mastering techniques is arduous for beast masters. However, beasts cannot comprehend the techniques crafted by their human masters. Only the masters possess the ability to communicate with their beasts, rendering the teaching of such techniques a feasible endeavor solely through this means. Brother Yao, perhaps it would be wise to concede. Persisting in this manner will ultimately lead to your defeat. The moment Su Ming's words fell, the 5 adorables, empowered by their level 6 frenzy, delivered a crushing blow that shattered Yao Yangxia's sturdy earth shield as if it were a dam breached, exposing the beast sheltered beneath the shield to the full onslaught of Su Ming's 25 summoned beasts. Yao Yangxia was acutely aware of her defeat. This technique was indeed overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, the proficiency with which Su Ming had mastered the beast control was astonishing, having already reached a level of 5 beasts. If he continued to cultivate at this pace, the prospect of him manifesting 10 avatars in one breath would be utterly crushing. Dean, your disciple has surprisingly mastered the mirror avatar technique, and the command over those beasts must have reached a proficient level as well. Truly, a remarkable teacher begets exceptional students. Indeed, junior sister, Su Ming's talent appears to surpass even your remarkable abilities in your time. Haha, could it be? The dean was once a formidable presence in Nanzhou. How could Su Ming possibly achieve such heights? After uttering these words, the dean of the Strength Academy fell silent. All the elders and heads turned their gaze towards the spirited young man on stage. Master, you cannot be considering. Indeed, Su Ming has been a disciple for less than a year, and now he is participating in the outer sect assessment. This has never occurred in the history of the Tianqing sect. Even Shirtingi only entered the competition after a year of initiation. Yes, I do intend for Su Ming to compete in this year's Nanzhou Sect Grand Tournament, but his participation will depend solely on his own strength. I will not engage in favoritism. However, Master, while Su Ming's talent is undeniable, he still requires time to develop. Is it not too hasty for him to partake in this year's tournament? Indeed, Master, let Su Ming undergo a few more years of trials. Besides, we still have Xiao Lu this year. She should be able to hold her own. Many elders joined in the persuasion, and Lin Tianqing raised his hand to indicate his agreement. I understand the concerns of the elders. I have already petitioned the Elder Council to open the Tianqing secret realm. At that time, we will select disciples from the inner sect. If Su Ming does not possess the strength to enter, or if he enters but is still lacking, I shall not permit him to participate. The attendees were rendered speechless by the mention of the Tianqing secret realm, the most significant secret location of the Tianqing sect, capable of nurturing generations of talent. The opening of the Tianqing secret realm is exceedingly stringent, requiring the consent of both the sect master and the Elder Council. Furthermore, once the realm is opened, it cannot be reopened for at least 4 years, if not longer. Hence, the realm will not be opened lightly unless under extraordinary circumstances or in the presence of prodigious talent. Those who enter the Tianqing secret realm must demonstrate unwavering loyalty to the Tianqing sect. One may reside elsewhere, but if the sect calls upon them, they must return to assist, no matter the distance. I initially intended to discuss this matter with you all in due time, but since it has come to light now, consider who among you is worthy of entry and draft a preliminary list of candidates for review. As the sect master and the elders continued their deliberations, the battle between Su Ming and Yao Yangxia concluded. Su Ming, your strength is evidently sufficient. Go, the inner sect awaits you, yet I hope you will embrace more challenges. Yao Yangxia smiled, acknowledging her misfortune at encountering Su Ming. Otherwise, with her strength, her entry into the inner sect was a foregone conclusion. Thank you for your kind wishes. Senior brother, I shall do my utmost. With the disappearance of Su Ming's beast avatars, they returned to his beast control space. Upon descending from the stage, Buffet and his companions were left in awe. Even Zhao Gaoi, who had long sought an opportunity to confront Su Ming, gazed at him as if he were a creature of myth. Su Ming, your speed in mastering techniques is impressive enough. But how is it that your beasts are also so astute? What secrets do you possess for teaching them? Do share, and do not withhold any knowledge. Bu Fei implored Su Ming to reveal the method behind the swift ascent of his beast's proficiency. Su Ming, bewildered, could only respond, I truly have done nothing special. I merely observed, and they seemed to learn through our battles together. Upon hearing this, Bu Fei fell into contemplation. Realizing that Su Ming often took his beasts along on long missions, engaging them in combat against ferocious creatures, regardless of whether the missions were completed. Indeed, as the saying goes, a good talent is no substitute for hard work. Perhaps consistent practice leads to proficiency, and thereby, their skills improve, Su Ming continued, casting a glance at his companions while regarding Zhao Gaoi with evident discontent, perceiving him as a conniving figure with ulterior motives. Yes, Su Ming, you make a valid point. It seems that regularly utilizing our techniques is essential. I have hardly used the one I learned even twice since mastering it. Su Ming nodded in agreement. Precisely. If you do not even employ your techniques, how can your beasts remember them or attain proficiency? After reassuring his friends, Su Ming turned his attention to several of the stronger contenders among the outer sect this year. Their strengths were predominantly at the 8th or 9th level of the Lord rank, and they had mastered at least 2 techniques each. Conversely, Yao Yangxia, whom he had just faced, was at a significant disadvantage, having not learned a single technique and relying solely on her beast's overwhelming numbers, which was nearly impossible against opponents wielding techniques. Chapter 77, Awaiting Your Technique. Su Ming felt relatively at ease, having secured a position among the top 100, thus eliminating his concerns about entering the inner sect. However, his mentor likely desired him to showcase his abilities further. Junior brother Su Ming, come forth for a duel. This is a rare opportunity. Even if you lose, you will still secure your place in the inner sect, and I wish to witness your mirror avatar technique. A female voice called out from the competition platform, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. Su Ming glanced at her stats, a 9th-level lord with 3 techniques and a primary focus on magical attacks, clearly a formidable opponent. Senior sister, pitting your strength against mine would be a classic case of the strong bullying the weak. I decline, Su Ming replied, shaking his head. He had no desire to engage. It wasn't that he couldn't win, but battling at such a high level would indeed be arduous, and there was a genuine risk of defeat. Su Ming, get up there. When did I ever teach you to be so cowardly? Shirtingi could no longer tolerate his reluctance. It seemed that Su Ming preferred to remain secluded in the mountains, combating ferocious beasts rather than mingling with the powerful seniors of the sect. All right, master. I shall go. Su Ming raised his hands in surrender, eliciting laughter from the entire crowd. It was true that the candidates for the inner sect had already been determined, and there was no hierarchy to speak of. Their contest was merely a showcase. In the midst of the crowd, 2 figures, though tightly wrapped, maintained an air of elegance in their every gesture. Senior sister, look at your little junior brother and your master. What lively characters they are. Yang Lungin chuckled to Lu Xening, who remained fixated on Su Ming as he ascended the platform. Seeing this, Yang Lungin could only shake his head. The mirror avatar, something that had always weighed on her mind, remained an unfulfilled aspiration, a perpetual source of regret. Thus, she had accompanied him to watch the competition, torn between reluctance and desire. Senior sister, I am Su Ming, a 1st-level lord. I humbly ask for your mercy, Su Ming said with a slight bow. Uft. Mu Yitong could not contain her laughter, looking at Su Ming with a teasing expression. Junior brother Su Ming, when you faced off against Yao Yangxia just now, you certainly held nothing back. I am well aware of her strength. While she is not exceptionally strong, she is far from weak. You defeated her effortlessly. How could I possibly let you off lightly? On the sidelines, Yao Yangxia covered her face and shouted towards the stage, Old Mu, avenge me. This spectacle immediately elicited a round of hearty laughter, and Su Ming observed that the atmosphere of the Tianqing sect was indeed far more pleasant than he had anticipated. Junior brother Su Ming, give it your all. Pretending to be a sheep is rather unbecoming. Suddenly, Mu Yitong's gaze sharpened, and Su Ming, with his keen perception, sensed her formidable battle intent. Understood. Su Ming did not hold back. In an instant, 5 spirit beasts materialized, swiftly multiplying into 20 spirit beast avatars, totaling 25 avatars, all maintaining their original strength, a feat that could only be described as extraordinary. Senior sister, you needn't hold back any longer, he urged. Haha, very well. Instantly, 6 water attribute spirit beasts emerged onto the stage, prompting Bu Fei to remind Bai Ling, this one is also a water attribute beast master like you. Pay close attention to how others fight. Yes, I will, Bai Ling replied, her fists clenched tightly, her eyes fixed intently. Meanwhile, Yang Lungin observed Lu Xening beside her, noticing how she was practically drooling at the sight of Su Ming's mirrored avatars. Senior sister, while this ability is impressive, it ultimately relies on sheer numbers. You possess the sect master's heavenly tier abilities, which are not inferior to the mirrored avatars. I understand. But the true strength of the mirrored avatars lies in the fact that their spirit beast's power is indistinguishable from the original. That is what makes it terrifying. You haven't fought against him, so you cannot fully appreciate it. Moreover, with a talent of Su Ming's caliber, such an ability is genuinely a boon for him. He is far more suited to wield it than I am. Lu Xening regarded Su Ming with eyes filled with admiration. Yang Lungyan gazed at Lu Xening in surprise. She rarely offered compliments, and this high praise for Su Ming left her momentarily speechless. Then, senior sister, why not praise me too? You haven't complimented me in ages. Yang Lungyan looked at Lu Xening, her big eyes blinking eagerly. Ignoring Yang Lungyan, Lu Xening directed her attention back to Su Ming in the arena. The two opponents were already at loggerheads. Mu Yitong was no slouch, possessing the skills of water breathing, ninefold waves, and water armor. Water breathing temporarily enhances the combat power of water attribute spirit beasts, and although Bai Ling had only mastered this intermediate level mystic ability, it provided unexpected boosts to water attribute spirit beasts. Ninefold waves was an escalating attack enhancement, growing stronger with each layer, infinitely renewable. Thankfully, it could only stack up to 5 layers at most for beginners. Water armor, true to its name, served as a protective barrier. Hanha, attack that water dragon. Mu Yitong immediately commanded her water cannon turtle to engage Hanha. However, even with water armor activated, such defense proved futile against the relentless pressure of 5 Hanas. Junior brother, you belong to the Strength Academy, right? It's a pity not to showcase such power there, Mu Yitong casually remarked as she witnessed her water cannon turtle being pushed back. Senior sister, my other spirit beasts are quite strong too, Su Ming replied, glancing at the phoenix of dark fire and the holy dragon hovering in the air. Upon receiving Su Ming's unspoken cue, the two beasts unleashed 10 fiery projectiles in a fierce assault. Mu Yitong's spirit beasts quickly erected a water wall. But the ferocity of the holy dragon and phoenix's attack, combined with their numerical advantage, soon overwhelmed her defenses. Ninefold waves, Mu Yitong silently chanted, and in an instant, a torrent of water surged towards Su Ming's spirit beasts from behind the water wall. Su Ming smirked. I've been waiting for your ninefold waves. Heaven-swallowing toad. Compress the space. The 5 heaven-swallowing toads swiftly isolated Mu Yitong's 6 spirit beasts, and as the ninefold waves continued to swell, it became evident that if they did not cease, Mu Yitong's own spirit beasts would suffer injury. The elders in the stands exchanged glances. Su Ming's possession of a space attribute spirit beast was indeed a revelation. Sectmaster, it appears your disciple has quite a few secrets, one elder remarked. In his previous battle with Yao Yanxia, we couldn't discern the nature of the heaven-swallowing toad's attributes. Who would have thought it was a space attribute? The sect master nodded in agreement. As the tide of water surged within the confined space, Mu Yitong realized the immense pressure was about to overwhelm her spirit beasts. Su Ming, I concede. Release them. Mu Yitong had not anticipated Su Ming's clever strategy. Indeed, if faced head-on, even Su Ming would struggle against such a powerful technique. However, by turning her skills against her within an independent space, he had perfectly avoided her direct damage and allowed her own beasts to experience the potency of her abilities. As the heaven-swallowing toad withdrew its spatial compression, the skill Mu Yitong had just unleashed surged forth like a raging flood. At that moment, Lin Tianxing leaped into action, a spirit beast whose appearance was obscured, devouring the entirety of the water flow. Senior sister, thank you for the match. Junior brother, you are too modest. Your strength and talent truly leave me in awe, Mu Yitong responded with a wry smile. Admittedly, her defeat was primarily due to Su Ming's mirrored avatars. Yet there was little she could do about it. She simply could not master it herself. As Su Ming descended from the stage, he glanced at his master, relieved to see her expression soften. This signified that he would no longer need to face challenges from his seniors. In the subsequent matches, no one dared to challenge Su Ming, for his prowess had firmly established him as a member of the top echelon, with an implicit inclination towards being the foremost among them. Seeing this, Lu Xening turned to leave, while Yang Lungyan, who had initially wanted to stay and watch, hastily followed suit. Senior sister, why are we leaving? They'll soon be entering the inner courtyard, and you'll have plenty of opportunities to spar with them there. The inner courtyard is unlike the outer one. Exchanges among spirit masters are quite common, Lu Xening explained, and upon hearing this, Yang Lungyan ceased her inquiries and followed Lu Xening out of the outer gate. Before long, Lin Tianxing announced the list of those entering the inner courtyard, and without a doubt, Su Ming was among them. The next day, in Su Ming's small courtyard at the Tian Academy, Bai Ling looked at him with tear-filled eyes. An expression of bittersweet reluctance etched on her face, while Qin Shuani's emotions were similarly complex. It's just the inner courtyard. It's not like I'm leaving forever. You're making it sound like a tragic farewell. If you want to stay with me, then train diligently and strive to enter the inner courtyard next year, understood? Bai Ling and Qin Shuani nodded earnestly. Su Ming smiled gently at Buffet, embracing him warmly. During this time, Buffet had provided him with considerable support. Buffet, if I don't see you in the inner courtyard next year, it would truly be embarrassing. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there next year, Buffet assured. Bai Ling and Qin Shuani grew anxious, calling out, Su Ming, you're biased. Why did you hug Buffet and not us? Su Ming rolled his eyes at the two girls, saying, Buffet is a boy. Are you? Such antics were truly nonsensical. Just as they were about to continue their conversation, a figure dressed in the garb of an inner courtyard disciple appeared above Su Ming's courtyard. Su Ming, the sect master requests your immediate presence in the inner courtyard for reporting. Upon witnessing this, Su Ming promptly responded, Yes, thank you, senior brother. After the individual departed, Su Ming turned to face the three companions, took a deep breath, and declared, All right, it is time for us to depart. Focus on your cultivation. We shall meet in the inner sect. Under the watchful gaze of the three, Su Ming swiftly made his way into the inner sect, guided by an inner sect disciple to his designated abode. As Su Ming beheld the courtyard, which was 3 to 4 times larger than his previous residence, he swallowed hard. With such an arrangement, who wouldn't desire to reside in the inner courtyard? Junior brother, this is your courtyard, the senior brother remarked. In the inner sect, cultivation primarily relies on oneself. Do not assume that entering the inner sect guarantees success. Competition here is equally fierce. Senior brother, I am still somewhat unfamiliar with the inner sect. What exactly do you mean by competition? The senior brother glanced at Su Ming, seemingly unhurried, and began to elaborate. Very well, let me explain. There are 2 rankings in the inner sect known as the heavenly ranking and the earthly ranking. The top 3 of the earthly ranking each month can train atop the realm mountain, while only those from the realm mountain can compete for the heavenly ranking. As Su Ming listened, he pondered his questions. Senior brother, what are the benefits of competing for these rankings? The benefits are indeed plentiful. You are aware of the Southern Prefecture sect competition, right? Participants are primarily selected from the heavenly ranking. If you cannot even enter the heavenly ranking, do not hope to take part in the Southern Prefecture sect competition. Of course, there are also perks for the earthly ranking. Simply being on the earthly ranking allows you to borrow earth-level divine abilities each month, while the heavenly ranking grants access to heavenly-level divine abilities. This is quite an enticing prospect, wouldn't you agree? Su Ming swallowed again. If his strength were sufficient, he could learn all the heavenly and earthly divine abilities of the heavenly walking sect without the need to endure the arduous tasks of the outer sect. Senior brother, how does one ascend to the earthly ranking, and how many slots are available? Upon hearing Su Ming's inquiry, the senior brother shot him a skeptical look and asked, Are you already contemplating this? Without extraordinary strength, you might as well forget it. However, if you wish to challenge someone, the area beneath the realm mountain is where the earthly ranking members reside. They are assigned numbers instead of courtyards. You can simply seek out anyone you wish to challenge. The heavenly ranking is atop the realm mountain, but I have yet to hear of anyone successfully challenging the senior brothers and sisters there. Nodding in acknowledgement, Su Ming contemplated his options. It appeared that obtaining resources would indeed require combat. Thank you for your clarification, senior brother. Focus on your cultivation and do not aim too high, the senior brother advised before departing. Once alone, Su Ming began to explore his new courtyard. The spacious new residence gave a sense of grandeur, complete with a dedicated battlefield for beast contests, designed for each intersect beastmaster to engage in combat and training. Moreover, the accompanying facilities were quite comprehensive. Notably, within his room lay a spatial ring filled with spiritual fruits, presumably a gift from the sect to each inner disciple. As Lin Tianxing had mentioned the previous day, having tidied up his quarters, Su Ming returned to the outer sect, recalling that his teacher, Shurtingi, had requested him to visit after he entered the inner sect, likely to impart some important instructions. Chapter 79. I hope it will not be too burdensome for you. In Shurtingi's quaint courtyard, she lounged leisurely in a rocking chair, exuding an air of contentment. Teacher, this rocking chair is quite nice, isn't it? Su Ming grinned, pleased, as he had crafted it for her, evidently with great success. Shurtingi fanned herself gently with a small fan, a slight smile gracing her lips as she replied. Su Ming, your performance in the outer sect assessment was commendable. At her praise, Su Ming felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, hastily downplaying his achievements. Oh no. Teacher, it was just a normal performance, all thanks to the support of my senior brothers and sisters. With a swift motion, Shurtingi playfully struck Su Ming on the head with her fan, to which he looked up at her with wide, innocent eyes, utterly perplexed. Do you dare to retort? I had to invite you to compete, and yet you still needed my urging. Well, teacher, I merely wished to conserve my energy. After all, there was no ranking. If my beast were to sustain injuries, I would feel quite distressed. Hearing this, Shurtingi continued to fan herself vigorously. knowing that if it weren't for her senior brother Lin Tianqing and herself, Su Ming would not have to rush so. Eventually, her expression softened as she asked, Su Ming, do you have confidence in entering the heavenly ranking within a month? Su Ming turned abruptly, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at Shirtingi, speechless. His gaze was so intense that even the legendary Shirtingi felt somewhat unnerved. Teacher, you cannot expect me to perform like a production team's donkey. A month to reach the heavenly ranking? Are you trying to work me to death or lead me to my demise on the path of challenge? Am I not your student? Su Ming's lament was heartfelt. Had he not learned about the heavenly and earthly rankings from the senior brother, he might have naively agreed. But now, the pressure of achieving the heavenly ranking in just a month felt overwhelmingly daunting. Shirtingi sighed at Su Ming's reaction, knowing that her intentions were to silence the whispers of others, not to burden her student. Su Ming, do you understand why I wish for you to enter the inner sect so early and compete for the heavenly ranking? Because you are not my biological parent. Su Ming replied with a hint of melancholy in his eyes. Do you comprehend the significance of the Southern Prefecture Sect competition? Su Ming nodded yes. The Southern Prefecture Sect competition occurs once every 3 years, serving as an exchange among all top sects in the Southern Prefecture. Shirtingi continued. Our sect has not achieved commendable results in this competition for several iterations, and the sect leader is under considerable pressure. Do you grasp the implications? Su Ming nodded. But soon his expression shifted to one of astonishment as he realized. Teacher, does the sect leader wish for me to compete? Shirtingi solemnly affirmed. And Su Ming was left momentarily speechless. Why choose me? I have only been here for less than a year. Because you have mastered the mirror technique, which gives you the potential, and all the techniques you have learned are from the sect. Contributing to the sect should not feel like a burden. I do not feel burdened, but it is rather hasty, isn't it? Seeing Su Ming's demeanor, Shirtingi realized that such reasoning would not persuade her student, who was steadfast in his beliefs. All right, I shall not pressure you further. However, the sect leader is preparing to open the Heavenly Walking Secret Realm. You must have heard of it during your time at the Heavenly Walking Sect. It is a unique domain that not only hosts beasts but also divine abilities, allowing for rapid enhancement of beast strength. It is the foundation of our sect. Once opened, we may not see it again for many years. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Shirtingi gritted her teeth, thinking, this little rascal, if I cannot manage him, how can I call myself his teacher? Alas, the outstanding participants of the Southern Prefecture Sect competition can represent the Southern Prefecture in the Central Prefecture, a veritable paradise for beastmasters in the Tianhua Great World, where esteemed beings abound and legends walk freely. Regrettably, the Southern Prefecture also rewards victors with remarkable prizes. Previously, it was said that each received at least a heavenly-level divine ability along with rare treasures and beasts. Ah, Su Ming, are you still here? Return to the inner courtyard. Focus on your cultivation and participate in 3 years. Su Ming was well aware that this was his teacher's intentional bait, and he rushed forward, clasping her leg. Teacher, rest assured, even if I must forego sleep for a month, I will repay your and the sect leader's kindness. The sect has bestowed upon me immense grace. Without it, there would be no Su Ming today. I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to the honor of our sect. At this moment, Master Tingi gazed at Su Ming, making a concerted effort to stifle her inner mirth as she solemnly inquired, Su Ming, I hope this isn't too much of a burden for you. You truly have been working excessively hard, and as your teacher, I feel a pang of concern. You ought to take a rest. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming immediately recognized that Master Tingi was urging him to demonstrate his resolve. He rose to his feet, speaking with righteous fervor, Teacher, rest is a luxury reserved for those who are of no use to the sect. I do not require respite. I must repay the sect and strive to secure the first place in the upcoming Southern Province competition. Please, do not overexert yourself, she cautioned. I assure you, I am not overexerting myself in the slightest. Now, teacher, I must go study the heavenly rankings alongside my senior brothers and sisters. Just be careful not to pick the low-hanging fruit, lest the sect leader and the elders have their reservations, she warned. Understood, teacher. I shall return once I have ascended the heavenly rankings, Su Ming declared as he dashed out, while Lin Tianqing, who had been concealed within the room, stepped out as well. Master Tingi glanced at Lin Tianqing and couldn't suppress a smile. If Su Ming were to learn of this, his heart would surely shatter, she remarked, shaking her head with a smile. Senior brother, you are unaware of my disciple's true nature. This rascal is quite cunning. If I do not instigate him with such words, he would never exert himself fully. He is the type that only acts when there is a tangible reward, she explained. However, with merely a month left until the competition, it feels rather rushed. Even the last-ranked Wan Fei is a formidable figure at the first stage of the extraordinary realm. Have faith in Su Ming. If he does not exhibit sufficient combat prowess, the elders will never trust him to participate in the competition, Lin Tianqing replied. Indeed, Su Ming had mastered the art of mirror technique, and with his ample talent, few would doubt that he could lead the Tianxing sect to victory before turning 30. Consequently, there remained considerable opposition regarding Su Ming's participation. Upon exiting Master Tingyi's courtyard, Su Ming hurried towards Bu Fei and the others. As they had returned to their residence after he had departed from the outer sect, he visited 3 locations and was thoroughly exhausted. The following day, Su Ming commenced his quest to identify his opponents for the heavenly rankings. Regarding his teacher's admonition to avoid easy targets, he pondered, which among those on the heavenly rankings could possibly be an easy target? Upon arriving at the announcement area for the heavenly and earthly rankings, he recognized several familiar faces, including Mu Yitong. Junior brother Su, you have come to view the heavenly rankings as well? Mu Yitong called out, waving him over. Greetings, senior sister Yitong. I too have heard the tales of the 2 rankings and wish to take a look, Su Ming replied as he approached her. Observing the lists of names and their respective cultivation levels on the heavenly and earthly rankings. Do you require my assistance in deciphering this? Mu Yitong inquired. Su Ming raised an eyebrow, curious, but senior sister, did you not also enter the inner sect alongside me? Junior brother, I have been here longer than you. How could I possibly be less informed? She retorted playfully. Then I shall kindly ask for your guidance, he said. Mu Yitong moved to stand beside Su Ming, gesturing towards the boards. I trust you are here to assess the strengths of our seniors listed on the heavenly and earthly rankings, she stated. Su Ming nodded in affirmation. Almost every new disciple harbors aspirations to challenge those on the 2 rankings. After all, who wouldn't desire to make a name for themselves? She continued with a smile. The lowest ranked on the heavenly rankings is senior brother Ruan Fei, who, despite being last, ranks 100 among all disciples in the academy. His cultivation level may not be high, but he possesses formidable techniques, boasting 2 earth-level abilities that enable him to thrive within the inner sect. And what about the earthly rankings? Who stands out there? Su Ming asked. Mu Yitong examined the earthly rankings and replied. Most of the individuals there are also at the extraordinary level. However, the disparities in strength primarily lie in their techniques. Su Ming nodded, reaffirming that his focus remained on the heavenly rankings, having little regard for the earthly ones. Mu Yitong leaned closer, whispering into Su Ming's ear. There is something you may not be aware of. Su Ming cast her a puzzled glance, wondering if she had spent her entire year pursuing gossip. What is it? He queried. You must call me senior sister first, she teased. With a roll of his eyes, Su Ming turned to leave, having nearly determined his target for the first battle. After reviewing the rankings, he concluded that the 88th ranked individual, a senior sister named Yang Lungyan, would be a suitable opponent. Her specialization in physical strength aligned perfectly with Su Ming's confidence in his beast taming abilities. All right, I will tell you, Mu Yitong relented. You know who currently holds the top position on the heavenly rankings? Lu Zining, she announced. And what of it? Su Ming inquired. Oh, do not rush me. Let me finish. She replied, gathering her thoughts. Do you know who Lu Zining's teacher is? It is none other than Master Tingyi, just like you. She spent an entire year attempting to master the mirror technique, but ultimately abandoned it to self-study the techniques taught by our sect leader. Now, she stands as the foremost disciple of our Tianxing sect, and this year's Southern Province competition rests upon her shoulders. Su Ming rushed over to the heavenly rankings, his eyes drawn to Lu Zining's name at the top, her cultivation now an impressive 7th stage of the extraordinary realm. A vivid recollection of the woman he had encountered upon returning from the Boundary Mountain surfaced in his mind, and an overwhelming intuition compelled him to believe that she was indeed Lu Zining. Shaking his head, he redirected his focus to Yang Lungyan, whose cultivation was at the 3rd stage of the extraordinary realm. Engaging in a battle of strength with her should pose no significant challenge. However, it was indeed unconventional for a female to pursue such a brutal path, as the strength sect was notorious for its male predominance, with few women willing to tread the path of physical beast taming. Having made up his mind, Su Ming bid farewell to Mu Yitong and hastily departed. He currently possessed a mere 1 million enhancement points, a sum insufficient to elevate both his clumsy beast and the sky-swallowing toad to their maximum potential, which would require nearly 3 million points. With only a month remaining, the time he had allotted for himself felt exceedingly tight. Eagerly, he took flight from the sect towards the 10,000 Great Mountains, where he calculated that each lord he faced would yield approximately 50,000 enhancement points. To meet his deadline, he would need to slay 40 of them within the month, ensuring he reserved 10 days for his challenge against Yang Lungyan. Thus, he needed to eliminate at least 2 lords per day. Considering this, Su Ming felt slightly less anxious. Yet he still wished to expedite the process and retain a reserve of enhancement points for contingencies. Shortly after Su Ming's departure, 2 female figures approached his residence, knocking persistently on the door, but receiving no response. Lungyan, could it be that Su Ming is not here? Lu Zining mused, unable to quell her curiosity, while Yang Lungen, having seen through her intentions, directly pulled her along. It shouldn't be, right? What could a newcomer like him possibly be up to? Yang Lungen replied, puzzled. At that moment, Mu Yitong happened to pass by, as the residences for newly admitted inner sect disciples were all clustered in the same area. Are you two sisters looking for Su Ming? He has left the sect. I am not certain where he has gone, but he left quite early, she informed them. Lu Zining and Yang Lungen exchanged a glance and nodded, saying, oh, thank you, junior sister. It's nothing, you're welcome. Watching their retreating figures, Mu Yitong felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if she had encountered them before, yet the memory eluded her. Oh well, it doesn't matter. Inner sect disciples can study profound-level divine abilities for free. I really don't understand why Su Ming, with such remarkable talents and divine abilities, chooses not to learn them. Perhaps he is secretly concocting grand plans to compete for a position on the heavenly ranking. Shaking her head, Mu Yitong made her way toward the sect's library. At that moment, Su Ming was embroiled in a fierce battle with Lord-level ferocious beasts deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. In his pursuit of strengthening points, he was primarily targeting 5th-tier, Lord-level beasts. As Su Ming delved deeper into the mountains, he gradually lost awareness of just how far he had gone. Chapter 81. The Crescent Moon Jade Pendant. Ouch, time for a break. Su Ming waved his hand, realizing that his companion, Huan, could hardly contain the Qiyu bloodline within him once a fight commenced, growing more spirited with each battle, to the point of exhausting himself. Removing the nightmare from his head, Su Ming leaned against a large tree. Having been here for nearly 10 days, he had surpassed his own initial plans. Su Ming immediately sprang to his feet as Nightmare's warning signaled an approaching presence. Recalling his beast, Su Ming leaped to the treetop. At that moment, a land dragon let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the 10,000 Great Mountains, and even Su Ming could feel the immense pressure it exuded. Squinting, he observed that the land dragon seemed to be in pursuit of someone. The beast was approximately 30 meters in length, and Su Ming estimated its cultivation to be at an extraordinary high level. He had no intention of engaging unless it was directed at him. Boom. In the distance, the land dragon appeared to have caught up with its target, delivering a heavy blow that sent the individual and their beast crashing to the ground. The landing was fortuitously right before Su Ming, leaving him utterly stunned at the dragon's uncanny accuracy. At that moment, the person also caught sight of Su Ming, their eyes locking for an instant before the woman fainted. Glancing at the approaching land dragon, Su Ming thought, looks like it's my turn to rescue. Summoning the Devourer, he swiftly engulfed both the woman and her beast. In the blink of an eye, the Devourer materialized 400 kilometers away within the 10,000 Great Mountains, leaving the land dragon to roar in vain. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he had already moved far from the scene. Observing the unconscious woman and her beast, Su Ming shook his head. He had no time to keep vigil over her. He transported them to a nearby cave, ensuring their safety by sealing the entrance with stones, knowing she would be able to break free once she regained consciousness. After completing this task, Su Ming glanced at the stunning woman who had fainted. Her beauty was breathtaking, compelling him to gently touch her soft, baby-like skin. I saved you. Taking a little something shouldn't be too much to ask. With a sidelong glance, he discreetly seized a crescent-shaped jade pendant. After a considerable time, the woman, holding her aching head, gradually awoke. Her beast, severely injured from the land dragon's attack, remained unconscious. Summoning her beast for illumination, Lung Yuhan soon realized she was in a cave. Hastily, she administered some basic treatment to her injured companion before recalling it into her beast space. All she could remember was seeing a man standing atop a tree. The rest of the memory was a blank. Could he be the one who saved me? The image of Su Ming was hazy in her mind, and she found herself unable to recall his features. Suddenly, she noticed the jade pendant at her waist was missing. Checking her other belongings, she found everything else intact. Humph, he took my pendant. I won't have trouble finding you now. Mounting her beast, she burst forth from the cave. After searching the surroundings and failing to locate Su Ming, she reluctantly chose to abandon her pursuit for the moment. With her beast injured and having achieved her purpose for venturing into the 10,000 Great Mountains, the pendant was important, but it was not the time to linger here. Meanwhile, Su Ming was engaged in a fierce struggle against Lord-level ferocious beasts, perceiving them not as threats, but as mere points of enhancement. After 10 days, he returned to Tianqing sect. During this 20-day period, Su Ming had accumulated nearly 3 million strengthening points, upgrading both Huan and the Devourer to their maximum capabilities. According to the description of metal hardening, the defense of Huan and the Devourer, once their divine abilities were activated, had increased approximately 30-fold. Moreover, with the addition of a mystical armor on Huan, Su Ming confidently boasted that their defensive prowess ranked among the top in Tianqing sect. Hastening back to the inner courtyard, Su Ming tidied himself up and rested for the night, preparing to challenge Yang Lungin the following day. However, at that moment, Yang Lungin was at Lu Xining's residence. Engaging in casual conversation with her, their topic revolving around Su Ming. Sister, your junior brother really is elusive. It's been 20 days without a sight of him. Lu Xining also harbored curiosity about Su Ming's whereabouts. Perhaps he has gone out to train? I heard he greatly enjoys battling ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains. That might be why he has advanced so quickly in his divine abilities. Thanks to Su Ming, many disciples of Tianqing sect were now emulating him, venturing out to battle ferocious beasts, striving to enhance their mastery of divine abilities or to grasp the secrets of the techniques they had learned more swiftly. Unbeknownst to Yang Lungin, she had already drawn Su Ming's attention. The next day, Su Ming, having prepared everything, arrived at the residence of the disciples on the heavenly ranking, locating the dwelling of the 88th disciple, which bore Yang Lungin's name. Knocking on the door, he called out, "Knock, knock. Who's there?" A voice inquired from within, and Su Ming promptly replied, "Senior Sister Yang Lungin, I am Su Ming, a newly initiated inner sect disciple." Inside, Yang Lungin was puzzled by Su Ming's initiative to seek her out. Although she and Lu Xining had visited him a few times, they had never revealed their identities. Logically, he should have approached Lu Xining directly if he needed something. Filled with questions, she nonetheless opened the door. "Junior brother Su Ming, please come in." "Thank you, senior sister." Once inside the courtyard, Yang Lungin wasted no time and asked, "Did you come to see me for something, junior brother Su Ming?" "Yes." Su Ming quickly stood, bowing respectfully. "I am Su Ming, a newly initiated inner disciple, and I wish to challenge you, senior sister Yang Lungin." "Uft." Yang Lungin sputtered, the water she had just sipped spewing forth as she gazed at Su Ming in disbelief. "You want to challenge me? Are you mistaken?" "No. I sincerely hope for your guidance, senior sister." Before Yang Lungin could fully process the shock, Su Ming boldly declared, "I will await you at the inner sect's dual platform." "Senior sister." Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, Yang Lungin finally reacted, hastily rushing out to seek out Lu Xining. Meanwhile, news of Su Ming's challenge to Yang Lungin swiftly spread throughout the inner sect, creating ripples even among the outer disciples. After all, Su Ming was merely a newly inducted inner disciple, while Yang Lungin had long since established her fame as a top disciple on the inner sect's celestial rankings. It was well known that Yang Lungin was a formidable force, renowned for her overwhelming strength. Chapter 82, Yang Lungin's Astonishment. "Senior sister, you ought to manage your junior brother." Yang Lungin burst into Lu Xining's quarters, where Lu Xining had just concluded her training. Noticing Yang Lungin's urgency, she quickly offered her a cup of water, inquiring, "Lungin, what troubles you so? You seem quite flustered." Yang Lungin looked at Lu Xining and exclaimed, "Senior sister, your junior brother Su Ming has dared to challenge me." "Huh?" Lu Xining was taken aback, her disbelief prompting her to seek confirmation from Yang Lungin once more. Yang Lungin continued, "Senior sister, Su Ming is already waiting for me at the duel arena. If you do not believe me, come with me to see for yourself." According to the inner sect's conventions, regardless of who issues the challenge, those on the rankings are obliged to respond. However, given Su Ming's status, Yang Lungin was reluctant to waste her time on such a frivolous contest. At that moment, Su Ming stood upon the dueling platform. The audacity of a new inner disciple challenging a long-standing celestial ranking disciple like Yang Lungin was already enough to draw attention. Not only had inner disciples gathered at the dueling platform, but even several elders were stirred, including Lin Tianqing and Shi Tingyi, who soon became aware of the unfolding situation. Shi Tingyi was slightly taken aback, realizing that Su Ming had indeed chosen not to pick an easy target, but instead had the audacity to challenge Yang Lungin. The dueling arena was abuzz with spectators, many of whom believed Su Ming was rather overestimating his abilities. After all, the inner sect was a far cry from the recent outer sect assessments they had faced, especially for those on the celestial rankings, all of whom had mastered 2 or 3 formidable supernatural abilities and could engage in battles beyond their ranks. Standing undeterred on the platform, Su Ming remained unfazed by the murmurs of doubt below. Before Yang Lungin arrived, a man approached the stage, glaring at Su Ming with an intimidating presence. "Junior brother, the celestial ranked individuals are not to be trifled with as your outer sect peers. Do not let a hint of talent lead you to arrogance." Su Ming glanced at the man before inquiring, "Are you on the celestial rankings?" "Rank 35 on the terrestrial list." Su Ming shook his head, replying, "I only wish to challenge senior sister Yang Lungin. If I lose, I will accept it. You have no idea how little time Yang Lungin has to entertain your whims. If everyone were permitted to challenge her at will, the seniors on the celestial and terrestrial lists would have no time for their cultivation, merely awaiting challenges day in and day out. I will not lose." Su Ming raised his head with pride, for since awakening his beast mastery talent, he had never engaged in a battle without confidence. His recent encounter with Yang Lungin had only solidified his resolve. Is it based solely on your third-tier mastery? Do you not realize that senior sister Yang has already attained third-tier exceptional prowess? I do. Just as the man, claiming to be rank 35 on the terrestrial list, was about to continue, Yang Lungin and Lu Xiening arrived at the duel arena. Su Ming slightly turned his head to acknowledge their arrival. Upon seeing Lu Xiening again, he confirmed through his probing technique. Su Ming, do you truly wish to challenge me? I assure you, I will not hold back in the arena. Yes. I humbly request your guidance, senior sister. Su Ming slightly bowed. Yang Lungin surveyed the crowd of onlookers, including elders and the sect leader who had appeared on a distant balcony, concluding that she could not decline the challenge. Very well. Yang Lungin stepped forward gracefully, while the man from the terrestrial list, having failed to protect his flower, retreated to the sidelines. Junior brother, I never imagined our first encounter would be here. Yang Lungin mused, unable to fathom that she would be challenged by her senior sister's direct disciple, especially one who had bypassed the terrestrial rankings. Junior brother, I am curious as to why you chose me as your opponent, considering there are several ranked above me on the celestial list. Because, senior sister, you specialize in strength-based beast mastery, and my strongest beast also excels in that area, giving me a measure of confidence. Upon hearing this, many inner disciples erupted in laughter. After all, it was common knowledge that Yang Lungin was infamous as a fierce female warrior, possessing a seemingly innocent appearance while her beasts delivered devastating blows that left a lasting impression. Lu Xiening observed Yang Lungin and Su Ming, feeling an inexplicable trust in her junior brother. She considered that given her master's temperament, she would never accept a boastful and arrogant individual. Su Ming's willingness to directly challenge Yang Lungin indicated he must have his own reasons. However, she could not comprehend what they might be, as the disparity in strength seemed insurmountable, far beyond what mere replication could compensate for. Junior brother, then give it your all. I will not hold back. As she spoke, 7 beasts materialized behind Yang Lungin, with a dragon and a powerful ape exuding the strongest aura among them. Su Ming did not hesitate, unleashing all 5 of his beasts. The emergence of Henin and the sky-eating frog stunned the inner disciples. Many terrestrial-ranked disciples felt an immediate sense of impending defeat upon witnessing the 2 beasts. Junior brother, you have also learned the metal hardening technique, I presume? Su Ming nodded, aware that Yang Lungin had also mastered metal hardening, likely to a proficient degree. Henin, sky-eating frog. Activate metal hardening. As soon as Su Ming's command was given, Henin and the sky-eating frog initiated metal hardening and charged forward, fully capable of engaging in coordinated combat without Su Ming's direct guidance, having previously fought alongside him to vanquish numerous ferocious beasts. Perfect. Yang Lungin, equally skilled in metal hardening, recognized that Henin and the sky-eating frog had achieved a perfect level in the technique. Yet, her beasts still held a significant advantage in tier levels, allowing her to compensate for the difference. Nevertheless, Yang Lungin could hardly believe her eyes as she regarded Su Ming. He had only been a disciple for less than a year, yet his speed in mastering secret techniques surpassed even her own, despite her 4 years of training. In the skies above, the Phoenix and the Holy Dragon continued their relentless assault, while the replication technique kept Yang Lungin's 7 beasts preoccupied, leaving them unable to address the ever-encroaching nightmares that assailed them with mental attacks, causing Yang Lungin's beasts to suffer. Everyone stood in shock. Was this truly a newly inducted inner disciple? He was overpowering Yang Lungin, leaving her unable to retaliate. Though occasionally pushed back, Su Ming's beasts seemed relentless, akin to indestructible cockroaches, charging repeatedly into the fray. Su Ming, what manner of beasts are these? Do they not feel pain? Yang Lungin gazed incredulously at Su Ming. Senior sister, my beasts possess a bloodline that grows stronger with each battle, so as long as they do not perish, they will continue to fight. Henin's eyes turned bloodshot as the 9-Li bloodline and blood rage domain erupted, flooding the arena with an overwhelming aura of bloodlust. How many ferocious beasts had Su Ming's beasts slain to amass such a potent aura? The watching elders gasped in astonishment, while Lin Tianxing felt a surge of delight. It seemed certain that Su Ming's name on the list was all but assured. Chapter 83. The Great Battle Against Yang Lungin. The sky-eating frog, unlike Henin, relied on its tough hide to inflict damage, while Henin's level 6 skills were fully unleashed, capable of directly confronting Yang Lungin's dragon-like beast. It was worth noting that aside from Su Ming, no one else in the world could elevate their skill levels in such a manner, in any battle. Su Ming stood at an elevated position. The sky-devouring toad unleashed its newfound skill, the Void Wave Fist. As it struck, the space before it rippled like the ocean, cascading layers upon layers towards Yang Lungin's summoned beasts. The advantage of this skill lay in its inescapability. One could only face it head-on. The target of the Void Wave Fist was not the summoned beasts themselves, but rather the very fabric of space, inducing spatial fluctuations that delivered a powerful assault to the beasts situated within that vicinity. For a moment, Yang Lungin was taken aback. Despite all 7 of his summoned beasts utilizing their metallic hardening, 1 or 2 of the weaker ones still suffered injuries from the shockwave. The Phoenix and Holy Dragon above spared no effort, with the Phoenix's impact akin to a colossal fireball striking the already wounded beast, while the Holy Dragon transformed its hands into blades of light, dazzling the onlookers to the point where many were unable to open their eyes. The radiant judgment of holy light struck the injured beast thrice more. Yang Lungin's frustration towards Su Ming grew unbearable, as Su Ming deliberately targeted his weakest beast. Most vexing to Yang Lungin was Su Ming's 5 tyrant bears, which entangled his 2 main forces, preventing his summoned beasts from retreating. Sister, it seems that Lungin is on the verge of defeat. Su Ming has indeed inherited the true teachings of the academy head, remarked a man who suddenly stood beside Lu Xening, speaking with confidence. Brother Du, Lu Xening frowned slightly, evidently unimpressed by him. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Yang Lungin, now down to 4 summoned beasts, each bearing varying degrees of injury, found himself overwhelmed. Although Su Ming's avatars had also been diminished, the combined efforts of the nightmares and his remaining 4 avatars relentlessly assaulted Yang Lungin's beasts with mental attacks. Damn it, obliterate that annoying beast. Yang Lungin felt he was on the brink of madness, as waves of mental assaults battered his summoned creatures. A subtle smile crept across Su Ming's face. To triumph over a stronger adversary, one must first drive them to madness. As long as Yang Lungin lost his composure, vulnerabilities would emerge. Presently, only 2 of his avatars remained, while the sky-devouring toad still had 4. Yet, facing such a significant disparity in levels, Su Ming was cautious about his chances. The saying a dead camel is still bigger than a horse rang true. He needed to strategize carefully. Under Yang Lungin's command, the most formidable of his beasts, the Tyrant Dragon, forcefully breached the defenses of 2 of Su Ming's avatars, charging towards the nightmare beside Su Ming despite its injuries. This is bad. Lungin is far too eager. It's clearly a trap. Lu Xening thought anxiously, but as this was a battle between her closest disciple and her most esteemed junior, intervening would be ill-advised. Nightmare, sleep spell. Su Ming smiled slightly. This was indeed his nightmare's ultimate secret technique, one he seldom employed due to its demanding nature requiring close proximity. With the Tyrant Dragon charging in, it provided the perfect opportunity for the nightmares to unleash their sleep spell. Even a creature of the Tyrant Dragon's caliber could not withstand such a mental onslaught. With a resounding crash, the nearly 20-meter-long Tyrant Dragon fell into a deep slumber before the eyes of over 1,000 disciples within the inner sect. Yang Lungin felt tears of frustration welling. When had she ever found herself in such a humiliating predicament? Utterly powerless to retaliate as her strength was deftly neutralized by Su Ming's beasts, the sheer absurdity of the mirror avatars was overwhelming, their sheer numbers oppressive. If only I could learn this technique, I would gladly kneel before the academy head to master it. Witnessing the outrageousness of the mirror technique, many inner disciples regretted not dedicating a few years to its study, realizing now that turning back was nearly impossible. Meanwhile, from a distant pavilion, Lin Tianxing observed the gathered elders and remarked, "Elders, regarding Su Ming's participation in this Southern Province sect competition, who is in favor and who is against?" In truth, these elders had been summoned by Lin Tianxing. Su Ming's combat prowess had reached Yang Lungin's level, and he appeared to possess ample reserves of strength. Let him try, however. As he is currently ranked among the lower-tier disciples, it may be premature to make any declarations. Yet, I believe he is capable of entering the Tianxing secret realm. Even if he cannot succeed this time, he will undoubtedly be ready in 2 years. What do you all think? One elder, with white hair, proposed, commanding respect due to his seniority and having been a contemporary of the previous generation's sect leader. Many present had received his guidance, making his words carry significant weight. I have no objections. Neither do I. Nor I. Shurtingi glanced at Lin Tianxing, smiling with satisfaction, unaware that in the future, her courtyard threshold would be nearly trampled by disciples eager to learn the mirror technique due to Su Ming's influence. Sister, I concede. Yang Lungin glared fiercely at Su Ming before retracting her summoned beasts and heading towards the sect's healing facilities. Lu Xening exchanged glances with Su Ming, and they both subtly acknowledged one another before averting their eyes. Amidst the astonished gazes of the inner disciples, Su Ming departed the dueling platform. According to inner sect rules, Su Ming was to relocate to Yang Lungin's quarters, resulting in her rank being adjusted downward. Regrettably, the last place had already been taken. Regardless of whether Su Ming challenged him, he would be eliminated. Following their recent battle, both Yang Lungin and Su Ming had the right to refuse any challenges for a month. With no belongings, Su Ming arrived at the Boundary Mountain. fortuitously encountering Yang Lung and gathering her things. Sister, I apologize. I must obey my master's orders. He insists that I challenge a senior brother or sister ranked on the heaven list within a month. Oh, then why not choose me? There are others ranked below me you could challenge. My master said I cannot pick easy targets. Otherwise, I would look foolish. As he spoke, Su Ming retrieved a gourd from his spatial ring, stating, Sister, I discovered this spirit milk in the 10,000 Great Mountains, which will aid in healing your beasts. Please take it. He placed it down and turned to leave, while Yang Lungan gazed at the gourd in a daze. Chapter 84, Supergrowth. Exiting Yang Lungan's quarters, Su Ming felt a pang of regret. He had worked hard to acquire that spirit milk, only to part with it so easily. He shook his head helplessly. His position on the heaven list was now firmly established, and with that status came the privileges it granted. Arriving at the sect's library, the elder guarding the entrance remained steadfast as ever. Curious, Su Ming employed his probing technique. Suddenly, the elder shot him a glance. A smile gracing his face as he remarked, Young man, it's rather impolite to stare. Su Ming quickly bowed, feeling embarrassed. The disparity in strength had led to his swift discovery. Producing his heaven list disciple identity token, he received permission and ascended the stairs. The advanced techniques were not permitted to be taken out of the library, necessitating daily visits to study them. However, this posed little challenge for Su Ming, as he could utilize enhancement points to forcibly learn the techniques once he accessed the secret texts. As Su Ming ascended to the highest floor, he discovered several individuals from the inner sect's celestial rankings engaged in their studies. Within the entire library, there existed merely 5 volumes of celestial techniques, and with 4 individuals present, each had claimed one, leaving Su Ming with no choice but to take the last dusty tome and commence his studies. The title of the technique was Supergrowth. Su Ming silently recited the name of this technique, and in the next moment, he utilized his enhancement points to thoroughly comprehend it. With his eyes closed, Su Ming meticulously sensed the applications of this technique. Supergrowth was a technique leaning towards a more simplistic approach, primarily beneficial for certain beasts, although it could potentially yield lesser effects for others. The technique allowed for a rapid enlargement of a beast's stature, consequently amplifying its strength. After contemplating for some time, Su Ming found it perplexing that this technique was categorized as celestial grade, considering it merely involved enlargement. Junior brother, you might want to reconsider investing your time in this technique. Celestial techniques are inherently difficult to master, and even some profound techniques surpass it in efficacy. Take my advice and abandon it, one of the men advised. Su Ming raised his gaze and replied, Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. But the other techniques are already occupied, and I must first explore this one. Very well, just don't waste too much time. It truly lacks merit. Upon realizing the absence of other techniques to study, the man turned to leave, while Su Ming continued to digest the information of supergrowth. Indeed, as the man had mentioned, those on the celestial rankings rarely chose to learn this technique, given its daunting difficulty and lackluster results, which explained why it had accumulated dust by the time Su Ming picked it up. However, as Su Ming delved deeper into supergrowth, he began to uncover the reason behind its celestial classification, a secret seemingly overlooked even by the elders of the Heavenly Journey sect. The rapid enlargement of size was merely a superficial effect. The technique's true strength lay in its ability to accelerate the growth rate of beasts. In simple terms, the introductory level of supergrowth could bestow a 2-fold increase in growth speed, while achieving perfection could amplify this to a staggering 16-fold, akin to adding a 6-star talent. Breathing heavily, Su Ming realized that, by this calculation, his beasts, which typically required a year to advance each tier upon reaching the Lord level, could now do so within a month. Su Ming's beasts, unlike others, required significantly more time to grow due to the enhancement of their skills, thus making supergrowth a timely boon for him. Gently, he returned the tome to its place. Recognizing his limited enhancement points prevented him from fully mastering this technique for himself. Being a celestial technique, raising its proficiency would indeed demand an exorbitant amount of enhancement points. A rough estimate suggested that elevating a single beast's celestial technique from novice to perfection would require approximately 8 million enhancement points. Feeling overwhelmed by such an astronomical figure, Su Ming was suddenly interrupted by a voice. Junior brother, do you have a moment to chat? He quickly regained his composure and turned to see it was Lu Xening. Certainly, he replied, following her out of the library after noting the technique he had studied. Before long, they arrived at a pavilion in the middle of a lake. Su Ming curiously admired the scenery, having never been there before. Please take a seat, junior brother, Lu Xening encouraged, to which he nodded and sat before her. You are Lu Xening, the senior sister, correct? He inquired. Surprised, she responded, How did you know it was me? Just a feeling, he replied. Lu Xening smiled slightly and continued, Then you must be aware that we share the same master. Su Ming nodded, pondering what business Lu Xening could have with him. I wish to inquire about the technique of the mirror clone. How did you manage to master it within a month? I have struggled for a year without success. This caught Su Ming off guard. He had no idea how to articulate his learning process. Senior sister. The key to the mirror clone lies in how to swiftly channel spiritual energy to create an illusionary clone, he explained. Lu Zining and Su Ming spent the afternoon in the pavilion, and Su Ming found himself fabricating countless explanations based on his understanding of the technique. Remarkably, it seemed Lu Zining truly began to grasp the concepts he was sharing. Thank you, junior brother. You have been a tremendous help. I have a feeling I will soon be able to master the mirror clone, she exclaimed, excitedly embracing him. This left Su Ming momentarily flustered. And as Lu Zining realized her unintentional breach of propriety, she blushed and released him, creating a brief atmosphere of awkwardness. Junior brother, what techniques did you study today? Perhaps I could assist you in some way. Oh, I was examining supergrowth, he replied. Why would you choose that? It is a waste of time, and its effectiveness in enhancing one's strength is minimal. No one in the sect is willing to invest time in learning it, she remarked. Smiling gently, Su Ming replied. Senior sister, there is more to supergrowth than meets the eye. What do you mean by that? Lu Zining asked, her curiosity piqued. The primary enhancement of supergrowth is not in immediate combat capabilities, but rather in accelerating the growth rate of beasts, Su Ming elucidated, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Are you jesting, junior brother? Lu Zining questioned, her expression skeptical, as the implications of such a celestial technique, if true, would surely have been discovered by the sect elders. Su Ming nodded and continued. Perhaps the elders have overlooked this deeper effect, as mastering a celestial technique consumes an inordinate amount of time. Lu Zining gazed at Su Ming in astonishment, her voice trembling as she asked, Have you truly mastered it? Her look conveyed an overwhelming sense of disbelief. As if to say, is it really so difficult? Junior brother, is this your innate talent? She pressed further. What? Are you asking if my proficiency in techniques stems from talent? It might be, though I'm uncertain, he replied. Well then, thank you for enlightening me today, she said appreciatively. By the way, senior sister, I heard you also learned a celestial technique from the sect leader. May I inquire what it is? You didn't know? Su Ming shook his head, prompting Lu Zining to settle down and explain. The celestial technique I am studying is called Heavenly Divine Art. Its primary effect is to enhance the explosive power of spell attacks by beasts, resulting in formidable force. Su Ming nodded, feeling a lingering sense of inadequacy. While his phoenix and holy dragon were not lacking, their performance felt rather ordinary. This was primarily due to their protective techniques rather than offensive capabilities. Must it be learned solely from the sect leader? He asked. Lu Zining confirmed. This technique is handed down through the sect leader's lineage, and only 2 disciples in the entire academy have mastered it. And who is the other? He inquired. The esteemed disciple of the sect master, the current senior brother of the Heavenly Journey sect, Du Jingyu, was approached by Su Ming, who, with a devilish smile, inquired curiously. Sister, who among you two is stronger? Well, Lu Zining hesitated, but before she could respond, Su Ming continued, I need not hear your answer. I can already guess it must be you, sister. Surely that fellow doesn't dare to pursue you, does he? How do you know? Lu Zining exclaimed in surprise, only to realize she had spoken too freely. She quickly covered her face with her hands to mask her embarrassment. Of course, it's evident. With your beauty, sister, it's hard to imagine anyone in the inner sect not being enamored by you. Besides, you are the senior sister, and he is the senior brother. You two complement each other perfectly. Observing Su Ming's teasing demeanor, Lu Zining felt a surge of irritation. Su Ming, how dare you jest about your senior sister? And no, I truly didn't mean it, sister. Su Ming pleaded, just as a voice echoed from a distance. Sister. The two turned to see Yang Lingon, standing not far away, looking rather like a scolded child as she gazed at them. Junior brother, I shall take my leave now. We can chat another time. All right, sister. As Lu Zining departed, Su Ming remained in the pavilion, admiring the surrounding scenery. Sister, how is it that you are with Su Ming? Yang Lingon asked, her tone tinged with jealousy. Seeing Lu Zining remain silent, smiling at her, Yang Lingon's temper flared. Sister, you are still laughing. I'm not laughing at you. Su Ming truly possesses talent, and is not merely a name. Your defeat was well-deserved. Humph, what talent does he possess? If not for his mirroring technique, which allows him to overwhelm me with numbers, how could he possibly win? Then why don't you go learn from my master? Su Ming's ability to master the mirroring technique is indeed impressive. Moreover, he has shared with me a secret, one that the sect is unaware of. Would you like to know? Though Yang Lingon was curious, she stubbornly replied, who would want to know Su Ming's secret? I don't care. Realizing how to tease her junior sister, Lu Zining sighed dramatically. Ah, what a pity it would be if Su Ming were to reveal this secret to the sect master. You might not even get the chance to learn it. At that moment, Su Ming happened to walk by them on his way back. Junior brother. Is what you just said true? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but quickly noticed Yang Ling gone. Her head turned away, yet her ears perked up. He understood Lu Xining's intent. Indeed, sister, you should hurry and learn it. I will be reporting to the sect master and our master shortly. What are you two talking about? Yang Lingon could not contain her excitement. Junior sister, weren't you just saying you didn't want to know? Realizing she had been tricked, Yang Lingon floundered, pointing at Su Ming. He has taken my territory. How can I not know his secret? Su Ming, quickly tell your senior sister what it is. With a wry smile, Su Ming glanced at Lu Xining, who nodded in encouragement. He revealed the hidden applications of the super growth technique, a level 1 divine power. Su Ming, you aren't making this up, are you? If it truly possesses such effects, surely the sect master would be aware. Yang Lingon remained skeptical, recognizing that mastery of cultivation was fundamental to the prowess of beast tamers. Su Ming's abilities had thoroughly overshadowed her, especially given the number of clones he had lost. With a resigned shrug, Su Ming addressed Yang Lingon, sister. Whether you believe it or not is up to you, but I must report this to the sect. If the entire sect learns of it later, that divine technique will be sought after, and I shall have no part in it. Yang Lingon turned to Lu Xining, realizing she was the only one among them who had yet to master a level 1 divine technique. The prospect of acquiring a suitable one, especially one like supergrowth, was immensely appealing. Though Yang Lingon had previously considered it, she had refrained, thinking that merely increasing size and strength paled in comparison to other divine techniques. But witnessing Lu Xining's nod of approval, she could no longer conceal her ambition. Su Ming, just you wait. Once I master supergrowth, I will reclaim my territory. As Yang Lingon dashed towards the library, both Su Ming and Lu Xining could not help but laugh. Junior brother, are you truly going to report this to the sect? Lu Xining asked, her expression laced with concern. After all, Yang Lingon's talent was evident, and it was unlikely she could master a level 1 divine technique as swiftly as Su Ming had. Confused, Su Ming replied, sister, what are you implying? What am I supposed to report? Oh, by the way, I have accepted a task in the outer sect and must take my leave now. As he walked away, Lu Xining wore a faint smile. Chapter 86, The Disappearance of Su Ming. In the conference hall of the Heavenly Journey sect, Lin Tianxing sat in the foremost position, surrounded by several deans of the outer sect and a multitude of elders. Ladies and gentlemen, does anyone have any objections regarding the opening of the Heavenly Journey secret realm? Lin Tianxing surveyed the assembly, his authoritative presence commanding attention. Well, since no one speaks, I shall take it as a consensus. I have gathered you all today primarily to deliberate on the selection of 50 individuals to enter the Heavenly Journey secret realm. This is fundamental to the foundation of our sect, thus those chosen must possess exemplary character and outstanding talent. As Lin Tianxing's words concluded, the hall erupted in discussion. After all, the allure of the Heavenly Journey secret realm was undeniable, and the elders were eager to ensure their disciples, or those close to them, would be among the chosen. Sectmaster, I believe we should prioritize those with superior talent. Once the Heavenly Journey secret realm is opened, it will not be accessible again for several years, making the future paramount. I cannot concur with Elder Su's viewpoint. If we select only the most talented, they will still require time to grow. How will we fare in the upcoming Southern Continent sect competition? This impacts our sect's reputation and resources. Indeed, Sectmaster, the Heavenly Journey sect has not achieved notable results in many years. If this continues, we risk falling from the ranks of the top sections. The discussions persisted, and Lin Tianxing recognized the concerns of the elders. Rising to his feet, he declared, of the 50, 40 will be chosen from the top 40 of the heavenly rankings. The remaining 10 will be decided by a unified vote among the elders and deans. Exchanging glances, most attendees had no objections. Lin Tianxing nodded and continued. Since there is no opposition, let us proceed with the announcement. The Heavenly Journey secret realm will open in 1 month, with the top 40 of the heavenly rankings determining the final choices. Sectmaster, what of the remaining 10? How shall we select them? Each of you elders and deans should nominate your preferred 10 candidates. The top 10 from the vote will enter. This matter must remain confidential. Yes, we shall obey the sect master's orders. Before long, all disciples within the inner sect received the news. The top 40 beast tamers of the heavenly rankings would be permitted entry into the Heavenly Journey secret realm. At that moment, Su Ming had already departed from the Heavenly Journey sect. With insufficient enhancement points and the addition of supergrowth, he was determined to maximize his proficiency in this divine technique. At the summit of the Boundary Mountain, many disciples from the heavenly ranking have begun to flex their muscles. While they may find it difficult to contend with the top 10, those ranked in the 30s have already become coveted tickets to the celestial secret realm in the eyes of all. In the 88th courtyard of the Boundary Mountain, Yang Lungin had long prepared a place for Su Ming in midair, yet he had yet to see anyone occupy it. Shurtingi, growing increasingly anxious, was losing her patience. The spot for Su Ming had been unanimously agreed upon by all the elders, yet more than half a month had passed with no sign of him. The celestial secret realm would not delay its opening for Su Ming's absence. If his disappearance thwarted Lin Tianqing's plans, it would be utterly embarrassing for her as his junior. At that moment, Su Ming had been struggling through the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains for several days. He had already distanced himself from the borders of the Azure Blue Kingdom and had lost track of his whereabouts. In truth, Su Ming had not intended to venture so far, but the lower-tier ferocious beasts within the 10,000 Great Mountains had nearly been exterminated by him. If he continued his relentless slaughter, it would not be long before a venerable beast personally came to suppress him. Nevertheless, Su Ming had not forgotten about the celestial secret realm. After all, his pursuit of the heavenly ranking was motivated by his desire to enter it. He had even invested a substantial bottle of spirit milk in this endeavor, a precious resource that, when consumed by a beast, could not only enhance its physique but also shorten its growth period. It was nearly time to depart. Missing the celestial secret realm might result in severe consequences from his teacher. 5 days later, with only 10 days remaining until the celestial secret realm opened, Shurtingi still had not seen Su Ming. Junior sister, do you truly have no idea where Su Ming has gone? Lin Tianqing inquired, his own anxiety palpable. It was a rare opportunity to have a disciple who had mastered the art of mirror duplication. If they missed the celestial secret realm, their strength might not be sufficient to represent the celestial sect in the upcoming grand competition. After our meeting that day, I went to find him, but he was nowhere to be found. Could he have gone to the 10,000 Great Mountains to train? Shurtingi replied, I checked, but there was no sign of Su Ming. Just as their concern reached a boiling point, a knock echoed from the door of Shurtingi's courtyard. Master, it is Su Ming, came his voice from outside. Both Lin Tianqing and Shurtingi sighed in relief and exchanged glances of relief. Shurtingi, feigning sternness, was eager to reprimand Su Ming. Lin Tianqing smiled faintly and quietly exited through the back door of Shurtingi's courtyard. Su Ming slowly entered, finding Shurtingi lounging comfortably in the rocking chair he had given her, which brought him joy. Master, I've returned. What do you mean by returning? Shurtingi's languid voice caught Su Ming off guard. Weren't you speaking of the celestial secret realm? He asked, bewildered. It has already opened. You are late, Shurtingi replied, glancing at Su Ming to gauge his reaction. To her surprise, he did not exhibit much disappointment, instead sighing, I actually missed it? Well, it is what it is. Since it has opened, I shall continue my training outside. Upon hearing this, Shurtingi's resolve hardened. She could not allow him to leave again. If he ventured out now, he would be gone for at least a month, and with only 10 days left until the celestial secret realm opened, he might truly miss the opportunity. All right. It hasn't opened yet. Su Ming paused, turning back to look at Shurtingi, who felt her cheeks flush under his gaze. She quickly asserted her authority as a master. Hurry back to prepare. The celestial secret realm is not a pie falling from the sky. Without strength, you won't gain any benefits. Su Ming grinned, amused by his master's playful demeanor. Yes, disciple obeys. However, he did not leave but instead retrieved a gourd from his spatial ring. Master, this is spirit milk I discovered in the 10,000 Great Mountains. I present it to you. Please don't be upset. Shurtingi blinked in surprise. You found spirit milk? Su Ming sheepishly scratched his head. I intended to give it to you last time, but I ended up giving it to that senior sister from the heavenly ranking I defeated. Fortunately, I found another one this time. Shurtingi accepted the gourd without hesitation. While spirit milk is indeed precious, to her, it was merely an ordinary item. What mattered was that it came from her disciple. After handing over the spirit milk, Su Ming returned to the Boundary Mountain. He wondered if Yang Lungin had moved out yet. Having relinquished his previous residence back to the sect, he was concerned that if she had not vacated, he might need to seek temporary lodging from Buffet. Chapter 87. A visit from two women. Su Ming pushed open the courtyard door, and the silence of the nightmare hinted that Yang Lungin had indeed departed. Observing his new living quarters, which had previously been Yang Lungin's, he noted the abundance of a youthful aura. Stepping inside, he found that although she had made an effort to take her belongings, some items inevitably remained after years of habitation. Gazing at the pink walls adorned with various drawings, likely her handiwork during moments of boredom, and the modestly sized bed, he surmised that the spacious room must have been used for summoning her beasts to rest, as it was common for a girl living alone in such a large courtyard to feel somewhat insecure. At that moment, a familiar voice called him from outside. Su Ming hurried out to find Yang Lungin and Lu Zining standing at the entrance, watching him intently. Two senior sisters, he greeted. Yang Lungin, hands on her hips, looked at Su Ming with mock annoyance. Su Ming, why aren't you letting us in? Is this how you welcome the previous owner of your little courtyard? No. Please come in, senior sisters. I was merely curious as to why you came to visit me. Su Ming quickly smiled and ushered them inside. He retrieved a jar of drink from his ring, which piqued the curiosity of both women. Su Ming, what is this? I've never seen it before, Yang Lungen asked, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. This is a specialty from my hometown. You should know that I am not from the southern province. I came to the celestial sect out of admiration, he explained. Quick, pour it out for us to taste. Yang Lungen and Lu Xingning had no reason to doubt Su Ming's words, for the celestial sect was renowned throughout the Tianhua world. Many had traveled great distances to study under its teachings. Observing the dark, bubbling beverage in Su Ming's hand, Yang Lungen expressed her concerns. Su Ming, this isn't tea poison, is it? You're not trying to poison us, are you? Senior sister, what benefit would I gain from poisoning you? If you don't believe me, I can drink it in front of you, Su Ming replied, raising the cup and downing it in one gulp, experiencing a sensation of exhilaration like never before. At that moment, Lu Xingning gently nudged Yang Lungen, recognizing her junior sister's somewhat fiery temperament. Yang Lungen cautiously took a sip from her cup, and after just a small taste, her eyes sparkled with delight. Senior sister, this is truly delicious. Lu Xingning, albeit with a hint of skepticism, lifted her cup and took a sip, as she did not have particularly high standards when it came to food. Su Ming observed as the two consumed the carbonated beverages with gusto, a slight smile creeping onto his lips. The allure of fizzy drinks is simply irresistible. Unless one is allergic, of course. By the way, senior sister, what brings you here? Lu Xingning inquired. She seemed quite calm after finishing her drink. But Yang Lungen was a different story, eagerly requesting Su Ming for more. In no time, the provisions he had brought were entirely consumed by Yang Lungen. We happened to be looking for you. Lungen mentioned she thought she saw you return, so we came to check, Lu Xingning replied with a faint smile. At that moment, Yang Lungen chimed in, turning to Su Ming. Su Ming, have you already qualified for entry into the Heavenly Journey Secret Realm? Su Ming abruptly raised his head, gazing at Yang Lungen with curiosity. Senior sister, how did you know? Your senior sister has been in the sect for 4 years. How could I possibly not be aware of such matters? Yang Lungen retorted. Speaking of which, how many years have you been in the sect, senior sister Lu? Su Ming asked, his interest piqued. Me? This is my 6th year. I suppose that qualifies me as a senior sister, Lu Xingning replied with a hint of self-deprecation. Su Ming nodded in understanding. In this world, spending over a decade training within a sect was hardly remarkable, as the sect was the sole pathway to power. Only those beast tamers who felt their chances of advancement were bleak would choose to re-enter the secular world. Is there a quota for entering the Heavenly Journey Secret Realm? Su Ming inquired, intrigued, given that the announcement came after his departure, and his own entry was communicated directly by his master. Did you not know? There are 50 slots in the Heavenly Journey Secret Realm, 40 reserved for the top 40 on the heavenly rankings, and the remaining 10 for promising stars like you, who are valued by the elders of the entire sect. Yang Lungen added, have you two already entered? After speaking, Su Ming instinctively covered his mouth. Given that Yang Lungen was ranked 80-something, it seemed improbable she would secure a spot. Yang Lungen noticed Su Ming's gaze and immediately straightened up, declaring, what kind of look is that, Su Ming? Yes, I managed to enter, all right. Senior sister, weren't you ranked 89? How did you suddenly rise to the 40th rank? Lu Xingning interjected, clarifying, Lungen previously refrained from competing because she was reluctant to leave this small courtyard. Her strength has long been among the top 40. Then doesn't that make me among the top 40 as well? Su Ming asked, puzzled. The two women nodded. Although Yang Lungen was reluctant to admit it, Su Ming, with his mastery of certain extraordinary techniques, could indeed contend with those in the top 40. Senior sister, have you ever entered the Heavenly Journey Secret Realm in your 6 years here? Su Ming questioned, still unfamiliar with the concept of the secret realm. Lu Xingning shook her head and replied, when I joined, it was said that the Heavenly Journey Secret Realm was also open that year. But I had just entered and missed the opportunity. However, over these 6 years, I have learned quite a bit about it. The Heavenly Journey Secret Realm is a domain unique to our sect. It possesses its own world, albeit small in size. It is said to contain a divine temple, where one can earn corresponding rewards by completing certain tasks. Furthermore, the spiritual energy within the realm is abundant, making cultivation there several times more effective than in the outside world. Several times. Is the air not saturated with spiritual energy? Su Ming exclaimed, incredulous at Lu Xingning's words. With such a concentration of spiritual energy, it was as if it were raining spiritual energy within the Heavenly Journey Secret Realm. Lu Xingning shook her head, saying, that's what I've heard. I'm quite certain of it. The senior brother should know more. This was the second time Su Ming had heard the mention of the senior brother from Lu Xingning. He turned to Yang Lungen, casting her a questioning glance. But she seemed to ignore him entirely, turning her gaze away. With a gentle smile, Lu Xingning rose and said, all right, junior brother, we shall not disturb you any longer. Please rest well. Chapter 88, The Challenge from Buffet. After bidding farewell to Lu Xingning and Yang Lungen, Su Ming intended to take a moment to rest. However, the next instant, a familiar voice rang out from outside the courtyard. Upon opening the door, he found Buffet along with Qin Shuani and Bai Ling. Buffet, what brings the three of you here? Su Ming asked, somewhat surprised, as he had not seen them for over a month. What is wrong, Su Ming? Are we not welcome? Buffet replied with a slight smile. Haha, of course not. Please come in. I'm just curious how you knew I was here. As he welcomed them inside, Bai Ling marveled at the size of Su Ming's courtyard, exclaiming, Su Ming, your courtyard is quite spacious. Too bad outsiders aren't allowed in the inner courtyard. Otherwise, I would have moved in with you. I've only just settled in myself. But speaking of which, how did you find out I was here? Su Ming inquired, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Su Ming, news of you challenging the heavenly ranking disciples as a newly initiated inner disciple has spread throughout the sect. How could we not know? Bai Ling responded. Indeed, Su Ming. You've been rather elusive. We're still uncertain of your true strength. Su Ming remained silent. He had not accurately gauged his own power, but estimated it to be around the mid-level of the extraordinary. You three didn't come to the inner sect just to catch up with me, did you? Su Ming observed, discerning that they had ulterior motives for their visit. Hee. Su Ming, I must tell you, Buffet and Qin Shuani have been granted entry into the Heavenly Journey secret realm, Bai Ling said cheerfully. Though Su Ming could sense her underlying disappointment, since she was the only one among the four not entering the secret realm. Gently ruffling Bai Ling's petite head, Su Ming offered consolation. It's all right. You can try again next time. Although Bai Ling recognized it as a comforting remark, she nodded earnestly in agreement. Qin Shuani had barely spoken since entering, prompting Su Ming to ask, Shuani, why are you so quiet? While Qin Shuani was naturally reserved, her silence among their small group felt somewhat excessive. I don't know what to say, she stammered. Su Ming shook his head, catching a glimpse of her having grown a bit, though his reference was not to her age. At that moment, Buffet stood up and addressed Su Ming. Su Ming, let us have a match. I want to see how far I am from you, but you cannot use your mirror clones. Su Ming regarded Buffet with a slight smile. Buffet, what is your current cultivation level? Leader of the 8th tier. I should be close to you, right? I'm at the 4th tier of the leader rank. Do you still want to fight me? Su Ming replied, genuinely reluctant to discourage him. Buffet looked at Su Ming in astonishment, but despite his surprise, he gritted his teeth and said, I still want to fight. I want to see how much distance lies between us. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming finally agreed. All right. He understood that Buffet was a competitive individual and viewed Su Ming as a target to pursue. If he declined the challenge, it would hinder Buffet's cultivation progress. It was essential to provide Buffet with an attainable yet aspirational goal. Let us head to my backyard. Every little courtyard in the inner sect has a small combat arena for beast tamers to duel. Wow, is it true? No wonder everyone wants to come to the inner court. I heard that the disciples there can access the secrets of the library. Is that true, Su Ming? Bai Ling inquired, tugging at the shy Qin Shuani, who followed closely behind Su Ming. Sort of, but not entirely. Only those on the heavenly ranking can access everything. The earth ranking disciples can only view earth level and below techniques, while ordinary inner sect disciples are restricted to learning mystical level techniques. Well, that's still quite good. I've only just mastered one earth level technique. These secret arts are so difficult to learn. Don't you think so, Shuani? Bai Ling sighed, seeking solace from Qin Shuani. But upon seeing her expression, she sighed again. Alas, Shuani, you already know 2 techniques, and here I am, with only one. Noticing Bai Ling's dejected demeanor, Qin Shuani quickly responded, No, Bai Ling, you're impressive. You're learning an earth-level technique. I might not even be able to defeat you. Though Qin Shuani's words somewhat uplifted Bai Ling's spirits, the effect was minimal. Su Ming offered no consolation. For it was a journey Bai Ling had to undertake on her own. The comfort of others would be of little consequence. The 4 of them maneuvered past the front house and arrived at the rear courtyard. The arena was laid with the hardest granite to prevent inner sect disciples from inadvertently demolishing the back mountain during their battles. Such a robust surface could mitigate some of the destruction caused by powerful beast tamers. Go, Buffet! Go, Buffet! The 2 girls rallied beside Buffet, which made Su Ming, standing nearby, uncomfortable. He quickly interjected, Hey, why aren't you 2 cheering for me? I need encouragement too. Su Ming, what encouragement do you need? Buffet can't possibly defeat you. If we cheer for you, he'll just lose faster. Buffet looked at Bai Ling in confusion. Are you sent by Su Ming to undermine me? Realizing Buffet's gaze, Bai Ling quickly corrected herself. Buffet, you're the best. Su Ming is relying solely on his mirror clone technique, which he can't use now. He can't bully you with numbers. Go, Buffet. You specialize in mental attacks. You can definitely defeat him. All right, I'll do my best. Su Ming approached Buffet and suggested, How about we refrain from commanding our beasts? Otherwise, it might seem like I'm taking advantage of you. Buffet. Knowing Su Ming's reputation as a battle fanatic who sought out ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Great Mountains at every opportunity, replied, "No way. Your beasts have seen countless battles. I have to study techniques every day, and my battles are mostly alongside Bai Ling and the others. If we don't command, I'll be at a disadvantage. You can refrain from directing, but I'll lead." "Fine." Su Ming nodded and summoned his phoenix, holy dragon, and nightmare. "Su Ming, where are your other two beasts?" Bu Fei asked, puzzled by the presence of only three. "Let us just use these three. They are all at the commander level. Not yet at the lord level. Your beasts can't all be commander 8th tier, either. This seems fairer." Bu Fei considered this, realizing that using beasts of the same caliber as Su Ming's would better highlight the disparity in their techniques. Chapter 89. Overwhelming Bu Fei. Bu Fei summoned his three strongest beasts, the Spirit Doll, the Demon Spirit, and the Dream Eater. The Dream Eater, akin to the Nightmare, possessed vastly different abilities. Wielding a scythe like a harbinger of death, its aura indeed overshadowed Su Ming's. The Phoenix and Holy Dragon were both at Commander 9th tier, while the Nightmare, having consumed numerous souls, had surpassed even them in growth speed. Bu Fei's strength was undeniably formidable. Among mental attribute beast tamers, he was indeed an exceptional presence. His three beasts were not significantly inferior to Su Ming's, and the mental attacks posed a greater risk to his own beasts, prompting Su Ming to remain vigilant. "Su Ming, remember the agreement. You can't command," Bu Fei warned, eyeing him suspiciously. Su Ming smiled gently. "Rest assured, I won't." Looking at Bu Fei and his beasts, even Bu Fei himself didn't realize that his original intention to spar with Su Ming had transformed into a quest to avoid being defeated. With the mirror clone technique unavailable, only the Phoenix and Holy Dragon had a shield to rely upon, while the Nightmare could only utilize a magical cannon. His advantage lay in the level of skills and proficiency with techniques. Bu Fei had witnessed the Spirit Doll's prowess during the last entrance competition and knew he had to guard against its control. The Demon Spirit's strongest skill involved unleashing a tremendous mental explosion within the mental space of the beasts, which could leave those with lower mental power dazed or even lead to death. In truth, Su Ming felt relatively unconcerned. With over 200 souls, the Nightmare's mental power surpassed that of Bu Fei's three beasts combined. As long as the Nightmare executed a mental attack, Bu Fei's beasts would quickly succumb. However, resorting to such tactics would undoubtedly deliver a crushing blow to Bu Fei, as the disparity was suffocating. The Nightmare understood this too. It considered itself the elder brother of the Phoenix and Holy Dragon. During Bu Fei's beast attacks, it would consistently safeguard them with its formidable mental power, a muscle memory forged through countless battles. "Spirit Doll, restrain those two flying beasts." Su Ming, what are your beasts called?" Bu Fei asked, unsure of their names. "Just call them Phoenix and Holy Dragon," Su Ming replied softly beside him. "All right, Spirit Doll, restrain the Phoenix and Holy Dragon. Their mental power is weaker." Following his commands, Bu Fei turned to Su Ming, a hint of provocation in his eyes. "So, Su Ming, how's my command? Once your two beasts are under my Spirit Doll's control, your Nightmare will be left defenseless, and then you're bound to lose." Su Ming remained silent, but Bai Ling and Qin Shuani quickly discerned the issue. "Bu Fei, take a look at your Spirit Doll. It seems it hasn't managed to control Su Ming's beasts." "Yeah, Bu Fei. And it appears that the two beasts meant to restrain the Nightmare have been countered as well. They look like they're about to fall asleep." Bai Ling and Qin Shuani observed Bu Fei's three beasts, realizing they seemed on the verge of collapse. How could this happen? Bu Fei stared incredulously at his beasts. Turning to Su Ming, he asked in disbelief, "Su Ming, just how high is your Nightmare's mental power? It can counteract my three beasts all on its own. Just a bit. Call them, and they'll wake up. Otherwise, if my beasts attack now, yours might get hurt." Su Ming pointed to the Phoenix and Holy Dragon circling above. Bu Fei scoffed, realizing Su Ming was merely reluctant to harm his beasts, and hastily shouted, "Spirit Doll, Demon Spirit, Dream Eater, wake up now." As he called out the name of the Dream Eater, Bu Fei felt a burning embarrassment wash over him. He couldn't believe his own Dream Eater was being put to sleep by another beast. Dream Eater, Scythe of Death. The moment Bu Fei unleashed this skill, he felt his entire body relax. "Su Ming, this is my most formidable attack. Should you manage to withstand it, I shall indeed be defeated." Yet, in the next moment, that Scythe of Death seemed to vanish without a trace, causing not a single ripple. Bai Ling and Qin Xianyi, witnessing this, hurried to Bu Fei's side to offer their consolation. "Bu Fei, do not compare yourself to Su Ming. He is not of this world." Su Ming nodded repeatedly, yet he felt a sense of disquiet. Was this a compliment or an insult? However, as Bai Ling and Qin Xianyi exchanged knowing glances, Su Ming began to comprehend their intent. A moment later, Bu Fei suddenly lifted his head, startling both Bai Ling and Qin Xianyi. Su Ming, rest assured. I will never lose faith. I am determined to defeat you. Su Ming paused, slightly taken aback, then nodded in agreement. I await your challenge. All right. It has been ages since we last met. Let us go for barbecue. I am craving it, Su Ming. So am I, Bai Ling and Qin Xian, he added eagerly. Gazing expectantly at Su Ming. The cola has run out. I will have to fetch some during my next visit home. Perhaps after we return from the Tianqing secret realm. I can bring some back for you. Very well then, I shall settle for barbecue. Su Ming, you still have the ingredients, correct? Bai Ling inquired. Her voice tinged with disappointment. Yes, I do. Let us prepare the feast here. My place is spacious, and staying the night discreetly should not raise any suspicions. Su Ming replied, looking at the three of them. Upon hearing Su Ming's invitation to stay the night, the two girls' eyes sparkled with excitement. Okay. You all begin to prepare the fire. I will go fetch two others, our senior sisters. With that, Su Ming stepped outside. Bai Ling and Qin Xian exchanged puzzled glances, wondering how Su Ming had managed to charm senior sisters so quickly after joining the inner sect. Reaching the courtyard of Lu Xening, who ranked first on the heavenly list, he found her easily. Now, Su Ming was uncertain of Yang Lungen's residence, hoping she might be with Lu Xening. He knocked on Lu Xening's door, and a voice responded from within. Moments later, Lu Xening slowly opened the gate. Junior brother? What brings you here? She asked, perplexed, given that she had just departed from Su Ming's presence with Yang Lungen. Senior sister, my junior brothers and sisters from the outer sect have come to find me. We are planning to have barbecue. Would you and senior sister Yang Lungen care to join us? Su Ming asked, his eyes full of anticipation. Barbecue? Lu Xening looked at him quizzically. Indeed. Do you not enjoy barbecue, senior sister? I have prepared in abundance, all sourced from my hunts in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Su Ming nodded, recalling how the fearsome beasts, though savage, yielded exceptionally delectable meat. I am uncertain. Let me check if Lungen wishes to join, Lu Xening replied, nodding before heading off to find Yang Lungen. Su Ming initially intended to follow, but Lu Xening suggested he return first, asserting that if Yang Lungen was unwilling, it would be futile for him to ask. Upon returning to the small courtyard, Buffet and the others had already kindled the fire. Su Ming, why are you back so late? We have been waiting for your meat. What about the senior sisters? Bai Ling inquired as she noticed Su Ming returning alone. As for the senior sisters, I am unsure if they will join. Let us start without them, Su Ming replied, shaking his head, bemused that anyone could refuse barbecue. He retrieved the carefully prepared ingredients for grilling from his spatial ring, all premium cuts from ferocious beasts. Bai Ling, the most transparent among the four, immediately lunged for the large chunks of meat. I shall grill. Su Ming, observing her eagerness, asked in confusion, are you sure you can handle it? I can. I have eaten it countless times. How could I possibly not know how to grill? I am not a fool, Bai Ling asserted confidently. Su Ming turned to the others, inquiring, what do you both think? Should I let Bai Ling take over? Bai Ling looked at Buffet and Qin Xian, her eyes gleaming with hope. Bai Ling, I think it is better for Su Ming to do it. He is the expert, after all. He spends his days in the wild and knows more about grilling, Buffet suggested, glancing away from Bai Ling. I concur with Buffet. Let Su Ming handle the grilling for us, Qin Xian added. Ah, even you, Xian? Bai Ling exclaimed in dismay. Just then, a knock echoed from the door. Su Ming opened it to find Lu Xening and Yang Lungen standing there. Su Ming, I heard from senior sister that you are grilling. It smells divine. Let me in quickly. I am starving, Yang Lungen exclaimed, pushing past Su Ming into the courtyard. Seeing the two senior sisters arrive, Bai Ling obediently stood up to greet them. Senior sisters, these are my three friends from the outer sect. Buffet and Qin Xian will also be entering the Tianqing secret realm. Yang Lungen nodded amiably. Hello? So you are friends of this little rascal, Su Ming. This courtyard used to belong to me. Lu Xening smiled gently. Greetings to you all. Hello, senior sisters, they chorused. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Su Ming quickly interjected. Please, make yourselves comfortable. I have prepared enough meat for everyone to feast heartily. Hours later, Yang Lungen, Bai Ling, Buffet, Qin Xian, and Su Ming lay sprawled on the ground, their bellies full, disregarding the cleanliness of the ground beneath them. Su Ming, you should have mentioned your culinary skills sooner. It seems your time in the 10,000 Great Mountains was not in vain, Yang Lungen remarked, gazing up at the sky. Senior sister, if you enjoyed it, you are welcome to come often. I have plenty of meat in my spatial ring, Su Ming replied. At that moment, he turned to the ethereal Lu Xening and asked, Senior sister, do you not relish barbecue? I have not seen you partake. Lu Xening shook her head gently, replying, Not really. I am simply full. Unlike you all who continue to force-feed yourselves. Afterward, Bai Ling and Qin Xian were taken to Yang Lungen's courtyard, ostensibly to avoid having the two girls stay with the boys. The remaining days flew by swiftly. When the day of the Tianqing secret realm's opening arrived, Su Ming and Bu Fei followed closely behind in the procession, arriving at the forbidden grounds of Tianqing sect's rear mountain. Lin Tianqing turned to the 50 individuals behind him and spoke solemnly. Behind me lies the sole entrance to the Tianqing secret realm within our sect. You are the most promising and strongest beast masters of this generation. The future of Tianqing sect rests upon your shoulders. We pledge to serve Tianqing sect with unwavering dedication until our last breath. The eldest brother, Du Feng, proclaimed first. We pledge to serve Tianqing sect with unwavering dedication until our last breath. The echoes of the Tianqing sect disciples' fervent declarations reverberated through the air above the forbidden grounds. Lin Tianqing raised his hand, signaling for silence. Instantly, the area fell into a profound hush. The Tianqing secret realm is the foundation of our sect's establishment. Within its confines, no conflicts are permitted, and any occurrences within must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, one shall face relentless pursuit by Tianqing sect. Lin Tianqing meticulously outlined an array of precautions. After a considerable duration, Lin Tianqing turned around and retrieved a talisman from his waist. Channeling his spiritual energy into it, a beam of light shot forth, striking the stone wall ahead. In an instant, a colossal portal of light manifested upon the wall. Go forth and seize the opportunities that rightfully belong to you. You have but a month. After that, you shall be transported away. Make the most of this month. Everyone summoned their respective spirit beasts and charged towards the cliff's stone wall. Su Ming refrained from rushing ahead, opting instead to follow the main contingent. After a blinding flash, Su Ming's eyes remained closed as he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort enveloping his body. Gradually opening his eyes, he discovered that he was alone. The portal was the sole entrance, but entry into it was random. An endless expanse of grassland greeted him, and Su Ming inhaled the air saturated with spiritual energy. Savoring its richness, he promptly sat cross-legged, determined to cultivate here for a month, anticipating a significant advancement in his spirit beast's prowess. Yet, as he surveyed the grassland, it appeared devoid of any living creatures, prompting him to summon Nightmare. Nightmare, ascertain if there are any signs of life in the vicinity. Su Ming nudged Nightmare, who seemed to be overwhelmed by the abundance of spiritual energy, ignoring him entirely. Faced with this, Su Ming sighed. While Nightmare possessed many admirable traits, its propensity for slumber was not one of them. Shaking his head, he returned Nightmare to the spirit beast space, striving to keep them safe within this realm, allowing their cultivation to soar in the month to come. He chose the Sky Swallower as his mount, for with sufficient enhancement points, it could level up. Chapter 91, The Vast Skywalker Secret Realm. One day later, Su Ming remained on the grassland. 3 days later, he still lingered on the grassland. Gazing at the verdant expanse before him, aside from this lush prairie, he had discovered nothing else. Sky Swallower, take me to the furthest point you can traverse. With that instruction, Su Ming leapt into the belly of the Sky Swallower. Moments later, he found himself on an island in the middle of a lake. Emerging slowly, his gaze fell upon trees, and a wave of relaxation washed over him. At last, trees. Su Ming exhaled deeply, after days of nothing but grassland. He was nearing his limit. Nightmare appeared. Having finally had its fill of sleep, Su Ming could no longer allow it to slumber. Countless battles had instilled within Su Ming a vigilant mindset. Nightmare always served as his vanguard in detecting danger, which was why he could safely retreat from the perilous depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Observing the surroundings, Nightmare remained silent, indicating that their current position was undoubtedly safe. With this reassurance, Su Ming confidently summoned the Phoenix. Phoenix, take me up to survey the area. With a resounding cry, the Phoenix whisked Su Ming to an altitude of 100 meters. Only then did he realize he was on a lake island, and the lake itself was astonishingly vast. In the distance, he could faintly discern the demonic prairie that had plagued him for days, while behind him lay an expansive forest. Taking in the scene, Su Ming instructed the Phoenix to descend, deciding to stay on the lake island for 3 days, awaiting the Sky Swallower's transportation. Though the Phoenix was swift, potential dangers lurked along the way. Su Ming constantly reminded himself that the most perilous threats were often unseen. The immense lake concealed countless terrifying entities. Should he recklessly charge forth, he could invite disaster. Thus, remaining stationary was the most prudent course of action. After safely landing the Phoenix, Su Ming conducted a thorough search of the island with the Sky Swallower and other spirit beasts, confirming absolute safety before finally allowing himself to rest. It was undeniable that the ferocious beasts within the Skywalker secret realm exhibited exceptional quality. Every beast Su Ming encountered was of high grade. Just as he was about to lie down, Nightmare suddenly emitted a sound. MMM. 2 urgent sounds. Instantly alert, Su Ming scanned his surroundings, but found no suspicious beasts. However, Nightmare's warning indicated that danger was indeed approaching. Cautiously, he approached the lake's edge, following Nightmare's lead. Nightmare, is it this way? Gazing at the tranquil lake surface, Su Ming was uncertain about the horrors that lurked beneath. He hastily retreated to the center of the island. Just then, Nightmare issued another urgent alert, this time pointing skyward. Su Ming jerked his head up, and in the distance, he beheld a person and a beast engaged in combat. Sister Lu. The one battling the ferocious beast was none other than Lu Xening. She was currently entangled with a flying demon-winged tiger, and the battlefield was set high above in the sky. This beast. Su Ming could hardly believe that Lu Xening would struggle against a 7th-tier extraordinary beast. The only explanation was that her flying spirit beasts were limited, rendering her other beasts ineffective against the airborne demon-winged tiger. Aerial dominance. At that moment, Lu Xening and her spirit beast charged towards the lake island where Su Ming stood, likely realizing that battling in the air severely hampered her abilities. Upon witnessing Lu Xening land, the flying demon-winged tiger immediately turned to flee. Having reached 7th-tier extraordinary status, it possessed considerable intelligence. If it did not retreat now, Lu Xening's spirit beast would soon be free to assist, and it would no longer stand a chance. Humph, you run fast. Lu Xening snorted, frustrated that while flying, she was still harassed by the demon-winged tiger. Now eager for revenge, she hesitated to let her only flying spirit beast engage, fearing for its safety. Who? Her heightened senses alerted Lu Xening to an approaching presence. Spinning around, she was taken aback to find Su Ming standing there. Su Ming, it's me. He smiled awkwardly, surprised to encounter her in such a vast secret realm. Su Ming, what are you doing here? This is the lake island area. The ferocious beasts inhabiting the surrounding waters are too powerful to approach. Were you transported here? Lu Xening inquired. No, I arrived here on my own. How did you end up in this predicament? Su Ming asked, perplexed by her encounter with the flying demon-winged tiger. I was passing by when that flying demon-winged tiger suddenly attacked me. I only have this one flying spirit beast, and it struggles to fight while carrying me. I had intended for it to land so I could deal with the tiger, but to my surprise, it was quite clever and fled, Lu Xening explained, crossing her arms in irritation, pouting her lips. Suddenly, Lu Xening recalled something and turned to Su Ming with a question. Su Ming, didn't you find the temple? The temple? Su Ming looked at Lu Xening with confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the term. In the realm of the celestial journey, there exists not just one, but multiple temples. I have heard whispers that some of our fellow disciples have discovered them, yet I remain oblivious to their exact locations as I embark on my own quest. Sister, if these temples exist, why have the sect leaders not disclosed this information beforehand? Su Ming felt a profound sense of loss, as if he had squandered a fortune during the past few days. Lu Xening smiled gently and replied, the temples are meant to be found by those destined to encounter them. Were we to reveal their existence, you would undoubtedly embark on a frenzied search, and in doing so, the temples would elude you even more. After all, they do not possess legs to flee. Su Ming waved his hand dismissively, skepticism evident in his voice. Indeed, while the temples may reside within the celestial journey, their locations are not fixed. They could very well appear in the skies. Listening to Lu Xening's explanation only deepened Su Ming's disbelief. Then how do you know this, sister? Surely, you are seeking them as well? Having been in the sect for many years, I have not merely heard of them, I have witnessed them, she replied. Look at me. I am still searching, and I suspect there is some truth to that saying. The more one seeks, the more elusive it becomes. As Lu Xening placed her hands on her hips in frustration, Su Ming couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you laughing, Su Ming? Lu Xening asked, puzzled by his mirth. Nothing, sister. I just feel you seem different somehow. Different? In what way? Lu Xening touched her face, uncertain if something had stained her skin. Your demeanor, sister. When at the Boundary Mountain, you were always so gentle, but now you resemble Senior Yang Lungen a bit more, Su Ming stated candidly. Is that so? Perhaps I have acquired a touch of cuteness, Lu Xening mused. Su Ming smiled subtly. Indeed, this version of Lu Xening appeared more vibrant, devoid of the previous chilliness. Her cheeks flushed at his words, creating an atmosphere laden with unspoken tension. Just then, Nightmare, perched atop Su Ming's head, suddenly shouted, Su Ming, what is wrong with your beast? Lu Xening, jolted back to reality by Nightmare's outcry, turned to Su Ming and inquired directly. Sister, there may be imminent danger nearby. Something that has instilled fear in Nightmare. This was the first time Su Ming had heard such a continuous cry from Nightmare. Lu Xening regained her composure, and in an instant, summoned her beasts. Su Ming, what could frighten Nightmare to such an extent? At least a being of transcendent 7th tier or above. Su Ming was uncertain, as this was Nightmare's first experience of fear, prompting such a loud outburst. The only other possibility, aside from overwhelming strength, would be a complete mental suppression of Nightmare. Yet even Lu Xening's beasts could not surpass Nightmare's mental prowess. In the next moment, Both Lu Zining and Su Ming felt the ground tremble violently beneath their feet. Quick, we must leave. Su Ming summoned his phoenix and soared into the sky, with Lu Zining closely following. In an instant, a deep rift emerged on the previously tranquil lake island, which continued to widen ominously. Sister, what is happening? Su Ming exclaimed, bewildered. Such tremendous destructive force, even a full-on assault from an imbecile could not achieve this. Lu Zining, observing the unfolding chaos, responded with unease. I cannot say for certain. If it is a ferocious beast, its minimum strength would be at least transcendent 9th tier. We should maintain our distance. This way, we can retreat swiftly if necessary. Agreed. The two ascended further into the sky, and shortly thereafter, the entire island sank into the depths of the river. In the following moment, at the sight of the submerged island, ripples began to emanate outward. As Su Ming and Lu Zining beheld the spectacle, a palace slowly emerged from the depths of the lake. The temple, Lu Zining exclaimed in astonishment. How fortuitous. It seems we have stumbled upon it without much effort. To think a temple was hidden in the depths of this lake, now revealed before their very eyes. Su Ming, let us investigate. Certainly. Su Ming gazed at the resplendent azure palace that had materialized, now convinced of the temple's existence. As they approached the temple, the distance had previously obscured their view. But now, standing close, Su Ming felt the immense pressure emanating from what was purported to be a temple. Sister, is this truly the temple? He gazed at the enormous stone door, shrouded in darkness, uncertain of the mysteries that lay within. It appears so. It closely resembles the descriptions we have heard. Let us venture inside, Lu Zining said, glancing at Su Ming before stepping forward. Su Ming nodded. Incidents of death within the celestial journey were rare, so he cautiously followed her into the darkness. Sister, are you still there? Su Ming called out, groping through the obscurity, with only a faint glow from the phoenix illuminating his path. Suddenly, a voice resonated in his mind. Challenger Su Ming, do you wish to commence the challenge? Challenge? What challenge? Su Ming questioned, bewildered, yet he promptly inquired further. But the response remained unchanged. Challenger Su Ming, do you wish to commence the challenge? If I decline the challenge, will I be teleported away? Affirmative. Then I accept the challenge. It was a rare opportunity to encounter a temple, and he had not heard of anyone perishing within the celestial journey. The moment Su Ming uttered his acceptance, he found himself in a sealed chamber. Gradually, the surroundings transformed, and the enclosed space vanished, revealing a vast forest. Before Su Ming, a shadow of a ferocious beast began to take shape. Ferocious beast, howling moon song wolf. Attribute, wind. Quality, superlative. Level, Lord 9th tier. Evolution stage, 1, evolution. Evolution count, 2 times. Skills, roar, wind blade, spirit light cloak, copper skin, iron bone. With a fierce roar, the howling moon song wolf snapped Su Ming back to reality, launching itself towards him with the spirit light cloak activated. In a flash of light, bang. The imbecile had already positioned itself in front of Su Ming, successfully intercepting the attack. Imbecile, eliminated. This marked the first time a ferocious beast had dared to charge at him so boldly. Upon hearing Su Ming's command, the imbecile unleashed its fury, fully activating its domain. The howling moon song wolf attempted to flee, but despite the imbecile's substantial size, its speed was unmatched. It swiftly captured the beast, delivering a crushing blow. The howling moon song wolf let out no anguished cries before being obliterated by the imbecile. Is this what constitutes a challenge? Su Ming pondered weakly. Such a beast did not require the imbecile to unleash its divine powers. Moreover, his own beasts had yet to emerge. The moment the howling moon song wolf was vanquished, 3 more emerged before Su Ming. Watching the growling beasts, Su Ming couldn't suppress a smile. This is becoming increasingly amusing. Imbecile, hold nothing back. Make it swift. Meanwhile, Lu Zining faced a similar challenge as Su Ming, albeit her initial challenge was of transcendent 9th tier. Time passed, though the duration remained uncertain. Su Ming gazed at the formidable beast that had just emerged before him. He had only recently dispatched 30 howling moon wolves. It was only through the combined efforts of Han Han and the swallowing toad that the vast pack of howling moon wolves had been vanquished. Beastmaster, Skywing Demonwing Tiger. Attribute, wind. Quality, superior. Level, extraordinary tier 1. Evolution level, once evolved. Evolution instances, twice. Skills, brutal strength, bloodline of the flying tiger, fury, gale roar. Suddenly, 5 extraordinary tier 1 Skywing Demonwing Tigers appeared, prompting Su Ming to adopt a serious demeanor. Crossing a significant tier meant that the increase in power was not merely a trivial matter. The difference between a 9th tier lord and an extraordinary tier 1, while seemingly slight, was akin to the chasm between heaven and earth. Nightmare, sleep spell. However, should one's mental strength fall short of the nightmares, they would inevitably be influenced by it. At that moment, as the 5 Skywing Demon-Wing Tigers became momentarily distracted, Han Han and the Swallowing Toad launched a lightning-fast offensive. In the blink of an eye, their illusions shattered once more. Chapter 93, Abundant Rewards. Was this trial never-ending? Su Ming surveyed the increasing number of Skywing Demon-Wing Tiger illusions. Though they were mere phantoms, their combat prowess was undeniably real. His own Han Han's mirror images had already been extinguished twice, and 3 had been lost during his earlier battle with Yang Longan. After a month of painstaking effort to regain them, now he faced further loss. Moreover, if the fighting continued, his Beast Master's mirror images would inevitably suffer destruction. Although proficiency had increased, it still required a full day to reassemble. This was decidedly unfavorable for Su Ming, as strength was the only guarantee for seizing opportunities in this secret realm. The roars of the Skywing Demon-Wing Tigers incessantly reminded Su Ming that the battle had yet to cease. He dared not concede defeat, for the consequences of failure were unknown to him. However, based on his experience, the higher the challenge, the greater the rewards. Should he fail, his beasts would perish. And his teacher, as well as the sect leader, had no reason to remain silent about such stakes. After all, the trials within this sanctuary were truly endless. Han Han, hold nothing back, eradicate those fiends, he roared. 3 days passed. Su Ming's adversary was no longer the Skywing Demon-Wing Tiger. Now, standing before him was a war giant elephant, its size exceeding that of Han Han by more than double. An extraordinary 9th-tier war giant elephant, it seemed to hold me in high regard. Su Ming reflected on his journey from Howling Moon Wolves to Skywing Demon-Wing Tigers, then to Hellfire Lions, Water Army Bears. And now this war giant elephant. It felt like an unceasing ordeal. Han Han and the Swallowing Toad's mirror images had been shattered and reformed. And Su Ming calculated that there were now 10 newly reconstituted images. Ugh! Nightmare let out a feeble cry, as the seemingly endless onslaught of beasts was nearly exhausting his mental energy. Nightmare, just hold on a bit longer. We shall vanquish another. Han Han, along with his remaining 2 avatars, leaped onto the war giant elephant, raining down blows with fervor. The Swallowing Toad employed spatial compression to continually restrict the war giant elephant's movements, while Phoenix Fire scorched and meteoric strikes rained down. In terms of numbers, Su Ming indeed held a decisive advantage. Yet, after so many consecutive days of battle, even the most resilient of beasts would struggle to endure. Outside the sanctuary, an ever-increasing number of disciples from the Tianxing sect stood by, gazing at the temple. Senior brother, why has the door of the temple not opened? One inquired. Senior brother Du Fenghui, observing the entrance Su Ming had passed through, replied solemnly, someone has already entered the temple, to go in again. We must wait for them to emerge. Once someone has entered, my teacher has told me that the items within the temple are finite. It is said that these treasures are offerings from the divine realm to our Tianxing sect, and only a limited number are placed here each year. If they are all taken, there will be nothing left. Many disciples began to wear glum expressions. Although the temple was a gift from the divine realm, even a single item could significantly enhance their strength. If everything were taken, they would have wasted their time. Du Fenghui pondered briefly before turning to say, well, the sect elders have mentioned that there are 3 temples within the secret realm. This is merely one of them. We have 20 days left. I shall see if there is an opportunity to locate the other temples. Let this chance remain for you, my fellow disciples. With that, Du Fenghui mounted his beast and soared into the horizon. Soon, those who had been waiting began to disperse, as they were uncertain when the occupant of the temple would emerge. To linger aimlessly could mean losing everything. The next day, a familiar figure appeared in the nearby forest, positioned perfectly to observe the temple. Finding a temple is no easy feat. When one is encountered, it must be seized. The Tianxing secret realm has been dormant for 6 years. There must be at least 6 treasures within. It is impossible that none remain. Moreover, the rewards from the temple are not chosen by the beast masters themselves. If one has not reached the requisite level, superior rewards will simply not be granted. My apologies. Dear disciples, it is truly impossible for a senior brother to grow stronger without resorting to a few clever tactics. Was it not Du Fenghui? He had circled back. Just as Du Fenghui became momentarily distracted, the great door of the temple swung open. Someone had completed the challenge. An opportunity had arisen. Du Fenghui wasted no time, rushing inside. Challenger Du Fenghui, do you wish to initiate the challenge? Yes. Du Fenghui could hardly contain his excitement. After enduring for so many years, this was his chance at the Tianxing secret realm. In the next moment, within a certain forest, Lu Xining's figure suddenly appeared. Where's this? Lu Xining surveyed her surroundings. It was not the original location of the temple. It seemed she had been randomly teleported. I wonder how many treasures my junior brother has obtained. Reflecting on the 3 items in her spatial ring, she recalled that after overcoming the Water Army Bear, she had acquired 3 treasures. She was curious about Su Ming's haul. At that moment, Su Ming lay on the ground, gasping for breath. He had been defeated. 10 war giant elephants had proven to be insurmountable foes. Challenger Su Ming, you have completed the challenges against the Howling Moon Wolves and Skywing Demon-Wing Tigers. Please claim your rewards. A voice resonated in his mind. And Su Ming sat up abruptly as 5 luminous orbs materialized before him. All of these are mine. Indeed, Su Ming's gaze fell upon 2 beast eggs, 2 tomes of secret arts, and 3 pieces of purple crystal. Wow, 2 beast eggs, 2 tomes of secret arts. My enhancement points are insufficient. In a moment of indecision, he felt torn between laughter and tears. All these items required enhancement points, amounting to tens of millions. He truly had no idea where to acquire such resources. As for the 3 pieces of purple crystal, Su Ming used his probing technique to examine them. Evolution purple crystal can be consumed by a beast to evolve once. Incredible. This means my Han Han can undergo a second evolution. Su Ming glanced at the exhausted Han Han, who had collapsed. This evolution crystal could facilitate a second evolution for his beast. It had been over a year since Han Han's first evolution, and he had yet to find another opportunity for advancement. Moreover, the 3 amethysts, along with the phoenix and the holy dragon, are also capable of undergoing a second evolution. It seems I must reluctantly sacrifice the nightmare, for it is indeed a waste to utilize crystals capable of a second evolution for mere first evolutions. Truly, this is a bountiful harvest, and my arduous efforts over these many days, tirelessly battling without respite, have not been in vain. Challenger Su Ming, you are about to be transported out of the temple. Your location will be uncertain, so please prepare accordingly. 3, 2, 1. In the next moment, Su Ming vanished from his original spot. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself soaring high in the sky, thousands of meters above the ground.